New York Empire State University. September sunlight pierces the thin mist spilling onto the red brick vintage teaching building. At the school gate a vintage bicycle stands steadily by the roadside. A long leg steps down onto the ground. Johnny Gilda casually brushes back his windblown black fringe, revealing a face that could make Hollywood stars pale in comparison. Gasps. Who is that guy? Do we have a new campus heartthrob? Oh my god, his eyes are like magic, I'm going to faint. He must be at least 6'3". So handsome. Nearby female students slow down, their whispers buzzing. Not far away a girl with platinum blonde hair and a wild demeanor also stops in her tracks. Felicia Hardy, the future black cat, is now slightly parting her red lips, staring intently at the retreating figure. Hey Felicia, why aren't you moving? We're going to be late. Beside her Peter Parker, carrying a backpack and looking a bit bookish, asks puzzledly. Shh, don't disturb me. Felicia doesn't even turn her head, her gaze almost greedy. Peter, do you see that boy? He's absolutely the handsomest guy I've ever seen. Huh? Where did he go? Peter follows her gaze but only catches a tall figure disappearing at the end of the tree-lined path. Walking along the campus path, Gilda wears a faint, elusive smile. This feeling of being watched never gets old, no matter how long it lasts. Gilda rubbed his chin, calculating in his mind. In this Marvel world, clinging to powerful allies was an art. Dr. Connors might one day turn into that slippery green lizard. But in the field of biology, the old man was absolutely a top expert. Moreover, during the summer break he had been frantically doing practice problems and experiments. He had finally managed to get an internship at Oscorp's lab and earned high praise from Dr. Connors. This investment in goodwill was a sure win. By the way, Gilda was actually a transmigrator. He had been reborn in this world from birth, surviving cautiously in the dangerous Marvel world for a full 18 years. In his past life he was a hardcore Marvel fan. He especially loved the game. Damn, I'm surrounded by Gwen, Wanda, and Polaris. It was a dating game. He had thought that since he transmigrated he should at least get a ding sound and then beat Thanos and kick Odin's ass right. But what happened? No system. No mutation. Not even a chance to be bitten by a radioactive spider. Aside from a luxurious penthouse in downtown New York and a few $1 million in savings left by his deceased parents, and this ridiculously handsome face, he had almost nothing. Good thing he had a sharp mind, at least being a top student from Tsinghua or Peking University in his past life. Gilda sighed, somewhat helpless. In this world where aliens invaded and purple titans snapped their fingers, ordinary people were like ants on the roadside, easily crushed. So he could only study desperately, trying to change his fate through knowledge. Maybe he could research a super soldier serum. As he was thinking, he had already reached the front of the teaching building. Suddenly a bright figure caught his eye. She was a girl wearing a light blue blouse and a short skirt. Her golden hair was tied up with a black ribbon with a few strands falling beside her fair neck. She was holding a few books, standing on the steps and looking around. Sunlight fell on her face as if casting a soft filter over her. Gwen Stacy. Gilda's pupils contracted slightly. Even though he had seen her countless times in movies, the impact of seeing her in person still made his heart skip a beat. Her aura, a blend of intelligence and youth, was simply irresistible. Tis those legs. Ahem, that aura truly worthy of the first love goddess. Gilda silently admired. Just then his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure rushing over from the other side. Peter Parker. That guy clearly saw Gwen too. The two were walking towards each other. Just then a voice he had been waiting for 18 years suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Detected host encountering classic Marvel quality woman, Gwen Stacy. Multi-child multi-blessing system activating. Activation successful. System description: this system is dedicated to building the strongest family. As long as the host has offspring with classic Marvel quality women, you will receive top rewards from the Dragon Ball world. Rewards include but are not limited to Bakujutsu Flight, Kamehameha Solar Flare, Kaio-ken Instant Transmission, and even enhanced basic combat power, gain Saiyan bloodline, and transform into Super Saiyan. Detected target: Gwen Stacy. Bind. Gilda stopped in his tracks, almost unable to suppress a laugh on the spot. Such a good thing. Multi-child multi-blessing. Dragon Ball system. This wasn't just a cheat, it was a golden thigh. After all, the combat power system of Dragon Ball was a dimension-reducing strike in the Marvel world. A guy like Raditz with a combat power over 1,000 could casually destroy cities. By the Frisia arc they were blowing up planets. If he could become a Super Saiyan. What Thanos, what Celestials, weren't they just small fries to be taken out with one punch? Gilda felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. This not only made him stronger but also solved his personal problems. It was tailor-made for a gentleman like him. Bind. Must bind. Gilda roared in his mind. To protect the Earth for universal peace, Gilda would never shirk his duty. In the future, Wanda the Enchantress, Sundara, Polaris, Cold Queen, Emma, Wild Black Cat. Not one would be missed. Everyone would work hard to become stronger together. But one must eat one bite at a time, walk one step at a time. The primary goal now was the Gwen in front of him. Gilda glanced at Peter Parker, who was approaching, his eyes instantly sharpening. Sorry, Peter, for the sake of universal peace, I'll take on this dangerous woman, Gwen. Gilda straightened his collar, took a long stride, and accelerated directly. Just as Peter Parker mustered his courage to say his first "hi" to Gwen, a tall figure accurately blocked between him and Gwen. Excuse me, classmate. Gilda didn't even turn back, just gently nudged with his broad shoulder. The already thin Peter was thrown off balance by the sudden move. Stumbling back a few steps, he was pushed into the crowd flowing into the classroom. Hey! Wait! Peter's outstretched hand froze in midair, watching helplessly as he was swept into the teaching building entrance. He didn't even touch Gwen's sleeve. Done. A sly smile curled at the corner of Gilda's mouth, then he switched to a gentlemanly and magnetic voice. He turned to look at the slightly astonished Gwen. Hi, classmate, are you heading to Professor Connor's biology class? Gwen was taken aback. She looked up and saw a clean, handsome, and sunny face. Especially those eyes, which seemed to hold a certain attraction. Yes. Gwen nodded subconsciously, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. How did you know? I see you're holding Advanced Genomics. That's the most recommended book by Professor Connors. Gilda pointed at the book in her arms, showing a perfect smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Johnny Gilda, also a student of Professor Connors. During my internship at Oscorp Lab, I heard the professor mention that there was a genius named Gwen among the new students. I think that genius must be you. This combo was smooth and flawless. It showed his own academic prowess, praised her through Professor Connors, and also showcased his handsome appearance. Slam dunk. Sure enough, Gwen's eyes instantly lit up. You interned at Oscorp Lab? Oh my, that's really hard to get into, Gwen said with surprise, the initial unfamiliarity mostly dissipating. I'm Gwen Stacy. Nice to meet you, Mr. Gilda. Just call me Johnny. Gilda took out his phone and shook it. Since we're both students of Professor Connors, there will surely be academic exchanges. Do you mind exchanging contact info? I happen to have some notes on the professor's latest research topics that might interest you. Academic exchange. Who actually exchanges academic stuff seriously? But this excuse was simply flawless. Gwen was not only an academic overachiever but also one with a strong thirst for knowledge. Plus Gilda's deceptively charming appearance, and the backing of Professor Connors. Of course, that would be great. Without hesitation, Gwen generously took out her phone. The two quickly exchanged numbers. Just as he saved Gwen's number, the system's prompt sounded again in Gilda's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully establishing preliminary contact with Gwen Stacy. Binding successful. Obtain binding reward skills, solar flare. Skill description: a Crane School ultimate technique that instantly bursts light through chi, blinding enemies, an essential skill for escape and trickery. Ding. Detected, host successfully took the first step of multi-child multi-blessing, issuing extra beginner rewards. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the perception and use of chi. Host's current base combat power increased to 10 points. Note: ordinary adult earthling with a gun has combat power of about 5 boom. A warm current instantly surged through his body. Gilda felt every cell in his body cheering. That was chi. Although it was only 10 combat power, sounding like doubling a weakling, in reality it was already enough power to catch bullets with bare hands and dismantle a mecha. Gilda clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. He looked at Gwen, whose smile was like a blooming flower, and his eyes grew more fervent. This was just the beginning. If they had deeper academic exchanges later, it would be off the charts. Let's go, Gwen. Gilda naturally turned sideways, making a gesture of invitation. I've saved a seat in the front row for you. Thank you, Johnny. The two walked side by side into the teaching building. Soon the two of them arrived at the classroom. The lecture hall was spacious, capable of accommodating 200 people. As Gilda had anticipated, it was due to Professor Kangnasi's special favor. The seat at the very center of the first row with the best audiovisual effect remained vacant. Gilda with utmost chivalry pulled out the chair and gestured for Gwen to take her seat. As for the red-haired girl next to them who had placed her bag to reserve the seat, Gilda merely flashed her a smile capable of melting an iceberg, slightly raised an eyebrow, and said, "Beautiful lady, could you possibly yield this seat to my friend? I'll treat you to coffee another day." "Oh. Of course." The red-haired girl's face instantly flushed like a tomato, and she hastily grabbed her bag and scurried to the back row. Before leaving, she didn't forget to slip a note with her INS account into Gilda's hand. This entire maneuver was so fluid that it left Gwen beside him utterly dumbfounded. "It seems you're quite popular at school," Gwen said somewhat teasingly after sitting down, her tone carrying a hint of sourness she herself hadn't noticed. "That's because they haven't seen a true genius." Gilda casually crumpled the note into a ball and precisely flicked it into the trash can 2 meters away. Then he turned to look at Gwen, his eyes clear and sincere. "In my eyes, all those vulgar beauties combined are not as charming as a girl who can understand advanced genomics." Hiss. Those words were a bit unfair. Gwen felt her heart skip a beat, hastily lowering her head to pretend to flip through her book while the tips of her ears quietly turned a shade of pink. This guy, handsome was one thing, but his words were so sweet. Who could withstand that? Just then a light blue translucent panel suddenly popped up before Gilda's eyes, visible only to him. Target scan complete. Name: Gwen Stacy. Identity: daughter of New York City Police Commissioner George Stacy, freshman at Empire State University. Body measurements: B86CW58H88. Relationship history: none. Number of interactions: 0. Current affection level: 50. Ambiguous. Good heavens. Gilda couldn't help whistling inwardly. These stats were simply perfect. Especially the interaction count of 0. In this open America, it was practically a rare breed comparable to giant pandas. As expected, the white moonlight in the hearts of many Marvel fans. If she were to wear that tight-fitting Spider-Man suit in the future. Hiss, can't think about it, or I'll be paying homage to the Homelanders. Ding. Detected that target's affection level has reached 50. Issuing stage reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining basic combat power 100. Host's current combat power 110, equivalent to 11 Captain America's i.e. the power of 11 Captain's system. Prompt explanation of the affection reward mechanism. Affection 0, acquaintance first meeting reward. Affection 50, ambiguous stage reward. Affection 100, heartfelt large reward. Successful conception special skill reward. Birth of offspring ultimate reward, including but not limited to Super Saiyan transformation, Ultra Instinct trial card, etc. Looking at this series of rewards, Gilda felt his DNA stir. So this is the legendary system. Love it, love it. If he could win Gwen, wouldn't that be a direct takeoff? Although combat power 110 was nothing in the Dragon Ball world. But in this Marvel Earth, it was at least a humanoid walking weapon. Even that pig swinging around in a red tight suit, ordinary Spider-Man's base strength was only a few dozen tons. That was nothing in front of him now, roughly a 50-50 match. As long as he worked a bit harder, found a few more confidants to chat with, and boosted his combat power up. Then he could activate the Kaio-ken, or even transform into a Super Saiyan. Hey, at that time, not to mention the purple raisin Thanos, even the All-Father Odin, Gilda had confidence to wrestle with him. He could even go to the Asgardian realm, and have an in-depth discussion with the goddess of death about the origin of life. Then go to Mount Olympus to join Zeus, that old lecher, in a god's party. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Just as Gilda was envisioning his bright future, Professor Kangnasi walked into the classroom. The old man, though missing one hand, exuded a powerful presence. "All right, everyone, quiet down." Kangnasi tapped the blackboard, his gaze sweeping across the room. Finally it lingered on Gilda for a second, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Today we will discuss the cross-species genetic inheritance characteristics of reptiles. Who can tell me why the regenerative genes of lizards are difficult to take effect in mammals?" As soon as the question was posed, the entire room fell into dead silence. This was a topic that even seniors or graduate students would study, and for these freshmen it was like a book from heaven. In the corner, Bide-Pake adjusted his glasses, about to raise his hand, but then hesitated. This kind of attention-grabbing move, if not absolutely certain, could easily lead to ridicule. However, before his hand could rise, "Because of the rejection reaction, Professor." From the first row, Gilda raised his hand, then stood up and spoke. "The immune system of mammals will regard the R-complex as an invading virus. Unless a formula called the decay rate algorithm is found to balance this rejection, the cells will instantly collapse." This was a core knowledge point in the future plot of The Amazing Spider-Man, which Gilda had long memorized. Professor Kangnasi's eyes instantly lit up, his fervor at finding a kindred spirit completely undisguised. "Bingo! Absolutely correct. Chiomni, it seems your time in my lab wasn't wasted. This kid is a genius. Kang Nasi didn't spare his praise. The surrounding classmates cast admiring glances. Gwen beside him was practically starry-eyed. Although she also knew some basics, she could never pinpoint the core algorithm issue as sharply as Gilda. You're amazing, Chiomni. Gwen lowered her voice, her tone full of admiration. Even I didn't think of that layer. Ding. Gwen Shidaxi's affection level increased to 65 admiration. Listen to that beautiful chime. Gilda's lips curled slightly. He turned to Gwen and winked, then sat down. Basic operation don't 6. Although Gwen didn't understand the meme, it didn't stop her from finding the boy in front of her even more charming. System, when the affection reaches 100, can we directly communicate? Gilda asked, in his mind, his tone a bit impatient. Theoretically, yes, host. When affection reaches 100, it means the other party is willing to do anything for you. But considering the target, Gwen Shidaxi's character setting is more conservative and independent to achieve the final step. Not only emotional groundwork, but also winning over the key NPC, her father George Shidaxi. Commissioner George. That stubborn old man. Gilda stroked his chin. Indeed, in the original work, George was a daughter maniac who valued his daughter more than his life. Bide Pake got into such a tangle precisely because he couldn't pass the father-in-law test. Got it. As long as I win over the father-in-law, this matter is half done. Gilda had a plan. Isn't he just a police commissioner? In this New York with its high crime rate, as long as he occasionally lent a hand or sent some credit his way, why worry about not handling an old man? 2 class periods flew by in the midst of Gilda's various displays of brilliance. As soon as the bell rang, Gwen took the initiative to extend an invitation. Chiomni, would you like to go to the cafeteria for lunch together? We can chat while eating. My pleasure. Gilda stood up with a smile and casually helped Gwen pick up the heavy professional books. This gesture made Gwen's affection level fluctuate slightly. The two walked out of the classroom side by side like a perfect couple. At the door, Bide Pake, who was about to leave, paused in his steps. He watched Gwen's radiant smile, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. As if something that originally belonged to him had been silently taken away. Strange. Why do I care so much? Bide shook his head and gave a bitter smile. He turned to buy a cheap sandwich for lunch. However, just then, Yo! Isn't this our weakling Pake? A voice full of mockery and malice echoed in the hallway. Immediately, several tall members of the school's football team surrounded him. At the head was the burly Flash Tankuzan. He wore a tight t-shirt, muscles bulging. A classic American bully's sneer hung on his face. What? Going to chew on your dry bread in the corner again? Flash slapped the books from Bide's hands, scattering them on the floor. Bide's face instantly flushed red. He crouched down to pick up the books, but Flash stepped on his hand, pinning it down. Hey! Look at me when I'm talking, weakling! Passing students all avoided the scene, none daring to offend this school bully. Bide gritted his teeth and did not resist. At this moment, he was still just an ordinary college student with no strength to truss a chicken. Facing such a physical gap, he had no chance of winning. Stop it! A clear but angry voice rang out. Gwen approached with a frown, her face full of disgust. Tankuzan, what are you doing? This is a university, not your arena. Seeing Gwen, Flash's expression stiffened for a moment, but soon returned to his rogue demeanor. Oh, if it isn't the beautiful Shidaxi. What you want to protect this nerd? Flash whistled, his gaze roving over Gwen with impudence. I'm just teaching him some social etiquette, right, Pake? As he spoke, he pressed harder with his foot, causing Bide's face to turn pale with pain. Gwen was so angry her chest heaved. Just as she stepped forward to argue, a strong hand stopped her. This kind of physical work is better left to men. Gilda handed the books in his hand to Gwen slowly, and deliberately rolled up his sleeves. He looked at Flash Tankuzan as if looking at a walking gift pack of affection points. This plot was practically made for him to show off. In the original story, Bide could only swallow his anger when bullied or get his revenge after mutation. But now... Sorry, but I'm taking this hero-rescuing beauty script. Hey, big guy. Gilda walked up to Flash. Although they were about the same height. The calm and unhurried aura he exuded completely overpowered the other. I'll give you 3 seconds to take your hoof off my classmate's hand. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind giving you a free orthopedic surgery. Gilda's taunting warning, dripping with provocation, elicited not even a flicker of fear from Flash Thompson. On the contrary, he looked as though he had just heard the most hilarious joke of the century. The expression on his brutish face shifted instantly from astonishment to utter contempt. He lifted his foot from Peter's hand, turned around, and faced Gilda. With a look that suggested he was appraising some rare species of intellectual disability, Flash eyed Gilda up and down. Huh! He exaggeratedly cupped his ear as if straining to hear. Then he burst into a shrill, grating laugh. Listen up, everyone. Did you hear what our new campus heartthrob just said? Orthopedic surgery. Flash took a step forward. Relying on the thick chest of a football player, he tried to physically intimidate Gilda, though they were nearly the same height. Gilda's slim model-like frame seemed rather frail next to Flash's bulging muscles. You! Flash sneered. A pretty boy who lives off his looks. Do you think this is a teen drama? Trying to play the hero saving a damsel in distress. Oh wait, you're saving a weakling chicken. Tisk tisk tsk? Could it be? A disgusting, lecherous grin spread across Flash's face. His eyes darted back and forth between Gilda and Peter on the ground. You're not interested in women, but you've taken a fancy to this nerd. Ha ha! The surrounding lackeys immediately joined in with a chorus of laughter and whistles. Peter Parker, still on the ground, flushed crimson. The embarrassment and humiliation made him wish he could crawl into a hole in the ground. Being bullied was bad enough, but now he had dragged his would-be savior into being mocked as well. This stung Peter's already fragile pride. Enough, Flash. He scrambled to his feet, his body still trembling slightly from the pain. But he mustered the courage to step in front of Gilda. This is between us. Leave him out of it. And we're all classmates, there's no need to go this far. Peter's voice quavered, but it was the best he could manage. However, Flash's grin vanished instantly. Classmates. His face was replaced by a cold class-based disdain. Wake up, Parker. Who's your classmate? In this school I'm the king, and you. Flash contemptuously patted Peter's faded shirt. The force was enough to make Peter cough. You're just an ant that can be crushed whenever I want. With that, Flash turned his attention away from Peter. He locked his predatory eyes back onto Gilda, leaning in so close that Gilda could smell the tobacco on his breath. You've got guts, kid. Johnny Gilda right. I've got my eyes on you. Flash's voice dropped to a low, menacing growl. In this school, sticking your neck out comes at a price. After school today, the dead end behind the campus. If you're a man, show up. I'll show you how orthopedic surgery is really done. With that final threat, Flash snorted contemptuously, and with his arrogant gang of followers he barged through the crowd and left, leaving behind a mess of scattered books and the murmuring crowd of onlookers. The corridor fell silent. Peter slumped down dejected and began to gather his fallen books. His hands were still trembling, and the grimy shoe print on the back of his hand was glaringly obvious. Gilda. Peter looked up, his eyes complex with apology. Thanks for sticking up for me back there. But I'm really sorry for dragging you into this mess. Flash. His family has connections and he's serious. He'll really corner you this afternoon. Seeing Peter's cautious demeanor, Gilda just shrugged nonchalantly. He bent down, picked up the thickest book, Biochemistry, gently brushed off the dust, and handed it to Peter. No big deal, Peter. Gilda wore his usual faint smile as if he hadn't been the one threatened. Just standing up for what's right. Besides, someone has to teach a muscle-bound Neanderthal like that how to walk upright, don't you think? Gilda's voice was calm yet carried a reassuring confidence. But it didn't ease Peter's worry. He knew Flash too well. He was a mad dog. But Peter started to say something else but was interrupted by Gwen. It's okay, Peter. And Johnny. Gwen stepped forward quickly, her delicate face serious. My dad is the NYPD commissioner. If Thompson dares to do anything outrageous, I'll call my dad immediately. I don't believe he can run wild in New York. Gwen spoke with a determined look radiating a sense of justice. However, Peter shook his head with a bitter smile. It's useless, Gwen. They'll just label it as a student conflict or a fight. The cops. Sorry, I didn't mean your dad. Peter sighed, his voice dropping. They deal with so many major cases every day, they won't bother with petty squabbles like this. And besides, if I reported, my life at school will only get worse. It was the truth. That was the law of the American high school jungle. Snitches and those who seek protection often face even greater isolation. Gwen opened her mouth to argue but found herself speechless. She might be full of righteous indignation, but she wasn't a naive fool. All right, don't worry about me. Peter forced a smile and hugged his books tighter. I've got to go. I have a job at the library. Thanks, Gwen and Gilda. With that, Peter turned and fled, his back looking desolate and defeated. Watching Peter's retreating figure, Gwen frowned and clenched her fists. "Can we just stand by and watch him get bullied?" she murmured under her breath, her voice full of frustration. "The rules of this world sometimes disappoint me so much." Just then a warm, large hand gently rested on her shoulder. "Don't overthink it, Gwen." Gilda's voice came from beside her, carrying a strange magnetism. "When rules fail, there are always other ways. Trust me, I'll handle this." Gwen turned her head and met Gilda's deep, ocean-like eyes. There was no panic in them, only a calm composure that commanded everything. That powerful confidence instantly steadied Gwen's unsettled heart. "Really?" Gwen asked instinctively. "Of course." Gilda smiled, sunlight falling on his profile, making him almost unfairly handsome. "I never lied to pretty girls." Ding. Detected that Gwen Stacy has developed dependency on the host favorability 10. Current favorability 75. Secret affection. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Gilda's smile grew even brighter. If it weren't for boosting favorability, he wouldn't have bothered saying all that nonsense. Police. Ha! In this Marvel world, if the police could be relied upon, the Avengers would have disbanded long ago and gone to sell roasted sweet potatoes. Not to mention that Flash Thompson's family had donated a whole building to the school. Expecting Commissioner George to arrest a rich kid like that, throw him in for coffee, and then have him bailed out by a lawyer. Ridiculous. Although this universe currently didn't seem entirely like the MCU nor entirely like the Amazing Spider-Man or the comics, more like a mashup. One iron rule remained universal: the poor rely on mutation, the rich on technology, and the truly strong rely on the system. Gilda narrowed his eyes and glanced down the corridor in the direction Flash had disappeared. Since social rules couldn't deal with trash like him, then physical rules would have to do. Perfect timing. He had just gained 110 combat power, and the surging chi inside him was itching for an outlet. A free punching bag delivered to his doorstep. It would be a waste not to use it. "Let's go, Gwen." Gilda naturally withdrew his hand and slipped it into his pocket. The cafeteria of Empire State University had always been a cauldron of hormones and gossip. During the peak lunch hour, the clamorous din rivaled even the cacophony of the New York subway. Yet the moment Gilda and Gwen stepped through the cafeteria doors, the bustling space fell into a brief, eerie silence. Then a flurry of whispers erupted like a boiling pot. "Oh my God, who is that handsome guy? How can anyone be so stunning?" "That's Johnny, Gilda. I heard he made a big splash in Professor Connor's class this morning. And the girl beside him, isn't she Captain Stacy's daughter? Damn, I'm so jealous of her." Countless eyes locked onto the pair like searchlights. More precisely, they fixed upon Gilda. His towering 6'3" frame, paired with a face as flawless as an ancient Greek sculpture, was a devastating contrast amid the crowd of acne-ridden college students. A diamond among pebbles. No. It was like a phoenix descending into a chicken coop. Gwen carried her tray, walking beside Gilda. Though she was long accustomed to being stared at, today's overwhelming attention stirred something within her, a mixture of pride and an inexplicable tension. Especially the gazes of the other girls. The greed and envy in their eyes were practically overflowing. "They look like they want to devour you alive. It seems having lunch with you is a high-risk activity." Gwen found a seat by the window and teased with a hint of exasperation. "You'll get used to it." Gilda sliced his steak elegantly, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. "After all, a genius's brilliance can never be hidden, can it?" "Concede a jerk." Gwen rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress the smile spreading across her face. Just then a wave of fragrance wafted over. It wasn't cheap perfume. It was a unique wild scent tinged with leather and roses. "Mind if I join you?" "Two geniuses from the biology department." A lazy, slightly husky voice sounded above them. Gilda looked up. What met his eyes was a cascade of signature platinum blonde hair casually draped over her shoulders. A face of striking predatory beauty. Cat-like eyes, fiery red lips, and a figure that even a loose hoodie couldn't conceal. Felicia Hardy. The future Black Cat. One of the most famous femme fatale in the Marvel Universe, and one of Spider-Man's most complicated love interests. But now, this wild little cat seemed to have set her sights on a new prey. "Felicia Hardy, Art Department." She didn't wait for their permission. She pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Gilda, her alluring eyes fixed on him as if trying to see through him. "I noticed you at the school gate, Mr. Gilda." Felicia rested her chin on her hand and traced her lower lip with a fingertip, the gesture utterly provocative. "Your bone structure is perfect. Our art department is preparing an exhibition on the Greek gods. I've been searching for my ideal Apollo." She leaned forward slightly, revealing a glimpse of startling white skin at her collar. Her voice carried a subtle hint. Though our majors differ, art and biology share a certain common ground, don't they? For instance, both require a deep understanding of the human body. Gwen's grip on her fork tightened instantly. As a top student, she understood this level of implication perfectly. It was practically a blatant invitation. Ahem, Miss Hardy. Gwen cleared her throat, wearing a polite but awkward smile, yet instinctively leaned closer to Gilda. The gesture was a clear declaration of territory. Johnny's research project is quite demanding right now. He probably doesn't have time to be a model. Is that so? What a pity. Felicia didn't seem bothered by Gwen's hostility. Instead, she smiled even brighter. She pulled out her phone and offered it directly to Gilda. But adding me on social media shouldn't be a problem, right? In case you ever develop an interest in art, or want to find a place to relax together. Gilda looked at the phone before him and thought, wow. This is Black Cat. Spicy direct. I like it. Ding. Detected Marvel Classic high-quality female, Felicia Hardy. Target identity future Black Cat art department beauty with top-tier thief talent and combat skills. Detected that the other party actively requests to establish contact. Fine. No need to ask. A gift horse, who would be foolish enough to refuse? Of course. It's my honor to contribute to art. Gilda smiled and scanned the code with his phone. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations. You have received the initial binding reward, air dance technique. Skill description: a secret art from the Crane School of the Dragon Ball universe. Defy gravity and soar freely through the skies. Note: when combined with the user's current chi, supersonic flight is possible. Gilda's hand trembled slightly. Air dance technique. This was a divine skill. In the Marvel world, very few could fly. Most of those who could relied on technology like Iron Man or Falcon, or mutation like Thor or Captain Marvel. But air dance technique was free flight using one's own energy. Flexible, stealthy, and requiring no external assistance. Think about it, even the mighty world breaker Hulk could shatter continents with a stomp, but he was still a jumper, no matter how high he'd eventually land. Against a kiting enemy who could fly, he'd be helpless. Now with air dance technique and a combat power of 110. If he later learned to release energy blasts, he'd be a human bomber. Gilda barely suppressed his grin. Alright, I won't interrupt your couple time any longer. After adding him, Felicia pocketed her phone with satisfaction and stood up. Before leaving, she blew him a kiss. Stay in touch, my Apollo. With that, she swayed away, her long legs clad in tight jeans, leaving behind a trail of fragrance, and a thoroughly exasperated Gwen. Well, you seem quite popular in the art department too. Gwen stabbed her mashed potatoes viciously with her fork, her tone sour. That girl. She seems very enthusiastic. Indeed. Gilda withdrew his gaze and looked at Gwen's jealous pout, feeling utterly delighted. A woman's jealousy. What did it mean? It meant her affection level was high. But compared to that wild artistic style, Gilda cut a piece of the tenderest steak and naturally placed it into Gwen's plate. His eyes were full of tenderness. I still prefer the rigor and elegance of science. Like the future biology PhD sitting beside me. Gwen froze, looking at the steak on her plate, then at Gilda's eyes that seemed to speak volumes. The little vexation in her heart vanished instantly. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Smooth talker. She murmured, lowering her head to eat the steak, her heart filled with sweetness. Ding. Detected Gwen Stacy's pleasant mood, affection 10. Current affection 85, deeply in love. Nice. Gilda exulted inwardly. Indeed, comparison is the thief of joy. Black Cat's assist was perfect. The afternoon passed swiftly, especially when one sat beside a beautiful brainy girl. 2 tedious history classes turned into a flirtatious romance session full of eye contact. When the bell rang and the clock struck 5, the sunlight outside had begun to turn golden, painting the entire campus in a shade of amber. Phew! Finally over. Gwen closed her textbook and stretched, revealing her graceful curves. But then her brows furrowed again. Johnny, shall we walk together? Gwen looked at Gilda with concern. I'm worried that Thompson guy might really bring people to ambush you. And Peter, I wonder how he's doing. We'd better leave together. If they dare to make a move, I'll call the police immediately. Seeing Gwen's alarmed expression, Gilda felt a warmth in his heart. Though her plan to call the police would likely be useless. He appreciated her concern. Don't worry, Gwen. Gilda packed his bag casually. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. I told you I'll handle it. But since you're worried about Peter, let's go get him first. Gwen nodded obediently. They walked toward Peter Parker, who was standing by the classroom door. Gilda led the way, his steps light. His hands were in his pockets, his fingertips gently rubbing together. The chi within him flowed like a surging river, coursing joyfully through his meridians. Air dance technique. Plus a combat power of 110. Flash Thompson? Ha! He hoped that guy could take a punch. Don't cry for mommy after one hit. At the classroom door, the flow of people was like a tide. Peter Parker was lowering his head, trying to shrink himself into that faded backpack like a transparent person trying to minimize his presence. A long, powerful hand suddenly reached over and naturally draped itself over his shoulder. Hey Peter, why are you walking so fast? Gilda's face, the one that made all the girls in school scream, leaned in with a spring-like smile. Peter stiffened instinctively, trying to pull away. Gee, Gilda. I have something to do, I need to go first. Don't be so formal, call me Johnny. Gilda's hand tightened slightly, making it impossible for Peter to move at all. Gwen said she's worried about you. I also think as Professor Connor's prize students we should look out for each other, shouldn't we? After saying that, he turned to Gwen beside him and winked. Right, Gwen? Gwen looked at Gilda's big brother protecting little brother demeanor, and a hint of shimmer passed through her beautiful eyes. In this cold New York, how many people are willing to stand up for a bully nerd? Johnny is not only handsome and talented but also so righteous and responsible. Ding. Detected that Gwen Stacy highly approves of the host's character. Affection 5. Current affection 90. I will marry no one else. That sound was so crisp. Gilda was overjoyed inside, but on the surface he still maintained a righteous look. That's right, Peter. Gwen also stepped forward, her tone firm. Thompson has no sense of boundaries. If the three of us walk together, at least it will make him think twice. Peter looked at the two of them, especially Gwen's concerned gaze. A warmth surged in his heart, but then a wave of bitterness followed. He wasn't stupid. Looking at Gilda's hand on his shoulder, and then at the atmosphere between Gilda and Gwen that seemed to leave no room for a third person. Right now he felt like the supporting character in a movie, the third wheel who exists only to highlight the protagonist's halo. Well, thank you both. In the end, Peter lowered his head and compromised. The three walked side by side toward the school gate. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. Gilda didn't let the atmosphere go cold. He casually threw out an academic topic. Actually, about the cross-species gene decay rate that the professor mentioned this morning, I've been thinking. If we introduce radioactive isotopes for labeling, we might be able to detect the critical point of rejection earlier. As soon as he heard the academic topic, Peter's eyes lit up and his usual inferiority was forgotten. Yes. I think so too. Actually, I saw a similar paper in Oscorp's public journal. If we could combine... Peter was about to launch into a torrent of his own brilliance. Combining Richard Parker's decay rate formula from back then, right? Gilda interrupted him with a smile, directly stating the core of what Peter was about to say. Unfortunately, that formula is missing a key constant, the so-called 2,000-foot test subject serum. Peter's mouth fell open, the words stuck in his throat. This was a whole different level of intellectual dominance. How did he even know that? That was a hypothesis only found in my father's manuscripts. Gwen beside him watched Gilda, who was now in full flow with undisguised admiration in her eyes. Johnny, you know so much. It feels like you know what Peter is thinking. Just a little, just a little. Gilda waved his hand modestly, but inwardly he was laughing. Sorry, Peter. For the sake of my affection with Gwen, your moment of glory is mine to take. Guard against fire, theft, and Peter. The matter of stealing the girl must be nipped in the bud. Just as the three were about to step out of the school gate, the bustling crowd suddenly parted like the Red Sea, scattering to both sides. Several big guys in school team jackets chewing gum blocked the way in a fan-shaped formation. Leading them was Flash Thompson. He leaned against the iconic stone pillar at the school gate, spinning a football in his hand. A sinister grin hung on his face. Look who's here. Flash straightened up, and with 5 or 6 teammates surrounded them. Our new campus heartthrob and his little sidekick. What's still not weaned? Need Miss Stacy to escort you home? The surrounding students quickly sped away, afraid of being caught up. Thompson. Gwen stepped forward abruptly like a protective lioness, shielding the two. This is the school gate. There are cameras and security everywhere. If you dare to do anything, I'll call the police right now, and I mean it. As she spoke, she actually pulled out her phone. But Flash was not flustered at all. He even gave a flirtatious whistle. Relax, beautiful. Flash raised his hands in a surrender gesture, but the mockery in his eyes didn't diminish. We're civilized people. Just want to invite these two gentlemen to that alley over there to discuss football tactics. After all, Gilda here said this morning he wanted to give me orthopedic surgery. I'm a curious guy, can't wait to learn. As soon as he finished speaking, the teammates behind him moved. They didn't lay a hand on Gwen but used their physical advantage to form a wall of flesh, forcing Gwen apart from Gilda and Peter. What are you doing? Let me through. Gwen was frantic, pushing against the big guys in front of her. But her strength was no match for these athletic brutes. Hey, you two, this way please. Flash grabbed Peter by the neck, tightening his grip until Peter's face turned red. His other hand tried to grab Gilda's collar. Gilda turned slightly, nimbly dodging the sweat-stinking hand. He didn't resist, he even adjusted his cuffs, still wearing that calm smile. Since Flash is so eager to learn, of course I won't be stingy with my teachings. Gilda turned to the anxious Gwen, giving her a reassuring look. Wait for me here for 5 minutes, Gwen. I'm going to give them a lesson, I'll be back soon. With that, he even took the initiative to walk toward the famous fighting spot next to the school, a dead-end alley covered in graffiti and trash cans. Smart move. Flash snorted, dragging Peter along. As the figures disappeared into the alley, Gwen stamped her foot in frustration but was blocked by the two remaining teammates. In the dark alley, the stench of rotting garbage and urine filled the air. This was the true smell of New York. Flash Thompson slammed Peter against the wall with a dull thud. Cough, cough. Peter clutched his chest, sliding down the wall, gasping for air. Tisk tisk, look at you two. Flash stood with arms crossed, looking down at them. The lackeys behind him blocked the exit, laughing maliciously. Sticking together after school, anyone would think you're a couple. What I hate most in this life is a coward without balls. Flash spat on the ground, his eyes turning vicious. I am the rule in this school. Parker, since you've found a new backer, let me teach you what it means to face reality. Having said that, Flash didn't even bother to look at Gilda. In his eyes, this pretty boy was all talk. When it came to a real fight, he'd probably wet himself. Let's soften up the weakling Parker first. Hold him down. Two lackeys immediately stepped forward, grabbing Peter's arms from both sides. No. Wait. Peter struggled in panic, but it was useless. Bang. Flash's heavy, unadorned punch slammed into Peter's abdomen. Ugh! Peter doubled over, almost vomiting sour liquid. The sharp pain left him unable even to scream, only making painful gasping sounds. Stop. This is against the law. Gwen's scream came from the alley entrance, but she was quickly pushed back by the guard. Feels good? Flash shook his hand, a perverse satisfaction on his face. He turned his violent eyes toward Gilda, who had been standing by watching. Gilda leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets. He showed neither anger at Peter's beating nor fear of the impending violence. He almost felt like laughing. Is that it? This kind of childish fighting is worthy of being called violence. The chi within him was slowly circulating. With a combat power of 110, the world around him seemed to slow down. Hey, pretty boy. Flash walked up to Gilda, grinning and cracking his knuckles. Scared stiff? Get on your knees and call me daddy now, and maybe I'll spare your face. After all, if that face gets ruined, how will you seduce rich women? Gilda sighed, raised a finger, and casually picked his ear. I say, are your villain lines mass-produced? No originality at all. I gave you a chance, Thompson. Too bad you didn't appreciate it. Hearing this, Thompson flew into a rage. You're asking for it. Flash roared, swinging the fist that had just hit Peter, aiming for Gilda's nose. But just as he was about to strike, a deafening explosion erupted without warning on the neighboring street. This was followed by shrill alarms and the screams of a crowd. The ground trembled violently, and the trash cans in the alley were knocked over. Flash was startled by the sudden explosion. His movement halted abruptly as he looked in the direction of the blast in terror. Everyone was stunned. Even Gilda couldn't help but look over. The world beyond the alley had descended into chaos. Screams, sirens, and the thunderous crashes of heavy objects striking the ground echoed from all directions. At the entrance of the bank on the street outside the alley, shattered bulletproof glass littered the ground. Roar! With a deafening bellow, a colossal creature smashed through the bank's thick walls and burst onto the street. It was a monster standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, its body encased in a thick gray armor that resembled rhinoceros hide. A massive single horn protruded prominently from the top of its head. The two heavy metal safes it carried in its hands seemed as light as plastic bags. Rhino Alexei Sisievich, Kingpin's primary enforcer. Ha! New York police. Just a bunch of monkeys in uniform. The Rhino laughed maniacally. Rather than retreating from the first approaching police car, he lowered his head, aimed his horn at the vehicle, and charged straight into it like a runaway tank. Boom! The police car was launched into the air, flipping twice before crashing heavily into a fire hydrant on the roadside, sending a geyser of water shooting skyward. Open fire. Stop him. The screech of brakes echoed repeatedly as over a dozen police cars quickly formed a blockade. An older officer with silver-haired temples and a resolute face pushed open his door and directed operations loudly through a megaphone. Commissioner George Stacy of the New York City Police Department. Gwen's father. At this moment Commissioner George was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with the gravest concern. Bang 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 bang. Dense gunfire erupted instantly. Countless bullets rained down upon the rhino like a storm. However, ding ding clang clang. Those 9mm bullets capable of piercing through human bodies actually sparked against the rhino's skin, sending showers of sparks cascading away uselessly. Not even a scratch. Damn it. Are these the super criminals? We need heavy weapons. Where's SWAT? Commissioner George slammed his fist against the car door in fury. Faced with this inhuman strength, ordinary police seemed utterly powerless. The rhino patted his chest, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Is this your welcome ceremony? How pathetic. He charged again, shattering the police line with a single strike. Looks like New York PD is having a team-building event today. Then let me entertain you properly. Meanwhile, deep within the dark alley, the explosions and chaos outside made Flash Thompson pause only briefly. He turned to see Gilda still leaning against the wall, hands in pockets, an expression of utter nonchalance. That detached, almost amused demeanor struck deeply at Flash's fragile pride. A shameful sense of being dismissed instantly overshadowed his surprise at the distant explosions. What are you staring at? Flash spat viciously. Let the outside blow up, it's none of our business. Besides. Flash's face twisted into a sinister grin as he pointed toward the alley entrance. With everything chaotic out there, the police are already overwhelmed. Even if that pretty girl calls the cops now, do you really think anyone would bother coming for a pathetic loser like you? This is the darkness of human nature. Under the breakdown of order, aggressors often feel safer and more brazen. Thompson. Are you insane? Gwen cried, her eyes red with urgency. That golden hair, tousled from anxiety, somehow added to her beauty even in distress. She stared intently into the alley and shouted, Johnny. Forget about pride, just run. Or apologize. She was truly afraid. Though Johnny was tall, Flash was the star quarterback of the school football team. That explosive power and physique were far beyond any ordinary student. She didn't want to see any scars mar Johnny's perfect face. She couldn't bear to watch this brilliant boy have his pride broken because of her. This intense ache of heart and desire to protect, Gwen herself hadn't even realized it, had long surpassed the bounds of ordinary classmates. Apologize. Flash grinned wickedly and rotated his neck. Too late. Gwen, keep your eyes wide open and watch. Watch how I turn your precious idol into a worthless beggar. From now on, no girl will ever scream for that pretty face again. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Flash roared and lunged like a ferocious bear. Gathering momentum from his sprint, that fist the size of a sandbag carrying the force of the wind came straight for Gilda's face. If that punch landed solidly, a compound nasal fracture would be the least of it. No. Gwen screamed in terror and instinctively covered her eyes with both hands. Through her fingers she desperately closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the gruesome scene to come. However, 1 second. 2 seconds. The expected dull thud of fist meeting flesh never came. Instead, slap. A light sound. As if catching a tossed tennis ball. And then, Ayaha. A blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted through the narrow alley. Gwen's petite body trembled. That voice. Why does it not sound like Johnny's? She slowly moved her fingers aside and opened her eyes. The next moment, those beautiful eyes widened to their fullest, her cherry-red lips parting in shock. As if frozen in time. Inside the alley, Gilda remained in the same leaning position against the wall. Not even the hand in his left pants pocket had been removed. His right hand rose casually. 5 slender fingers clamped firmly around Flash's massive fist. No matter how hard Flash strained, his face turning red and veins bulging. That fist was as immovable as if welded to Gilda's hand. Is this already over? Gilda tilted his head slightly, looking at Flash's terrified, sweat-drenched face. A mocking smile curved his lips. Boring. The moment the words left his mouth, Gilda casually flicked his wrist and twisted downward. Snap. A crisp sound of bones dislocating rang sharply through the quiet alley. Flash's entire body contorted uncontrollably along the direction of Gilda's force, dropping to his knees. That arm which had been used to strike now bent outward at a grotesque angle. Agonizing pain twisted his entire face crimson, and tears and snot streamed down instantly. Let go. Let go now. It's broken. It's going to break. Flash knelt on the ground, frantically slapping the pavement, his earlier arrogance completely gone. Boss. Only now did the remaining thugs blocking the rear react. Watching their boss subdued in a single move, the four exchanged glances and, relying on their numbers, cursed and charged forward. Damn it, dare to lay a hand on our boss. Kill him. Facing the charging group, Gilda didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply tightened his grip on Flash's fist once more. Don't come over. None of you damn bastards come over. Flash let out a mournful wail, feeling as though his wrist was about to be crushed. He shouted in terror at his subordinates. Fall back. All of you fall back. My hand. My hand is ruined. The thugs came to an abrupt halt, exchanging bewildered glances, neither daring to advance nor retreat. Gilda looked down coldly at Flash kneeling at his feet. His eyes were icy, devoid of any warmth. I told you I'm here to perform orthopedic surgery. You see, I always keep my promises. How is my craftsmanship? Satisfied? It hurts. Let go. Fuck, let go already. In the dead-end alley, Lightning Thompson's screams were more shrill than a slaughtered pig. His face, usually so arrogant and haughty, was now twisted into a crumpled rag. Cold sweat poured down his forehead in drips. The excruciating pain from his wrist made him feel as though his bones would be crushed to powder the next second. That kind of strength was simply not something a human should possess. Let go. Gilda raised an eyebrow slightly. Instead of releasing his grip, his 5 fingers tightened ever so slightly. Crack. Crack. The sound of grinding bones echoed once more. You bastard. Do you know who I am? The agony had stripped Lightning of his sanity. He knelt on the ground, his entire body convulsing from the pain, yet his mouth still spewed threats. My dad is on the school board. If you dare cripple me, I swear I'll make sure you can't survive in New York. I'll have someone kill you. Kill your whole family. Hearing this, Gilda felt like laughing. Kill me. And my whole family. Gilda chuckled softly. Thompson, it seems you haven't grasped your situation. Right now your hand is in mine, and your life is also in my hands. Since you said all this, if I let you go now, wouldn't I just be waiting for you to take revenge on me later? You. What do you want to do? Lightning panicked. Don't be nervous. It's just a small lesson, something to help you remember. Before he finished speaking, Gilda's left hand suddenly withdrew from his pocket and transformed into a hook punch. Bang! A dull thud rang out. Gilda's fist landed squarely on Lightning's abdomen. This punch, he controlled the force. Probably only about 0.5% of his 110 combat power. After all, if he applied even a little more force, this guy's stomach might have been punched clean through. Intestines spilling all over the ground would be too disgusting and would scare Miss Gwen standing nearby. But even so. Cough. Lightning's eyeballs bulged out instantly and his entire face turned deep purple. He opened his mouth wide, desperately trying to breathe, but found that not a single breath of air could reach his lungs. Acid from his stomach mixed with the pizza he had eaten at noon spurted out uncontrollably. His entire body curled up on the ground, unable to even let out a scream. That punch had completely wrecked him. Gilda stepped back with a look of disgust, avoiding the filth on the ground. He turned his head to look at Peter Parker, who was huddled in the corner of the wall, and a sunny smile returned to his face. Peter, that punch was paid back on your behalf. How does it feel? Satisfying. Peter Parker was supporting himself against the wall, looking at Lightning writhing in agony on the ground, his expression incredibly complex. He never expected Gilda to be so ruthless. That decisiveness, that ferocity, it was completely different from his gentle and refined image. But undeniable was the fact. Seeing the bully who had tormented him for so long lying on the ground like a dead dog, a sense of unprecedented satisfaction rose in Peter's heart. But very quickly, the moral shackles ingrained in his bones, Uncle Ben style, resurfaced. "Str. Strong Johnny." Peter swallowed hard and stammered. That's enough, right? Even though he's a bastard who bullies people often, but we can't become like him. If we break him, we'll get into big trouble. Violence can't solve problems. Hearing these words, Gilda couldn't help but roll his eyes. As expected, This was Peter Parker. Even when bullied to the mud, even after gaining superpowers. The nearly pedantic kindness deep in his bones simply couldn't be changed. This was also what Gilda looked down on most about him. The so-called White Knight. In this dog-eat-dog Marvel world, this personality could only move himself, and would only get those around him killed. Peter, you're wrong. Before Gilda could counter, Gwen, who had been standing at the alley entrance, suddenly walked over. She looked at Lightning on the ground, and in her eyes there was not a trace of sympathy but rather a hint of satisfaction. Violence indeed cannot solve all problems, but it can solve the people who create problems. For someone like Thompson, reasoning is useless. Only by making him feel pain and fear will he learn to respect others. After saying this, Gwen turned to look at Gilda, her beautiful eyes shimmering with what could only be described as admiration. Johnny, you did the right thing. Scum like that deserves a good beating. Ding. Detected that Gwen Stacy approves of the host's violent behavior. Values highly aligned. Favorability 1. Current favorability 91. I will marry no other but you. Already 91. Gilda looked at Gwen with some surprise. Who would have thought? This version of Gwen really suits his taste. As expected of the police chief's daughter, violence truly flows through her veins. This isn't a little white rabbit at all, she's clearly a young leopard not yet fully grown. I'm smitten. Since my wife has spoken, I must give this pig another punch as a reward. Did you hear that, Peter? Gilda shrugged, looking at Peter's dazed expression, the corners of his mouth curling upward. This is why Gwen is a goddess while you can only watch from the sidelines. Sometimes a man needs to be a little ruthless. After saying this, Gilda raised his hand once more. He delivered another punch to Lightning, who was still recovering on the ground. Bang! This punch landed on Lightning's face. Several bloody teeth flew out directly. Lightning didn't even groan before his eyes rolled back and he passed out. The world was quiet at last. Gilda released his grip and casually tossed Lightning's now deformed hand onto the ground. All right, next. Gilda lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the group of Thompson's varsity team lackeys blocking the alley entrance. His eyes were cold, as if looking at a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. What? Do you also want to come in for surgery? Those lackeys had already been terrified silly by Gilda's brutal methods. Although they usually strutted around following Lightning, they were ultimately just a bunch of inexperienced students. Even in their daily fights, it was at most shoving and pushing or several people ganging up on one who dared not fight back. Where had they ever seen anything like this? One punch made a person vomit acid, 2 punches knocked out teeth and rendered them unconscious. What the fuck is this called fighting? No. No. The several men exchanged glances and all saw the fear in each other's eyes. Just as they hesitated about whether to turn and flee, one of them, who appeared slightly blear, suddenly grit his teeth and pulled a switchblade from his chest. What are we afraid of? He's just one person. Let's go at him together. If the boss gets hurt, his family won't let us off. Get him. With someone taking the lead, the remaining few seemed to find their backbone. When people are in extreme fear, they often erupt in a blind ferocity. Die. The guy holding the knife roared and charged forward first, the blade's tip aimed directly at Gilda's abdomen. Seeing this, Gwen's face turned pale in an instant. Johnny. Be careful. That's a knife. At the same time, on the street outside the alley, a black SWAT-armored vehicle soared into the air. After tumbling through the air for more than a dozen rotations, it crashed into a shop across the alley with a tremendous bang. The sound of shattering glass was deafening. And then, a massive gray figure accompanied by clouds of dust and rubble appeared before everyone's eyes. The Rhino. At this moment he had completely fallen into a berserk state. His body was covered with bullet wounds, but those attacks were like tickling to him, only stirring up his ferocity further. Get lost. All of you get lost. The Rhino roared and casually flipped over a taxi blocking the road. His bloodshot little eyes darted around wildly. The police's firepower was too intense, especially those helicopters circling overhead, and the heavy machine guns set up in the distance. Although they couldn't penetrate his armor, it still hurt like hell when they hit him. He needed cover or an escape route. Soon, his gaze locked onto the alley entrance here. This alley was narrow and deep and connected to a complex sewer system. Once he got in, those heavy weapons would be useless. Ha! Heaven never closes all doors. The Rhino threw back his head and laughed wildly, lowering it so his enormous horn pointed directly at the alley entrance. His massive hooves dug into the ground and the asphalt surface exploded instantly. His entire body was like a train at full speed carrying unstoppable momentum charging toward the alley. And directly opposite the alley, behind the line formed by the police, Director George Stacy, who had just finished commanding a wave of gunfire, was preparing to order the use of armor-piercing rounds. He subconsciously followed the direction of the rhino's charge and looked. This look. His heart contracted sharply and his pupils dilated to their absolute limit. At the entrance of that alley, amidst the sky full of dust and chaos, he saw that familiar splash of golden. That was his precious daughter, whose forehead he kissed every day before leaving home. Gwen. At this moment Gwen, because of the earlier tremor, was supporting herself against the wall, standing right at the outermost edge of the alley, exactly in the center of the rhino's charging route. No. Gwen. Director George Stacy let out a heart-rending scream. He tried to rush out at all costs but was held back firmly by the officers beside him. Director. Danger. A rumbling boom. The dull roar drew closer. The ground began to tremble violently and ripples spread across the puddles in the alley. What's that sound? The school team lackeys, who had been brandishing switchblades ready to rush at Gilda, now froze in place. They turned their heads in terror, staring at the mouth of the alley. The next second everyone's pupils sharply contracted to the size of pinpricks. In the dust at the alley entrance a massive gray figure like a small mountain was lowering its head. That horn capable of piercing an armored vehicle was crashing fiercely toward the alley. Rhino Man. The overwhelming pressure was suffocating. Mom. Monster. Run. Run away. The knife-wielding thug who had been shouting about killing Gilda was now so scared he couldn't even hold his knife. With a clatter it fell to the ground. The boy who had been blocking the alley to restrict Gwen's actions let out a strange cry and scrambled away, running wildly toward the other end of the alley. As for Gwen, who the hell cared about others anymore? Human nature lay bare at this moment. Every bird for itself. Only Gwen was left standing alone at the outermost edge of the alley. She watched the monster drawing closer. She watched the horn glinting with cold light. Boundless fear flooded over her like a tidal wave. Although she was the police chief's daughter, and usually very opinionated, after all she was just an 18-year-old girl who hadn't even left school yet. Faced with this inhuman monster, her legs felt like leads, she couldn't move an inch. Was she going to die? Gwen's mind went blank. As she watched the Rhino Man's ferocious face rapidly enlarge and her vision time seemed to slow down. She could even see the rough texture of the Rhino Man's armor, and his eyes bloodshot and mad. In despair she closed her eyes. At that critical moment a swoosh. A sharp sound of air being cut suddenly rang out. Then Gwen felt her waist firmly grasped by a powerful hand. That hand was broad, warm, and carried an immensely reassuring strength. Then a huge pull came and her body was instantly lifted into the air. The world spun. Boom. The moment her feet left the ground, the Rhino Man's massive body, brushing past her hair, slammed heavily into the alley. Wind howled, stones flew. But Gwen felt no pain at all because she was tightly protected in a solid embrace. That was an intoxicating scent of male pheromones. Gwen trembled as she opened her eyes. What met her gaze was Gilda's face, so close, breathtakingly handsome. At that moment his eyes were cold. Holding her with one arm, he landed steadily beside the alley entrance. "Are you okay?" Gilda looked down at the girl in his arms, a mischievous grin curling at the corner of his mouth. "Looks like I saved you. Shouldn't you consider offering yourself to me?" Gwen's face flushed crimson all the way to her ears. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest as if it would leap out. The relief of surviving a disaster mixed with the sweetness of being protected by the one she liked. Her legs went weak and she collapsed in Gilda's arms, not wanting to get up. Ding. Detected that the host completed the hero-saving beauty achievement. Gwen Stacy was greatly shocked and moved. Affection 9. Current affection 100 till death do us part. Congratulations, host. Successfully conquered the first Marvel goddess. Obtained first clear reward Kaio-ken 2x trial card x1 afterimage fist. Kaio-ken skill description: a forbidden technique passed down by the North Kai, burns blood and chi to forcibly double all attributes, a burst of life or death, cross-level counterkill, a godly overdraw skill that hurts oneself while harming the enemy. Afterimage fist skill description: a turtle school movement technique using afterimages to deceive vision, making the opponent wildly attack the air, a must-have godly skill for toying with opponent's last HP counterkills and showing off. Next, please strive to complete the communication achievement. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, a glint of sharp light flashed in Gilda's eyes. Holy crap. This wave was a huge profit. Kaio-ken. That was the signature move of Son Goku in Dragon Ball. Although it was only 2x, although it was just a trial card. But you have to know the effect of Kaio-ken is to multiply all the user's attributes. Strength, speed, defense, destructive power. All doubled. Gilda's current normal combat power is 110. After activating the 2x Kaio-ken it becomes 220. What does a combat power of 220 mean? In the early Dragon Ball Tien Shinhan, a strongman who could shatter the tournament platform with one blow had a combat power around that number. On Marvel Earth, that would be absolute top-tier existence. Captain America, Black Panther, Spider-Man. In front of Gilda with Kaio-ken activated they were nothing but trash. Even Wolverine with his super self-healing factor or Venom who likes to eat brains, Gilda had confidence to go head-to-head with them. As for the afterimage fist, that was even more practical. Using high-speed movement to create afterimages confusing the enemy. Whether for offense or showing off, it was a godly skill. This wave was solid. Gilda tightened his arm around Gwen's waist, feeling the astonishing elasticity under his fingertips. His mood was great. Meanwhile, on the street opposite the alley, Chief George Stacy was slumped against the police car, gasping for breath. Cold sweat soaked his back. In that moment he truly thought he was going to lose his daughter. God bless. God bless. Chief George looked at the young man holding his daughter beside the alley entrance. His eyes were extremely complex. Gratitude, relief, and a hint of bitterness as a father seeing his precious daughter being taken by a young man. But now was not the time for that. Quick! Everyone! Surround the alley! Support team, bring heavy weapons, follow me! Chief George roared, drew his sidearm, and charged toward the alley entrance first. Meanwhile, inside the alley it was a living hell. Those arrogant school team members were now scattered like bowling pins knocked down by the Rhino Man. Roar! The Rhino Man didn't care whether he stepped on trash or people. He only wanted to escape. Pfft. Flash Thompson, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, hadn't recovered from the sharp pain of his broken hand. Just as he struggled to get up, he was grazed by the edge of the Rhino Man's huge foot. He was sent flying sideways, crashing into the wall with a bang. Now not only was his hand broken, but probably several ribs as well. He passed out directly, unknown whether alive or dead. As for Peter Parker, at the moment the Rhino Man charged and driven by survival instinct. Peter twisted his body, sliding along the wall, barely avoiding the Rhino Man's frontal impact. My God! Peter huddled behind a trash can. He watched the monster frantically destroying walls, trying to find an exit. Then he looked at Gilda, who had rescued Gwen like a descending god. The disappointment and inferiority in his eyes grew heavier. Was the gap between him and Gilda really that large? At the alley entrance, Chief George rushed over with a team of SWAT officers holding riot shields and automatic rifles. Gwen, are you okay? He ran up, looked his daughter up and down, his voice trembling. Dad, I'm fine. Gwen stepped down from Gilda's arms. Though her legs were still weak, she managed to stand straight. She held Gilda's hand tightly, her eyes full of pride. Johnny saved me. George glanced at Gilda and nodded. Young man, thank you. It's too dangerous here. Leave the rest to the police. Take Gwen away from here now. George's tone was unquestionable. He turned and looked at the Rhino Man, who was trying to lift a manhole cover in the alley, a fierce glint in his eyes. Everyone prepare tear gas. We can't let him escape. However, run! A light laugh sounded behind George. Gilda let go of Gwen's hand, gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to step back. Then he leisurely rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined forearms. Chief! Gilda looked at George, then at the big guy in the depths of the alley destroying public property, a confident smile appearing on his face. With all due respect, with those fire sticks in your hands you can't stop that big guy. His armor might not even be penetrated by an RPG. George frowned. Young man, what do you mean by that? And this is not the time to play hero. That's a super criminal. I know. Gilda shrugged. He knew it was a super criminal. But he also knew this was the perfect stage to show his strength in front of his future father-in-law. It was also the perfect moment to completely solidify his image in front of Gwen. This way he could pave the way for his future interactions with her. Besides, that Rhino Man just looks like he deserves a beating. As a law-abiding good citizen of America and a future flower of Empire State University, how could I stand by and watch a criminal get away? Gilda wagged his index finger at George and the stunned police officers. Leave this rough work to me. After saying that under everyone's shocked gaze, Gilda put his hands in his pockets and walked with a leisurely stride. Step by step he entered the dark alley filled with danger and violence. His back view was incredibly handsome. That boy. What is he doing? Several SWAT officers who had just set up their riot shields watched the figure of a young man with one hand in his pocket strolling casually toward the depths of the alley, their eyes bulging from their sockets. That's Rhino. A creature that can flip an armored SWAT vehicle like a toy. Who does this guy think he is? Captain America. Quick. Pull him back. Don't let him throw his life away. George snapped out of his daze, roaring as he charged forward. However, the moment his hand was about to touch the hem of Gilda's clothes, whoosh! A piercing shriek of tearing air exploded without warning from above. Then, a fierce wind erupted, blinding everyone. A colossal shadow instantly engulfed the entire alley entrance. All instinctively looked upward. There, between the narrow gaps of towering buildings on both sides, a green monstrous figure with wings on his back was circling midair. That pair of giant mechanical steel wings spanned a full 10 meters wide. Vulture. One of the founding members of the Sinister Six. That's another supervillain. George Stacy's face turned instantly pale. The Rhino alone had already overwhelmed them. Now one with wings too. Kekekek. Alexei, you incompetent fool, can't you even handle a bunch of uniformed trash? Midair Vulture let out a shrill owl-like cackle. He abruptly swept his wings. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of razor-sharp steel feathers rained down like a torrent of silver rain. Take cover! Take cover immediately! Police screamed in terror, raising their shields and scattering. Ting ting dong dong. Steel feathers pinned into the ground walls and police cars sparking a cascade of fire. Several officers who failed to dodge in time fell to the ground with agonizing cries, their uniforms dyed red with blood. Amidst this heaven-filling storm of steel, only Gilda remained. Still standing in the center of the alley, not shifting his feet even an inch. He tilted his head up slightly, gazing at the arrogant figure in the sky, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Vulture. Hey, what day is it? Zoo holding a convention. Johnny. Watch out above. From a corner at the alley entrance, Gwen, shielded behind the police, shouted. Seeing the sky full of steel feathers heading straight for Gilda, she was so frightened her heart nearly stopped. She tried to rush out but was firmly held back by a female officer beside her. However, facing an attack that could turn a person into a sieve, Gilda merely casually sidestepped. Schwa! 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 Several steel feathers grazed the hem of his clothes and pinned into the ground, sinking 3 inches into stone. Yet not a single hair on his head was harmed. That calmness, that anticipation. As if he had already foreseen all the ballistic trajectories. Midair Vulture let out a soft hum, his eyes narrowing beneath the mask. Interesting. He actually managed to dodge. A lucky bug? However, he didn't press the attack further. His mission was to provide cover, not to slaughter. Alexei. Stop playing. The boss is still waiting for us. Vulture roared toward the deep end of the alley. And at this moment, the Rhino, who had only wanted to crawl into the sewer to escape under the police's heavy firepower suppression. After hearing Vulture's voice, those pea-sized eyes instantly lit up. Reinforcements are here. Air support has arrived. Since we have air superiority, why the hell should I run? Roar. The Rhino abruptly turned around. That massive gray armor looked even more ferocious in the dim alley. He abandoned the half-lifted manhole cover. Those eyes filled with brutality and killing intent locked tightly onto Gilda, standing in the center of the alley. Blind little bug. You still dare to stand in my way. Now die for me. The Rhino charged again. This time in the narrow alley there was no room to dodge. He lowered his head, that single horn charging toward Gilda like a bulldozer. The power of this collision. Not to mention a flesh and blood body. Even a main battle tank could be flattened into a pancake. It's over. Outside the alley, Chief George desperately closed his eyes. He had seen too many such scenes. Before such absolute power, humanity was so fragile. That young man, though somewhat skilled, though somewhat courageous. But he is ultimately just a human. Sigh. George let out a heavy sigh, clenching his fists until his nails dug deep into his flesh. Young people are always too impulsive. Especially in front of women, always trying to act like heroes. What a pity the price is too high. Gwen covered her mouth with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. Johnny. Facing this fatal strike. A cold sneer curled the corners of Gilda's mouth. This guy is indeed very strong. If I were to withstand it directly now, I'd probably end up lying on the ground like a sheet of paper. After all, this guy is much stronger than Spider-Man, and stronger than me right now. But who told you that combat must always be a clash of brute force? To deal with a tank like this, full of brute strength but lacking brains, the best way is to make him not even catch a whiff of exhaust. Just when Rhino's horn was less than half a meter from Gilda's chest, that foul stinking pressure wave had already disheveled Gilda's hairstyle. Gilda moved. Residual image fist. In the next second, the Rhino felt as if he had crashed into a cloud of air. No resistance, no sense of solid impact. He simply passed straight through Gilda's body. What? The Rhino braked suddenly. The enormous inertia made his feet plow 2 deep trenches in the ground until he crashed into the wall at the end of the alley and stopped. Boom. The wall collapsed, dust flying. The Rhino shook his somewhat dizzy head and turned around angrily. Bastard. Where did you hide? However, when he clearly saw the scene before him, everyone, along with Vulture in the sky and all the police and Gwen outside the alley, were all dumbfounded, completely stunned, only to see that in the originally empty alley, at some unknown moment, more than a dozen Geiras appeared. They had various postures, some with hands in pockets, some crossing arms with cold sneers, some adjusting their hairstyles, each one vividly lifelike, each emitting the same aura, surrounding the Rhino completely. What is this? Vulture nearly lost control of his flight device and fell from the sky. Having operated in Mu so many years, he had seen mutants, technology-based villains, and even magic users. But this kind of clone technique? Is this some kind of ninja art? Hey big guy. More than a dozen Geiras spoke simultaneously, their voices overlapping with an eerie echo. Are you looking for me? Take a guess which one is the real body. If you guess right, there's a reward. If you guess wrong. All Geiras simultaneously revealed brilliant smiles. My fists are quite painful, you know. Roar. The feeling of being surrounded by a dozen Geiras was obviously not pleasant. Especially for a Rhino man, a single-celled creature whose brain capacity couldn't even match his biceps. This visual deception was even more unbearable than killing him. Fake. All fake. Let's see how long you can hide. The Rhino man's bloodshot eyes nearly spat fire. He was like a mad bull swinging his massive arms. He crazily pounded at the nearest afterimages. Whoosh. 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 The wind of his fists howled. However, each attack, the Gilda that had been standing there would dissipate the instant a fist touched him. Then in another corner a figure with a mocking smile would reform. A bit slow. Tisk, that punch had good power, but it hit nothing but air. Big guy, are your eyes just for decoration? A dozen Geiras spoke at once. That surround sound mockery sent the Rhino man's blood pressure skyrocketing to the brink of bursting. Ark. I'll kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. The Rhino man raged helplessly, smashing the walls on both sides of the alley into potholes, sending rubble flying. Idiot. In the sky, the circling Vulture couldn't bear to watch anymore. Although he was also shocked by this bizarre ninjutsu, he after all had air superiority and a wide field of vision. Among the dozen flickering figures he keenly caught a hint of incongruous abnormality. Alexei. Don't crash around like a headless fly. The Vulture shouted. At the same time the thrusters on his wings adjusted their angle. One mechanical claw pointed sharply at a figure leaning against the wall on the right side of the alley. That's the real one. 3 o'clock. Ram him. Hearing his teammates prompt, the Rhino man's originally dazed eyes instantly focused. He stared fixedly at the Gilda who was leaning against the wall, looking down at his nails. A cruel grin split his lips. Found you, little mouse. Without any hesitation the Rhino man launched again. This time he held back nothing. The jet nozzles on the back of his armor even spurted 2 blue flames. Boost. His entire body crashed toward the real body. Die. The terrifying momentum made the police outside the alley who had intended to support instinctively pull their triggers. Bang. 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 Bullets struck the Rhino man's back, only sparking but not slowing him down in the slightest. No. Gwen, held tightly by George, closed her eyes in despair. Even Chief George's heart was in his throat at this moment. Even though he had mixed feelings about the young man who had poached his daughter. But at this moment he absolutely did not want to see a young man bursting with a sense of justice turned into a pile of meat paste. However, just as the Rhino man's horn was about to pierce Gilda's chest, that Gilda who had been keeping his head down suddenly looked up. He revealed a mouthful of neat white teeth to the charging behemoth. Wrong guess. That was me from a second ago. What? The Rhino Man's pupils sharply contracted. Before his brain could react, the Gilda before him disappeared. Another afterimage. Damn. Can't stop. The Rhino Man panicked and tried to brake. But under the blessing of such extreme speed and the booster, the inertia was astonishingly huge. Boom. A earth-shattering loud noise. The Rhino Man's horn along with his head and half his body slammed solidly into the thick concrete load-bearing wall. The entire building shook violently as if a magnitude 5 earthquake had struck. Dust rose everywhere. Roar. Can't pull it out. From inside the wall came the Rhino Man's muffled and embarrassed roar. His proud horn was now firmly stuck in the reinforced concrete. No matter how his two thick legs kicked the ground and strained outside, it wouldn't budge an inch. It was exactly like a giant gray rat caught by a mousetrap on its head. The vulture in the sky had a violent twitch at the corner of his mouth. Sorry. I was mistaken. Ha! In the alley, the real Gilda materialized behind the Rhino Man. He watched the Rhino Man, who was sticking his butt out and struggling to pull his head out. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't this awkward? Tell me, why did you grow a horn for nothing? To be a lightning rod. The police outside the alley were also stunned. Gwen opened her eyes and saw this scene. Her tense body instantly relaxed. Good opportunity. Chief George, however, was the first to react, and his professionalism made him immediately order. Now. Attack. But Gilda was faster than them. Since you're stuck, don't come out. Ora. Gilda's figure instantly appeared behind the Rhino Man. Fists rained down like raindrops. Thump. 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 Each punch carried the terrifying monstrous strength of 11 Captain America forces. The dull thuds sounded like drumbeats, making the eardrums of those around ache. However, useless. Useless. Ha! This level of attack is just tickling me. Although the Rhino Man couldn't pull his head out, his mouth was still tough. This Rhino battle armor of his is a specially modified high molecular polymer that can even withstand 2 anti-tank missiles. Ordinary fist and foot attacks were completely painless. Put some muscle into it. Didn't you eat? The Rhino Man even had the leisure to taunt. Oh. Is that so? Gilda stopped moving, shaking his slightly hot wrist. Indeed. This turtle shell is quite hard. Even with a combat power of 110, it would take some effort to tear open this thick armor barehanded. But who said I have to break the turtle shell? Since you don't like tickling. Gilda walked to the Rhino Man's side, looking at his head that had to tilt because of being stuck. Especially that face, though protected by the helmet, still had part of the skin exposed. Then I'll give you a plastic surgery. A triumphant sneer curled at the corner of Gilda's mouth. He slightly crouched, twisted his waist, and delivered a precise and vicious uppercut. From bottom to top at an extremely tricky angle. It directly blasted toward the Rhino Man's chin, exposed outside the helmet. This punch condensed all of Gilda's chi. Rising Dragon Fist. Bang. Crack. The Rhino Man's jaw shattered instantly. The immense impact force transmitted directly into his brain. The Rhino Man, who had been shouting abruptly, fell silent. His eyeballs rolled up, revealing large areas of white. Then, that massive body convulsed violently. Then, as if its bones were removed, it collapsed limply. If not for the horns still stuck in the wall, his whole body would have slid to the ground. One punch. K.O. Phew. Gilda blew on his fist, adjusted his slightly messy collar, turned around, and flashed a bright smile at George and Gwen outside the alley. Done. At this moment, everyone's mouths were wide open, staring at the young man standing beside the giant beast as if looking at an alien. My God. Chief George could barely hold his gun steady. That was the Rhino Man. The monster that the entire police department was helpless against. Just like that. Knocked out with one punch. Who on earth is this young man? Gwen held her chest, her eyes looking at Gilda, filled with love that was about to overflow. So handsome. So strong. This is the man Gwen Stacy has set her eyes on. Damn. 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 In the sky, the vulture saw this and was so angry he almost crushed the control stick. Trash. All trash. Taken out in one encounter, how was he supposed to report to the boss? Since that's the case, then none of you will live. Since I'm in the sky, this is my home field. Eat bombs, you insects. The vulture sharply pulled up and the storage bays under his wings opened. A dozen pumpkin-sized microbombs like dumplings being dropped were indiscriminately thrown down at the police gathered at the alley entrance, and Gilda. No. Bombs. Chief George's face changed drastically. Scatter. Scatter quickly. He grabbed Gwen beside him and lunged desperately toward a distant shelter. Boom. 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 Continuous explosions rang out. Flames shot into the sky, heat waves rolled. Although the police reacted quickly, many were still thrown by the blast. Ha! Run! Scream! The vulture circled in the smoke-filled air, letting out a triumphant cackle. This is air superiority. As long as I'm in the sky, you ants on the ground can only take a beating. Watching the wretched crowd below, the vulture's sense of superiority was immensely satisfied. He turned around, his gaze locking onto Gilda standing in the alley. Kid, you're pretty good at fighting, aren't you? Too bad you can't fly. Now it's your turn. The vulture sneered, the thrusters on his wings running at full power. He didn't dive down for close combat but hovered 10 meters high. He prepared to use all his remaining firepower to deliver a saturation strike on the kid who had ruined his plans. However, just as he was about to press the launch button, he saw that young man. The young man standing in the dust slowly raised his head. Is this your last words? Gilda said calmly. What? The vulture was stunned. Next, he saw a scene that he could never understand in his life, one that could shatter his worldview. Gilda made no motion to jump. Around his body a faint layer of white aura suddenly appeared. Then, his feet, slowly contrary to the laws of physics, left the ground. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters. No propulsion device, no wings, not even any point of leverage. He stood with his hands behind his back, straightly at a constant speed without any reason. He flew up. Wah! What? The sneer on the vulture's face instantly froze, replaced by a look of extreme horror, as if he had seen a ghost. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and his mouth was wide enough to fit a light bulb. Fly. Flying. How is this possible? No wings. No thrusters. Not even any mutation features. This is unscientific. The vulture's mind was a mess. Not just him. On the ground, Chief George, who had just poked his head out from behind cover, looked at the back floating in midair, and the walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He can fly. Gwen covered her mouth even tighter, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief and shock. Johnny is also a superhero. Even in the corner of the alley, Flash Thompson, who had just slowly regained consciousness from his coma and was about to crawl away in the chaos, looked up and saw the man who had given him psychological trauma now floating in the sky. I must still be dreaming. Flash rolled his eyes and fainted again very cleanly. At a height of 10 meters, the face of Tying, hidden beneath his flight mask, had become twisted with extreme shock. He stared intently at the youth floating in midair before him. The mechanical wings even trembled slightly from the operator's shaking hands. You! Tying's voice turned sharp and quivering. How can you fly? This is impossible. No propulsion device, no anti-gravity equipment. What the hell are you? This completely defied his understanding. Even those so-called mutants, or that Captain America who was hailed as a hero by the Avengers, could not possibly violate the laws of physics to such an extent. Faced with Tying's incredulous accusation, as if he had seen a ghost, Gilda merely casually smoothed his wind-tousled bangs. Fly. Is that such a difficult thing? If you want to fly, just fly. It's innate, nothing I can do about it. Pfft. Tying nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Innate. What the hell do you mean innate? Do you think you're a birdman? Stop playing tricks. After all, Tying was a seasoned veteran who had crawled through the underground world for years. After the brief shock, he immediately realized his current predicament. I have to run. This weird kid is too eerie. As for that fool Shinyo, let him go to jail. But before I run, I must buy myself some time. So what if you can fly? My wings here use the most advanced turbo propulsion technology. They can reach a top speed of 150 kilometers per hour. In the sky I am the king. Tying roared. The turbo engine on his back suddenly spewed a blue flame, and with the immense thrust he shot backward instantly. This created distance. At the same time, the feather launchers on his wings fully opened. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sharp steel feathers flew toward Gilda like a storm. Die, freak! Tang was confident that even if the kid could fly, he couldn't dodge such a blanket attack. As long as it delayed him for a second, he could vanish into the clouds. However, dreams were grand, but reality was harsh. Just as Tang turned to accelerate away, the youth suddenly vanished from his retinas. Gone. Is this your limit speed? A voice tinged with disappointment abruptly sounded beside Tang's ear. He stiffly turned his head. There, flying shoulder to shoulder with him at the same speed, was the youth who should have been riddled with steel feathers. On that handsome face there was not even a bead of sweat. He could even see a hint of disdain in his eyes. Too slow. Gilda shook his head. Really too slow. Even a fly flies with more passion than you. Before Gilda, who had mastered chi and the air dance technique, this mechanical flight speed was like a turtle crawling. You. Tang's pupils contracted to pinprick size. He was about to manipulate his wings to evade, but Gilda had clearly lost patience for further play. Get down, Gilda said calmly. His right hand, which had been tucked in his pocket, instantly shot out. Bang! It landed squarely on Tang's metal mask. The immense force directly dented the mask. The nasal bone and several front teeth inside were shattered into fragments. Tang's brain instantly shut down, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The originally high-speed aircraft lost control and spiraled toward the ground. Gilda's figure flickered. He grabbed Tang's ankle as casually as carrying a dead chicken. Boom! Another dull thud echoed in the alley. Gilda descended from the sky and casually tossed the unconscious Tang beside the Shinyo man, whose head was still stuck in the wall. A big villain and a small one neatly arranged. Job done! Gilda dusted off his hands and turned around. At this moment, the alley entrance was surrounded by a dense crowd. Countless dark gun muzzles were aimed this way. But when they saw it was Gilda emerging, the SWAT officers instinctively took a step back in unison, their eyes filled with awe and shock. The scene they had just witnessed had dealt a tremendous blow to their worldview. Flying with the body. One punch kill. Was this something a human could do? Johnny! A graceful figure rushed through the cordon without regard. Gwen, like a frightened fawn, crashed into Gilda's arms. She held tightly to Gilda's waist, her body still trembling slightly. The moment Gilda took to the sky, she had felt both pride and fear. Fear that Gilda might get hurt. Even more fear that this boy would fly away and never return. I'm fine, silly. Gilda gently ruffled Gwen's soft blonde hair. Feeling the girl's dependence on him, his heart swelled with delight. This was the reward of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Ahem. A very deliberate cough sounded beside them. Xiaoji Shidexi walked over with a dark face. He looked at the two, embracing tightly. Especially seeing his precious little cabbage wanting to melt into that brat's body, Director Xiaoji's feelings were utterly complicated. Jealous. Damn jealous. Although this kid had saved his daughter and himself, and even helped the police department solve two major problems, that didn't mean he could flaunt his cabbage stealing right in front of him. Gwen, let go first, Xiaoji said with a stern face. Gwen snapped back to reality, her face as red as a ripe apple, and reluctantly released her hold. But she still stood by Gilda's side, refusing to budge an inch. That protective posture made Xiaoji even more disheartened. Good grief. She hasn't even married yet, and her elbow is already bent toward the Atlantic. Mr. Gilda. Xiaoji took a deep breath, forcing himself back into his police chief's authoritative demeanor. He looked at Gilda with sharp eyes. While I am very grateful for your help just now, however, regarding your ability to fly and your unscientific strength, I think it's necessary to invite you to the station for a cup of coffee and a statement. He paused, his tone softening slightly. Don't worry, it's not an arrest. Just a routine inquiry. Gilda was not surprised. If Xiaoji hadn't asked, that would have been strange. After all, this was the Marvel world, not Harry Potter. An ordinary college student suddenly able to fly, that was big news. Of course, Chief. Gilda smiled and cooperated fully. It's also a duty of a good citizen. However, Gilda pointed to the unconscious Shandian Tenkuzan nearby, and the school team members who had wet themselves in fear. These bullies should receive fair treatment, right? Xiaoji glanced at those school thugs, and also at the boy Peter, who had been cowering behind a trash can with his hands over his eyes. He immediately understood what had happened. A flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. Don't worry. In my jurisdiction, no one is above the law, even if he's the son of a school board member. An hour later, in the New York City Police Department's chief's office, the blinds were tightly drawn and the room was filled with smoke. Xiaoji Shidexi sat behind his desk holding a nearly burned-out cigarette. His sharp eagle eyes were fixed on the young man sitting opposite. Outside the door, the faint sound of Gwen's anxious pacing and her repeated inquiries to the officers whether they were done could be heard. Gilda sat in the chair completely at ease, even taking an interest in examining the furnishings in Xiaozi's office. Mr. Gilda. Xiaoji stubbed out the cigarette and leaned slightly forward. Let's get straight to the point. I've looked into your records. Orphaned, both parents deceased, inherited a small fortune, excellent grades, a regular lifestyle. Apart from being excessively handsome, your resume is as ordinary as any of the millions in New York. But everything that happened in the alley today is far from ordinary. Being able to create clones, knock out a heavily armored Shinyo man with one punch, and even fly without any external aid. Tell me, kid. What exactly are you? A mutant? An inhuman? Or a product of some secret lab? Xiaoji's eyes turned extremely serious. This was not only the vigilance of a police chief towards supernatural power, but also the scrutiny of a father toward a potential future son-in-law. If Gilda was a dangerous, unstable factor or a pawn of some evil organization, then for Gwen's safety, even if he had to risk his own life, he would never allow them to be together. Seeing Xiaoji's on-guard expression, Gilda knew this was a critical moment. This answer would directly determine whether he could smoothly pass the Gwen storyline, and even whether he could obtain some level of official tacit approval in this Marvel world. He had to fabricate. No, he had to give a reason that was both plausible and showed his harmlessness and strength. Director, actually, this explanation sounds quite sci-fi. 10 years ago, near my old home in the suburbs, I picked up a fragment of a meteorite that shimmered with a purple glow. George's brow twitched sharply and the ash from his cigarette fell onto his trousers. A meteorite. That's right, it was the wreckage of some kind of alien technology. Johnny began his performance, his tone so sincere even he almost believed himself. I was only 8 at the time, and out of curiosity I touched it. The thing instantly turned into a beam of light and shot into my body. I was unconscious for 3 whole days. When I woke up, I had some inexplicable powers inside me. Johnny sighed, wearing a look of profound distress. As I grew older, these abilities became stronger and stronger. Flight duplication, and that power that can punch through concrete. I swear I've never been to any secret lab. I'm just an ordinary genius college student. George stared at Johnny for a full half-minute. This cliched alien encounter story, if it were in a Hollywood script, the director would toss it into the shredder. But in this New York where supervillains popped up every other day, it somehow became the most plausible explanation. Even if he thought Johnny was full of it with no evidence to the contrary, he had no choice but to believe him for now. At least the kid's record was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Alien technology. George rubbed his temples, his voice brimming with exhaustion. Johnny, insane as it sounds like a scene from Star Wars, in this crazy world I'll have to file it for now. Johnny shrugged, but inwardly he chuckled. Tisk, my future father-in-law's stress tolerance still needs work. If I one day turn Super Saiyan, hair glowing gold and crackling with lightning, would you just keel over and meet Jesus? But... George's tone shifted abruptly, suddenly grave. This isn't over. Since you displayed supernatural powers in public, the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division has stepped in. At the full name, Johnny's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap. The Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. That's S-H-I-E-L-D. Those agents sure sniffed this out fast. That black bald egg Nick Fury is probably already fantasizing about slicing me into 1,000 pieces for research, right? The Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Johnny raised an eyebrow in feigned confusion. What's that? Some kind of mysterious charity? It's a national agency that handles non-natural incidents. George rolled his eyes in exasperation. But I've already negotiated with them. Considering you're still a student, and today you acted in self-defense, and as a good Samaritan, they agreed to conduct their investigation without interfering with your studies. Johnny nodded but sneered inwardly. Hope that bald egg doesn't lock me up like some freak. Otherwise I wouldn't mind going dark, punching the Triskelion into rubble and peeling off his black hide. Before that, I'd rather be a playboy in a Manhattan penthouse living the dream with Gwen and Wanda. As for the investigation, let them do their thing, just don't get in the way of my degree. Johnny looked utterly nonchalant. The atmosphere in the office eased slightly. George stubbed out his cigarette, his gaze softening yet sharpening at the same time. That was the look of a father-in-law sizing up his son-in-law. Now let's talk about private matters. I saw what happened at the alley today. The way you looked when you saved Gwen and the way she looked at you. Johnny stayed silent, just listening. Old man, you really know your stuff. I haven't even started trying yet. Johnny, I checked your background. You're an outstanding kid, almost suspiciously outstanding. George stared hard into Johnny's eyes. Gwen is my only daughter. She's my whole world. I know young men with such great power are often tempted by the outside world. I don't care what kind of person you become someday. I only ask one thing: treat Gwen seriously. Johnny let the words go in one ear and out the other, but his face bore the solemn expression of a model student. Director, Gwen is my goddess. Of course I'll treat her well. Johnny raised his hand with conviction but added inwardly, but Director, I need to get stronger. The system insists I have many children and blessings. I'm helpless. For the peace of the universe, to prevent Thanos from snapping his fingers, I have no choice but to sacrifice myself and become a hard-working playboy. I hope you all will understand my good intentions someday. George looked at Johnny's sincere face and finally let out a sigh of relief. Humph, I hope you remember what you said today. George patted Johnny's shoulder, hard as if venting some emotion. By the way, good job taking down Rhino and Vulture today. If it weren't for you, who knows how many of my men would have fallen. From now on I'll feel much more at ease with Gwen by your side. George waved his hand, signaling the interrogation was over. Johnny stood up beaming and straightened his collar. My father-in-law approved. Isn't this like getting a pass to Gwen's room? Winning Gwen over, could it be tonight? Once I'm out, I've got to find a way to take this girl out for a nice dinner. Steak, red wine, candlelight, and then… Heh. Alright, you can go now. Gwen's been pacing outside so long she's probably worn a hole in the floor. George waved dismissively. Johnny nodded politely, pulled open the heavy office door, and stepped out. He was met by Gwen's anxious, deeply concerned, stunning face. The golden rays of sunset cascaded over her blonde hair. In that moment, Gwen looked like a painting. Johnny. Are you okay? Did my dad give you a hard time? Gwen rushed over like a swallow returning to its nest, ignoring the strange looks from the officers nearby, and grabbed Johnny's hand tightly again. Johnny held her soft palm in return, leaned close to her ear, and breathed in the faint scent of her shampoo. It's fine. The old man and I hit it off. Johnny let out a low chuckle, feeling Gwen's body tremble slightly. He leaned in toward her pink earlobe. After such a scare, you must be hungry, right? Let me take you somewhere quiet to calm our nerves. Gwen felt the heat of Johnny's gaze. Under those mesmerizing eyes, a wave of numbness washed through her. That prideful reserve, once a goddess's, had already melted into tender submission amid the day's turmoil. Gwen's voice was barely a whisper, her head down, as she let Johnny lead her away. In the twilight of New York, the golden-red afterglow painted wantonly across the streets and alleys. Johnny held Gwen's hand, swaggering along the edge of Fifth Avenue. To be honest, this feeling was quite marvelous. Not long ago he had been performing cosmetic surgery on the Rhino in a back alley. Now he was strolling with a goddess like an ordinary college student. This rhythm of oscillating between violence and tenderness, damn, it was thrilling. Johnny, where shall we go next? Gwen murmured softly, her head drooping so low it seemed to bury into her own ample curves. Her heart was beating faster now than when she faced the Rhino. Feeling the warmth transmitted through his palm, Johnny casually squeezed her supple fingers. The sensation was like kneading the finest warm mutton-fat jade. True to the power of a 100 affection goddess, even her sweat smelled sweet. After a long day, his stomach had long since protested. Johnny turned to Gwen and flashed a devastatingly sunny smile. I know a Michelin one-star French restaurant nearby. The chef's truffle steak is passable. Shall we give it a try? Gwen had no idea about one-star or two-star ratings. Her mind was a tangled mess of yarn. French cuisine. Wouldn't that be too formal? She glanced down at her slightly disheveled skirt and the dust she had picked up at the alley entrance. Formal. Gwen, in my eyes, even if you wore a sack, you'd still be the only focus in the room. Johnny casually pulled out his phone and dialed the reservation number with practiced ease. In this Manhattan where money paved the way, as long as you acted like a wealthy heir, reservations, they came as easily as you wished. After hanging up, Johnny noticed Gwen's steps had grown stiff. He looked down. Good heavens, the girl was staring intently at their intertwined hands. Her fingertips were trembling slightly, and the blush on her cheeks was about to spread down into the depths of her collar. Gwen's mind was in a fierce battle. Oh my God! Stacy, are you crazy? How long have you known this guy? Not even 24 hours. Shouldn't holding hands come after at least 3 dates, 2 movies, and 1 bouquet of flowers as a natural progression? So why is it now so natural to be linked together. She wanted to pull her hand away but feared that would make Johnny think she was rejecting him. What if he never pats my head again? What if he doesn't save me anymore? It was a perfect dilemma. These 4 words were tailor-made for Gwen at this moment. What's wrong, Gwen? Johnny stopped, leaning in with a mischievous grin. Is it that the New York sun is so passionate it's made your face this red? He knew the answer perfectly. As a seasoned player, if he couldn't recognize such maidenly reactions, all the gigabytes of learning materials from his past life would have been wasted. Yeah. A bit. The sun today is indeed quite strong. Gwen nodded hurriedly, her eyes darting around guiltily. Motherfucker, Johnny muttered inwardly. Sun strong. The sunset is almost sinking below the horizon, for crying out loud. This little girl, so inexperienced, blushed like a ripe tomato at the slightest tease. I think maybe it's not the sun. Johnny suddenly stopped, leaning forward slightly, his voice carrying a roguish magnetism. Perhaps it's because my hand is warm, and I passed it on to you. Gwen felt her brain buzz, a rush of heat surging to the crown of her head. He must be flirting with me. He's definitely doing it on purpose. Damn it, why don't I hate this feeling at all? Scenes began replaying in her mind, his focus when he praised her genius, his tenderness when he patted her head, and his domineering manner when he rescued her from the rhino's horn. It was over. Gwen, you've completely fallen. This man was not only unfairly handsome and absurdly powerful, but also so. Johnny. You don't say any more. Gwen's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Yet her hand not only didn't pull away but secretly shrank further into Johnny's palm. 'Tis the power of 100, affection never lies. Soon the two arrived at the French restaurant atop a high-rise building. Johnny waved his hand generously and booked a private booth by the window. Candlelight, fresh flowers, and a panoramic view of Manhattan's skyline. Here you could elegantly cut your steak while looking down at the humble ant-like traffic below. Of course, the price for this ambience was $1500. For ordinary people that might mean 3 months of eating dirt, but in Johnny's eyes it was money well spent. This wasn't just eating steak, it was buying a ticket to a home run. Johnny, isn't this a bit too much wine? Gwen looked at the bottle of red wine with a complex French label on the table, pursing her lips nervously. Her academic rationality kicked in, and she subconsciously calculated the cost of the meal. $1500. Good heavens, it was like burning money. It's fine, Gwen. Money only gains its soul when spent on you. Johnny elegantly filled her glass, his eyes brimming with the generosity of a man who had money to burn. But inwardly he quietly thanked the system. To ensure a smooth academic exchange tonight, he had deliberately chosen a top-tier Bordeaux with a potent aftereffect. This wine tasted sweet as grape juice while drinking. But once the alcohol hit its kick, could turn any reserved girl into a languid kitten. Was it despicable? No, it was mutual consent. Gwen looked at Johnny's earnest eyes, her heart swelling with emotion. He had spent so much money just to have dinner with me. I shouldn't waste it either. Since it's ordered, I'll try to finish it. And so two people with hidden agendas, one innocent, one aiming for an exchange, began eating and chatting. They talked about funny school stories, Professor Connor's quirks, and even their future plans. Johnny was a good listener, occasionally dropping a profound or darkly humorous comment. It drew Gwen's crisp laughter echoing through the booth. Glass after glass of red wine. To be honest, Gwen's tolerance was not impressive. After 3 glasses, her azure eyes were already veiled with a watery mist. The booth was dim, lit only by the flickering orange candle flame in the center. Outside the window were flowing neon lights and cold moonlight. And the man across from her under the filter of alcohol was so handsome he seemed like a sun god from myth. Johnny. Gwen propped her chin, gazing at him dreamily. I used to think that all boys were like my dad said, stubborn and boring. But the you I saw today seems different. Johnny set down his glass, moved around the table with natural grace, and stood behind Gwen. He placed his hands on the back of her chair and leaned down. His warm breath brushed directly against the porcelain-white nape of her neck. Gwen's body trembled violently, a tingling sensation climbing up her spine. Different how? Johnny's voice was husky. His large hand had already landed on her shoulder, his fingertips gently stroking her delicate skin. You're very bad. Gwen turned her head. The distance between them was close enough to count each other's eyelashes. She could smell the scent of red wine and cedar on Johnny. That overwhelmingly masculine aura snapped the last thread of her academic rationality. Johnny didn't speak. His response was a kiss, domineering yet tender. Gwen's pupils dilated instantly, then slowly closed. She felt like a leaf tossed in a storm. She could only cling tightly to Johnny's collar, letting herself sink into the vortex of red wine. Johnny's heart also raced. This sensation was 10,000 times better than the virtual interactions in that crappy game. After a long moment their lips parted. Gwen was limp in Johnny's arms, her breathing ragged. "Gwen." Johnny whispered in her ear, his voice carrying an irresistible allure. "It's late. Going back to Queens is too far. I happen to have booked a room nearby where we can watch the stars. Let's go there and continue our biology discussion." Gwen shyly buried her face in his chest. Her small hands clutched his shirt, and she replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's A triumphant smirk curled at the corner of Johnny's mouth. He scooped Gwen up and led her out of the restaurant hand in hand. Tonight's academic research was destined to consume vast amounts of stamina and energy. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a Manhattan skyscraper before a massive floor-to-ceiling window stood a muscular man weighing at least 400 pounds, his body hard as granite. Wilson Fisk, the kingpin whose name struck terror into the New York underworld. Behind him, his right-hand man Wesley grimly handed over a tablet. "Sir, latest news. Alexei the Rhino and Tooms the Vulture have been taken in. This is a bit troublesome. The police station says someone won't allow their bail." The kingpin said nothing. His eyes, buried in layers of flesh, stared fixedly at a photo on the screen. It was a surveillance screenshot from an alley near Empire State University. In the photo, a young man in a black hoodie with an almost excessively handsome face was throwing a punch at the Rhino's jaw with a hint of disdain. "Johnny Gill." The kingpin spoke slowly. He squeezed the expensive cigar in his hand. Crack. The cigar, worth an ordinary person's monthly salary, instantly crumbled into dust under his monstrous strength. Tobacco shreds fell from between his fingers. "Find out everything about him." The kingpin turned, his figure shrouded in shadow. In New York, no one cuts off Fisk's income and lives to tell the tale. In the early morning of New York, a hint of night's chills still lingered in the air. At the entrance of the Hilton Hotel on Fifth Avenue, Johnny strode out holding Gwen's hand. Today Johnny appeared as refreshed and radiant as ever. His handsome face bore a smug, satisfied smile that any man would recognize. He seemed like an Iron Man reactor, freshly charged, exuding energy from head to toe. In contrast, Gwen, the scholarly goddess who usually walked with confidence, now looked like a wounded kitten. With every step, her beautiful legs, clad in stockings, trembled slightly. Her brows carried a hint of fatigue, but more than that, a shy allure of first intimacy. "Slow down, Johnny." Gwen tugged at Johnny's sleeve, her voice a little hoarse. It was the aftermath of last night's intense academic debate. "Sorry, I'm used to it." Johnny immediately slowed down, wrapping his hand around her soft, boneless fingers. His other arm naturally slid around her slender waist, supporting her like a human crutch. "Does it still hurt?" Johnny leaned down, whispering into her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. His tone carried a mix of teasing and affection. "You! Stop it!" Gwen's face flushed scarlet like a ripe tomato. She pinched the soft flesh of Johnny's waist in embarrassment, though without much force. Johnny grinned shamelessly and casually hailed a taxi. He chivalrously helped Gwen in, even thoughtfully placing a soft cushion behind her. This smooth, practiced gesture warmed Gwen's heart. That rogue. Though he was a beast in that aspect. But in everyday life he was as gentle as a prince. Was this the feeling of being in love? At Empire State University, when the two appeared on the campus walkway, they inevitably became the center of attention again. Especially Gwen's slightly unnatural gait. To the eyes of seasoned observers, it was the most obvious bulletin of the night's events. Well, look who's here!" A mocking voice rang out. Felicia Hardy leaned against the lamppost, twirling her car keys. Her cat-like eyes swept over the two of them, finally settling on Gwen's unusually flushed cheeks. "Morning, geniuses of biology!" Felicia whistled, sauntering over. She leaned in close to Gwen and sniffed, a mischievous smirk spreading across her face. "Tisk, Gwen, your scent has changed. It's a mix of hormones and the sweetness of milk. Last night's academic exchange must have been intense, huh?" Felicia's words made Gwen want to crawl into a hole. "No. Not at all. Don't talk nonsense." Gwen waved her hands frantically, avoiding eye contact. We just happened to meet at the school gate." "Right, Johnny." Watching Gwen's adorable transparent denial, Johnny suppressed a laugh and nodded solemnly. "Exactly, Felicia. As upright college students, we spent the night in a room with large floor-to-ceiling windows and a starry ceiling, thoroughly discussing the possibilities of DNA sequence recombination. As for the scent you mentioned," Johnny raised an eyebrow, his gaze roving unapologetically over Felicia's curvy figure. Maybe next time you can come and smell it yourself. TCH, you little perv. Felicia rolled her eyes at him, but the interest in her gaze deepened. Few men dared to flirt so openly with her. But speaking of that, Felicia dropped her playful tone and glanced at Johnny. You're a big name on campus now. The alley incident yesterday spread like wildfire. Beating the rhino like a punching bag and flying with your own body. The forums are guessing you're some alien prince's illegitimate son. But watch out. Flash Thompson might be a loser, but his dad is a school board member. I heard that guy is still in the ICU with an 8-hour bone surgery. His family probably won't let it slide. Johnny shrugged, completely unfazed. I was acting in self-defense. Everyone saw he dragged me into the alley to have a talk. As for the fractures, maybe he's calcium deficient. Felicia burst out laughing at Johnny's carefree attitude. Okay, you've got a great mindset. Anyway, good luck, my Apollo. She winked at Johnny and walked away with a swaying gait. Felicia burst out laughing at Johnny's carefree attitude. Okay, you've got a great mindset. Anyway, good luck, my Apollo. She winked at Johnny and walked away with a swaying gait. Gwen watched Felicia's receding figure and instinctively hugged Johnny's arm, her guard fully raised. The first class of the morning was English literature. For a science student like Johnny, it was pure lullaby. He sat in the back row, one hand propping up his chin, the other secretly playing with Gwen's hand under the desk. This drew occasional blushing glares from Gwen. Just then, ding. The long-awaited system prompt rang in Johnny's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed your first deep interaction with an S-level comprehensive beauty, Gwen Stacy. The multi-blessing system is calculating rewards. Reward 1 based on your outstanding performance, and high favorability base, your basic combat power is doubled. Boom. A surge of heat more violent than before coursed through his body. His original combat power of 110 instantly skyrocketed. 220 points. But it wasn't over. Ding. Special situation detected. Congratulations, host. Hidden achievement triggered. One-shot hit. Target Gwen Stacy detected as successfully pregnant. Family expansion a cause for celebration. Critical reward triggered, basic combat power multiplied by 10. Pfft. Johnny nearly spat out a mouthful of water. What the hell? Pregnant. That accurate. Talk about a sharpshooter. Before he could recover from the shock, a terrifying energy making his very soul tremble erupted within him like a tsunami. 220 points of combat power. Multiplied by 10. 2,200 points. Johnny clenched his fist. He felt incredibly powerful now. If 110 points was still within the realm of peak human or low-level superhuman, then 2,200 points was solidly planetary level. In the original Dragon Ball, Raditz, who came to Earth and terrified Piccolo, had a combat power of only 1,500. And Raditz could level a city with a casual strike, even withstand the special beam cannon. Now Johnny was far stronger than that. Johnny's eyes burned with intensity. In his mind he quickly compared the power levels of the Marvel world. Tony Stark in his Mark III or IV armor had a combat power of at most 200 or 300. Even the Hulkbuster armor built later to fight the Hulk would barely reach 1,000. As for the others, Namor the Submariner swimming in the sea, the Super Skrulls who only mimic, even Vision with the Mind Stone on his forehead, or Ronan the Accuser with his hammer. In front of him now, they were all just little brothers. Woohoo! Awesome! Johnny roared inwardly. And this was just from conquering Gwen. If he could also get Felicia, Wanda, and Polaris, would he become a Super Saiyan 4, tear Thanos apart, and trample the Celestials? This multi-blessing system was truly amazing. Johnny turned to look at Gwen, who was diligently taking notes. His eyes were full of tenderness and affection for the experience pack. She wasn't just a girlfriend, she was his lucky goddess, his superpower bank. And there might already be a little scion in her belly. At this thought, Johnny's hand unconsciously rested on Gwen's flat stomach. Johnny, what's wrong? Gwen turned puzzled, feeling the warmth on her stomach and blushing again. This is a classroom. Nothing, just realized you're especially beautiful today. Johnny leaned in and whispered. But in his mind he thought, good son or daughter, grow up well. Dad's chance to become a Super Saiyan depends on you. However, just as Johnny was reveling in the joy of his power surge, bang, the classroom door was rudely pushed open. The loud noise startled everyone. The English teacher on the podium adjusted his glasses, about to scold, but upon seeing the intruder he immediately shut up. At the door stood a middle-aged bald man in a suit with a menacing face. Behind him were several burly school security guards. The Dean of Students at Empire State University, Dean. He was a notorious snob, a lackey who cleaned up after the children of the board members. Dean's face was dark as he scanned the classroom, finally locking on to Johnny in the back row. "Johnny Garuda!" Dean roared, spittle flying. "Stand up. Pack your things and come to the Dean's office immediately. Now. Right now." The classroom erupted in whispers. All eyes turned to Johnny in the back row. "It's over. The Dean himself came. It must be about yesterday's Flash Thompson incident. I heard his dad brought a team of lawyers to the president's office this morning threatening to put the assailant in prison for life. Too bad such a handsome new campus heartthrob just arrived and already facing expulsion, maybe even jail time." Gwen's face turned pale. She gripped Johnny's hand tightly. "Johnny!" Her voice trembled. Though her father was the police chief, sometimes the law could be powerless against capital. Especially since Flash was seriously injured, this was a severe assault case. If the school insisted on pressing charges. "Don't be afraid." Johnny gently patted Gwen's hand, giving her a reassuring look. Then he slowly stood up. Facing the furious Dean and security guards, there was no fear on his face, only a playful smile. A 2,200-point combatant afraid of a Dean. "Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Dean, is it?" Johnny leisurely straightened his collar. "Why so angry? I'd also like to discuss with the school the definition of campus bullying and self-defense. Lead the way." In the corridor of Empire State University. "Miss Gilda, I hope you understand your current situation," the Dean who was walking ahead said. Adjusting his somewhat tight suit tie, he spoke in a voice as grating as a duck's. He glanced back at Johnny, who had his hands in his pockets and a leisurely look, and the muscles around his eyes couldn't help but twitch. "This kid, even at death's door, is still acting like this. Do you really think being handsome allows you to treat school rules like toilet paper? You'd better pray that young Master Thompson gets out of the ICU soon and is willing to forgive you." Dean stopped, turned around, and pointed a chubby finger at Johnny's chest, spittle flying. "Otherwise it won't just be expulsion you're facing. The Thompson family's legal team will be enough to drain you of your meager inheritance and send you to prison for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Johnny raised an eyebrow. He looked at the middle-aged bald man with a fierce face who was bullying his way through and curled his lips into a contemptuous sneer. "Mr. Dean, did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Or did you eat too much in the bathroom?" Johnny reached out and fanned the air in front of his nose disdainfully. "Quite the mouth you have. You." Dean was choked red in the face. "Do I need to explain the term self-defense to you? Also, regarding the definition of campus bullying, I think the board of directors would be very interested to see how their highly paid dean is covering up for the son of a board member who instigated the violence." Johnny looked down at him, his eyes mocking. "What do you think, Mr. Dean the lackey? You. Dean trembled all over with rage, his finger pointing at Johnny, shaking uncontrollably. Rebellious. Utterly rebellious. In all his years at Empire State University, which student hadn't treated him with utmost respect like mice seeing a cat? And this Johnny Gilda not only disregarded him but also turned around to lecture him. "Fine. Very good." Dean laughed in extreme anger, his eyes venomous. "I hope your mouth is still this tough when we get to the board committee's office and face Mr. Thompson." Johnny shrugged. He followed behind, wanting to see what the board committee would do to him. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., at the Triskelion, the headquarters of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division S.H.I.E.L.D. In an office, Agent Phil Coulson was holding a steaming cup of coffee. His brows slightly furrowed as he looked at an electronic report on his desk. The screen showed a surveillance screenshot from the alley in New York the day before. Although the image was somewhat blurry, it was still clear enough to see how the black-haired teenager had pulled the several hundred-kilogram vulture down from the sky like picking up a chicken. And that kind of physical flight that completely defied the laws of physics. "Alien meteorite fragments." Coulson read the transcript from the NYPD and couldn't help but laugh. "This excuse is a bit too sloppy. These days even aliens wouldn't use such a cliché script." As a seasoned agent who had dealt with all kinds of supernatural phenomena for years, Coulson had seen it all. If this were 10 years ago, such a story might have been plausible. But now, ever since that Tony Stark in a tin can started flying around and a blonde guy with a hammer started smashing floors everywhere, the world style had long since gone off the rails. Still, Coulson took a sip of coffee, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. Although the excuse is ridiculous, this kid's power is real. According to the scene investigation, the force behind that punch that knocked out the Rhino Man was at least 50 tons. And that flying ability with no propulsion or heat source is just like something out of a legendary Superman comic. Coulson put down the cup and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The very purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. is to deal with these inexplicable threats. Typically, according to protocol, a superhuman of this level should be directly controlled by the Rapid Response Team and sent to the sandbox space for evaluation. In other words, for dissection. But the director is currently pushing forward the Avengers Initiative. Coulson thought of the one-eyed black bald man's recent troubles. Tony Stark, that arrogant jerk, though part of the advisory team, refuses to follow orders. Hulk is a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Captain America is just a super soldier. S.H.I.E.L.D. is desperately short of high-end combat power. Especially this kind of handsome looking, even a bit like a younger version of himself. Young man with a clean background and a sense of justice, at least he beat up criminals. With a little guidance he might become a fine blade. Beep. At that moment the communicator on the desk lit up. A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent monitoring the situation sent an urgent briefing. Sir, the target, Johnny Gilda, has just been taken away by the Dean of Empire State University. According to intelligence, the Thompson family members of the board are planning to file a lawsuit for aggravated assault and are pressuring the school to expel him. They may even resort to some underhanded methods. Seeing this message, Coulson's eyes narrowed. A gentle smile returned to his face. Underhanded methods? In this land besides us at S.H.I.E.L.D. Who else would dare use such methods on a target of this danger level? This is like pulling the tiger's teeth. If this young man is really pushed to the edge given the combat power he showed yesterday, not just the Thompson family, the entire Empire University might be turned upside down. And then who would have to clean up the mess? Us at S.H.I.E.L.D. Foolish capital and bureaucracy. Coulson shook his head, stood up, and adjusted his well-fitted black suit. It seems this is a good opportunity for contact. A timely help in need is more memorable than adding flowers to embroidery, isn't it? Rather than letting this young man become an extremist like Magneto because of the darkness of society, it's better to help him now. Let him feel the warmth of the authorities. That way, if I want to recruit him into the Avengers or ask him to handle some tricky problems, I'll find it easier to ask. What's this called? This is called human relations. With that thought, Coulson picked up his car keys. Notify the action team, bring 3 agents, and come with me to Empire State University. Also, Coulson instructed over the communicator, contact the New York City Department of Education and the head of the Thompson family. Tell them that S.H.I.E.L.D. is conducting a classified mission involving national security. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at this time will be invited to Guantanamo for tea. Ending the call, Coulson strode out of the office. Let's go. Let's go meet this lucky young man who found an alien meteorite. Empire State University Board of Directors meeting room. Creak. As the heavy doors swung open, Johnny strolled inside with his hands tucked casually into his pockets, an air of relaxed ease about him. That demeanor. It bore little resemblance to a student arriving to face judgment. More like an inspector general conducting a routine review. Someone shut the door. There's a draft in here. Johnny even had the leisure to cast a glance over his shoulder and murmur to Dean, the academic administrator, trailing behind him. You! Dean's face flushed, a deep shade of purple fury welling within him as he prepared to explode. But then he remembered the towering figure seated beyond those doors and instantly transformed his expression into one of obsequious flattery, scurrying forward like an eager servant. At the very center of the conference room, surrounding a massive oval conference table, sat a gathering of middle-aged men in tailored suits. And at the head of that table sat a portly, broad-faced man whose eyes, however, held an unusually sinister gleam. Harrison Thompson, the patriarch behind Lightning Thompson, who currently lay comatose in the ICU. One of the most influential board members at Empire State University. Slam. Upon seeing Johnny enter, Harrison violently struck the table and rose to his feet. His bloated face trembled with barely contained rage. Is that you? Harrison strode several steps forward until he stood directly before Johnny. That finger adorned with a gold ring came within inches of Johnny's nose. Is it you bastard who injured my son? Spittle sprayed through the air. Johnny discreetly tilted his head backward in mild disgust. Watch your drool. I don't need your bacteria. Besides, I acted in self-defense. Thank you very much. Self-defense. Harrison's anger twisted into a bitter laugh, a chilling undertone weaving through his mockery. You crushed his arm bones, snapped 3 of his ribs, and caused severe traumatic brain injury, and you call that self-defense? That's precisely what this punk did. Dean, the academic administrator, immediately scurried forward like a lapdog, pointing an accusatory finger at Johnny and barking loudly. Mr. Thompson, this kid is nothing but trouble on this campus. Disrespectful to authority, ignoring every regulation, pure poison among us. I propose immediate expulsion and criminal prosecution. Watching Dean's frantic performative display, Johnny couldn't help but click his tongue in disgust. Dean, your skills as a watchdog have certainly sharpened over the years. Must have been getting extra good bones, huh? You insolent. Dean's face cycled through shades of green and white, but in front of Harrison he dared not push too far. Instead, he fixed Johnny with a venomous glare. Enough. Harrison's roar shattered the tension. His eyes locked onto Johnny with murderous intent. Boy, you've got some nerve, don't you? Looks like you haven't grasped the reality of your situation. In this place I am the law. Not only will you be expelled, but you will also compensate my son for every medical expense incurred. This is the finest private hospital money can buy, the premium ICU ward. Every single minute costs a fortune. The pitiful savings you possess won't even cover a fraction of the bill. Prepare yourself for bankruptcy. Prepare to spend the rest of your days behind bars. Harrison's words fell like a death sentence. Around them, the other school administrators exchanged smug, satisfied expressions. In their eyes, offending Harrison meant this rootless student was already a walking corpse. However, faced with this barrage of accusations and threats, a peculiar smile graced Johnny's lips. Bankruptcy. Prison. And you think you hold that power over me? Johnny shook his head, then took a deliberate step forward. Against the backdrop of stunned, incredulous stares, he walked straight toward the massive conference table. Then, he took a seat squarely in what had been Harrison's place at the head. He propped his legs up on the table and leaned back with an insolent confidence that radiated pure arrogance. I think there may have been some misunderstanding. Johnny scanned the circle of frozen faces, finally fixing his gaze upon Harrison, whose entire body now shook with barely restrained fury. First, your son publicly assaulted a fellow student at the school entrance. Second, I was acting to protect someone from harm. And third, most importantly, Johnny raised a single finger and tapped it lightly against the wooden surface. If I hadn't dealt with those 2 superhuman threats myself, your precious son would already be nothing but a smear beneath the rhino's feet. So, Johnny spread his hands in a gesture of innocent explanation. Shouldn't you be thanking me instead? Expel me. Make me pay compensation. You're living in Fantasyland. I think rather than punishing me, you should be organizing a campus-wide commendation ceremony, presenting me with some outstanding young person award or similar honor. As for scholarships, Johnny stroked his chin thoughtfully. A modest gesture, a full ride would suffice. And going forward, priority access to academic resources should be extended to me as well. After all, someone like me, gifted in both intellect and physical prowess, is the living showcase your institution should be proud to wield. A pin could have been heard dropping in the entire conference room. Everyone stared at Johnny as though he had completely lost his mind. This kid. Has he gone mad? He assaulted the board chairman's son, yet instead of begging for mercy, he's standing there negotiating terms. Demanding recognition. Asking for scholarships. What kind of poisonous liquor has he been drinking? Ha! Harrison suddenly erupted into raucous laughter. Tears formed at the corners of his eyes. Wonderful! 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 He pointed at Johnny, doubling over with laughter. After all these years, I've never encountered anyone so recklessly foolish. Who do you think you are? Saved my son. That was your obligation. Hurt my son. That's your crime. Dean and the other administrators joined in the laughter, their expressions dripping with mockery and contempt. Johnny, have you not yet awakened from your dream? This is reality, not some hero's fantasy. You laid hands on someone, you pay the price. Expect to rot in prison for the rest of your days. Harrison's laughter died away, leaving only cruelty and coldness carved into his features. No more wasted breath on him. Guards! Throw him out. The expulsion notice will be delivered to your home immediately. As for the lawsuit, Harrison sneered, I'll make sure you understand the true meaning of capital's power. Now get out of my sight. Just then. Ring. 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 A shrill mobile phone ringtone shattered the silence of the meeting room. Harrison frowned. Pulling out his phone with visible impatience, he glanced at the screen. This was his private number. Only a select few knew it. Hello? This is Harrison. What is it? I'm dealing with an ungrateful student right now. But the next moment, Harrison's once arrogant face froze completely. The anger and superiority that had defined his expression drained away like receding tide. Replacing it was shock so profound it bordered on terror, and a deep primal fear. What? Homeland. Strategic defense. Protection target. This cannot be possible. Harrison's voice trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat beading across his forehead. The voice on the other end remained calm and measured. This is Phil Coulson. Regarding Mr. Johnny Gilda, he is now a high-priority protectee of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Any adverse proceedings against him must be immediately withdrawn. If your incompetence results in any harm to Mr. Gilda, or if such absurd actions as expulsion occur, the Thompson family will face severe and lasting consequences. Harrison felt as though the very sky above him was collapsing. The Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. That legendary mysterious organization said to transcend all earthly authority. Why would they intervene on behalf of an ordinary college student? And with such an absolute non-negotiable directive? Meanwhile. Ding ding ding. Throughout the conference room the phones of several other administrators began ringing in rapid succession. Hello? The Education Bureau Director. What? Withdraw the disciplinary action. Mandatory commendation. Even the mayor personally endorsed this. Voices rose and fell in panicked confusion. Every person who finished a call wore an expression as though they'd swallowed something foul. They turned in terror toward Johnny, still seated calmly at the head of the table, idly spinning a fountain pen between his fingers. Their gazes had transformed entirely. What foolish notion had led them to believe this was some powerless poor boy with no connections? This was clearly a formidable presence they could never hope to oppose. Johnny observed the scene unfolding before him. Though he hadn't grasped the precise details of what had transpired, judging by their expressions, something rather interesting had clearly occurred. Fascinating. Inside the conference room, Harrison Thompson's hand still gripping his phone trembled slightly. He stared at Johnny seated at the head of the table with an air of nonchalant composure, a hint of mockery dancing across his features. His heart felt as though it were being ruthlessly squeezed, making every breath a struggle. Department of Strategic Homeland Defense Assistance Transportation and Logistics. That privileged agency that existed only in legends. They actually intervened on behalf of this backgroundless student. And with the highest level protection order. What did this mean? It meant the seemingly harmless young man before him had the entire machinery of the state at his back. And he himself had actually dared to threaten sending him to prison. Even worse, making him pay compensation. Harrison felt a wave of cold dread shoot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. It was over. He had just kicked a titanium-reinforced steel plate. Mr. Harrison, what are you waiting for? Johnny twirled the pen in his hand, speaking in a calm, detached tone. Didn't you just say you wanted the security guards to throw me out? What? Did the security guards get lost? No. No. Harrison snapped back to reality, his face instantly plastering itself with a smile uglier than grief. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Student Gilda, I was impulsive just now. I didn't understand the situation. You. Please don't take it to heart. That face-changing speed was faster than turning pages. The other school administrators nearby, seeing this, quickly shed their earlier expressions of schadenfreude. Sitting upright with composed dignity, eyes lowered and lips sealed, each afraid of catching even a whisper of this fire. Except for academic Dean standing off to the side. This guy clearly hadn't grasped the situation yet. Or perhaps the sheer volume of information from just now had short-circuited his already modest brain. President Thompson, what are you talking about? Dean shuffled over, utterly bewildered, still pointing at Johnny and shouting. Gilda. You disrespectful brat. Get off that chair right now. That is not a seat for someone like you. Do you think you're worthy of speaking to Mr. Thompson that way? I swear you've completely given up on your future. Harrison was trembling with rage. Even now this guy was making things worse for him. He pointed at the door and roared. Get out. Right now. Immediately. Vanish from my sight. Huh. Dean was utterly dumbfounded. This script was wrong. Weren't they just about to ruin this kid's life a moment ago? How did it turn around so fast that now I'm the one being told to scram? TSK. Johnny shook his head wearing an expression of deep regret. Seems no matter how viciously a dog bites its master doesn't feel a thing. Mr. Dean, your career as a watchdog appears to be subpar. You. Dean nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. He glared venomously at Johnny, but under Harrison's murderously icy stare, he could only slink away with his tail between his legs. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. The conference room door was pushed open once more. 4 agents in black suits and sunglasses exuding an unmistakable aura of stay away from me strode in. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a slightly receding hairline and a warm smile on his face. Phil Coulson, the good-natured man of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the most trusted confidant of that bald director. Johnny's eyebrow arched slightly. Already here. Quick acting. Good day, I'm Phil Coulson. Coulson flashed his credentials, offering everyone a gentle smile. Department of Strategic Homeland Defense Assistance, Transportation and Logistics. We have some matters concerning national security that require Mr. Gilda's assistance for investigation. I imagine none of you would object. The moment Harrison saw the eagle emblem on that badge, his legs turned to jelly. He hurried forward with a bowing and scraping manner. No objections. Of course, no objections. Everything will be done exactly as you direct. By the way, what we discussed on the phone earlier. Coulson glanced at him. His smile remained perfectly warm, but his eyes turned chillingly cold. Remember what I said. If Mr. Gilda suffers any unfair treatment, or encounters any incidents at this school, we will conduct a thorough security review of the entire Empire State University. I trust, Mr. Harrison, that you know what that means. Harrison broke into a cold sweat, nodding frantically. Understood. Understood. I will follow your instructions without question. Having thoroughly rattled Harrison, Coulson finally approached Johnny. Mr. Gilda, please come with us. There are certain matters we need to discuss elsewhere. Johnny shrugged and rose from his chair. Let's go. The air in here is a bit stale anyway. I could use some fresh air. Amidst the reverential gazes of all the school administrators, Johnny followed Coulson and the others, marching out of the conference room with unabashed confidence. At the school entrance, a fully black Chevrolet Suburban SUV was parked by the roadside. The windows were tinted with one-way privacy film, completely obscuring the interior from outside view. Johnny sat in the back seat, Coulson beside him. Want something to eat? Just bought these. Coulson pulled a pink donut from a paper bag and offered it to Johnny. I won't decline then. Johnny took the donut and took a large bite. Strawberry flavor. Quite sweet. I've reviewed your police station statement. Coulson looked at Johnny, his gaze growing somewhat profound. An alien meteorite fragment. Mr. Gilda, though I'd very much like to believe this story, I must admit it does sound a bit like a science fiction plot from last century. Really? Johnny swallowed his bite of donut wearing an expression of pure innocence. I used to think I was dreaming myself back when I was a kid. But art imitates life, doesn't it? Who would have guessed that even aliens throw trash around so carelessly these days? Coulson stared at Johnny for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. There's some logic to that. In a world where even gods fly around wielding hammers, stumbling upon a meteorite fragment hardly seems remarkable. He didn't dwell further on that point. After all, as long as the person was under control, whether it was a meteorite fragment or not was irrelevant. What mattered was whether this blade could serve S.H.I.E.L.D. We've already taken care of the matter with the school committee. Coulson pulled a document from his briefcase and handed it to Johnny. This is your new file. Aside from maintaining your enrollment status, we've also arranged a full scholarship for you along with certain special academic privileges. Think of it as a small token of our regard. Johnny took the document and glanced through it, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Impressive. S.H.I.E.L.D. really knows how to do things properly. Not only have they resolved my troubles, but they've also handed out quite a few benefits along the way. What's that saying? It's always wise to bask in the shade of a great tree. Thanks. Johnny closed the file. But I imagine you're not doing this purely out of charity, correct? Precisely. Coulson nodded. We hope you'll maintain your current lifestyle and continue your studies diligently. If necessary, we'll contact you to conduct some ability assessment tests. Of course, provided it doesn't interfere with your normal life and rest. After all, for a young man possessing such extraordinary power, if he were to fall astray due to lack of guidance, that would be a loss to all humanity. Johnny rolled his eyes. Guidance. More like surveillance, probably. But he didn't mind. As long as it didn't interfere with his plans to woo girls, everything else was fine. All right then. Johnny stretched lazily. Just don't eat up too much of my dating schedule. After all, as you know, for college students, romance is the real priority. Coulson smiled and handed Johnny a business card. That's my private number. If you run into any trouble, feel free to reach out. I wish you all the best, Mr. Gilda. The SUV pulled over. Johnny opened the door and stepped out. It happened to be a break period. The campus avenues were bustling with students. Johnny had only taken a few steps when a familiar fragrant breeze washed over him. Hey, big shot. Felicia Hardy appeared from somewhere unexpected. She wore a form-fitting black leather outfit that flawlessly traced her breathtaking figure. Her cat-like eyes sparkled with curiosity. Was that A-S-H-I-E-L-D vehicle just now? You're good getting connected with the authorities already. Gwen was worried sick, constantly texting me to check on you. So you weren't sliced open for study, were you? Johnny smiled, giving the file bag in his hand a little shake. Not a chance. We just had a chat about extraterrestrial civilizations and some academic issues. Plus, I offered the school a few constructive suggestions. That's a relief. Felicia exhaled and pulled out her phone to send Gwen a message confirming his safety. Then she raised her head, her seductive eyes locking directly onto Johnny. Her tongue lightly traced her crimson lips, carrying the faintest hint of provocation. Since everything's fine now, could I possibly interest you in dinner? I know a wonderful Japanese restaurant nearby. I was thinking. Felicia leaned close to Johnny's ear, her breath warm and sweet. I'd love to see what the hero who saved the whole school actually tastes like. This boomerang has come back around rather quickly. Seeing Felicia's openly inviting demeanor, Johnny felt secretly delighted inside. When a beauty at Felicia's level came so willingly, what reason would there be to refuse? Besides, and the multi-child blessing system was waiting to level up. It would be my honor. Johnny's mouth curved into a devilish grin as he naturally wrapped his arm around Felicia's slender waist. Meanwhile, on board the slowly departing S-H-I-E-L-D SUV, Coulson took out his phone and sent Harrison a sharply worded text message. The content was simple. Fulfill all reasonable requests from Johnny Gilda, including but not limited to scholarships, awards, ceremonies, and any academic resources he might need in the future. Failure to comply will result in consequences borne solely by yourself. Harrison, who was currently wiping cold sweat in his office, nearly smashed his phone reading this message. With fury. But what could he do? Facing something as colossal as the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense Assistance, Transportation and Logistics. He, a mere lowly school board member, could do nothing but swallow his rage and submit. Bastard. Harrison gritted his teeth. You've got some nerve, kid. Inside the private room of the Japanese restaurant, the dim and ambiguous lighting set the mood. Johnny sat cross-legged on the tatami. Opposite him was Felicia, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Come on, try this. The sea urchin here is the freshest. Felicia picked up a piece of golden sea urchin, but instead of placing it into her own bowl, she leaned forward and directly brought it to Johnny's lips. In her cat-like eyes an undisguised flirtation flickered. Johnny didn't stand on ceremony. He opened his mouth and took it. The tip of his tongue inadvertently touched Felicia's chopsticks. Felicia withdrew her hand as if struck by lightning. 2 blushes rose on her cheeks, but the smile in her eyes deepened. How does it taste? Fresh, tender, smooth. Johnny commented meaningfully, but his gaze wasn't on the sea urchin. It landed on Felicia's neckline, which seemed ready to burst. Just like you. Oh, you. Felicia pouted playfully, rolling her eyes at him. But there wasn't a hint of displeasure in her tone. On the contrary, she seemed quite pleased. After several rounds of drinks, Felicia set down her chopsticks. Her long legs gently brushed against Johnny's calf under the table. Hey, Johnny. How did you do it yesterday in the alley? Felicia rested her chin on her hand, a flicker of curiosity shining in her eyes. The Rhino and the Vulture, those are tough nuts that even the NYPD can't crack. Especially that Rhino guy. I heard even anti-tank missiles can't pierce his hide. And you shattered his jaw with one punch. And that thing about you being able to fly. Felicia leaned in closer, her breath fragrant. I heard rumors going around that you're a mutant or some experimental lab's enhanced soldier. Seeing Felicia's curious childlike expression, Johnny set down his glass, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Want to know? Felicia nodded eagerly. It's actually not that complicated. Johnny shrugged, pulling out the same spiel he used to fool George and Coulson. When I was a kid I got lucky. Found a glowing meteorite in my backyard. I touched it and that's what happened. Alien technology, you know the deal if you know. Really? Felicia's eyes widened in disbelief. That's simple. That's simple. Johnny spread his hands. Sometimes life is more surreal than movies. Wow. Felicia sighed, a hint of envy flickering in her gaze. I'm so jealous you got that lucky. Not only are you handsome, but you also have this superpower. Unlike me, I can only make a living with these hands. As she spoke, she extended her long fair hands and made a grasping motion in the air, like a little wildcat sharpening its claws. Johnny smiled but didn't take the bait. He knew that the seemingly harmless school beauty before him was actually the future master thief Black Cat. Those hands could indeed make a living, and a pretty good one at that. The meal was a pleasant one. Felicia was not only beautiful but also had a way with words. And the subtle teasing was quite enjoyable to Johnny. When it came time to pay, Felicia whipped out her bank card first. This one's on me, a thank you for satisfying my curiosity. Felicia winked at Johnny. But as a return favor. Are you free tonight? I know a great bar. We can go there and have a deeper conversation. The hint was practically an open invitation. Johnny rubbed his chin. Although he wanted to say yes right away, he had to consider dealing with Gwen, and slow and steady wins the race. Call me. Johnny waved his phone, neither rejecting nor accepting outright. This play hard to get tactic only deepened Felicia's interest. Back at school, as soon as he entered the classroom, Johnny ran straight into Gwen. Johnny! You're back! Gwen rushed over with a worried look, scanning him up and down. How did it go? Did the school board give you a hard time? I heard people from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division took you away. They didn't slice you up for research, did they? Seeing Gwen's concerned expression, Johnny felt a warmth in his heart. Don't worry, I'm fine. Johnny reached out and ruffled Gwen's blonde hair, then pulled her into an embrace. They just invited me for afternoon tea and chatted about maintaining world peace. See? I'm perfectly fine. Phew. Good. Gwen sighed in relief, burying her head against Johnny's chest and nuzzling. You scared me, I thought. Suddenly, Gwen's movement stopped. She sniffed, inhaling the scent on Johnny's clothes. Then she looked up, her azure eyes flashing with suspicion. Johnny, why do you smell like miso soup from a Japanese restaurant? And what's this perfume? It smells familiar, like his. Johnny's heart skipped a beat. Women's intuition was indeed terrifying. Especially the daughter of a police chief. Her investigative skills were maxed out. Oh, this. Johnny didn't even flinch, he even raised his arm and sniffed it himself. On my way back I ran into a perfume salesman who insisted on spraying me. As for the miso soup, that's from the boxed lunches the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were eating. The smell was too strong and I got a bit on me. Is that so? Though Gwen was still a bit doubtful, she chose to believe him under Johnny's candid gaze. After all, in her eyes Johnny was a superhero who would stand up against the Rhino for justice. How could he possibly lie to her? Well, next time stay away from those salesmen, Gwen muttered, straightening Johnny's collar for him. I don't like that smell. The afternoon classes were as boring as ever. Finally, when school let out, Gwen wanted to drag Johnny to the park for a walk, maybe steal a moment of romance in the twilight. But just as they stepped out of the school gate, her phone rang. Hello? Dad? Gwen answered, her expression shifting. Huh? A party at home tonight. I have to come back. But... Gwen glanced at Johnny beside her, hesitating. Can I bring Johnny along? Though the voice on the other end, Chief George Stacy, wasn't clear. From Gwen's gradually disappointed expression, it was obvious she'd been turned down. Fine. I understand. Gwen hung up and looked at Johnny apologetically. Sorry, Johnny. Dad says there's an important guest tonight, so it's not convenient. Honestly, I think he just doesn't want to see you. Gwen complained helplessly. It's okay, I get it. Johnny smiled and pinched her cheek. Fathers-in-law always see their son-in-law as a rival. You go on ahead. I want to get home early and rest too. I was really tired yesterday. Haven't fully recovered yet. Hearing the words, really tired, Gwen's face turned crimson instantly. She knew exactly why he was tired. Then, you get some good rest. Gwen stood on tiptoe and pecked Johnny on the cheek. Then she walked away, turning back every few steps before getting into her family car. After seeing Gwen off, Johnny stretched ready to ride his vintage bicycle home. Hey, handsome! A familiar figure appeared like a ghost beside his bike. Felicia had changed into even more provocative attire. A miniskirt, black stockings, and a crop top that exposed her navel. She was practically a walking hormone dispenser. What a coincidence! Johnny raised an eyebrow. Not a coincidence. I was waiting for you. Felicia leaned against Johnny's bike, crossing her long legs in a seductive pose. Now that your girlfriend's gone, you must be lonely, right? How about a walk by the river? The evening breeze is really nice. After the walk we can grab dinner and then... Felicia winked at Johnny, her tongue slowly tracing her red lips. Do some adult exercise to work off the meal. This wasn't even a hint anymore. It was a full frontal assault. Ding. Detected a significant increase in affection from target Felicia Hardy toward the host. Current affection level 95 irresistible. Congratulations, host. You have received a milestone reward, universal shocking surprise. Skill description: a turtle school ultimate technique that converts internal energy into high-voltage electrical currents to strike the opponent, causing intense paralysis and damage. Note: Master Roshi once used this move to nearly kill the giant ape-formed Son Goku. Jackpot. Johnny's eyes lit up instantly. Universal shocking surprise. This was a powerful crowd control skill. Not only could it deal damage, but it could also immobilize the enemy. A perfect skill for both killing and robbing and everyday travel. With this, when facing those thick-skinned enemies, I'd just blast them with 100,000 volts, frying them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. How satisfying would that be? And besides, Felicia's affection was rising way too fast, wasn't it? Already at 95. Looks like tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Since the lady was so warmly inviting, Johnny hopped onto his bike and patted the back seat for Felicia. Hop on. Hold tight, I'll take you flying. Felicia didn't hesitate. She sat sideways on the seat. Her arms naturally wrapped around Johnny's waist, her whole body pressed against his back. Feeling the softness against his back, Johnny let out a whistle, pushed off the ground, and the bike shot forward like an arrow from a bow. However, as the two of them chatted and laughed their way toward the river, they didn't notice, in the dark corner of the school gate, a black Ford sedan had quietly started its engine. The black Ford sedan trailed 20 meters behind Gilda. The windows were covered with deep black anti-explosion film, completely sealing the interior from the outside world. But inside the seemingly ordinary car there were now enough ruthless figures to make the entire NYPD and even S.H.I.E.L.D. shudder. In the driver's seat, Bullseye chewed gum while idly flipping a playing card in one hand. His dead fish eyes exuded an impatient, murderous intent. I say, isn't that fat bastard being too cautious? From the back seat, a figure in green armor with a twisted face let out a sneer. Green Goblin Norman Osborn. Of course, he still wore his mask so no one could see his arrogant face. Dealing with a green college student, and he calls all of us. Is Kingpin that fat bastard throwing money around for nothing? Enough, Osborn. In the passenger seat, a man wrapped in blue electric arcs spoke coldly. Electro Max Dillon. Though he hadn't yet become pure energy like in the movies, the unstable crackling of electricity still sent chills down one's spine. That kid is no pushover. Rhino is a moron, sure, but when it comes to endurance, he's top-notch. A punch that knocked Rhino out cold. Even your green armor might not withstand that force. Humph, that's because Rhino's too dumb. Green Goblin snorted disdainfully, fiddling with a pumpkin bomb. As long as I'm flying in the sky, he's just a sitting duck. All right, shut up. The man sitting in the corner wearing a large fishbowl-like helmet spoke up. Mysterio Quentin Beck. His voice, processed by the helmet, sounded hollow and eerie. The boss's orders: take him alive. Kingpin says he's interested in this young man. Wants to sit down, have a nice cup of tea and chat about life. He chuckled. Bullseye spat out his gum, looking disgusted. That fat bastard wants to recruit every talent he sees. Hope he doesn't bite off more than he can chew. But... Bullseye's gaze shifted to the two figures strolling along the riverbank. A cruel grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Since the boss pays, we gotta do the job right. Go easy, don't kill them outright. Especially the girl. Bullseye licked his lips. She looks juicy. The villains in the car exchanged glances and let out knowing, sinister laughs. By the Hudson River. The evening breeze blew gently, the sunset dyeing the river a golden red. Johnny pushed his vintage bicycle while Felicia nestled beside him like a lazy kitten. Their shadows stretched long on the ground, interwoven together. Johnny, what do you want to do in the future? Felicia kicked a small pebble on the roadside, asking casually. Be a superhero in spandex like Captain America saving the world? Or be a playboy like Stark? Johnny stopped gazing at the shimmering river. A hero. He smiled, his eyes deep. Maybe. But I'd rather be a strong man who follows his own heart. Only by being strong enough can you protect what you want to protect, right? For example. Johnny turned to look into Felicia's captivating eyes. Protecting a beautiful little wildcat like you. Tisk, slick talker. Felicia blushed, but the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. She stretched lazily, her graceful curves silhouetted against the sunset. I don't want to be a hero. Too exhausting and bound by rules. I prefer being a free-spirited wildcat. Felicia leaned close to Johnny's ear, her voice low and seductive. I heard that a new sapphire called Heart of the Ocean just arrived at Tiffany's on 5th Avenue. Its luster is as captivating as your eyes. I was thinking, if someone could steal it and give it to me in the next few nights, then I might just love him to death. It was a blatant hint, a test. She was probing Johnny's limits, and whether they were on the same path. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Well. So she wants me to join her as a Bonnie and Clyde. This plot. A bit thrilling. Stealing is against the law, Miss Hardy, Johnny said with a straight face. But then he broke into a mischievous grin. However, if it's to win a beauty's smile, playing the role of Phantom Thief Kid now and then doesn't seem bad. I'll consider it. Felicia's eyes lit up, and she immediately hooked her arm around Johnny's, pressing her body against his. Then you must think it over carefully. If you decide. Tonight there's a reward. An hour later. An upscale restaurant in Midtown Manhattan. Same recipe, same flavor. Red wine candle steak. And across the table a beauty whose eyes grew more languid and cheeks more flushed by the minute. Johnny felt like a mindless affection farming machine. Still watching Felicia's inviting expression, this mechanical labor seemed to become enjoyable. After a few glasses of wine the atmosphere was at its peak. Johnny naturally stood up, walked over to Felicia and leaned down to kiss her chattering lips. Felicia responded passionately, wrapping her arms around Johnny's neck. After a long moment they parted. My place. Johnny extended the invitation. My apartment's on the 15th floor with a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The moon is beautiful tonight. We can admire the moon and explore the mysteries of the human body. Felicia's eyes were seductive as she traced circles on Johnny's chest with her finger. Are you sure you'll still be in the mood to admire the moon? Of course. Johnny caught her mischievous hand and kissed it. As long as I'm with you, I'm in the mood for anything. Especially doing some lovey-dovey things. 20 minutes later. A vintage bicycle stopped outside a high-end apartment building in Manhattan. Johnny, with his arm around Felicia, swaggered into the lobby. Meanwhile, inside, the black Ford sedan parked on the street. Several heads crowded by the window. Tisk tisk, that guy's got good luck with women. Electro watched their retreating figures entering the elevator, his tone dripping with envy. That chick's body is smoking hot. If I could just give her a little shock. Shut up, Max. Bullseye cut him off, pointing upward. 15th floor. The lights on. Everyone looked up. On the 15th floor a huge floor-to-ceiling window glowed with warm yellow light. Through the gap in the curtains two silhouettes could be vaguely seen. Then one of them began to move with increasing wildness. Clothes were shed one by one. A chorus of lecherous chuckles filled the car. Even Green Goblin, who had been trying to look cool, couldn't help but let out a weird laugh. That kid's planning to go all out tonight. Too bad he won't be pedaling that nice bike of his. Kingpin's been waiting. Mysterio adjusted his helmet, his voice tinged with mockery. What do you say we barge in now? Think it'll scare him so bad he'll never get it up again. A burst of laughter echoed inside the car. The thrill of such a prank excited these twisted villains to no end. Easy, easy. Bullseye leisurely took out several throwing knives and toyed with them. Wait a little longer. Let him get completely naked. When he's at his most excited, then we'll deliver our gift. I bet his expression will be priceless. The group sat in the car staring at the lit window. They watched the two silhouettes draw closer and closer until they finally merged. Almost there. Bullseye abruptly pushed open the car door. Move out. Let's go cool down that lovebird couple. Outside the door, Bullseye held several throwing knives in his hand, his ear pressed against the door. Listening to the faint sounds coming from inside, a lecherous smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Tisk tisk tisk, from the sound of it the battle is quite intense. I almost hate to interrupt. The Green Goblin beside him urged impatiently. Stop your nonsense, get on with it. Once he's done and enters the Sage mode, what fun would that be? What we want is to catch him at his most excited and give him a cold shock straight through the heart. Alright, you're in a hurry to watch the show, aren't you? Bullseye shrugged, took a step back and raised his foot, kicking fiercely at the solid wood door that looked quite expensive. Meanwhile, inside the door, Chang and I, who had been immersed in the warmth of a lover's embrace, suddenly paused in his movements. What's wrong? Felicia asked, still unsatisfied, clinging to his neck with a dazed look in her eyes. Someone's coming. Chang Ni's voice turned cold. And they're not friendly. He could clearly sense the unconcealed malicious auras outside the door. Who? Felicia instantly sobered up a bit, nervously clutching the bedsheet. I don't know, just a few bugs. Chang and I patted her smooth back, his tone calm. Hide first, get dressed. Don't let these filthy things stain your eyes. With that, he casually grabbed a towel and wrapped it around his waist. Naked from the waist up, his muscular physique gleamed with a metallic sheen under the light. Just as Felicia hid inside the wardrobe, a bang. The door was kicked open. Then whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 throwing knives gleaming with cold light shot toward Chang Ni's face, throat, and heart in a triangular formation. Their speed was like lightning. However, facing this lethal strike, Chang and I didn't even raise an eyelid. He casually lifted his right hand just as the 3 knives were about to pierce him. With a gentle flick, clink, clink, clink. 3 crisp sounds. The 3 knives, which could pierce steel, came to a steady halt between his fingers. What? Bullseye, still in his throwing pose at the door, nearly had his eyes pop out. How is this possible? He was the unerring Bullseye. How could anyone in the world catch his throwing knives with bare hands? Before he could recover from his shock, Yahoo! With a strange yell, the Green Goblin riding his flying glider charged in like a green mad dog. Kid! Taste this! He raised the pumpkin bomb in his hand to throw. Noisy! Chang and I frowned, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot. The next second, he appeared above the Green Goblin's head. With no fancy moves, just a simple straightforward downward kick. Bang! A dull thud. The Green Goblin, along with his glider, was kicked straight down from midair, crashing heavily onto the floor. The hard marble floor instantly cracked, dust rising. Cough, cough, cough. The Green Goblin curled up on the ground, feeling his internal organs displaced, unable even to scream in agony. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Bullseye was dumbfounded. Electro, who was about to discharge electricity, was dumbfounded. Mysterio, who was about to create illusions, was also dumbfounded. Is this guy a college student? Ding. Detected that target. Felicia Had Dai witnessed the host's divine might worship value off the charts. Current affection 100, life and death together. Congratulations, host. You have received the full value reward. Dong Dong Wave. Skill description: a Crane Hermit School ultimate technique, concentrating chi at the fingertip, instantly releasing a high penetration light beam. Point at anyone and they die. Specially treats all kinds of defiance. From the crack of the wardrobe, Felicia covered her mouth, watching the man standing in the middle of the living room like a war god. Her eyes were full of infatuation and fervor. So strong. So handsome. This is the man Felicia has set her sights on. Hearing the system prompt, a cruel smile curled at the corner of Chang Ni's mouth. Dong Dong Wave. Just in time. He extended his right index finger, pointing it at Electro, who was covered in sparks and about to launch a sneak attack. You want to electrocute me, don't you? A faint light flickered at Chang Ni's fingertip. Dong Dong Wave. Swish. A golden beam as thin as a thread but containing terrifying energy instantly pierced through the air. Electro didn't even have a chance to react. The beam directly pierced through his forehead. Pfft. The blue light in Electro's eyes instantly extinguished. His body fell straight to the ground. Instant kill. My Kasi. Bullseye and Mysterio screamed in terror. What the hell kind of skill is this? Laser. Damn it! Let's fight him. Bullseye frantically pulled out various weapons from his pocket, darts, playing cards, even a pen. He threw them at Chang and I as if they were free. However, Chang and I simply stood there, a faint white aura emanating around his body. Those lethal weapons, the moment they touched the aura, were all deflected. This is impossible. Bullseye was utterly despairing. How can we fight this? Physical immunity. Illusions. Use illusions. He shouted at Mysterio behind him. Mysterio finally snapped out of it. He quickly activated the holographic projection device on his body. Buzz. The scene in the living room instantly changed. Dozens of Mysterio's figures appeared out of nowhere, densely filling the entire space. Every one of them made the same movements, impossible to distinguish real from fake. Ha! Kid! Mysterio's voice came from all directions, tinged with madness. Now let's see how you fight. You'll never find my real body. Is that so? Chang and I sneered contemptuously. Playing tricks before an expert. Playing with afterimages in front of me. Afterimage fist. Shwa shwa shwa. In an instant, Chang-Ni's figure began to split as well. 10, 20, 50. In the blink of an eye. The entire living room was filled with Chang-Ni's afterimages. Their number was double that of Mysterio's illusions. Mysterio was dumbfounded. What kind of move is this? Your illusions may be realistic, but unfortunately. Dozens of Chang and I spoke simultaneously, their voices cold. You can't sense chi. In Chang-Ni's perception, among those dozens of Mysterios, only one emitted a faint life aura. That's the real body. There. All the Chang NIS simultaneously looked at a figure in the corner. The real body was instantly exposed. No. Mysterio tried to retreat in terror, but it was too late. Chang-Ni's figures instantly merged into one, appearing before him. His hands clasped together, lightning flickering in his palms. Universal shocking palm. ZZZZZ. Terrifying high-voltage electricity instantly engulfed Mysterio. Before he could even scream, Mysterio was turned into a charred corpse. The air filled with the smell of burnt flesh. In a flash, only 2 of the 4 were left alive. One was the half-dead Green Goblin lying on the ground, the other was Bullseye cowering at the door, trembling. Chang and I glanced at the Green Goblin on the floor. That guy was clutching a pumpkin bomb tightly, seemingly intending to die together. Want to blow up my home? Did you ask me? Chang and I raised his hand and fired a key blast. Boom. The Green Goblin, along with his bomb, was blasted out of the window. Now only Bullseye was left. Chang and I walked over to him, leisurely looking down at the once arrogant king of assassins. Speak. Who sent you? What do you want? Bullseye raised his head, tremblingly meeting Chang-Ni's emotionless eyes, and his psychological defenses completely collapsed. It's Jin Bing. He wants to capture you. Says he wants to recruit you. I'm just a thug. Please spare me. I have money. I have $50 million in a Swiss bank. I'll give it all to you. Just let me go. Chang and I raised an eyebrow. Jin Bing. That fat bastard. So it's him. I don't want your money. Chang and I waved his hand disdainfully. However, I can give you a chance to live. He pointed at the 2 corpses on the floor. Clean this place up. Take them away and throw them into the river. Don't dirty my carpet. Get lost. Bullseye felt as if he had received a pardon. He quickly scrambled up, laboriously dragged the 2 corpses, and fled out the door, stumbling and crawling. Afraid that Chang and I would change his mind. The wardrobe door opened. Felicia, wrapped in a towel, came out and looked at the empty doorway, asking with some confusion. You just let him go? That's not like you. Chang and I walked to the balcony, took a deep breath, and looked down at the figure who had just disposed of the bodies and was about to get into a car to escape. A cold smile curled at his lips. Let him go. Think again. I just had him clean up the corpses for me. With that, he slowly raised his right index finger. From a height of 15 stories, he aimed at the black sedan that had just started. You disturbed my pleasure, and you still want to live? Die. A golden light flashed at his fingertip. Swish. A dong-dong wave instantly pierced the night sky, hitting Bullseye in the car with pinpoint accuracy, instantly blowing his head off. Chang and I turned to look at Felicia, his eyes growing fiery again. That fat bastard named Jin Bing, I'll go settle accounts with him. But for now. He scooped Felicia up in his arms. We still have more important things to finish. The fire just now was a bit strong, I need you to help me cool it down. Felicia let out a soft cry and obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. Then. This time no one is allowed to disturb us. Don't worry. Chang and I smirked and strode toward the bedroom. Tonight, even if God himself comes, he'll have to wait at the door. Unless he doesn't want to live. The first rays of dawn streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the bedroom in golden light. Johnny stretched languidly and sat up from the bed. Last night's battle had been nothing short of intense. Even with his Saiyan physique boasting a combat power of 2200, he felt a faint ache in his lower back. This was what they called bittersweet pleasure. He turned to glance at the side. Empty. The little wildcat who had clung to him like an octopus last night was nowhere to be seen. Left this early. Johnny raised an eyebrow and swung out of bed. Walking into the living room, he found it tidied up immaculately. Even the mess from last night's battle had been cleaned spotless. Except for the few cracks on the marble floor in the middle of the living room, leftovers from when that unlucky bastard Green Goblin had crashed down. Those battle scars couldn't be wiped away no matter how hard one scrubbed. Guess I'll have to ask the property management to replace the floor. Johnny shook his head and picked up his phone to call them. After hanging up, he noticed a note left on the table. On it was a red-lit print beside which was a delicate handwriting. Good morning, my dear Apollo. As much as I want to keep lying in your arms, that old fossil professor for today's sketching class is a real pain. Had to sneak away first. Last night was amazing. Let's do it again sometime. Love, your little kitten. Johnny smirked as he read the note. Staying up so late last night, and she still had the energy to go to class. This little wildcat must be naturally gifted too. Just then, ding. The system's delightful chimes sounded again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the first deep interaction with S-Rank Comprehensive Evaluation Beauty, Felicia Hardy. Many children, many blessings. System reward calculation in progress. Reward in recognition of the host's heroic performance last night. You are awarded the ultimate secret art of the Turtle School, the Kamehameha. Skill description: the ultimate technique of the Turtle School, unleashing a concentrated energy wave by charging. Its power depends on the amount of chi infused. It can blast planets or swat mosquitoes, an essential skill for travel, home defense, and eliminating foes. Kamehameha. Johnny's eyes lit up instantly. This was the signature move from Dragon Ball. Though he had the Dodone Ray, that was for pinpoint strikes, strong penetration but limited area of effect. The Kamehameha was different. It was a weapon that could blow the moon to smithereens. With this, if he ever faced a fleet like Thanos's or the Celestials, he could just fire a full-power Kamehameha straight at them. The image. Simply too beautiful. Unfortunately. Johnny glanced at the system panel and sighed with a hint of regret. This time the one-shot achievement hadn't triggered. It seemed that to make Felicia conceive a little Saiyan, he'd need to put in a few more rounds. But he stroked his chin, a knowing smirk spreading across his face. The more the merrier. After washing up and changing into casual clothes, Johnny pushed open the door and stepped out of the apartment. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he noticed yellow caution tape had been strung across the entrance. Several uniformed officers were busy at work. Among them were a few men in black suits, clearly S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Mr. Gilda, please hold on. An agent stopped Johnny. We need to ask a few routine questions regarding last night's disturbance. No problem. Johnny nodded cooperatively. I slept soundly last night, didn't hear a thing. After dealing with the formalities, he hopped on his bike and headed to school. In the donut shop on the corner, Coulson held a half-eaten chocolate donut, watching Johnny's retreating figure through the glass window. Target is normal, emotionally stable, currently heading to school. He whispered into the communicator at his collar, but his eyes betrayed a hint of awe. Those four last night. Bullseye, Green Goblin, Mysterio, Electro. Every single one of them was a headache for S.H.I.E.L.D. And this kid took them all down in one night, even disposing of the bodies cleanly. Coulson swallowed the donut in his mouth, feeling a bit choked. This combat prowess, this mental fortitude. He's a born superhero. The director was right. This kind of talent must be recruited into the Avengers. Otherwise, if he ever goes rogue, that would be 1,000,000 times more terrifying than those four unlucky bastards combined. Empire State University. In the classroom, Gwen sat in the front row, flipping through a book absent-mindedly. When she saw Johnny enter, her eyes lit up. Johnny, Gwen whispered, patting the empty seat beside her. Johnny walked over and sat down, naturally taking her hand. About yesterday. My dad turning you down. You're not mad, are you? Gwen looked at Johnny cautiously, her eyes full of apology. You know how he is, stubborn as an old mule. Silly girl, how could I be mad? Johnny smiled and pinched her cheek. It's normal for a father-in-law to dislike his son-in-law. Once we have a grandson for him to dote on, he'll be grinning from ear to ear. You. What are you talking about? Gwen blushed furiously, shooting him a playfully reproachful glare. But the upward curve of her lips betrayed her delight. How about lunch together? I'll treat you to make up for it. My pleasure. Johnny accepted gladly. This class was Professor Connors' biology lecture. Professor Connors seemed off today. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and he appeared unusually agitated. During the lecture he couldn't stop talking about the regenerative genes of reptiles. He even drew a bunch of incomprehensible complex formulas on the blackboard. His fervent gaze made Johnny frown. Looks like the old man is about to turn into a lizard man. Johnny mused inwardly. But he didn't plan to intervene just yet. A scientist in such a manic state wouldn't listen to reason. At noon in the cafeteria, Johnny and Gwen carried their trays and found a seat by the window. They chatted while eating, discussing the issue of gene decay rates from the lecture. Just then Johnny's gaze casually swept across the cafeteria entrance. It suddenly froze. At a nearby table, Peter Parker was sitting with a red-haired girl. The girl had hair as fiery as a flame and a figure that was absolutely stunning. Even in a simple t-shirt and jeans she couldn't hide her model-like curves. Mary Jane Watson. One of Spider-Man's most famous girlfriends in the Marvel Universe. At that moment they seemed to be chatting. Though Peter still looked a bit shy, there was a smile on his face. They seemed to be getting along quite well. Damn. Johnny marveled inwardly. Just took Gwen from him, and now he's already hitting on Mary Jane. As expected of the Peter Parker aura, his luck with women is insane. Johnny stroked his chin. While it's said that a friend's wife should not be coveted, this kid hasn't become Spider-Man yet, and Mary Jane isn't his girlfriend. At most she's a childhood friend or neighbor. Besides, Mary Jane's figure was simply top-notch. That vibrant youthful energy was completely different from Gwen's intellectuality or Felicia's wildness. It was exactly Johnny's type. If he could add her to his collection. Before Johnny could finish the thought, ding. Detected classic Marvel high-quality female, Mary Jane Watson. Target identity: future supermodel actress, important confidant of Spider-Man. System suggestion: the host should uphold the spirit of universal love for the prosperity of the family, and include her as a conquest target. Reward preview: Destructo Disc, advanced flight and massive combat power boost. Pfft. Johnny barely stifled a laugh. This damn system really knows me. Destructo Disc. That's a skill that can cut through anything. And a massive combat power boost. Who could resist such temptation? Peter. Johnny looked at Peter from a distance, and sighed inwardly. As much as I feel this is a bit unfair still, for the sake of universal peace and defeating Thanos, I'll have to ask you to bear with it. After all, you can't handle such a fiery girl anyway. Let me take this burden off your hands. Just then a handsome young man in an expensive tailored suit and a meticulously combed slicked-back hairstyle stepped through the cafeteria entrance. Carrying his tray, he swept his gaze across the room before striding directly toward Peter's table. Harry Osborn, the Crown Prince of Osborn Industries. Hey Peter. Harry sat down beside Peter with natural ease, his innate aristocratic aura instantly making the ordinary table seem out of place. Harry. You're eating at the cafeteria too? Peter exclaimed in surprise, quickly making introductions. Mary Jane, this is my best friend Harry Osborn. Harry, this is Mary Jane. Hello, Mr. Osborn. Mary Jane's eyes lit up instantly. She extended her hand, her smile far more radiant than the one she had offered Peter moments ago. Johnny recognized that look all too well. It was the gleam of hope for upward social mobility. For a girl like Mary Jane, trapped in a troubled family and desperate to rise above her circumstances. The heir of Osborn Industries was like a prince from a fairy tale. Even if that prince seemed a bit gloomy. Tisk per Peter. Johnny sighed inwardly. This wasn't introducing friends, it was letting the wolf into the henhouse. In the original story, Peter had been cuckolded by this very pair. It seemed the wheels of history were spinning in a familiar direction. But, since being cuckolded was inevitable, why let it be by Harry, that emotionally unstable scion? When it could be by me, the system-enhanced champion dedicated to cosmic peace. Charity begins at home. Is that Harry Osborn? Gwen recognized the newcomer and showed surprise. I didn't expect him to be on campus. I heard Osborn Industries is up to some major project. You know him? No. Johnny wiped his mouth, stood up, and straightened his collar. But I'd like to. He looked at Gwen with sincere but deceptive eyes. You know I'm researching gene decay rates. Osborn Industries is the authority in that field. If I can connect with the heir, it would greatly benefit our research. In this society, more friends mean more paths. Gwen paused, then nodded. True. Go ahead, I'll wait. The excuse was flawless. In the world of scholars, academic exchange is always noble and proper. Johnny curled his lips into a smirk and strode toward Peter's table on his long legs. Hey, Peter. He reached the table and casually rested a hand on the back of Peter's chair. Fancy meeting you here. Having lunch with friends. Peter looked up, saw Johnny, and smiled. Johnny! You're here too. And this is... Johnny feigned ignorance, his gaze settling on Harry. Oh. This is Harry Osborn. Peter hurriedly introduced. Harry, this is the Johnny Gilda I told you about. The guy who knocked out the rhino with one punch. At those words, Harry, who had been somewhat indifferent, sharpened his gaze immediately. He set down his knife and fork, stood up, and extended his hand. I've heard a lot about you. Your name has been all over New York's high society lately. Even my father speaks highly of you. Although Harry was proud, he respected strength. He showed due deference to someone who could take down a supervillain single-handedly. You flatter me, Mr. Osborn. Johnny shook Harry's hand with a smile, applying a bit of pressure. Harry's expression flickered, then broke into an even more appreciative grin. Call me Harry. All right, Harry. Johnny released his hand and his gaze naturally shifted to the red-haired stunner beside him. And who is this beautiful lady? Mary Jane had been restless since Johnny walked over. From the moment he approached, her eyes hadn't left him. So handsome. The confidence and charisma radiating from his very bones were 100 times more captivating than Harry's gloomy aristocratic vibe. And he was the campus celebrity, the mysterious superhero. Mary Jane Watson. She extended her slender hand, flicking her red hair behind her ear. She flashed a perfectly practiced smile. You can call me MJ. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Gilda. She drew out the last two words with a teasing lilt. Johnny took her hand. Soft, smooth. No wonder she was destined to be a star. She took excellent care of herself. MJ. Beautiful name. Your aura reminds me of the Golden Age Hollywood starlets. Would you like to exchange contact info? I've been investing in some film projects lately. Maybe we can collaborate. Investing in film. That was a blatant lie. His only investments were in human genetic engineering. But for Mary Jane, who dreamed of breaking into showbiz, it was a killer move. Of course. Mary Jane's eyes sparkled as she whipped out her phone. I was thinking the same thing. The exchange of numbers was seamless. Harry, not to be outdone, chimed in. Since we're all friends, let me save mine too. He took out his phone and smiled at Mary Jane. Osborn Industries also has an entertainment division. Mary Jane eagerly accepted, laughing coquettishly. Watching this harmonious scene, Johnny sneered inwardly. Harry was a sly dog too. All talk about friendship, but his moves to pick up girls were just as fast. But... sorry, pal. Can your moves be faster than my system? Ding. Host successfully established connection with target Mary Jane Watson. Binding successful. Reward for initial binding: base combat power 200. Current combat power 2400. A familiar surge of warmth flooded through him. Johnny felt his strength ascend another level. 2400 points. God, that felt amazing. Well, I won't keep you. Having achieved his goal, Johnny knew when to quit. Gwen was still waiting. Too much would risk a fire in the backyard. My girlfriend is waiting for me. He emphasized the word girlfriend, both for Harry's benefit and to showcase his own value to Mary Jane. In this open American society, being taken made one even more desirable. See you later, everyone. Johnny turned and walked away with flair. Watching Johnny's retreating figure, Harry sipped his coffee, eyes glinting. Peter, your friend is quite interesting. Peter gave a wry smile, poking at his pasta with a tasteless expression. He wasn't stupid. He'd sensed the undercurrents in that brief exchange. Mary Jane, meanwhile, rested her chin on her hand, her gaze following Johnny. Until he sat back down beside Gwen, she reluctantly looked away. Harry, Peter. Mary Jane, as if suddenly remembering something, smoothed her hair. I have a very important audition on Broadway tonight. If you're free, would you come and support me? Of course. Peter immediately perked up, eyes full of anticipation. No problem. Harry nodded politely. Not far away, Johnny, who had caught every word, smiled. A Broadway audition. He hadn't been to Broadway in a while. Watching Mary Jane perform wouldn't be bad, and maybe he'd find the chance to develop things further. Johnny, what are you smiling about? Gwen asked curiously. Nothing. Johnny cut a piece of steak and fed it to Gwen, his eyes deep. Just thinking that tonight's night sky will be especially beautiful. By the way, Gwen, I have some academic business to attend to tonight. I probably won't be able to accompany you. Academic private matters. Gwen blinked her bright blue eyes. Though slightly puzzled, she obediently nodded. All right, but don't push yourself too hard. After all, you barely rested the night before last. At this, Gwen's cheeks flushed uncontrollably with a rosy hue. That shy look made Johnny's heart race. He wanted nothing more than to pull her aside and rest again. But, for a greater goal, the advanced versions of Spirit Ball and Sky Dance. For the peace of the universe, to prevent MJ from corrupting Peter. Johnny held back. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Johnny smiled meaningfully. The afternoon classes were as tedious as listening to a monk chant sutras for a genius like him. Finally the bell rang. Gwen, still reluctant to part, slowly walked beside Johnny, clutching her books. Her clingy demeanor, as if she wanted to hang on him entirely, dealt a heavy blow to the solitary souls passing by. Just as they were about to descend the stairs from the teaching building corridor. The drum part of this song is still a bit weak, we need stronger impact. A familiar, slightly assertive female voice came from a nearby activity room. Then, a few girls carrying instruments pushed open the door and walked out. Leading them was none other than Mary Jane Watson, with her fiery red hair. Always the center of attention wherever she went. Now she was dressed in a slightly rock-style leather jacket. The tight leather pants accentuated her long legs breathtakingly. Wild, sexy. Completely different from the girl next door elegance she exuded at lunch. MJ. Johnny raised an eyebrow and stopped. Mary Jane caught sight of him. Her serious expression, which she had been discussing with her bandmates, instantly bloomed into a radiant smile. Hey, Johnny. She strode over quickly. Her gaze lingered on Johnny for a moment before casually sweeping over to Gwen beside him. What a coincidence. Indeed. Johnny smiled, his eyes subtly scanning the girls behind her carrying guitars and basses. Were you just talking about the drumbeat? You formed a band? Of course. Mary Jane flicked her red hair confidently. The Mary Jane Band, and I'm the lead singer. How about it? Interested in hearing our rehearsal? We'll be performing at the school anniversary in a few days. The invitation seemed directed at both of them. But her captivating eyes were fixed firmly on Johnny. Johnny didn't accept outright, only shrugged ambiguously. If I have time, I'll consider it. At that moment, Mary Jane seemed to formally notice Gwen. She looked her up and down, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. But also a subtle hint of competitive spirit. So this is your girlfriend. She's gorgeous. With that aura. Tisk, she's practically born for the stage. Gwen, feeling a bit shy at the compliment, politely extended her hand. Hello, I'm Gwen Stacy. Gwen. Lovely name. Mary Jane shook Gwen's hand and suddenly seemed struck by an idea, her eyes lighting up. Hey Gwen, are you interested in joining our band? Huh. Gwen was taken aback, clearly not following Mary Jane's train of thought. Me. But I don't play any instruments. No problem. Mary Jane was almost overly enthusiastic, directly linking her arm with Gwen's. Skills can be learned, but looks and charisma are innate. Our band just needs a drummer who can command the stage, and I think your image is perfect. Besides, drumming is a great stress reliever. Watching Mary Jane's natural familiarity, and seeing Gwen's expression shift from initial bewilderment to gradual interest, Johnny, standing nearby, wore a peculiar expression. Mary Jane's band. Gwen Stacy. Drummer. This plot development feels oddly familiar. Johnny stroked his chin. In the parallel universe, Spider-Gwen, he had seen. Gwen was indeed the drummer for Mary Jane's band, wasn't she? And, if this script continued, wouldn't that mean Gwen might one day be bitten by that damned radioactive spider? And then put on that classic black and white hooded form-fitting suit. The image instantly flashed through Johnny's mind. That suit's design was notorious for accentuating the figure, especially the lines of the legs and hips. If Gwen really wore that and swayed in front of him. Even if she wore it for academic exchanges. Ahem. Johnny felt a certain part of his DNA stirring. That visual impact would definitely be 100 times more striking than a mere schoolgirl outfit, or stockings. Well, that might not be so bad. Johnny silently gave Mary Jane a mental thumbs up. What a great assist. Since MJ said so, Gwen, you should give it a try. Johnny chimed in at the perfect moment to encourage. I think you'd look amazing playing the drums on stage. Hearing her boyfriend's support, Gwen's hesitation vanished. Then, I'll give it a try. Awesome. Mary Jane excitedly exchanged contact info with Gwen. Her enthusiasm was so intense that one might mistake them for long-lost sisters. Of course. Johnny knew well. Mary Jane's tactic was a roundabout approach. First bring the main love interest into the circle and build a friendship. Then create more opportunities to get close to him. This woman's game was indeed a level higher than Felicia's straightforward style. At the school gate. I'll head off now, Johnny. Gwen, holding her book, stood on tiptoe and pressed a kiss to Johnny's lips. Get some rest early tonight, don't overwork yourself. Don't worry, go ahead. Johnny watched as Gwen got into Captain George's police car until the taillights disappeared around the corner. All right. The home front is settled. Next. Time to hunt. Johnny mounted his vintage bicycle, pushed off with his foot. The wheels spun, speeding toward the most bustling part of Manhattan. Broadway Avenue. At the entrance of the Schubert Theater on Broadway, a black Bentley Mulsanne slowly pulled up to the curb. The door opened. Harry Osborn, dressed in a well-tailored high-end suit, stepped out gracefully. Next came a somewhat awkward Peter Parker wearing a slightly cheap-looking suit. Finally, Mary Jane, dressed in a stunning gown as radiant as a red rose. Thanks for the ride, Harry. Mary Jane flipped her hair and gave Harry a charming smile. This ride is really comfortable. It's my pleasure to serve you, MJ. Harry bowed politely, his eyes full of admiration. Peter, watching their interaction, felt a pang of jealousy. But he forced himself to be cheerful, clenching his fist to encourage Mary Jane. MJ, you'll ace your audition today. You're the best. Fingers crossed, Peter. Mary Jane smiled at Peter, but there was a noticeable politeness in it. Come on, let's go inside. Harry glanced at his watch. I've arranged the best box seats, we can watch you shine on stage. The three chatted and laughed as they entered the theater. Just as their figures disappeared behind the door. Screech! A breaking sound echoed. Johnny stopped his bicycle, one foot on the ground at the foot of the theater steps. He looked up at the huge neon sign. The Phantom of the Opera. Tisk Broadway. Johnny locked his bike to a railing. The last time I was here to watch a show was in high school. He adjusted his black casual suit. Though not as opulent as Harry's with his face and tall frame. He was a natural street snap subject just standing there. But who actually comes to a show for the art? Johnny smirked mischievously. He wasn't here to cultivate his mind. He was here for that red-haired beauty and the tempting reward from the system. Peter and Harry are here too. Even better. The thrill of poaching right under my best buddy's nose. That's the essence of the many children, many blessings system. Johnny strode to the ticket booth. One ticket with the best view. Preferably one that can see backstage. The interior of Schubert Theater was adorned with sheer opulence. Towering crystal chandeliers hung above crimson velvet curtains, while the air carried the mingled scent of expensive perfume and the corrosion of money. Johnny purchased a ticket in the far corner of the uppermost balcony. Though the view was somewhat obstructed, its quiet and lofty position more than made up for it. From this vantage point the entire theater unfurled before him like a chessboard. Whether the glimmering lights upon the stage or the comings and goings within the VIP boxes below, nothing escaped his watchful gaze. Johnny leaned against the railing, idly flipping a coin between his fingers. His attention drifted toward a lavish box on the second floor where Harry Osborn reclined elegantly, one leg crossed over the other, a glass of champagne in hand. Beside him sat Peter Parker, somewhat stiff and uncomfortable, clutching a bottle of cola with nervous eyes fixed upon the stage. The wealthy wedded love at last, while the poor watched on. Johnny shook his head, a teasing smirk curling his lips. Nevertheless, he had not come today to observe those two companions indulging in their affection. His gaze shifted slightly, piercing through the side curtain and locking directly onto the backstage area, outside the dressing rooms. Mary Jane had changed into a medieval court gown of extraordinary elegance. The corset cinched her magnificent figure to breathtaking effect, her porcelain skin gleaming beneath the lights. Her vibrant red hair was swept high upon her head, revealing the graceful line of her swan-like neck. Beautiful, Truly breathtaking beauty. One could not help but admit she was a natural-born enchantress. Whether possessing the innocent purity of a girl next door, or the majestic grandeur of a stage queen, she commanded both with effortless grace. Johnny brushed his chin thoughtfully, his gaze growing noticeably warmer. If only he could be wearing such attire kneeling, cough. Johnny abruptly halted those indecent imaginings. After all, this was a public place, he needed to maintain his dignity. At that moment the backstage audition appeared to have commenced. Mary Jane performed a monologue before a panel of judges. Her voice carried profound emotional resonance, and her expressions were precisely calibrated. Even the director, who typically wore an impassive expression, could not help but nod with visible approval. It seemed the audition was virtually secured provided no unexpected complications arose. However, just then complications arrived. Bang! The iron door at the rear of the stage, which had been firmly shut, was violently kicked open. Several burly men in black suits stormed inside. Leading them was a tall, bald man whose skin possessed an eerie pallor, Tombstone, one of New York's underworld crime bosses. A trusted enforcer under Kingpin's command, though he occasionally operated independently. The mere sight of him sent the previously noisy backstage area into immediate silence. An oppressive aura forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood suffocated everyone present. "Where is Mary Jane?" Tombstone's voice was low and gravelly. His gaze quickly locked onto Mary Jane standing at center stage, a lecherous gleam flickering in his eyes. "Oh, found you. Truly a masterpiece." Tombstone grinned, revealing rows of immaculate white teeth. He strode forward, boldly ignoring the resentful yet silent staff surrounding them. He stopped directly before Mary Jane, his towering nearly 2-meter frame casting her entirely in shadow. "Cute little thing. Come with me, sweetheart. I've secured a private room upstairs with fine wine and entertainment." Tombstone extended a heavy hand toward her face. "Something says I need a leading lady to share a drink or two." Mary Jane's face paled and she instinctively stepped backward, evading his reach. "Sir, I am in the middle of an audition," she managed, though her voice betrayed a subtle tremor. "Please show some respect." "Audition?" Tombstone laughed as though hearing the most hilarious joke. "Ha! An audition?" He turned and shot a cold glare at the director. "Hey, old man. This girl, she's mine now. She's the lead in this production. Any objections?" The director stammered and shook his head frantically. "And no objections?" "Of course none." Tombstone turned back to Mary Jane, his grin widening insolently. "This is simply how things work here. In all of Broadway, if I declare you the lead, you are the lead. But on one condition." He stepped closer once more, his nauseating stench of tobacco and blood pressing into Mary Jane's nostrils. "You must first serve this gentleman properly. Come with me, and by night's end you shall be Broadway's brightest star. Otherwise—" Tombstone's eyes turned suddenly frigid. "You won't even manage to leave this theater intact." A direct and blatant threat. Mary Jane bit her lip until it whitened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She simply wanted to be an actress, to rise through her own efforts. Why? Why did scum like this always find her? High above in the balcony, Johnny observed everything, his expression instantly hardening. "Tombstone," he sneered, crushing his coin into misshapen metal. "A criminal bastard. Daring to lay hands on a woman under his protection. Perhaps he wished to earn himself a proper tombstone after all. He had originally planned to wait until after Mary Jane's audition for a romantic encounter. Yet this creature ruined everything, not merely spoiling his pleasure, but openly challenging his authority. In this Marvel universe, anyone set upon by Johnny Gilda bore his mark. No one else dared touch them. Not even God himself. Seeking death, Johnny shifted his weight, preparing to fly directly down and teach this pale-skinned thug a lesson. To make him understand why roses bloom so vividly. However, just as he was about to strike, his movement froze abruptly. "What, Harry and Peter?" Johnny raised an eyebrow, retracting his foot. It seems he was not the only guardian angel present. True enough. That young Osborn was one of the theater's principal benefactors. Causing trouble on his turf was hardly a gesture of respect. Johnny leaned back against the railing, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. If someone wished to test the waters first, he was more than willing to enjoy the spectacle. This would also reveal how substantial the Crown Prince of Osborn Enterprises truly was. Most crucially, Johnny understood that figures like Tombstone would show no reverence regardless of Harry's pedigree. Let them engage first. Only when the hero finally appeared would his entrance carry maximum impact. It would win Mary Jane's heart all the more completely. Backstage, Mary Jane huddled in the corner, her exquisite face pale as paper. Just as the rough hand of the tombstone was about to touch her trembling shoulder. Stop! A sharp shout accompanied by hurried footsteps broke the suffocating silence. Bang! The door to the dressing room was slammed open again. Harry Osborn, clad in an expensive suit, rushed in with Peter Parker. Seeing the newcomers, Mary Jane, who had been despairing, instantly saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Harry. Peter. She clung to them like a last lifeline, her voice trembling with sobs. Save me. Upon seeing Harry, the director also felt as though granted a reprieve, nearly kneeling to address him as young master. In New York, where capital reigned supreme, the name Osborn sometimes carried more weight than the mayor's. Mubei ceased his action. He slowly turned around those grey, lifeless, fish-like eyes, coldly surveying the two unwelcome guests. Well, who do we have here? Mubei grinned, revealing teeth as white as bone, his tone tinged with amusement. Isn't this the heir to the Osborn group? What? Not drinking champagne in your mansion, but coming to such a seedy place to experience life. Facing Mubei's mockery, Harry forcibly suppressed the tension in his heart. He straightened his back, adjusted his slightly disheveled tie, attempting to maintain the dignity and authority befitting a top-tier rich second generation. I am one of the shareholders of this theater. Harry lifted his chin, looking at Mubei with a condescending gaze. Here, my word is the rule. Sir, I don't care what side you're on. Now immediately get out of my territory and stay away from Miss Watson. Otherwise the legal team and security department of the Osborn Group will make you understand what regret means. These words Harry spoke with authority. In the past, within New York social circles, as long as he invoked the name of the Osborn Group, he was basically invincible. However, this time he had clearly miscalculated. Ha! Mubei seemed to have heard the biggest joke, letting out a piercing laugh. The laughter shook the surrounding glass, making them hum. Osborn. Legal team. Kid, do you not understand the situation? Mubei suddenly reined in his smile, stepping forward, his massive shadow directly engulfing Harry. This is the backyard of Hell's Kitchen, not your Wall Street. Dare to speak to me like that? You've got some nerve, just like your dead father. Quite bold. Harry frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. What do you mean? How do you know my father? How do I know him? Hee. Mubei leaned close to Harry, that disgusting smell of blood overwhelming him. He lowered his voice, his tone sinister. Young Master Harry, aren't you curious why you haven't been able to reach your great father since last night? Executives at Osborn Group are all looking for him, and you can only claim he's on vacation. Tsk tisk, what a filial son indeed. Harry's face changed instantly. Indeed. Since last night his father Norman Osborn had disappeared. Calls couldn't get through, no one at home, and even the hoverboard and Green Goblin armor were gone. But he had always thought his father was conducting that damn human enhancement experiment in a secret lab. How do you know what I did? And do you know where he is? Harry's voice began to tremble, the arrogance from just now instantly dissipating by half. Of course I know. Mubei's eyes were mocking, as if looking at a lamb awaiting slaughter. Because we all work for the same boss. Last night your father in his Green Goblin persona followed Bullseye and the others to cause trouble for a young man. The result. Mubei held out his hand, making a snapping gesture across his neck. All wiped out. Even the bodies were thrown into the Hudson River to feed the fish. What? Harry was struck by lightning, staggering back 2 steps, nearly falling to the ground. Father. Dead. The arrogant Norman Osborn dead. How is that possible? No. You're lying. This is impossible. Harry roared, but the panic in his eyes betrayed him. Take it or leave it. Mubei shrugged, looking indifferent. Anyway, this news will spread throughout the underground world by tomorrow morning. I'm thinking if I were to release this news now. Tsk tisk, tomorrow will the Osborn Group's stock price fall to worthless paper. By then you, the young master who has lost his father's protection, can you still shout at me like this? These words were like a sword striking the heart, fiercely piercing Harry's psychological defense. Lost his father, lost the deterrent power of the Osborn Group. He, Harry Osborn, in the eyes of these desperados, was just a fat sheep that could be crushed any time. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, wanting to threaten, but found himself unable to utter a complete sentence. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Watching Harry's terrified appearance, Mubei snorted disdainfully. Be smart and get out of here quickly. While you haven't gone bankrupt yet, go home and drink a few more bottles of good wine. Speaking of which, Mubei waved his hand. The burly men in black behind him immediately advanced with wicked grins. Those pairs of ill-intentioned eyes swept over Harry's expensive suit. Mary Jane watched this scene, her heart completely chilled. She had originally thought Harry was the hero riding colorful clouds. But, already backing down. Not even daring to resist. Despair once again enveloped her heart. However, just then, Peter Parker, who had been standing behind Harry without speaking, finally spoke. Although he was afraid, although his legs were also trembling. But when he saw the desperate look in Mary Jane's eyes, the blood of justice in his heart still overwhelmed him. Don't touch her. Peter lunged forward, abruptly spreading his arms, blocking in front of Mary Jane and Harry. His frail figure seemed so ridiculous before Mubei. This is a public place. You are breaking the law. I have already called the police. I order you to leave here immediately. Peter's voice was loud, but it revealed obvious lack of confidence, even carrying a slight tremor. Hearing this, the entire backstage fell into a brief dead silence. Immediately after, ha ha ha. Mubei laughed so hard his eyes were about to tear out. He looked at Peter as if at a fool. Order me. Kid, did you study until you became stupid? Or are you also wanting to take a swim in the Hudson River? Harry, this is your friend. Mubei shook his head, his eyes suddenly becoming fierce. It seems you prefer the hard way. Since you don't want to leave, then none of you leave. Beat them up. Mubei gave a nod. Several subordinates who had been unable to hold back immediately pounced like wolves and tigers. Bang! The burly man at the forefront punched Peter directly in the face. Ugh! Peter screamed, his entire body flying backward, crashing heavily onto the dressing table. Bottles and jars shattered all over the floor. Peter! Mary Jane cried out. Before she could react, two burly men had already grabbed Harry on both sides. Let me go. Do you know who I am? Harry struggled desperately, but the pampered him had no chance against these professional thugs. Slap. A slap was fiercely delivered to Harry's face. Shut up. You little bastard. The scene instantly lost control. Violence, chaos, screams. And on the high balcony above the theater, Johnny Gilda played with that deformed coin in his hand, taking in everything below. Watching Harry go from arrogant to broken, watching Peter go from brave to instantly defeated. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the so-called heroes saving the beauty? Too tragic, simply unbearable to watch. Johnny shook his head, adjusting his sleeves. Although Harry and Peter's performance was quite pathetic. But one must admit, they did indeed by themselves the best timing for their entrance. Now Mary Jane was in extreme fear and despair. At this time, as long as a beam of light shone in, even if just a little bit, she would pounce on it without hesitation, grabbing it tightly. Moreover, this beam of light was a super powerful 2400-watt searchlight. Alright. The supporting characters' roles are finished. Now it was time for the protagonist to make an entrance. Johnny turned, not choosing to fly down directly. That would be too shocking, easily scaring Mary Jane. If you're going to act, you must do it all the way. To have that sense of romantic destiny that seems coincidental but is actually fated. He strided forward with his long legs, heading towards the side door leading to the backstage. There the lighting was just right. The atmosphere was perfect. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of flesh impacts accompanied by the crisp sounds of snapping bones, echoing in the cramped backstage dressing room. Ah! Stop! Stop! Harry Osborn curled up on the ground, his expensive bespoke suit now stained with dust and blood. He clutched his head with both hands, letting out a piercing scream. The usually elegant young Master Osborn now resembled a beaten dog. The news of his father's death, combined with the excruciating physical pain, had completely shattered his psychological defenses. Please! Leave Harry alone! Mary Jane huddled in the corner, her tears long since smudging her meticulously applied makeup. She screamed in despair, trying to stop the violence. However, her pleas were met with Tombstone's even more cruel laughter. Ha! Did you hear that? The little lady feels sorry for you. Tombstone sat on an intact chair, legs crossed, twirling a dagger in his hand. Hit him harder. Let this brat know that without his green-skinned dad he's nothing. Yes, boss. Several thugs grinned, their leather shoes raining down on Harry like hailstones. On the other side, Peter Parker wasn't faring much better, though he struggled desperately trying to save Harry and Mary Jane. But his frail frame was grabbed by a burly man's single hand around the neck, pinned firmly against the wall. Cough. Let go. Peter's face flushed red, his feet dangling and kicking uselessly. Slap. The thug backhanded Peter across the face, causing stars to burst in his eyes. "Stay still, you little bookworm." Watching this scene, Tombstone nodded with satisfaction. He stood up, his massive frame of over 6 feet casting a shadow that completely enveloped Mary Jane. "Tisk tisk tsk?" Tombstone walked over to Mary Jane and crouched down, his dead fish eyes fixed on her chest, heaving violently with fear. "See, beautiful lady. This is reality. Your prince can't save you, and your night is nothing but a waste." In this world of the survival of the fittest, only power matters. Tombstone reached out his rough hand, intending to pinch Mary Jane's chin. "No. Don't." Mary Jane desperately shrank back, her back pressed tightly against the cold wall. She had originally thought she could change her fate through the audition, escaping that alcoholic and violent family. She had thought that by clinging to the Osborne family tree she could rise from rags to riches. But now, the dream shattered. Reality was like this filthy hand about to touch her, cruel enough to suffocate. "Am I destined to rot in the mud for my entire life?" Mary Jane closed her eyes, tears streaming from the corners. Just then, creak, a soft sound. The iron door connecting to the side entrance of the backstage was slowly pushed open. A beam of light streamed in through the crack. "Who?" Tombstone paused, whipping his head around. In the direction of the backlight, a tall, straight figure was strolling in hands in pockets. "Well, well." A magnetic voice tinged with mockery and coldness rang out. "Quite a lively scene here. Mind if I join?" Johnny Gilda. He stood at the door wearing a nonchalant smile. His gaze swept over Harry lying on the ground like a dead dog, then glanced at Peter pinned to the wall. Finally it settled on Mary Jane, whose face was streaked with tears. "Seems I've come just in time." Johnny shook his head and sighed. "Such a pretty face, if it's ruined by tears it won't be worth anything." "Who the hell are you?" The thug who had been holding Peter cursed and released him. He turned and walked toward Johnny. "Get lost if you don't want to die, huh?" Before he could finish, Johnny raised his hand. He threw a punch. Bang. A dull thud. The burly man was sent flying backward, crashing heavily at Tombstone's feet. Pfft. The thug spat out a mouthful of blood along with several white teeth. And at his jaw. It was completely caved in, even revealing the pink gums beneath. His jawbone was shattered. It really flew out. Aya. The delayed searing pain caused the thug to let out pig-like screams, rolling wildly on the ground. Everyone froze. The thugs who had been beating Harry stopped staring in horror at the scene, though Harry and Peter had swollen eyes and blurred vision. When they saw the figure at the door, their eyes instantly lit up with unprecedented brilliance. Johnny! Peter clutched his neck, gasping, his face beaming with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. "We're saved." Harry trembled with excitement. "Johnny! Save MJ! Save us!" Harry shouted with all his might. Johnny ignored them. He stepped forward, his leather shoes clicking on the floor. "Anyone else want to try?" Johnny scanned the remaining thugs, his gaze cold, as if looking at a group of dead men. "Damn it! Rush him together! Kill him!" Those scared the thugs were desperate men. They exchanged glances, pulled out batons and daggers, and charged with wild shouts. Courting death. Bang! 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 3 consecutive dull thuds. No one saw how Johnny moved. They only saw the 3 charging thugs fly back faster than they came. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by bone-chilling sounds of fractures. The fate of these 3 was the same as the first. Their jaws shattered, dripping with blood. One unlucky guy even had his jawbone stabbed through his cheek, dangling loosely on the flesh. Ugh! Seeing the bloody scene, the director nearby couldn't help but throw up. Mary Jane was even more terrified, covering her mouth, her big eyes filled with fear. But more than that, it was a profound shock. This man, powerful, cold, yet damn charming. Johnny stepped over the groaning thugs on the ground and walked straight up to Tombstone. At this moment, Tombstone's originally pale and vicious face had turned ashen. Cold sweat dripped down his bald head. He stared intently at Johnny's excessively young face. In his mind, the photo sent by his boss Kingpin gradually overlapped with the face before him. "It's you!" Tombstone's voice trembled, all his earlier arrogance gone. "Johnny Gilda. The one who took down Green Goblin, Bullseye, Electro, and Mysterio, 4 supervillains, in one night. The monster even Kingpin treats with caution." "Oh. You know me." Johnny raised an eyebrow, stopping less than 2 meters from Tombstone. "Since you know me, you should be aware. I have a temper." Johnny glanced at Mary Jane cowering in the corner, then at Harry and Peter on the ground. Finally his icy eyes locked onto Tombstone. A chilling grin spread across his face. Lay a hand on the people I care about. How do you want to die? Tombstone swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back. He was panicked. Truly panicked. He knew how powerful Green Goblin's gear was, and he had witnessed Electro's destructive force. Even those 4 monsters fell to this kid, leaving no trace. What chance do I have? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Tombstone forced a smile uglier than crying, raising his hands. Mr. Gilda, I didn't know she was your friend. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to touch her even if I had 100 guts. I'll leave now. Right away. Saying that, he began to back away, trying to sneak off. Leave. Johnny tilted his head as if hearing a joke. You beat up my people, scared my girl. And you think a misunderstanding is enough to walk away? Do you think I run a charity? Johnny turned to look at Mary Jane. Though she was out of danger, she was still shaken. In her beautiful eyes, besides fear of Tombstone, there was more awe at Johnny's terrifying power. And a hint of a desire to rely on him. This look was all too familiar to Johnny. It was the signal of a prey about to be caught. At moments like this, Johnny thought to himself, if I don't show you something ruthless, how can I make sure you never forget me for the rest of your life? With that thought, Johnny's aura exploded fiercely. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open. Johnny clenched his right fist, and a faint white aura shimmered around it. As for now, die. He didn't intend to hold back with this punch. He would use the most violent means to shatter this gang boss who dared to show off in front of him. With this punch, Mary Jane's affection level would definitely be maxed out instantly. Boom. The air was compressed at an extreme speed, emitting a sonic boom. Johnny's fist hadn't even touched Tombstone's body yet. That terrifying fist wind had already caused the pale skin beneath Tombstone's chest clothes to ripple like waves. No. My skin is bulletproof. You can't kill me. Tombstone's eyes bulged, his teeth clenched tightly, every muscle in his body tense to the limit. He tried to use his proud mutant skin to withstand the blow. In his understanding, even a rocket launcher couldn't pierce his defense in one hit. However, the next second, puff. The expression on Tombstone's face instantly froze. He lowered his head, staring dazedly at his chest. There, his originally indestructible gray skin had now become a massive hole. And behind him, Johnny's blood-stained fist was slowly withdrawing. In his hand, he still gripped a heart that was still faintly beating. Plop. Johnny casually flicked the mass of flesh to the ground. Bulletproof. Johnny shook the blood droplets off his hand, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Sorry. My fist is armor-piercing. Cough. Cough. Tombstone opened his mouth wide, trying to say something. But only gurgling bubbles came from his throat. A torrent of blood mixed with organ fragments gushed from his mouth. His eyes, filled with terror and disbelief, gradually lost their luster. Thud. His massive body toppled straight backward, crashing onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. One of the overlords of New York's underworld, Tombstone, had been pierced through the heart. The director was completely terrified, slumping limply in his chair. Mary Jane covered her mouth, even forgetting to breathe. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, fixed on Johnny. So this is the power of that man. Not only can he send people flying, but he can also punch through. Is this human? This is a Superman. In the corner, Harry and Peter were supporting each other, also wearing stunned expressions. Although they had long known Johnny was strong, to be this strong wasn't that a bit excessive? It was like grinding their worldview against the ground. Just then. Ding. Detected target. Mary Jane Watson, witnessing the host's divine might, experiencing immense shock and a sense of security impact. Favorability greatly increased. Current favorability 100 until death do us part. Congratulations, host. Successfully conquered the third Marvel goddess. Obtain stage reward, instant teleport experience card 3. Skill description: a secret technique from the planet Udrat allows instant teleportation to the target's location as long as you can sense their chi. Note, this is a one-time consumable, please use with caution. Obtain full value reward Sky Dance Advanced version. Skill description: no longer limited by chi usage. Efficiency: flight speed greatly increased. Maximum speed up to Mach 100. From now on, the sky is your backyard. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Johnny's heart bloomed with joy. Awesome. So damn awesome. Not only did he solve a problem, but he also maxed out the favorability and obtained a godly skill. Although the instant teleport experience card is one time, it's definitely a lifesaver or a surprise attack tool in critical moments. As for the advanced sky dance, Mach 100. How much is that? That's 100 times the speed of sound. Roughly 34 kilometers per second. At this speed, even Iron Man's latest armor would be eating dust behind him. This treatment is no different from Superman's. Johnny took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He turned around and the coldness on his face instantly dissipated, replaced by a gentle and caring smile. He ignored the corpse and blood on the ground. He walked straight to the corner where Harry and Peter were. Are you both okay? Johnny scanned the two, his tone full of concern. Not dead. Harry, with half his face swollen, struggled to stand up to express his gratitude. Johnny, thank you. If it weren't for you, Just then, the door opened again. But this time a group of doctors rushed in. They had received an emergency call and arrived in time. Seeing the doctors take over, he stopped paying attention to the two hapless brothers. Instead, he turned his gaze to Mary Jane, who was still huddled in the corner trembling. Johnny walked up to Mary Jane, crouched down, and extended his large hand. Though wiped, it still carried a faint smell of blood, gently cupping her tear-streaked little face. It's okay. The trash has been cleaned up. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Mary Jane looked at this man in front of her. Looked at his deep ocean-like eyes. Then glanced at the nearby corpse that had brought her endless terror. An unprecedented, intense emotion instantly overwhelmed the dam of her reason. Johnny. Mary Jane could no longer hold back. She suddenly threw herself into Johnny's arms, her hands tightly gripping his neck. Wah! She burst into tears, releasing all the grievances, fear, and the relief of surviving pouring it all out. Johnny naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist, gently patting her back. Feeling the trembling and dependence of the beauty in his arms. There, don't cry. We're classmates, it's only right to help each other. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore. With this emotional display, the distance between the two instantly went from ordinary friends to zero distance. Not long after, piercing police sirens sounded outside the theater. Captain George Stacy led a large group of officers rushing in. Seeing the mess on the floor and the corpse with a gaping hole in its chest, George's eyelids twitched violently. He glanced at Johnny, who was still comforting Mary Jane, and sighed helplessly. It's this kid again. How many days has it been? He's almost becoming a regular at the police station. But this time it's Tombstone, the super criminal that had given the police department headaches for years. This kid, though his methods were harsh, had to admit, well done. The police quickly cordoned off the scene and began taking statements. With witnesses like Mary Jane, the director, and Harry and Peter, and given that Tombstone was a wanted fugitive who had attacked with a weapon first, Johnny's actions were initially judged without doubt as self-defense. Although the defense was a bit excessive. Considering the opponent was a criminal with superhuman physique, it was considered a reasonable counterattack. After the statements were taken, Harry and Peter were already loaded onto the ambulance. Before leaving, Harry grabbed Johnny's hand, repeatedly saying that from now on the Osborn group would be Johnny's strongest backing. Johnny just nodded with a smile. He hoped so. But he hoped that when Harry found out it was him who killed his father, he would still say that. Though it wasn't like he meant to kill his father anyway. Chiangni. At the theater entrance, Molly Jian tugged at Chiangni's sleeve, her swollen reddened eyes filled with hope and longing. Tonight. Do you still have time? I want to talk to you alone. There are some things I want to say only to you. This hint couldn't be more obvious. Chiangni looked at Molly Jian's pitiful yet subtly seductive expression. He chuckled inwardly. Having just won over Phylexia, now M.J. was coming to him willingly. This many children, many blessings system is truly a gem in the industry. Of course. Chiangni reached out to tidy her disheveled red hair, his gaze tender. I never refuse a beautiful lady's invitation. But I still need to go to the police station to give a statement, so I'm not sure if I'll have time. It's okay, call me anytime you're free. Alright. Molly Jian nodded heavily, tears turning into a smile. That moment of charm made the surrounding streetlights pale in comparison. After Gilda and Xiaoji and the others left, the director, who had been frightened nearly mad, walked over trembling. Miss Wozen. Congratulations, you passed the audition. You are the leading actress of this film. The only leading actress. No kidding. Even a ruthless guy like Mubei was killed with a single punch by this woman's friend. If he dared not let her be the lead actress, he was afraid of meeting the same fate. Really. Molly Jian was stunned then ecstatic. Thank you? Thank you, director. She was so excited she couldn't speak coherently. She knew. All of this was brought to her by this man. If he hadn't appeared in time and saved them, she wouldn't still be standing here now. He gave her a second chance at life. And he also gave her the ladder to her dreams. New York City Police Department interrogation room. The coffee here was as awful as ever with a smell of stale dish rags. Qiangni sat on the metal chair. Across from him, Chief Xiaoji's shirt eye was scowling darkly. The ballpoint pen in his hand tapped rhythmically on the notebook. So what you're saying is, Mubei, that super criminal 2 meters tall 300 pounds with bulletproof skin, accidentally ran into your fist. And then due to excessive inertia it caused a penetrating wound in his chest and his heart disappeared. That's quite reasonable, isn't it? Xiaomi shrugged, his expression sincere. Chief, you know forces act in pairs. He charged too hard, I just slightly raised my hand to greet him. Who knew his physique was so poor, looked tough but actually as fragile as a potato chip. This is a classic case of a high-speed moving object colliding with a stationary object. Pure accident, pure self-defense. Xiaoji's mouth twitched violently. What the hell, fragile as a potato chip? That was Mubei. He was the mob boss who had been a headache for the NYPD for over a decade. If it were before someone dared to fool him like this, Xiaoji would have locked him in a holding cell for 24 hours to cool off. But now, looking at the young man before him with a faint smile on his face, Xiaoji felt nothing but helplessness. Agent Kirsten from the Guituzhanliu Fangyu Gongjiyu Hoqing Baoangju had already informed him. This kid's file had been encrypted to the highest level. Let alone killing a wanted criminal in self-defense at the theater. Even if it weren't, no one could touch him. Slap. Xiaoji closed the notebook, rubbing his brow in irritation. Alright, stop spouting physics to me. Since the Guituzhanliu Fangyu Gongjiyu Hoqing Baoangju said it's fine, I can't be bothered with you. A scumbag like Mubei dead is dead saves the taxpayers a bit on prison food costs. With that said, Xiaoji suddenly changed the subject, leaning forward. It was a father's stern gaze. But Qiangni, business is done, let's talk about personal matters. That red-haired girl Molly Jian Wozen. As far as I know, she is Gwen's classmate. Just now at the theater entrance I saw the way she looked at you. It's not just a simple classmate thing. That look. You know what I mean, right? Qiangni raised an eyebrow. TSK. This old man, his eyes are sharp enough. He even noticed such details. As expected of a veteran detective with decades of experience. But trying to trick me? You're still a bit green. Chief, you're wronging me. Qiangni looked completely innocent, even with a hint of, you don't understand me. Grievance. You saw the situation yourself. That Mubei not only wanted to exploit her but also wanted to kill her to silence her. In that desperate situation I appeared like a god descending from heaven and saved her life. For any normal woman under the influence of the suspension bridge effect developing a little admiration and dependence on me, isn't that normal? It's human instinct and also a testament to my charm. Qiangni spread his hands, speaking confidently. But I assure you, my feelings for her are absolutely pure, just classmates. Just like my love for Gwen, pure and flawless. Xiaoji frowned deeply. This kid's mouth is thicker than a city wall. Suspension bridge effect, pure and flawless. Only a ghost would believe that. Men know men best. That look, that aura, clearly that of a fox ready to steal a taste. But he just couldn't catch any solid evidence. Humph. Xiaoji snorted coldly and stood up. I hope you're telling the truth. Qiangni, you're very capable with limitless potential. But I still have to warn you. Gwen is a pure good girl. If you dare to hurt her. Xiaoji adjusted his uniform, his hand casually resting on the pistol at his waist. Even though I can't beat you, I promise I'll make you regret it. This is a father's promise. Xiaomi also put away his joking expression and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Xiaoji. In this world no one loves Gwen more than I do. After all, she is my first wife, my system's starter. That's good. Xiaoji waved his hand. All right, you can go. As he stepped out of the police station, the night had already deepened. The neon lights of Manhattan painted the sky into a hazy shade of purple-red. Johnny glanced at his watch. 8:30 in the evening. Just the time when the nightlife was beginning. He pulled out his phone and deftly dialed the number he had saved not long ago. Hey MJ. It's me, Johnny. Yeah, I just got out from that nagging old man. Are you free now? No. Of course I have time. Okay, I'll come find you. He hung up and hailed a taxi. The old man, his father-in-law, had been handled. Next it was time to harvest a new fruit. After picking up Mary Jane from Broadway, Gilda left the bicycle that had been parked at the entrance earlier. Then they took a cab together to a jazz bar on 9th Avenue. The lighting was dim and the saxophone melody was lazy and intoxicating. Mary Jane Watson sat in a corner booth. She had changed out of her magnificent stage costume and into a black off-shoulder little dress. Her long red hair was casually draped over her shoulders like a blazing flame under the dim yellow light. Johnny's gaze unabashedly swept over her delicate collarbone and deep cleavage. "Tonight you are even more charming than on stage. Smooth talker." Mary Jane gave him a reproachful glare, but the smile on her face betrayed her feelings. "Order something. The tapas here are good." They ordered some small plates and a bottle of whiskey. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually became a bit subtle. Johnny didn't rush to the main topic. Instead, while drinking, he chatted with Mary Jane about Broadway anecdotes and future dreams. He knew well, for a woman like Mary Jane who had strong self-esteem and ambition, directly pushing her away would backfire. He had to dismantle her defenses bit by bit, like a frog slowly boiled in water, until she herself couldn't resist jumping into the pot. "Johnny!" After another glass of whiskey, Mary Jane's eyes were already hazy. She propped her chin on her hand, her glistening eyes fixed on Johnny. "Do you know? Today in the theater when you walked in, I felt like you were an angel sent by God. Even though you looked fierce when you killed, I wasn't scared at all. Instead, I felt a sense of security." Mary Jane reached out across the table and gently covered Johnny's hand. Her fingertips lightly caressed his knuckles. "So." Johnny turned his hand to hold hers, leaning forward slightly. "What do you want to say? Jay. Do you want to thank me? Or?" Mary Jane bit her red lips as if she had made a decision. "Johnny, I actually really like you. From the first time I saw you in the cafeteria, I was attracted to you. But—" her tone suddenly shifted, a trace of struggle and helplessness flashing in her eyes. "You have a girlfriend. And Gwen is a good girl. She invited me to join her band today, and she trusts me so much. I can't betray her." Mary Jane tried to pull her hand back, but it didn't budge. Johnny held it firmly. "It's only natural to like me." Johnny smiled, a smile tinged with confidence and a hint of roguishness. "After all, a man as outstanding as me is like a firefly in the dark, hard not to notice. As for my girlfriend—" he paused, his gaze turning deep. "Actually, Before he could finish, a slender finger gently pressed against his lips. It silenced the nonsense he was about to say. "Sure." Mary Jane looked at him with a complex expression, longing, reluctance, and a hint of feminine cunning. "I understand. Men are always greedy. A powerful man like you, how could he have only one woman? But Johnny—" Mary Jane picked up her glass and downed the remaining liquor in one gulp. The spicy liquid slid down her throat, making her cheeks even rosier. "This time no. Because of Gwen. I don't want to be a sneaky mistress, and I don't want to ruin the friendship between me and Gwen. At least, not now." Hearing this, Johnny cursed inwardly. Damn it. This woman was playing a high-level game. Her affinity was clearly maxed out, and her gaze was practically tangled with his. Yet she still hit the brakes at this moment. Was this the legendary playing hard to get? Or was she negotiating terms? Nevertheless, on the surface, Johnny pretended not to care. He released Mary Jane's hand and leaned back in his chair. He picked up the bottle and poured himself a drink. "Since you said that, what else can I say? I respect your choice." Seeing Johnny's indifferent attitude, "If you don't want to, fine, I won't force it," Mary Jane became a little anxious. She bit her lip and asked reluctantly, "Johnny, do you have me in your heart? Even just a little bit?" Johnny swirled the glass, watching the amber liquid spin. "Yes," he answered without hesitation. "How much?" Mary Jane pressed. Johnny looked up at her and smiled. "Every beauty holds the same weight in my heart. You and Gwen are both treasures I want to protect." Pfft. Mary Jane couldn't help but laugh. "You. How boring. You can even say such player lines with such confidence." Even though she said it was boring, the trace of disappointment in her eyes disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a sense of satisfaction from confirmation. At least he hadn't lied to her. He did want her. That was enough. Mary Jane refilled her own glass, then raised it and clinked it against Johnny's. "Johnny, actually, I don't mind how many women you have. Because I know a strong man like you is destined not to belong to just one person. But I don't want to make Gwen sad. So, Mary Jane leaned forward, her red lips curving into a smile that made Johnny's heart race. If one day Gwen gives a nod, if she doesn't mind having one more sister, then I'm always ready to dance for you in a fluttering skirt. Even. She licked her lips, her gaze incredibly seductive. We can be together. Johnny nearly dropped his glass. This hint. No, it was already a clear statement. As long as I secure the main wife, I can unlock the double date achievement. Who could resist that? You said it. Johnny took a deep breath, his eyes burning with passion. Of course. Mary Jane clinked glasses with him, smiling. I, Mary Jane, always keep my word. But it depends on whether you have the skill to convince your little Princess Gwen. Johnny downed the whiskey in one gulp. Feeling the alcohol burn in his stomach, his fighting spirit was fully ignited. Convince Gwen. That's easy. Just a little manipulation. The day of the double date is just around the corner. Just wait. Johnny set down the glass, his eyes shining with confidence. That day won't be far off. Late at night on the streets of New York, neon lights flickered. Johnny called a yellow cab for Mary Jane and watched as it disappeared into the traffic around the corner. Johnny stood by the roadside and stretched with a big yawn. Although they had both consumed plenty of whiskey, the two of them had maintained their boundaries. That was the rule, don't get drunk. Otherwise, if both were intoxicated, who would see them home? Tisk, what a pity. Johnny clicked his tongue, savoring the memory of that whiskey-scented kiss in the tavern earlier. Although he hadn't managed to seal the deal tonight, and claim the future movie star outright, it was still a satisfying harvest. After all, some things are less exciting when obtained too easily. That delightful push-and-pull dynamic. The subtle promise that once the principal lady gives her blessing, he's free to take his pick. That kind of tension is far more tantalizing. As for Gwen, should be no problem. Johnny mounted his vintage bicycle and pedaled leisurely, already sketching out a bright future in his mind. Though Gwen's personality was somewhat reserved yet affectionate, she was truly devoted to him. And with Mary Jane's exceptional emotional intelligence and charm. If those two were to come together. And then there was the wild and untamed Felicia. Could it be a threesome? Or perhaps a four-way affair? The image was almost too vivid to contemplate. This system of progeny truly was every man's ultimate dream. Johnny couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up to the system. Not only did it make him stronger, but it also granted him the blessings of multiple companions. Now that's how a transmigration protagonist should live. As for tonight, forget it. Tonight would be a night off for Uncle Ben. Johnny hummed a little tune, his figure gradually blending into the New York night. At the same time, in Hell's Kitchen atop the Fisk building, before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, Kingpin stood with his hands behind his back, towering like a mountain of flesh. He gazed down at the glittering city below, his expression grim. The air in the office was suffocating. Wesley stood behind him, a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. You're saying Tombstone is also dead? Why, yes, sir. Wesley swallowed hard and reported cautiously. Just 2 hours ago at the Schubert Theater on Broadway. That Johnny Gilda punched straight through Tombstone's chest, crushing his heart in the process. Damn it! Wilson Fisk spun around violently, and slammed his fist onto the thick wooden desk. Crash! The solid oak desk shattered into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. His face, covered with thick rolls of flesh, was twisted with ferocity and rage. Green Goblin, Bullseye, Electro, Mysterio. And now even Tombstone is gone. Who is this kid treating my men like training mobs? What does he take me, Wilson Fisk, for? Since I established dominance over New York's underground, no one has dared to challenge my authority like this. Killing my men one after another. This is nothing short of sitting on my head and defecating. Sir? Wesley adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling slightly. That Johnny Gilda is too dangerous. Almost all of our top fighters were wiped out. What if he comes here directly? Wesley didn't dare continue, but his meaning was clear enough. This kid fights without honor, and his strength is absurdly beyond normal limits. If he really launches a decapitation strike, the security at Fisk Tower might not hold. However, upon hearing this, the fury in Kingpin's eyes didn't diminish. In fact, it burned even brighter. Come to me, does he? Humph. Does he really think that killing a few of my subordinates can threaten Wilson Fisk? In my dictionary there is no word for fear. Kingpin sneered coldly. Let him come. I'd rather he didn't come. Does he really believe that having a bit of superpower makes him untouchable in New York? Even though he spoke bravado, Kingpin was a seasoned power broker, not a muscle-headed brute. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the rage welling within him. Reason regained the upper hand. Wesley. Yes, sir. Contact Master Mimic. The mercenary who can impersonate Captain America for the right price. Tell him I have a substantial business proposition for him. Also. Kingpin paused, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Contact the Hand Ninjas. Tell them if they help me eliminate this Johnny Gilda, I'll agree to let them establish a foothold at my docks. Wesley's heart skipped a beat. The Hand? Those were a pack of cultists devoted to dark arts. It seemed their boss had truly lost his temper this time. Yes, sir. I'll handle it at once. Wesley didn't dare delay and quickly withdrew. Kingpin turned once more to gaze at the night view outside the window, his small eyes radiating a chilling coldness. Johnny Gilda. Whether you're a mutant or an alien, I'll make you understand one thing: in this New York only I, Wilson Fisk, am the true king. The next morning. Atop the Osborne Industries building in the executive conference room. Around the massive conference table sat a full roster of board members in tailored suits. Every face wore an expression that could only be described as greed. And at the head of the table, the chair that once belonged to Norman Osborn sat ominously empty. Ladies and gentlemen. An elderly man with silver hair tapped the table, breaking the silence first. He was the second largest shareholder of Osborne Industries and the ringleader of this coup. I think we all know why we're sitting here today. Norman Osborn has been missing for a full 2 days now. Although that boy Harry claims his father went on vacation in Europe. But the old man sneered and tossed a document onto the table. Anyone with a functioning brain knows that's a lie. A vacation. His private jet never moved and there's no passport exit record. That's not a vacation. Moreover, I've received reliable information. The underworld is already buzzing with rumors. Norman Osborn is dead. They say even his corpse was dumped into the Hudson River to feed the fish. These words sent shockwaves through the room. Though everyone had their suspicions, hearing it confirmed still came as a blow. And there was even more explosive news. Our rightful heir, young Master Harry. Last night on Broadway, in a fit of jealous rivalry, he was beaten to near death by Tombstone's men. They say 4 ribs were broken, he suffered a concussion, and he's currently lying in the ICU of a private hospital on oxygen. Hearing this news, the old foxes in the room instantly lit up. Norman is dead. Harry is crippled. What does this mean? It means the vast Osborne Industries is now an ownerless prize. Everyone. The old man rose to his feet, his voice impassioned. Osborne Industries cannot go without leadership. For the sake of the company's stock price and our shareholders' interests, we must act immediately. I propose we immediately announce Norman Osborn's death to the public. We must activate the emergency protocol, reorganize the board, and oust that useless Harry from power. Seconded. Agreed. We should have done this long ago. A flurry of hands rose as one impatiently eager to carve up the massive prize. As for the truth. As for whether Harry lives or dies. In the face of capital's interests, those are worthless. Manhattan luxury apartment. Johnny buttoned his shirt, while humming a tune as he walked out of the bedroom. Though he'd slept alone last night, his rest had been surprisingly good. After all, not expending energy in bed meant his stamina remained abundant. Picking up his phone from the table, he was about to check for morning greetings from Gwen or Felicia. But a news notification popped up on the screen, making him pause. Breaking: Osborne Industries issues official obituary. Chairman Norman Osborn dies suddenly of a heart attack. Osborne stock plunges 20 at opening. Board announces emergency reorganization. Crown Prince Harry Osborn may be ousted. Tut tut tut. Johnny shook his head while looking at his phone screen. These capitalists move fast. Norman only died the night before yesterday. His body probably hasn't even reached international waters yet. And these vultures are already rushing to devour his estate. Heart attack. Hell, what a convenient excuse they've cooked up. But Johnny didn't pay much mind to this. What did it matter to him who ran Osborne Industries? As long as they didn't come looking for trouble. As for that unfortunate Harry, hope he stays in the hospital for a few more days. After all, he was busy taking care of his good friend Mary Jane. Never mind time for school. Johnny put away his phone and grabbed the keys to his vintage bicycle. Today he had to run into Gwen again. If he could strike while the iron was hot and drop a hint about that threesome plan. At this thought, Johnny's smile widened even further. Pushing open the door, the sunlight was perfect. Another day full of promise. Morning sunlight bathed the tree-lined avenues of Empire State University. Johnny rode his signature vintage bicycle coasting leisurely through the campus gates. He had barely parked his bike when he looked up. Johnny's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Tisk, what a sight. Not far away. Two stunning young women, each in her own distinct style yet equally captivating, were walking side by side. The one on the left wore a pale blue knit sweater, her golden hair tied back, a backpack slung over her shoulder. She exuded an air of both intellect and youthful vibrancy. It was his official girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. And the one on the right donned a form-fitting leather dress, her platinum blonde hair cascading loosely down her back. Her hips swayed with every step, moving like a languid Persian cat. Felicia Hardy. These two walking together. It was as if ice and fire had collided, purity and seduction intertwined. The young men passing by could barely tear their eyes away, their gazes fixed in stunned admiration. Johnny. The moment Gwen spotted his figure, her eyes lit up instantly. She practically sprinted over, grabbing his arm and scanning him from head to toe. Those beautiful eyes were brimming with worry and lingering fear. Are you all right? My dad just told me before he left this morning, last night at the Broadway theater. I heard you ran into that killer Tombstone. You actually fought him. Good heavens, why didn't you tell me? Are you hurt? Listening to Gwen's rapid-fire questions coming at him like machine gun fire. A warmth spread through Johnny's chest. He reached out and ruffled her head, messing up that silken golden hair. Don't worry, silly. Do I look like I'm in any trouble? That Tombstone guy may have looked imposing, but he was really just a bluffing thug. I just stretched a bit, and he ended up on the ground. Handling someone like that was easier than solving a calculus problem. Hearing Johnny say this and seeing how energetic he looked, Gwen finally let out a long sigh of relief and patted her chest. You scared me to death. Dad said the scene was gruesome, and I thought. Oh, come on, Gwen, I told you were overthinking it. Felicia from nearby stepped forward with a smile and chimed in. Her cat-like charming eyes casually swept over Johnny with a knowing glint, carrying a hint of meaning between them that only they understood. Your boyfriend is basically Superman who uses Rhino Man as a punching bag. What's a mere tombstone to him? He probably isn't even worth a crumb for him. Felicia's voice carried that lazy magnetic quality. It made Gwen blush, though she quickly lifted her chin with pride. Exactly. Johnny is obviously the best. Watching Gwen's fiercely protective stance, Johnny couldn't help but laugh. This girl truly held him in blind admiration. But he liked it. The three of them walked together for a stretch. Since their majors differed, Felicia paused at the arts building. All right, I won't be the third wheel here. Felicia waved to both of them. Before leaving, she deliberately winked at Johnny and mimed making a phone call. See you later, my hero. With those words, she turned and walked away. That swaying figure left the surrounding guys swallowing hard. Johnny pulled his gaze away and was about to head to the teaching building with Gwen when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to check. It was a text message. Sender little wildcat. TSK tisk, my great hero. Last night's battle must have been intense. Not only did you take down Tombstone, but you also saved that red-headed little star. Heard you went drinking afterward. Having quite the time already hooking up with Mary Jane. Reading the words on the screen, Johnny's lips twitched slightly. Good Lord. This woman. Did she install surveillance on me or something? How does she know everything? Johnny's fingers flew across the screen. How do you know that? Were you following me? The reply came almost instantly. Following. Such an ugly word. This is called caring. After all, you're the man I've set my sights on. What if some other fox spirit steals you away? But then. That Mary Jane is quite the stunner. I don't mind at all. Reading that playful emoji, Johnny felt a surge of heat rise within him. This little wildcat. Was she hinting at something? No. This was an outright confession. A wicked smile played on Johnny's lips as he typed back, since you care so much, shouldn't you show it somehow? I'm quite upset about you spying on me. A few seconds later, Felicia sent a voice message. Johnny held his phone to his ear. From the receiver came Felicia's breathy laugh. I don't mind at all. I'm free tonight. And if you want to make it a threesome, that works too. Just need to handle your little princess first. Once she's ready, give me a call anytime. I'm looking forward to it. Ugh, this seductress. Johnny felt his excitement surge instantly. Who could resist that? Wait. Watch how I handle Gwen. The two walked into the classroom. They hadn't been seated long when the bell hadn't even rung yet, but the teacher, who usually wore such a stern expression, strutted in today with a beaming smile. Ahem, everyone quiet down. The teacher clapped his hands, his grin wider than if he'd just seen his own father. Important announcement. Class is cancelled. Everyone proceed to the auditorium immediately. Today the school is holding a grand commendation ceremony. The words sent shockwaves through the audience. A commendation ceremony. What's going on? No idea, haven't heard of anything major recently. Who cares as long as we don't have class? Amidst the chatter the teacher quickly descended from the podium and headed straight for Johnny's seat. He leaned down and whispered in Johnny's ear, "Student Gilda. This ceremony was specially arranged by the school board for you. To honor your heroic acts of bravery in combating criminals. Director Thompson said this is an honor you deserve." Having said that, he even winked at Johnny deliberately. The message was clear: this is giving you face. Let's put the past behind us. Johnny raised his eyebrows. Oh. Harrison Thompson is quick on his feet. Just got warned by S.H.I.E.L.D. yesterday and already setting up the stage today. Strong survival instinct, that one. Understood. Johnny gave a nonchalant nod, remaining unfazed by either praise or criticism. He turned to look at Gwen beside him. Gwen was gazing at him with utter adoration. Those azure eyes seemed to hold the vastness of the stars and the sea. "Johnny, this commendation ceremony is for you. A school-wide recognition." Gwen's voice trembled slightly. At her age, a girl's heart. Nothing could make her prouder than this kind of spotlight-worthy honor. This was her boyfriend. The hero of the entire school. Standard procedure. Johnny smiled gently and naturally took Gwen's hand, feeling the warmth radiating from her palm. His heart was bursting with joy. Her affection rating was about to max out again. Now he had real confidence. After receiving the award, when Gwen's emotions were at their peak, he'd bring up his bold proposal. The success rate. At least 98. "Let's go, my princess. Let's see what surprise they've prepared for me." The grand auditorium of Empire State University, the magnificent building capable of holding 3,000 people, was now packed to capacity. Yet, for Johnny seated in the center of the front row, this solemn atmosphere brought a certain, well, how to put it? A sweet burden. Or perhaps the thrill of an adrenaline surge. Johnny sat on the plush velvet chair, looking slightly uncomfortable. Because his situation was indeed rather delicate. Even perilous. On his left sat a girl in a light blue academy-style dress. Gwen Stacy, as pure and lovely as a lily. On his right sat Felicia Hardy, clad in a black tight leather suit, her S-shaped curves impossible to conceal even while seated, exuding the wild rose aura. And directly in front of him a red leather jacket was draped over the back of a seat. Mary Jane Watson, with her fiery red hair turned slightly. Her large smoky eyes occasionally peered through the gap between the seat backs, casting a tender glance backward. Good heavens! Was this a commendation ceremony? It was clearly a high-stakes battlefield of love. Only Johnny Gillard could handle this. If Peter Parker, that novice, were sitting here, he'd probably be so nervous he'd wet his pants. "Gwen, what a coincidence you're sitting here too!" Mary Jane turned around, wearing a standard Hollywood-grade smile, greeting Gwen warmly. Her familiarity, as if they were long-lost sisters. "Yeah, MJ. I heard your band's been rehearsing hard lately. Make sure to rest well. Oh, it's worth the hard work to give the whole school a perfect performance at the anniversary celebration. By the way, Gwen, I've been keeping that drummer position open for you. When do you want to come try out?" "Really? Great. Once Johnny's done with his stuff, I'll come." The two girls chatted animatedly across Johnny, who was sandwiched between them. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. Just then a mischievous little hand silently reached over from the right. It gave Johnny's thigh a gentle pinch. That was Felicia. This little wildcat, even in such a solemn occasion, couldn't shake her habit of stealing a taste. "TSK tisk, my big hero." Felicia leaned close to Johnny's ear. Her warm breath caressed his earlobe, carrying a faint elusive fragrance. Her voice was extremely low, audible only to the two of them. "Your luck is really something else. Having one on each arm isn't enough, and there's another one in front ready to throw herself at you. I think the school is thoughtful enough to arrange this prime spot for us. What, feeling accomplished? Or..." Felicia's finger traced circles on his inner thigh, her tone teasing. "A bit overwhelmed?" This temptress. Johnny felt a jolt of electricity shoot from his thigh straight to the crown of his head. He calmly pressed down on that mischievous hand, and in return scratched her palm. "Behave." Johnny stared straight ahead, barely moving his lips, speaking in a ventriloquist's voice. We're at school. Mind your image. TCH coward. Felicia pouted, but the amusement in her eyes deepened. Just the night before in bed you weren't saying that. You were shouting about. Ahem. Johnny coughed twice sharply, forcibly cutting off Felicia's scandalous words. If Gwen heard that the three-way plan would be over before it even started, turning straight into a tragic ending. Fortunately, at that moment the microphone on stage crackled. Testing. Testing. The piercing feedback instantly drew everyone's attention, saving Johnny's skin. The portly principal stepped onto the podium, a standard bureaucratic smile plastered on his face. Good morning, students and faculty. Today we gather to honor an outstanding, exceptional, and fearless student of Empire State University. When faced with a vicious criminal, he did not retreat, did not flinch. He used his fists to defend justice and safeguard our campus. He is... The principal took a deep breath. Johnny Gillard. The moment the name was announced, the entire grand auditorium erupted. Thunderous applause rose like a tidal wave, especially from the girls, who screamed as if they were seeing Justin Bieber. Ah, Johnny, I want to have your babies. So handsome. That profile kills me. I heard he punched the Rhino Man flying that day. Really? That's so manly. Amidst the chorus of feminine shrieks, the reactions from the boys were noticeably sour. Pfft, isn't he just good looking? What's the big deal? Yeah, what's wrong with girls these days? Do they only care about looks? Defeated the Rhino Man. I think the Rhino Man was already on his last legs anyway. He just got lucky. However, these sour remarks hadn't time to ferment before they were shut down by a few well-informed insiders. Lucky? You try it. That guy has real strength. And do you know? He's not only tough, but he's also a secret rich kid. I heard he owns a penthouse overlooking the whole city in Midtown Manhattan. And he has millions in the bank. Even the newspapers, the NYPD, gave him their backing. He's a hero in fighting crime. With those credentials, well, we might as well go back to bed. At these words, the boys who had been so defiant fell silent. Handsome and tough. Tough and filthy rich. Rich and backed by official authority. This was too much. Was this the legendary six-sided warrior? The world was so unfair. Countless boys let out a despairing wail in their hearts. Amidst a sea of envy and jealousy, Johnny straightened his collar and rose from his seat. He first turned to Gwen beside him, offering a gentle smile. Then he raised an eyebrow at Felicia on the other side. Finally he nodded to Mary Jane in front. This master of balance executed his moves with fluid grace. Then, under the gaze of thousands, he strode up to the stage with his long legs calm and unhurried. The lights fell upon him, accentuating his already perfect features. At that moment he was the center of the universe. Congratulations, Gilda. The one responsible for the award was none other than Harrison Thompson, the board member who had been clamoring to expel Johnny in the meeting room just moments ago. At this moment his face was plastered with a sycophantic smile. In fact, he was so nervous that a fine layer of sweat beaded on his forehead. He held the heavy Outstanding Youth Medal with both hands as if it were an imperial decree. Carefully he presented it to Johnny. You are the pride of our school, a role model for all students. When faced with violence, you stepped forward. When confronted with danger, you charged ahead. This spirit is worth learning from for every one of us. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Johnny took the medal, looking at Harrison with a half-smile. Your praise overwhelms me. Then, satisfied, he patted Harrison on the shoulder. Turning around, he raised the medal high above his head. A roar of applause surged from the audience like a tidal wave. Johnny stood under the spotlight, gazing at the fervent faces below. A smug smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. How exhilarating. This is how it should be. With a system and power, this is the treatment a transmigrator deserves. Playing it low-key? Not a chance. I'm going to be flashy. I'm going to be the center of attention. His gaze pierced through the crowd and landed precisely on the three women in the front row. Gwen was covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes sparkling with stars of pride. She looked as if she wanted to rush up and kiss him. Felicia, on the other hand, was lounging lazily against the backrest, a smile on her lips. Her eyes were filled with a possessive look that screamed, "That's my man." As for Mary Jane, her fiery gaze could have burned through Johnny's suit. TSK. The system is truly wonderful. Johnny sighed inwardly. 3 S-level beauties, all completely under his control. All he needed was to put in a little more effort to reshape Gwen's traditional mindset. Then bring the sensible Felicia and Mary Jane into the fold. Then A threesome would be just around the corner. However, Johnny narrowed his eyes slightly. The question now was how to broach the subject. He couldn't just say to Gwen, "Hey honey, I want them to join our family and find 2 godmothers for the baby in your belly." Could he? That would probably get him chased down 3 streets by Chief George with a shotgun. He needed to think of a way. Step by step. For example, start with the angle of good sisters. Johnny stroked his chin, his mind already plotting a meticulous and wicked plan. Whatever. Let's just accept this award first and deal with it later. The thunderous applause gradually subsided. Johnny, holding the heavy medal, gracefully stepped down from the podium under the envious, jealous, and hateful stares of the entire school. No sooner had he sat back in his seat than a subtle fragrance of mixed scents enveloped him. On his left was the faint, milky scent of Gwen. On his right was the aggressive, rose-perfumed scent of Felicia. In front of him was the sophisticated cosmetic fragrance of Mary Jane. Good heavens! This was no seed, it was a spider's web. "Johnny! You're amazing!" Gwen was the first to lean in. Her azure eyes were full of adoring stars, her face flushed with excitement. She gripped Johnny's arm tightly as if she wanted to attach herself entirely to him. "The way you raised the medal on stage just now was absolutely stunning. I saw it, all the girls in the school were looking at you." As she spoke, the little thing even puffed out her chest. Her face was full of pride, as if saying, "This is my man. Keep it low-key, low-key." Johnny casually pinched Gwen's cheek, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Just happened to run into a few reckless criminals and made a trivial contribution. Just a little stretching of the limbs, nothing worth mentioning." That's the art of conversation. It shows off strength while appearing humble and pretentious. "Oh, is it really a coincidence?" Just then, a lazy, somewhat teasing voice came from the right. Felicia rested her chin on one hand, her cat-like seductive eyes roaming over Johnny. Finally her gaze fell meaningfully on Johnny and Gwen's clasped hands, then swept over Mary Jane in front. "Running into criminals was an accident. Then, is your being here sitting among us also an accident?" The moment Felicia's words fell, the air seemed to freeze for a second. The implication was too obvious. Was she hinting that Johnny's romantic luck was also an accident, or premeditated? Or even insinuating whether the intimate exchange the night before was also a beautiful accident? Johnny's heart skipped a beat. This little wildcat was getting bolder by the day. She dared to flirt in such a public setting. Mary Jane in front stiffened slightly. As a seasoned player in the world of fame and fortune, she instantly understood Felicia's subtext. Was this a declaration of sovereignty or a test? She instinctively turned back to look at Johnny, a hint of panic in her eyes. Could it be a love battlefield? As for Gwen, the innocent scholarly goddess, she clearly hadn't caught up with Felicia's pace. She blinked her innocent big eyes and asked, bewildered, "An accident? What accident? Felicia, what are you talking about? Isn't Johnny sitting here as arranged by the school?" Seeing Gwen's dazed expression, Johnny breathed a sigh of relief, but cold sweat was already forming on his back. If Gwen had picked up on any undertones, his painstakingly crafted image of the perfect boyfriend would collapse on the spot. Ahem. At that critical moment, Mary Jane suddenly turned around, a Hollywood-level perfect fake smile on her face. "Oh, Gwen. Felicia was just joking. What she meant was that encountering a guy as outstanding as Johnny is like winning the lottery, a wonderful surprise, right?" As she spoke, Mary Jane didn't forget to wink at Johnny. The message was clear. "How's that for a save, sis?" Johnny shot her an appreciative glance. Sensible. Damn sensible. No wonder she was a future superstar. Her quick thinking was incredible. "Ah. Is that so?" Gwen suddenly realized and then broke into a sweet smile. "Of course, meeting Johnny is truly the greatest luck of my life." Phew. Johnny let out a long sigh of relief. But before he could catch his breath, Felicia had no intention of stopping. She looked at Mary Jane, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "It seems Miss Watson is quite perceptive. But speaking of which..." Felicia stretched her beautiful curves on full display. "Although Gwen and I are schoolmates, we're also acquaintances. But with you I'm still a bit unfamiliar." As she spoke, she extended her hand adorned with expensive rings. Her eyes sparkled with a light that only Mary Jane could understand. "Since we're all good friends of Johnny, why don't we get to know each other? From now on we'll be good sisters, how about that?" Good sisters. Felicia emphasized those 2 words with a suggestive tone that only a seasoned player could understand. Mary Jane was taken aback. Then her eyes lit up. She understood. "Of course. I couldn't ask for more. Mary Jane immediately grasped Felicia's hand, her smile becoming much more sincere. I've always wanted to meet you, Felicia. I also think we'll become great sisters. Beside them, Gwen watched the two shaking hands and chatting happily, also beaming with joy. Great. From now on we can hang out together. I want to add you on social media too. Watching the three women exchanging Instagram and phone numbers, Johnny, sitting in the middle, felt his scalp tingle. Good heavens. What a guy. He hadn't even started his plan yet, and Felicia was already taking the initiative to build a harem for him. This awareness, this initiative. Who's the real cheater here, me or you? This is what a true supporting wife looks like. The remaining proceedings of the commendation ceremony were unremarkable. It was nothing but a lullaby of the principal's speech and student representative addresses. Finally, they managed to endure until the end. Xiangni, shall we go for lunch? Gwen hooked her arm around Xiangni's, her face full of anticipation. I know there's a newly opened Italian restaurant near the school. It tastes really good. I'll go too. Before Xiangni could speak, Felixia leaned in. I'm hungry too, and we three sisters just met, shouldn't we celebrate? Count me in. Molly Jian was not to be outdone, following closely behind. I've heard of that restaurant too. I happen to want to try it. Well, this is the legendary Three Women Make a Show. Xiangni looked at the three top-tier beauties, feeling a secret thrill. Walking down the street with this lineup, the head-turning rate would probably twist the necks of passers-by. All right, let's go. Xiangni waved his hand grandly, his spirit soaring. I'm happy today, my treat. On the way to the restaurant, Gwen and Molly Jian walked ahead, chatting animatedly. MJ, do you think I should make that drumbeat a bit heavier? Yes. The rhythm must hit the downbeat to have explosive power. The two were immersed in the world of music. Meanwhile, Xiangni and Felixia lagged 2 steps behind. How about it, my big hero? Felixia pressed close to Xiangni's side, her voice lowered with a hint of smugness, as if claiming credit. This assist not bad, right? Not only did I help you stabilize Maligian, but I also brought Gwen closer to her. Shouldn't you reward me properly? Xiangni turned his head, looking at Felixia's exquisite profile. His heart stirred restlessly. This little wildcat, she's too good at this. She's practically a worm in my gut. You. Xiangni shook his head helplessly, but his tone was full of affection. Indeed, too good. As for the reward. Before Xiangni could finish with a smack, Felixia suddenly stood on tiptoe and with lightning speed stole a kiss on Xiangni's cheek. So fast and discreet was the action that Gwen ahead didn't even turn her head. Only Maligian, walking slightly ahead to the side, caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of her eye. In that instant, Maligian's steps faltered slightly, a flash of undisguised jealousy in her eyes. Damn it! She beat me to it. How dare she play like this on the street? This is too thrilling. I want a kiss too. Meanwhile, Xiangni was stunned by the sudden attack. He instinctively touched his cheek, where a trace of moisture and warmth remained, along with Felixia's unique rose fragrance. In broad daylight, was this testing a cadre's resolve? Xiangni glanced at Gwen ahead, still chatting away with Malijian. A mischievous impulse suddenly rose in his heart. He reached out his hand, silently extending it forward through the thin fabric of the knitted sweater. He gently pinched the outside of Gwen's firm and elastic thigh. Ah! Gwen shuddered, jumping up like a startled rabbit. She nearly dropped the book in her hand. What's wrong? What's wrong? Gwen turned back in panic, looking around. Just now something seemed to bite me. Bite you? Xiangni innocently stuffed his hands back into his pockets, furrowing his brow, acting convincingly. Where? Let me see. It's right here. Gwen pointed at her thigh, her face red as an apple. That feeling. It's so strange, tingling. Molly Jian beside her saw Xiangni's righteous facade and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Bite. That was a hand bite. This man is too wicked. But I want it so much. Ahem, maybe it's static electricity. Molly Jian barely suppressed her laughter and stepped in to smooth things over. Ah. Is that so? Gwen looked at Felixia in confusion. Felixia shrugged her face, saying, I don't know. But her eyes were full of mischievous amusement. After barely managing to brush this off, the four continued walking. Xiangni deliberately slowed down to walk alongside Felixia. He lowered his voice and said through gritted teeth, Can you not be so thrilling next time? My heart can't take it. Can't take it. Felixia let out a light laugh tinged with disdain and teasing. I think you're enjoying it quite a lot, aren't you? How did that pinch feel? Was it firmer than Gwen's? Xiangni was choked by her words. This woman, she's truly become a spirit. What's there to fear? Felixia leaned in even closer, almost whispering into Xiangni's ear. With me here, I'll help you win Gwen over sooner or later. This kind of good girl, once you break her boundaries a little, she'll be like a flood bursting through a dam. And Felixia's eyes suddenly turned dangerous and somewhat crazed. I can't wait anymore. During the meal later, I'll tell her everything. What? Xiangni's steps abruptly halted, his pupils shaking. Tell Gwen. Now. During the meal. This isn't a surprise, it's a shock. If we directly lay our cards on the table with Gwen's traditional personality, wouldn't she flip the table on the spot? This is too fast. Even by rocket, it's not this fast. No, don't. Xiangni grabbed Felixia's arm, cold sweat nearly breaking out on his forehead. Granny, don't mess around. We haven't even eaten yet. Are you trying to make me eat my last meal? Giggling, Felixia shook with laughter at Xiangni's panicked expression. She freed herself from Xiangni's grip and quickly caught up with the two ahead. Xiangni stood still, watching that swaying graceful back. He ground his molars fiercely. This little wildcat. One of these days I'll make you unable to get out of bed. Wait for me. Xiangni took a deep breath and quickly caught up. In any case, this meal was destined to be anything but peaceful. The Italian restaurant was not far from the school, decorated in a Renaissance vintage style. Although it couldn't compare to the luxury of that Michelin star restaurant the other night, it had its own unique charm. The four found a booth in the back and sat down. The seating arrangement was quite deliberate. Xiangni sat in the innermost seat and Gwen naturally sat beside him. Felixia and Molly Jen sat opposite. This layout. It looked just like a cross-examination. I'll have a black truffle pasta and a tiramisu. Felixia closed the menu. Those cat-like eyes appeared above the menu, staring fixedly at Xiangni across the table. But her feet were restless. Her long legs and black stockings hidden under the tablecloth stealthily reached over. They gently rubbed against Xiangni's calf. Once, twice. Hiss. Xiangni's hand holding the water glass tightened slightly, almost crushing it. This little wildcat, her courage is growing fatter by the day. In broad daylight, and the Empress is sitting right next to me. I'll just have a bolognese pasta. Mary Jane had also placed her order, her gaze drifting subtly toward Johnny. Johnny, what about you? Gwen tilted her head, completely unaware of the undercurrents beneath the table. Me. Johnny discreetly pulled his legs back, evading Felicia's provocations. I'll have the same as Gwen. Then 2 seafood risottos. Gwen happily made the decision for him. Soon the dishes were served. Johnny took a bite of the risotto. The flavors were indeed excellent. The grains were plump and the freshness of the seafood had fully infused into the rice. How is it? I told you this place was good. Gwen wore an expression that begged for praise. It really is good. Felicia elegantly twirled a forkful of pasta and brought it to her crimson lips. Her eyes grew somewhat dreamy, her tone carrying a hint of innuendo. Gwen has always had excellent taste, whether in choosing restaurants or in choosing men. Ahem. Johnny nearly choked on a mouthful of rice. Here we go again, this woman. He chewed on a calamari ring while shooting Felicia a warning glare. Meaning, take it easy, don't blow it. Yet Felicia acted as if she hadn't seen. She set down her fork, propped her chin on her hand, and looked at Gwen, suddenly asking, Hey Gwen. Don't you think it's a bit selfish to keep a good thing all to yourself? Huh. Gwen was taken aback, clearly not following the leap in thought. What do you mean? Look. Felicia pointed a finger at the tiramisu on the table. Like this cake, I love eating it. But if I share it with my best girlfriends, doesn't that joy double, or even triple? Isn't it better to share the sweetness together? Gwen blinked. Though she found the analogy a bit odd, she nodded anyway. That's true, sharing is indeed a virtue. If you like it, we can order another one. Naive Gwen completely missed the hidden meaning. Johnny was sweating bullets on the sidelines. Good grief. What the hell's sharing cake? Are you trying to share me too? Is this what they call high-level gameplay? It's not just cake. Felicia didn't stop there, she pressed on. Her eyes glinted with a dangerous light and her tone grew even more suggestive. Some things are so outstanding that trying to keep them all to yourself can be exhausting. Not only do you have to guard against others' covetousness, but you also have to constantly worry whether you can manage them. At times like this, wouldn't it be easier if you had a few close girlfriends to help share the burden, like helping take care of things or even using them together? Wouldn't that relieve a lot of pressure? After saying this, Felicia deliberately glanced at Mary Jane beside her. Mary Jane caught on and immediately chimed in, "Yes, Gwen. I think Felicia makes sense. The social pressure nowadays is so high, mutual help is the way to go. Especially when dealing with some energetic troubles." As Mary Jane spoke, her eyes casually swept over Johnny. The two of them played off each other perfectly, their coordination seamless. Gwen's hand holding the spoon froze in midair. She might be naive, but she wasn't stupid. This talk felt a bit off. Taking care. Using. Energetic troubles. Are they really talking about cake or something? Felicia and Jay. Gwen frowned and asked hesitantly, "What exactly are you talking about?" I feel like I half understand but also half don't. Seeing Gwen's bewildered yet cautious expression, Johnny knew he couldn't let these two sirens continue. Any more hints and Gwen's brain would fry. Ahem. Johnny coughed heavily, interrupting the dangerous conversation. The food's getting cold, let's eat first." As he spoke, he gave Felicia a sharp kick under the table. "Enough already? Taking too big a step might tear something." Felicia winced and shot Johnny a reproachful glare. But she knew when to stop, so she dropped the seductive act and switched to other topics. "By the way, Gwen." Mary Jane tactfully changed the subject. She took a sip of lemon water, her expression turning serious. "Peter and Harry got beaten up badly at the theater yesterday. They're both still in the hospital." Mentioning this cast a slight gloom over the table. Gwen sighed and set down her spoon. "I heard about it from my dad this morning. Peter's okay, bruised and swollen, but just superficial injuries and a mild concussion. The doctor said he can be discharged in a few days." "But Harry?" Gwen shook her head, a hint of sympathy on her face. "He's seriously injured, for broken ribs and internal bleeding." "And?" Gwen lowered her voice, glancing around. "I heard that Oscorp is in big trouble. His father Norman Osborn passed away and the board is pushing for a restructuring. Harry is not only physically injured but also has to face this family crisis. It's really pitiful." Mary Jane's eyes dimmed at this. Though she can be a bit materialistic, Harry was hurt saving her. "I hope he can pull through." Mary Jane sighed. Johnny listened quietly without speaking. He elegantly cut the seafood on his plate, but inwardly sneered. "Pull through? Tough luck. Those old foxes on the board won't stop until they've squeezed every last bit of value out of Harry." Still, this is good news for Johnny. Times of chaos breed heroes. With Oscorp in turmoil, he has a chance to pick up the pieces. When the time comes, he can help Harry out and grab some shares. How sweet would that be? Oh. Mary Jane suddenly remembered something and pulled a flyer from her bag. "Even though Harry's in the hospital, he mentioned something to me before. Oscorp is hosting a very important biotechnology exhibition next week. It said they'll showcase their latest genetic research, including the so-called Super Spider project." Mary Jane handed the flyer to Gwen. "Originally Harry invited Peter and me, and we could go through the VIP passage. Now that they can't go, these tickets would go to waste. Gwen, you're a top biology student, you should be interested in this, right?" Upon hearing the words, "Super Spider," Johnny, who was drinking water, paused almost imperceptibly. Super Spider. An exhibition. Why does this plot feel so familiar? Isn't this the very exhibition where Peter Parker got bitten? The origin of Spider-Man's birth. Really? Gwen took the flyer, her eyes instantly lighting up like two bright bulbs. As Professor Connor's prized student, she was absolutely defenseless against such genetic technology. A breakthrough demonstration of cross-species genetics. Oh my God, this is cutting-edge science. Of course I want to go. I dream of going. Gwen excitedly grabbed Johnny's arm. "Johnny. Let's go together, okay? This is such a rare learning opportunity." Johnny looked at Gwen's excited little face, then at the flyer in her hand. His mind was racing. According to the original plot, Peter Parker would be at this exhibition because to take a photo for Mary Jane. He would be bitten by an escaped mutated spider, thus starting his underdog rise to glory. But now, Peter was still lying in the hospital groaning. Harry was also in the ICU questioning his life. That is to say, that crucial mutated spider would most likely not bite Peter this time. Then who would it bite? Johnny's gaze involuntarily fell on Gwen beside him. Blonde top student now showing immense interest. Plus earlier at school Gwen had joined Mary Jane's band. Good heavens. All the elements were aligned. Was the plot correction force a bit too strong? Peter was out of the picture, and it was forcing Gwen to take the lead. Turning into that cool and beautiful ghost Spider-Gwen. Hiss. Johnny's mind instantly conjured the image of Gwen wearing that black, white, and pink tight-fitting suit, swinging between buildings. Especially the figure wrapped in that suit. If he could have her in that outfit engaging in an academic exchange with him in the air, unlocking some high-difficulty poses like hanging upside down at altitude. Johnny felt his nasal passages heating up. This was not just a visual treat. More importantly, if Gwen really became Spider-Woman, her physical abilities would definitely improve dramatically. Endurance recovery. Wouldn't that mean she could last longer in future battles? No more begging for mercy after just one night. Brilliant. This was a win-win. Go. Of course we must go. Johnny slapped his thigh hard, a smile even brighter than Gwen's spreading across his face. How could we miss this technological feast that concerns the future of humanity? Great. Johnny, you're the best. Gwen happily kissed Johnny on the cheek, completely oblivious to her boyfriend's slightly perverted gaze. Felicia and Mary Jane across from them exchanged a look. Both saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. This guy. Why does he seem even more excited than Gwen? Aren't they just a few spiders? Is it really that exciting? Oh well, since everyone is going. Felicia's eyes twinkled as she launched another offensive. She stretched, deliberately thrusting out her chest. How about we go together that day? After the exhibition, I know a nice hot spring hotel nearby. We could take a bath together and relax. Being open with each other will also strengthen our sisterly bond. Hot spring. Being open. Gwen's face instantly turned red. She looked flustered, glancing at Felicia and then at Johnny. This. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with it? Mary Jane chimed in, smiling charmingly. We're all girls, what's there to be afraid of? As for Johnny. She shot a flirtatious glance at Johnny. We could send him to the men's bath or let him scrub our backs. Pfft. Johnny felt his blood pressure rising. These two vixens. They were really going all out to create benefits for him. This was the legendary. Just going straight for it. Skipping even the build-up. Watching Gwen's flustered but not outright rejecting expression, Johnny silently gave Felicia and Mary Jane a thumbs up in his mind. Solid. It seemed this trip to Oscorp would not only yield a Spider-Woman but might also unlock some remarkable new achievement. Well. Johnny cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing the smile on his lips. I think this proposal is very constructive. For the sake of academic research and sisterly bonds. Although I might be at a slight disadvantage, I am willing to reluctantly serve all the ladies. Pfft. Pervert. The three women spat in unison. But in their eyes there was clearly amusement. That lunch laden with innuendo eventually concluded in an atmosphere both bizarre and harmonious. Though Gwen felt shy about Felicia's mention of facing each other with nothing to hide. Under the relentless persuasion of the other two, the naive little white rabbit eventually nodded in a daze, agreeing to the weekend itinerary of the Osborne Technology Expo and a relaxing hot spring retreat. Watching Gwen's expectant yet bashful expression, Johnny silently gave a thumbs up to his two wise partners in his heart. Time flew by. Before long the weekend arrived. At the Osborne building. The sudden demise of Norman Osborn, coupled with the severe injury of the Crown Prince Harry, plunged this vast commercial empire into unprecedented turmoil. Nevertheless, the long-prepared cross-species genetics technology expo was still held as scheduled. After all, for those cunning old foxes on the board eager to carve up the profits, it was a golden opportunity to showcase the continued strength of the Osborne Group and stabilize the stock price. Inside the hall, crowds bustled. Countless journalists, scholars, and invited guests like Johnny weaved between the various exhibits. Wow! Johnny, look! This is the biocable technology Professor Connors mentioned. Gwen wore a white lab coat-style jacket over a pair of slim-fit jeans, exuding an air of both competence and vitality. She pointed excitedly at the model in the display case like a child with a new toy. If this can be applied to prosthetics, it could benefit so many people. Johnny followed behind her with a smile, playing the perfect gentleman escort. Meanwhile, Felicia and Mary Jane trailed behind, dressed rather discreetly today, wearing sunglasses, projecting an aloof, high and mighty demeanor. Yet the occasional sultry glances they cast toward Johnny still betrayed their true thoughts. Indeed, quite interesting, Johnny muttered perfunctorily, but his gaze did not linger on the cold instruments. His eyes were rapidly scanning the crowd. He was searching for that thing, the little thing that originally belonged to Peter Parker but would now change Gwen's destiny. That mutated spider codenamed 42. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. Next we will visit the core area of this exhibition, The special organism breeding room. The sweet voice of the tour guide rang out. Johnny's eyes narrowed instantly. Here it comes. The crowd followed the guide into a circular glass-walled exhibition hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive honeycomb-like transparent device crisscrossed with countless spider webs. On those webs rested spiders of various colors, large in size. These spiders are special gene-edited species. The silk they produce is 10 times stronger than steel cable. The guide droned on. But Johnny had no interest in this chatter. Leveraging his superhuman perception granted by his combat power of over 2,400, he instantly pinpointed the most exceptional spider of all. Its back bore bizarre blue-red patterns and its compound eyes glimmered with an almost intelligent light. At that moment, unlike the other spiders that obediently stayed in their webs, it was silently descending along an extremely fine strand of silk, slipping out through a gap in the ventilation duct above the display case. As expected. A playful smirk curled at the corner of Johnny's mouth. The force of historical correction is indeed strong. Even without Peter, this spider still escaped. It seemed to be searching for something, or perhaps guided by some fate. It slowly lowered itself along the silk thread. Directly below it stood a fat man who was busy recording data. If left unchecked, this priceless mutated spider would likely bestow its superpowers upon this random bystander. How can that be? This is the cheat I reserved for my wife. Sorry, buddy, Johnny murmured in his heart. His fingers moved slightly, requiring no grand gestures. Just a flick of his finger. Whoosh! A stream of energy so faint it was imperceptible to the naked eye struck the precise thread holding the spider. Snap! The thread snapped. The dangling mutated spider instantly lost its balance. Guided by the subtle force, it traced a graceful parabola through the air, sailing over the fat man's head straight toward Gwen, who was leaning on the glass railing, watching with wide-eyed curiosity. Gwen seemed to sense something and instinctively looked up. But it was all too fast. The spider landed lightly on her fair, slender neck. Startled, the spider instinctively bared its fangs and bit down hard on the delicate skin. Gwen's body trembled violently as she drew in a sharp breath. She instinctively slapped the back of her neck. Smack! The mutated spider, having fulfilled its historical mission, was crushed into a bloody pulp by the future Spider-Woman herself. What's wrong, Gwen? Johnny immediately approached with concern, his acting skills reaching Oscar-worthy levels. He gently parted Gwen's blonde hair. On her fair neck 2 tiny red dots were oozing a bit of blood. The surrounding skin had already begun to flush with an eerie red ring. It seems I got bitten by some bug, Gwen said, frowning as a searing pain shot through the wound. Then an indescribable dizziness washed over her. Her body swayed and she nearly lost her footing. So hot, she murmured, feeling her blood boil. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears like a drum. Thump! 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 A bug? Johnny glanced at the spider's now corpse. He discreetly ground it under his heel, erasing the evidence. It seems the sanitation here isn't great, even with such unknown poisonous bugs. Johnny wrapped an arm around the swaying Gwen, placing his large hand on her burning forehead. My God, Gwen, you're burning up. Looks like an allergic reaction or a fever. Felicia and Mary Jane crowded around. What's going on? Felicia looked at Gwen's flushed face, her eyes flickering. These symptoms look like she's eaten something she shouldn't have. Don't just stand there, let's get her out of here. Without a word, Johnny scooped Gwen up into his arms. This lousy exhibition is over. Let's go to the hotel. He turned and shot a knowing glance at his 2 co-conspirators. I think Gwen urgently needs to cool down. That hot spring hotel should have a private doctor or some special treatment service, right? Felicia caught on instantly, her cat-like eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course. Their service is quite thorough. And the hot spring water is the best for relaxing and cooling down. Mary Jane was a bit worried about Gwen's condition. But under Johnny's confident gaze, she chose to trust him. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The group hurriedly left the Osborne building. Nobody noticed that behind them the researcher originally in charge of the spider exhibit was staring in horror at the empty web. Damn. Number 42 is gone. In the luxury business van heading to the hot spring hotel, Gwen curled up in Johnny's arms, her consciousness already fading. It wasn't just the effect of the venom, it was the violent reaction of genetic recombination. Her body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Every cell was being torn apart and then reassembled. Hot. Johnny, I'm so hot. Gwen unconsciously tugged at her collar. Her dazed eyes were filled with moisture. She instinctively sought a source of coolness. Johnny's cold hands were like a lifeline to her. She clung to him tightly, wrapping around him like an octopus. Easy, we're almost there, Johnny soothed, using his internal energy to calm the raging energy within her, while simultaneously enjoying this rare initiative. Tsk. She's not even transformed yet, and she's already this energetic. When we get to the hot spring, the scene would make even the gods envious. Felicia and Mary Jane, sitting across from them, watched the sensual scene unfold. Both of their breaths grew short. Felicia licked her lips, her long legs crossing and uncrossing restlessly. It seems today's hot spring party will be even more interesting than I imagined. Mary Jane's face was as red as a tomato, but her gaze never wavered. The thrill of the forbidden made her heart race as if it might stop. Johnny, are you sure? Gwen is really just running a fever like this? Of course. The extended luxury business van glided smoothly into a top-tier hot spring resort on the outskirts of Manhattan. Nestled among hills and waters, the environment was serene and secluded. Crucially, the privacy was impeccable, the preferred choice for countless celebrities and tycoons seeking clandestine rendezvous or relaxation. We're here, Johnny murmured, but Gwen in his arms only let out unconscious groans. At that moment Gwen looked as if she had just been pulled from the water. Her entire body was scorching hot, sweat drenching her white lab coat, which clung tightly to her skin. The outline of curves that had been hidden beneath the loose clothing was now revealed, a breathtaking sight. Especially the long legs encased in slim-fit jeans. Restless from the heat, she rubbed against Johnny's thigh. He sucked in a sharp breath. This little tease. He forced down the rising fire within him. Quick, give me a hand, he said to Felicia and Mary Jane, who were already waiting nearby. The two women hurried over and clumsily helped him open the car door. Oh my God, she's so hot! Mary Jane exclaimed, startled as she touched Gwen's arm. This temperature must be over 40 degrees, right? Stop the chatter, get her inside, Felicia said, far more composed, her cat-like eyes shimmering with an unreadable light. I've booked the largest suite with a private hot spring. It's right behind us, absolutely no disturbances. Without a word, Johnny lifted Gwen horizontally in his arms and strode toward the secluded villa nestled in the bamboo grove. Inside the villa, steam rose in the air. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, a lush bamboo grove was visible. Indoors, a natural hot spring pool the size of a swimming pool awaited. A few rose petals floated on the surface, lending an air of romance and ambiguity. Johnny placed Gwen on the lounge chair by the pool. By now, Gwen had completely lost consciousness. She only instinctively tore at her clothes, trying to alleviate the scorching heat that seemed to consume her from within. Johnny! Save me! She murmured in a hoarse, alluring voice. It seems worse than I thought, Johnny said, frowning and speaking with a straight face. The toxins in her body are erupting. We need immediate physical cooling. He turned to the two women behind him. You two go close the doors and windows. And his gaze swept over them, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since it's physical cooling, we need to be completely open. These clothes are too obstructive. Besides, I might not be able to manage alone. I need assistance. You understand what I mean, right? Felicia and Mary Jane exchanged glances. Both their faces were as red as ripe apples. The hint. No, it was an outright statement. This was. Got it. Of course I get it. Felicia was the first to react, licking her lips, her eyes blazing with intensity. What's a little sacrifice to save Gwen? As she spoke, her slender hands already rested on the zipper of her leather jacket. The sound of the zipper sliding down echoed sharply in the quiet room. Though Mary Jane was shy under the atmosphere, she gritted her teeth. Here goes. After all, it's inevitable sooner or later. She began unbuttoning her clothes. Moments later, only the sound of water and hurried breaths remained in the room. Three perfect bodies, enough to drive any man wild, were now completely and unreservedly revealed before Johnny. Felicia's wildness, Mary Jane's sensuality, and Gwen's innocent beauty, though now somewhat disheveled on the lounge chair. Good heavens! This scene was nothing short of paradise. Johnny felt a warmth in his sinuses, but he was after all a seasoned traveler LSB who had seen it all. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness. All right, let's get Gwen into the water first. He directed the two assistants, carefully removing Gwen's last garment. When that body as white as mutton fat was fully revealed, even Felicia and Mary Jane, both women, couldn't help but swallow. So beautiful. Especially the spot on the back of her neck where the spider had bitten her. It now emitted a faint, mysterious glow like some arcane totem. Is this a sign of poisoning? Mary Jane asked worriedly. No, it's a mark of evolution, Johnny said silently in his mind. But aloud he said, yes, the toxins have spread. We must start treatment immediately. With that he carried Gwen and slowly stepped into the hot spring pool. The warm spring water instantly enveloped them. Gwen seemed to feel comforted, her furrowed brow relaxing slightly. But the internal heat hadn't subsided. She instinctively wrapped herself around Johnny like a beautiful serpent. Johnny! Come, let's begin. Johnny glanced at Felicia and Mary Jane, who were still hesitating by the pool. What are you waiting for? Get in. This is a group treatment session. My chi alone might not be enough to suppress the toxins. We need harmony of yin and yang, understand? What the hell is harmony of yin and yang? Felicia rolled her eyes internally. Could he come up with a worse excuse? But she didn't expose him. Instead, she was the first to jump into the water. Splashes of water wet Johnny's face. Here I come, my dear doctor. Felicia swam up to him and pressed herself against him. I'm feeling a bit hot too. Did I get infected? Do I need some treatment as well? This little wildcat never missing a chance to tease. Seeing this, Mary Jane shed her reserve and stepped into the water, blushing. In an instant, the once spacious hot spring pool suddenly felt crowded. Surrounded by three stunning beauties, the tactile sensations and visual impact made Johnny feel like an ancient emperor. Ahem, be serious, Johnny said, putting on a stern face. This is treatment time. You two hold Gwen's hands and feet. I'm going to start channeling my chi to expel the toxins. How do you expel them? Mary Jane asked curiously. Of course. Johnny leaned close to Gwen's ear, looking at her rosy lips. Using the most primitive and effective method. With that he kissed her. At the same time his internal chi began to circulate, slowly channeling through the contact into Gwen's body, guiding the violent mutated energy, reshaping her bones, sinews, and flesh. Gwen's body tensed suddenly. It was a strange sensation, a blend of pain and ecstasy. She instinctively wanted to struggle, but with Felicia and Mary Jane's help she couldn't move. She could only passively accept what Johnny gave. Over time the flush on Gwen's skin gradually faded, replaced by a faint lustrous sheen. Her muscle lines became more defined, her skin firmer, and even her breathing grew deeper and more powerful. During the treatment the other two assistants weren't idle. Felicia's hands roamed restlessly underwater. Mary Jane, her face crimson, wiped the sweat from Johnny's forehead. This scene, if seen by outsiders, would surely cause them to bleed from the nose and die. After an unknown time Johnny let out a long breath and released Gwen. Done! Gwen had fallen into a deep sleep. Her face, once pained, was now peaceful and serene. Only the slight rise and fall of her chest proved she was still full of life. A chime sounded in his mind. Detected Gwen Stacy successfully fused with mutated spider genes. Under the host chi guidance she completed perfect evolution. Congratulations, host. First step of the nurturing plan achieved. Rewards after image fist advanced chi sense enhancement. Note: due to the host's special attention, Gwen Stacy's spider sense will be greatly enhanced, and she will ignore most conventional physical damage. Hearing the system's prompt, Johnny smiled faintly. Perfect. This time he not only saved his wife but also leveled up. What a deal. Johnny! Is she okay? Mary Jane asked worriedly, looking at the sleeping Gwen. She's fine, she just needs to sleep it off, Johnny said. He carried Gwen to the lounge chair, covered her with a towel, and then turned to face the two sirens still soaking in the water. His deep eyes reignited with fire. The patient's taken care of. Now, isn't it your turn? I used a lot of chi to save her just now. I'm very weak now. I need to recharge. Felicia and Mary Jane exchanged glances, seeing the spring in each other's eyes. Recharge. Felicia licked her lips and swam over like a mermaid. Well, we're quite professional, you know. Oh, really? Johnny gave a wicked grin. Then let me see just how professional you are. That night the splashing water in the hot spring pool seemed never to cease. The villa hidden in the bamboo grove occasionally echoed with sounds that made one's heart race. Until dawn broke. The morning sunlight filtered through the bamboo blinds, casting dappled patterns on the tatami mats beside the hot spring. The air still carried the lingering scent of last night's passion. A faint blend of sulfur and body wash fragrance. Johnny opened his eyes. He felt refreshed, his inner energy surging like a rushing river. This was the benefit of replenishing energy. Not only was he not tired, but he was even more spirited. He looked down. Good heavens! The sight was nothing short of a work of art. On his left, Felicia curled up like a lazy cat, her platinum blonde hair scattered across his chest. On his right, Mary Jane's long, shapely leg was draped carelessly over his stomach, her sleep posture utterly unrefined. Nearby on a lounge chair, Gwen was still asleep, but her state had clearly changed. Her once delicate figure now subtly radiated a sense of explosive power. Even her breathing carried a unique rhythm. It was the aura of a warrior. The cultivation plan was a success. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of Johnny's lips. He gently moved Mary Jane's leg aside, stood up, and walked over to Gwen, just as he reached out to tidy a stray strand of her hair. Suddenly, swish, Gwen's eyes snapped open. A sharp glint flashed in her azure irises. That was the spider sense. Almost instinctively, Gwen's arm shot out like lightning, gripping Johnny's wrist. The speed was so fast it created a faint whistling sound. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Not bad reaction speed. Though still slower than him for an ordinary person, it was like teleportation. Johnny. Gwen recognized the person before her, and the alertness in her eyes instantly faded, replaced by bewilderment. What's happening to me? I feel. She released her grip and looked at her palm in confusion. My body feels so light. And crack. She subconsciously tried to support herself on the lounge chair to sit up. The moment her palm touched the armrest, a crisp sound rang out. The solid wood armrest had been crushed by her. Wood chips flew. Gwen was dumbfounded. What? What happened? She stared in horror at her hand, then at the broken armrest. Am I becoming a monster? Shoo! Johnny raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. He gestured toward Felicia and Mary Jane, who were still fast asleep. Then he leaned close to Gwen, his deep eyes filled with amusement. Don't be scared, silly. Remember the spider from yesterday? Spider? Gwen was taken aback, then recalled the accident at Oscorp Tower. You mean after I was bitten by that spider? That's right. Johnny nodded and began his persuasive educational campaign. That wasn't an ordinary spider. It was the pinnacle of cross-species genetics research that Oscorp poured all their resources into. Its ever-constant venom was actually the key to unlocking your genetic lock. Congratulations, my dear. Johnny took Gwen's hand, his gaze burning. You have evolved. Evolved. Gwen was still dazed. Like Captain America. Sort of. Johnny shrugged. But you're even more powerful than him. Try it. Johnny pointed to the wall nearby. Focus. Imagine your palm has suction. Gwen half doubtfully reached out and pressed her hand against the wall. The next second, something incredible happened. Her palm stuck firmly to the smooth tile as if covered in tiny barbs. Then, encouraged by Johnny's gaze, she tried lifting her foot. 1 step, 2 steps. She was actually walking on the wall. As if on flat ground. Oh my God! Gwen hung upside down from the ceiling, her hair cascading down. The surreal sensation of defying gravity made her face flush with excitement. I'm really a superhuman. Spider-Woman, Johnny corrected. Standing below, he could clearly see the slightly strained neckline of Gwen's robe due to her inverted position. TSK. What a view. Truly unique. Come down now, don't wake your sisters. Johnny opened his arms. Gwen released her grip and landed lightly. Right into Johnny's embrace. Johnny. This is incredible. Gwen wrapped her arms around his neck, trembling with excitement, words failing her. I feel like I could punch a cow to death. I believe you can. Johnny smiled and pinched her nose. But this power needs to be tamed. From now on we can practice together in real combat. Real combat. Gwen blinked, suddenly recalling last night's embarrassing scenes. And Felicia and Mary Jane were there too. Boom. Memories flooded back. Gwen's face turned crimson. She pushed Johnny away in panic, avoiding his gaze. Well, last night. Wasn't that too outrageous? Seeing Gwen's mortified expression, Johnny knew the critical moment had come. This was the precursor to a love battlefield. Whether he could truly fuse these 3 women together depended on this move. Outrageous. Johnny's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Gwen, what do you think of Felicia and MJ? They are great. Gwen answered instinctively. They took care of me last night too. Yes. Johnny sighed, his tone deep. You know my situation is special. I might face all kinds of dangers in the future. I can't be by your side every moment. And they? Johnny glanced at the two still sleeping women. They are not only your good sisters but also trustworthy partners. Together we can become stronger. Only then can we protect each other in this dangerous world. This speech was delivered with great righteousness. It directly elevated the harem to the level of survival and protection. Gwen was convinced. She was naive to begin with, and combined with her blind admiration for Johnny, this logic seemed reasonable. But Gwen was still hesitant. This doesn't quite follow the rules. Rules are dead, people are alive. Johnny interrupted, cupping her face. What matters is that we're happy together, aren't we? And Johnny leaned close to her ear, whispering mischievously, you enjoyed it last night, didn't you? I saw you later. Ah. Stop talking. Gwen covered Johnny's mouth in embarrassment. I understand. As long as you don't abandon me. How could I? Johnny kissed her palm. You'll always be my first wife. I understand. Gwen's voice was barely a whisper as she buried her head deep into Johnny's chest. She didn't dare look at the two teasing eyes nearby. So shameful. Though last night's memories were hazy under the impact of that violent energy, she had felt like a tiny boat, tossed and turned in the storm Johnny raised. And that soul-shivering sensation had left her craving more. Ahem. Felicia woke up. She lay on the tatami, her cat-like eyes appraising Gwen. I say, dear Gwen, your skin is looking ridiculously good. Mary Jane also woke up, nodding with envy. Yeah, is this the benefit of mutation? Johnny, I want to be bitten by a spider too. Watching the three women chatter, Johnny was in high spirits. He gently patted Gwen's remarkably firm back, feeling the feedback from his palm. Even without applying force, he could sense the explosive power contained in that slender body. The Spider-Woman's physique truly lived up to its reputation. All right, stop envying. Johnny stood up from the lounge chair, casually grabbing a towel to wrap around his waist. His streamlined muscles gleamed like ivory in the morning light. The three women couldn't help but gaze at him with renewed warmth. Since you're awake, don't laze around. Gwen's power has surged dramatically. If she doesn't adapt quickly, she might crush the door handle when we go out. We need to do some special training. Hearing the word special training, all three women blushed in unison. They all knew exactly what that so-called training meant. Then let's start quickly. I can't wait. Felicia got up from the tatami, her face brimming with excitement and allure. As for Mary Jane, after last night's experience, she naturally couldn't resist trying again. And Gwen, she too wanted to relive that strange sensation. Only Gilda was thinking about preparing a Spider-Woman suit for the occasion, personally dressing Gwen in it, and finally putting the mask on her. It must be said, the joy of the wealthy is so simple and unadorned, yet so tedious. As a top-tier hot spring resort, it offers not only hot springs but also a vast private forest behind the mountains closed to the public. This provided an excellent training ground for Johnny's special plan. After all, if Gwen were to perform barehanded demolition or scale walls on the main street. The very next day, that bald black-egg director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would personally bring Hulk to her doorstep to check on things. Whoosh, in the clearing of the forest. Gwen wore the lab coat, which had been dried but still looked somewhat rumpled. Yet this did not dampen her bubbling excitement in the slightest. Johnny, do I really have to hit this tree? Gwen pointed at a century-old oak thick enough to require two people to wrap their arms around, and looked uncertainly at her own small fist. This hand yesterday could only hold test tubes and pens or grasp certain indescribable things. Now it was supposed to punch a tree. Go ahead, hit it with confidence. Johnny leaned against a large boulder, one arm around a beautiful woman on each side, his left hand playing with Felicia's silver hair, his right resting on Mary Jane's shoulder. His posture was even more leisurely than that of a wealthy landlord. Trust your instincts, and trust the deep development I gave you last night. Your body's strength is no longer that of an ordinary human. All right. Gwen took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, trying to recall the sensation of the energy surging within her body. It was the chi that Johnny had left inside her last night. That feeling of power made her believe she could do anything. Ha! Gwen let out a sharp cry. Without any fancy moves, she threw a straight punch. However, the moment her fist shot out, it was as if the air itself was torn, letting out a sharp explosive crack. Boom! Wood chips flew, leaves danced wildly. The century-old oak, which had stood for 100 years, didn't even have time to sway. It simply exploded, a massive hole right through the middle of its trunk. Then the upper half of the trunk bearing the heavy crown crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Felicia waved a hand to clear the dust before her cat-like eyes wide as saucers. This was done by Gwen. That's way too violent. Mary Jane shrank back in fright, staring at the blonde girl standing amidst the wreckage, looking innocently at her own fist. If they ever had a fight at home. If Gwen ever hit him with that. SSS. Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. Wow. Gwen looked at her handiwork and jumped up excitedly. The loose lab coat fluttered up and down with her movements. The beautiful scenery within was faintly visible. Johnny! Did you see that? I did it. I really became a strong woman. She rushed to Johnny like a child who had gotten a new toy seeking praise. I saw it. Johnny smiled and helped her remove a leaf from her head. His eyes were full of admiration and a certain satisfaction known as nurturing. But strength alone isn't enough. The Spider-Woman relies on more than just brute force. There's also agility, reflexes, and... Johnny pointed to his head. That amazing spider sense. Come on, let's try this one. With that, Johnny picked up a few pebbles from the ground and weighed them in his hand. Turn around, face away from me. I'm going to throw them. Gwen obediently turned her back. Though she didn't know what Johnny was up to, she had absolute trust in this man. Whoosh. Johnny flicked his wrist. A pebble shot through the air with a piercing sound, heading straight for the back of Gwen's head. He controlled the force. But it was definitely not light. If it were an ordinary person, this blow would surely raise a lump. However, just as the pebble was about to hit, Gwen's head, as if it had eyes on the back, dodged to the left with an uncanny motion. Swish. The pebble grazed her ear and embedded itself in the tree trunk ahead. Huh! Gwen touched her ear, looking astonished. Just now, I felt something. It was like a voice in my head telling me danger is coming. That's it. Johnny snapped his fingers. That's the spider sense, your sixth sense. From now on, even with your eyes closed, no one can ambush you. Of course. Johnny's tone shifted and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Except for me. Because in a way we are one. Gwen's face reddened again. This man, why couldn't he go 3 sentences without mentioning that kind of thing? But being teased by him like this all the time didn't seem so bad. All right, the basic test is over. Johnny clapped his hands and straightened up. Although the test had been successful, he felt something was missing. Looking at the loose and baggy lab coat on Gwen, though it had a certain charm, it was far too inconvenient for fighting. And it wasn't pleasing enough to the eye. As a future superhero, how could she not have a custom suit? Especially one that could protect the body, accentuate the figure, and facilitate certain special operations. Gwen. Johnny walked up to her, his eyes scrutinizing her seriously. Since you have obtained this power, you will face all kinds of dangers in the future. Like last night's tombstone or the rhino before. You need equipment. A suit of your own. Hearing the word suit, Felicia and Mary Jane beside him also leaned in. Women, after all, have no resistance to clothes. A suit. Like Iron Man's. Gwen was both hopeful and troubled. But I don't know how to make it. And that kind of tin can must be really uncomfortable to wear, right? Who said it's a tin can? Johnny shook his head, the classic design from Spider-Gwen already forming in his mind. A black and white bodysuit, a hood, and those stylish dance shoes. A design that perfectly blends the girl's youthful vitality with an air of mystery. Leave it to me. Johnny patted his chest confidently. I already have the design. As for the materials, he thought of the so-called biocable technology and special spider silk from Osborne Group. Though old Norman was dead, the technology remained. With a little maneuvering, getting some high-tech materials would be a piece of cake. I'll make you a suit unique in the whole world. Johnny leaned close to Gwen's ear, lowering his voice. It's not only strong in defense and breathable, but most importantly, it will be very, very form-fitting. It will perfectly outline the contours of every inch of your skin. Then, you'll wear it only for me to see, okay? Gwen's ears instantly turned red, almost bleeding. She could clearly read between the lines. This wasn't making a suit at all. This was clearly to satisfy some of his special fetishes. But looking at Johnny's burning gaze, Gwen found herself unable to say no. In fact, there was even a faint hint of anticipation in her heart. I'll do as you say. Gwen nodded shyly. Ding. Detected that Gwen Stacy's attachment to the host has deepened. Current status: complete submission of body and mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. Master level tailoring skill includes Marvel's full set of costume design blueprints. Skill description: not just mending and patching, you will become a trendsetter. Whether it's bulletproof, fireproof, or for pleasure. In short, if you can imagine it, it can be done. Nice. The system truly understands me best. Qiangni was overjoyed. With this skill, not only Gwen could Phylixia's black cat costume also be slightly improved. For instance, pulling the zipper down a bit. Or Mali Jian, if she ever wants to join the ranks of superheroes. He could also tailor a set for her. Alright, training is over. Qiangni in high spirits waved his hand. Since everyone is here and the environment is so nice, how about we? His gaze swept back and forth across the three beautiful women. That look was like a hungry wolf eyeing three little white rabbits. Phylixia was the first to react. She licked her lips and proactively pressed close. How about what? Another training session out here in the wild. I think it's okay. No one will disturb us, and this back-to-nature feeling should be quite thrilling, right? Mali Jian was a bit shy but didn't object. She even secretly glanced at the surrounding bushes. After confirming there was really no one, she blushed and nodded. Only Gwen still hadn't recovered from the shame of earlier. Shocked again by this sudden outdoor training. Here. This isn't good, right? What if some small animals see us? Pfft, Qiangni almost burst out laughing. Small animals? Small animals would have to applaud. Don't worry. Qiangni pulled Gwen into his arms, domineeringly declaring his ownership. With me here, not even a male mosquito can fly within 10 miles. Besides, weren't you just excited just now? That feeling of power surging inside. Don't you need an outlet? Gwen bit her lip, feeling the restlessness inside that hadn't fully subsided. Indeed, after the mutation her energy seemed abnormally abundant. If she didn't do something to burn it off, she felt like she would explode. Then, be gentle. Gwen finally gave in. Or rather, she followed her own heart. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves. On this quiet forest clearing, a special lesson on the great harmony of life officially began. Meanwhile, New York Hell's Kitchen. In a dim basement, a man wearing a skull mask, carrying a shield and long sword on his back, was quietly looking at a photo in his hand. In the photo was Qiangni's handsome and striking face. Qiangni Gilda. Taskmaster's voice was hoarse and cold. To be able to kill Bullseye and the other, seems you have some skill. But in front of me, all your moves will become the weapons I use to kill you. He slowly drew the longsword from his back, the blade glinting with cold light. Kingpin's offer is very high. High enough to buy your 100 lives. Ready to meet your doom. Genius, boy. The sun was high in the sky. The sunlight in the forest became somewhat dazzling. That absurd and intense outdoor training finally ended with a few suppressed moans. The air was filled with a blush-inducing atmosphere. Phew. Qiangni leaned against the broken old oak tree, casually lighting a cigarette for after the deed. Although he usually didn't smoke at times like this, he always felt there was something missing in his hand to set off this emptiness of the sage's time. Looking at the three women on the grass, disheveled but each exuding stunning charm, Qiangni felt extremely satisfied. This is what they call the bliss of having multiple wives. Especially Gwen. After that practical test just now, I have to say the mutated physique is indeed different. Her stamina had increased exponentially. The little white rabbit who used to beg for mercy after half an hour could now last an hour without even panting. She could even unlock some high-difficulty poses previously unimaginable. For instance, using that amazing flexibility and adhesion on the tree trunk. Ahem. Qiangni took a deep breath, dispersing those inappropriate images from his mind. How about it? He blew a smoke ring, looking at Gwen, who was tidying her hair on the grass, and teased, all that fire burned off now. Still feel energy surging inside. Gwen's face was as red as a ripe tomato. She glared at Qiangni with annoyance, but her eyes and brows were full of unconcealed spring. You're so bad. Who helps others vent their fire like this? Although she complained verbally, she had to admit. After that intense exercise, the restlessness caused by the gene mutation had indeed calmed down a lot. In its place was an unprecedented comfort and clarity. As if every cell had been fed. This is called treating the symptoms. Qiangni shrugged matter-of-factly. Besides, I think you enjoyed it quite a bit. Just now, who was it grabbing the bark and shouting, "Don't stop"? Ah. Shut up. Shut up. Gwen, embarrassed, pounced on him and reached out to cover Qiangni's mouth. Her shy and adorable look made Phylixia and Mali Jian smile secretly. All right, stop flirting. Phylixia straightened her leather jacket and lazily stretched. Her S-shaped curves were fully exposed in the sunlight. Since the training is over, shouldn't we get back? I haven't forgotten that someone promised to make a costume for Gwen. Mentioning the costume, Gwen's eyes instantly lit up. She let go of Qiangni and looked at him expectantly. That's right. Qiangni, the costume you mentioned. Can you really make it? Of course. Qiangni extinguished the cigarette, put his arm around Gwen's slender waist, and lifted her up. A flash of confidence shone in his eyes. I said I would make you a unique costume in the world. As for materials, he thought of the few cans of high-strength biofiber liquid he had taken from Oscorp Tower earlier. Originally he planned to study them to see if he could make bulletproof underwear, or something. Now they come in handy. Plus the master-level tailoring skill rewarded by the system. Handcraft a spider suit. Easy peasy. Upon returning to Johnny's high-end apartment in Manhattan, he immediately plunged into the guest room he had converted into a temporary workshop. System extract the design drawings. Ding. The complete set of Marvel suit design drawings has been extracted. Loading Grandmaster level tailoring skills. As a refreshing stream coursed through his mind, Johnny felt as though his hands had been imbued with a mysterious power. Knowledge of cutting, sewing, and materials science became instinctually etched into his mind. He gazed at the jars of biofiber liquid on the table and the high molecular elastic fabrics ordered online, his eyes growing focused and fervent. This was not merely making clothes, it was crafting a masterpiece, a piece of art that could perfectly accentuate Gwen's figure while providing top-tier protection. Here taper the waist to highlight the curves. Here reinforce to prevent exposure. The hood design should be kept to add mystery. As for the color, Johnny's mind conjured the classic black-white-pink palette of Spider-Gwen. It's tailor-made for Gwen. Let's begin. Scissors flew, needles darted, and threads wove. Under the enhancement of Grandmaster-level skills, Johnny's hands moved so fast they left only after images. His focused demeanor, even when glimpsed through the crack of the door by the three women, left them mesmerized. Is this what a serious man looks like? Mary Jane leaned against the doorframe, her eyes dreamy. So handsome. Yes, Felicia nodded, a flicker of extraordinary light in her eyes. Not only can he fight, but he can also make clothes. This man is a treasure. Only Gwen twisted the hem of her clothes, caught between anticipation and nervousness. Could he really do it? 2 hours later. Done. Johnny snipped the last thread, gazing at the suit in his hands, which resembled a work of art. He nodded with satisfaction. The design was perfectly streamlined, a black base matched with a white hood and pink inner lining patterns. Not only did it recreate the classic look from the comics, but Johnny also utilized the properties of biofibers to make special treatments at key areas. It could provide defense comparable to a bulletproof vest while fitting like a second skin without compromising flexibility. Of course, most importantly, the breathability and texture are top-notch. Gwen, come in, Johnny shouted toward the door. See coming. Gwen took a deep breath and pushed the door open. When she saw the suit on the table, she froze entirely. It's beautiful. The design, brimming with technological and girlish charm, struck her heart instantly. This is for me. Gwen ran her fingers over the smooth fabric in disbelief. Of course, Johnny said, walking behind her and gently pushing her shoulder. Go try it on. I'm looking forward to it. Blushing, Gwen carried the suit into the dressing room. 5 minutes later, click. The dressing room door opened. Johnny, Felicia, and Mary Jane all turned their gaze simultaneously. The next moment, the room fell into a deathly silence. Gwen stepped out somewhat awkwardly, wearing the black-white-pink tight suit. The snug fabric perfectly outlined her athletic toned figure, her slender waist, long legs, and that perky. The hood covered half her face, revealing only her delicate chin and enticing red lips. Mysterious, seductive, yet brimming with a dangerous vitality. Gulp. Johnny couldn't help but swallow. The visual impact is even more stunning than in the comics. Is this the real-life Spider-Gwen? Love it, love it. How do I look? Gwen tugged at the hem nervously. Is it too tight? No. Just right. Johnny snapped back to reality and strode forward, his eyes burning as if to melt Gwen. It's made for you. Perfect. Really? Gwen finally smiled. She tried moving her limbs, and was amazed to find that the suit truly felt like skin with no sense of restraint. She could even feel a faint current of air flowing over the surface, as if assisting her movements. Amazing. Gwen excitedly struck a classic Spider-Man crouch. Johnny, you're a genius. Of course, Johnny said smugly. Look who I'm dating. Just then Felicia and Mary Jane gathered around. Both women stared at Gwen's gear with envy. Wow. This fabric feels so good. Felicia took the chance to grope Gwen, marveling. Johnny, I want one too. I want a set. Me too. Mary Jane chimed in. I want to be a superhero too. Watching the three women chatter around him, Johnny felt a headache coming on, but his heart was filled with joy. This is a man's romance. Forging my own team of beautiful heroines. The sense of achievement is greater than beating Thanos. Alright, you'll all get one. Johnny waved his hand magnanimously. Line up one by one. As long as you treat me well, you'll have whatever you want. But you pervert. The three women spat in unison, but their smiles were brighter than flowers. Night fell. The Manhattan sky was dyed in neon colors. Johnny stood by the floor-to-ceiling window gazing at the bustling nightscape outside. Behind him, the three women who had just tried on their new suits were excitedly showing off to each other in the living room. Everything seemed so perfect. However, at that moment Johnny's brow furrowed slightly. His enhanced super senses keenly detected an unusual aura. It was an extremely faint yet murderous gaze locked onto him from the top of the building across the street. Johnny's eyes instantly turned cold. Who's the next fool? Could that fat bastard Kingpin still not give up? Looks like tonight's entertainment has arrived. He turned to look at Gwen, who was having fun. Gwen. What's up, Johnny? Gwen pulled off her hood, looking at him quizzically. Now that the new suit is done, how about a field test to check its performance? Johnny pointed out the window. We have a guest. Want to go greet them? Gwen paused. Then her spider sense jolted violently. Danger. Danger is approaching. Her blue eyes sharpened instantly. The aura of a superhero awakened in her for the first time. Okay. Gwen pulled up her mask. The white goggles covered her eyes, leaving only a battle-ready declaration. I've been waiting for this. Let's go. Johnny grabbed Gwen's waist and crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window. Amid the screams of Felicia and Mary Jane, the two leaped from the dozens of floors high building like bats in the night, aiming straight for the assassin hidden in the shadows atop the opposite building. Mo Fong de Sure. The night wind howled. Johnny held Gwen tightly as they zipped through the skyscrapers of Manhattan. He could feel her tense body trembling from the first high-altitude leap. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Johnny's mouth. Don't be nervous. Relax. He whispered into Gwen's ear, his voice carried away by the wind yet reaching her clearly. Remember what I taught you. Use your chi to sense the surroundings and your spider sense to lock onto the target. Okay. Gwen took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. Though it was her first real combat wrapped in Johnny's powerful aura, she felt an unprecedented sense of safety. Whoosh. Johnny halted abruptly, landing steadily on the rooftop of the opposite building. It was an abandoned clock tower in Manhattan. Rusty gears and a massive bronze bell looked eerie under the moonlight. Right here. Johnny released Gwen and looked toward the shadowy top of the tower. There, a man in a blue and white tactical suit carrying a round shield and a long sword stood silently. A man with a skull mask. Taskmaster. One of the top mercenaries in the Marvel Universe. He possessed a photographic memory, instantly learning and mimicking any opponent's moves. He was known as the human photocopier. Clap, clap, clap. Taskmaster slowly emerged from the shadows, holding a long sword still dripping with blood, the blood of the two unlucky guards he had just dispatched. Not bad. His voice, distorted by a voice modulator, rasped. High alertness. No wonder you're the one who killed Bullseye. Taskmaster sized up Johnny, then glanced at the girl in the strange tight suit. A cold smirk curled beneath the skull mask. Brought a helper. What, you know you can't take me alone? Helper. Johnny looked as if he had heard a hilarious joke. He casually picked his ear, wearing a look of disdain. Old man, do you have a misunderstanding about yourself? She's not a helper. She's here to level up. As for you, Johnny pointed a finger at Taskmaster. You're the experience pack. Arrogant. Taskmaster's eyes turned cold. As a top-tier assassin, he had never suffered such an insult. Since you want to die, I'll oblige. Before the words faded, Taskmaster moved. He suddenly hurled his round shield. The motion, the posture, the angle. It was exactly like Captain America. Whoosh. The shield spun through the air with a piercing sound, heading straight for Johnny's face. The speed was so great it left a blur in the air. Gwen, it's yours. Johnny didn't even move, merely speaking calmly to Gwen beside him. This is your first lesson. When facing a ranged attack besides dodging you can also. Before he finished, Gwen had already moved. Her spider sense screamed a warning. In her vision, the rapidly spinning shield seemed to slow down. She instinctively raised her wrist. Whoosh! A white web strand shot from the wrist-mounted launcher, precisely sticking to the shield in midair. This was the web shooter Johnny had specially crafted for Gwen using Oscorp's high-strength biofiber fluid and his master-level craftsmanship. 10 times stronger than steel cable with adhesion rivaling super glue. "Come back!" Gwen cried out, yanking her arm with force. The shield, like a yo-yo, was forcibly redirected. It traced a huge arc in the air and slammed back at Taskmaster even faster than before. "What?" Taskmaster was startled. Not only did she catch his flying shield, but she could counterattack. What kind of move was that? Spider-Man's? But he had no time to think. The shield was already upon him. He instinctively drew the longsword from his back and parried. Clang! A deafening crash. Taskmaster felt a terrifying force transmitted through the blade. His palm split open, and he was thrown back 5 or 6 steps, barely avoiding falling off the tower. So much strength! Taskmaster was horrified. This seemingly frail girl had more power than Captain America. This intel was wrong. That fat bastard Kingpin had said there was only Johnny Gilda. Where did this female monster come from? Nice work! Johnny whistled, generously praising her. That move using his force against him was well done. Looks like last night's deep exchange paid off. You're a quick learner. Gwen's face flushed, but excitement sparkled in her eyes. So, I really am this strong. She clenched her fists, intoxicated by the thrill of controlling power. Don't get cocky, Taskmaster roared. He discarded the now dented longsword and drew 2 short batons from his belt. Daredevil's signature weapons. That was just a warm-up. Now I'm serious. Taskmaster's form flickered, charging at Gwen like a wraith. The batons turned into a storm of shadows, covering her completely. This time he used his best skills, blending Daredevil's combat techniques with Black Widow's acrobatics and Iron Fist's G manipulation. Truly a fusion of many masters. Yet facing this overwhelming assault, Gwen remained eerily calm. Her spider sense acted like a full-range radar, predicting every move Taskmaster made. Left dodge, right evade, duck leap. Gwen's silhouette weaved through the battened shadows like an elegant dance. Her black and pink suit traced graceful arcs under the moonlight. No matter how Taskmaster attacked, he couldn't even touch her clothes. How is this possible? Taskmaster grew more alarmed. Every attack was perfectly predicted, and she even landed a few heavy hits during her evasions. This wasn't a fight, it was a humiliation. Too slow. Gwen's voice came from above. She had somehow jumped onto the clock tower's beam, hanging upside down. Is that all you've got? Gwen mimicked Johnny's tone, tauntingly beckoning with her finger. If so, then I'll get serious too. As she spoke, Gwen pushed off the beam and dove down like a cannonball. Try this. She flicked her wrist in midair. 2 web strands shot out, sticking to Taskmaster's feet. Then she yanked. Thud. Taskmaster was pulled face first into the ground. Before he could get up, Gwen landed on his back. Bam! A powerful elbow strike crashed into his spine. Pfft. Taskmaster spat blood, feeling as if his backbone was broken. But it wasn't over. Gwen grabbed his collar and lifted him. Then came a storm of combos. Ora ora ora! Each punch split the air, landing with solid impact. Taskmaster was beaten like a punching bag, utterly defenseless. The suffocating feeling of being crushed from every angle made him for the first time want to run. What the hell is this monster? Even more insane than Johnny Gilda. Boom! The Mimic Master was sent flying by a heavy punch from Gwen. His body smashed through the bronze bell atop the clock tower. The massive bell let out a mournful cry. They plummeted together into the mechanical gear chamber below. Dust billowed everywhere. Ha! Ha! Gwen stood her ground, gasping for breath. Though her stamina was still full, this was after all her first real battle. The visceral impact of each strike filled her with excitement, yet it also made her hands tremble slightly. Is that it? She asked in disbelief, staring at the dented and deformed bronze bell. Not yet. Johnny emerged from the shadows beside her, still idly flipping that coin between his fingers. This guy was hired by Kingpin at a steep price. He is not that easy to kill. And Johnny pointed toward the ruins below. Look! Amidst that pile of twisted scrap metal and debris, an armored gloved hand suddenly shot out, shoving aside a massive gear. The Mimic Master staggered to his feet. His tactical suit was in tatters. Half of his skull mask was shattered, exposing the bloodied face beneath. Cough. He spat a mouthful of bloody foam, his eyes brimming with venom and madness. Damn you, little girl. You have truly enraged me. I will tear you to pieces. The Mimic Master roared and pressed a button on his belt. Whir. A piercing mechanical whine echoed through the air. His tactical suit suddenly began to morph. Countless microscopic mechanical arms extended from his back, supporting his body like spider legs. Even more terrifying, two high-frequency oscillating blades flashing with blue light deployed from his forearms. Full power mode. How interesting. Johnny raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement dancing in his gaze. This gear is actually a bit more advanced than in the original timeline. Looks like that fat bastard Kingpin really spared no expense to take me out. Johnny, what should we do? Gwen felt a twinge of fear seeing this scene. After all, such a high-tech killing machine. For a rookie like her, the visual impact was quite overwhelming. What is there to fear? Johnny walked behind Gwen, placing his hands on her shoulders and giving them a gentle squeeze. Remember what I told you last night. The best defense is always the offense. And he whispered into Gwen's ear, his voice carrying a hint of enchantment. You are my woman. If you cannot even defeat a tin can, how will you ever conquer the stars and seas alongside me? Hearing these words, a fire instantly blazed within Gwen's heart. Right. She was Johnny's woman. How could she let him down? I understand. Gwen took a deep breath, her eyes turning resolute. She yanked down her hood, once again concealing that stunning face. Bring it. Spider-Woman has arrived. You are courting death. The Mimic Master sneered, his mechanical arms surging with power. He launched himself forward like a living cannonball. The high-frequency vibration blades sliced through the air with a grating shriek. Die. Facing this ferocious attack, Gwen did not flinch. Her legs bent slightly, her body coiled like a drawn bow. At the precise moment the blade was about to strike, swish. She moved. But this time she did not choose to dodge. She chose to clash head-on. Both of her hands fired two streams of webbing, directly pinning the Mimic Master's swinging arms. Then, ah! Gwen let out a sharp cry, driving through her core as she launched herself into the air. Using the tension of the webbing, she not only dodged the attack. Instead, she spun through the air like a top, landing directly above the Mimic Master's head. What? The Mimic Master was startled and just about to look up. But it was already too late. Gwen's long, elegant legs had clamped around his neck like a pair of scissors, the lethal scissor hold. This move had been specially taught to her by Johnny the night before. She never expected to put it to use so soon. Fall. Gwen drove through her core and threw her entire body backward with tremendous force. Crash. The Mimic Master's massive frame was brutally slammed into the ground by that devastating throw. The tremendous impact shook the entire clock tower. Snap. Several mechanical arms on the Mimic Master's back broke instantly, sparks flying in every direction. This is not over yet. Gwen showed no mercy in her advantage. She did not release her legs, but instead used the momentum to flip onto the Mimic Master's back. Then, she unleashed a merciless barrage from the mount position. Bang! 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 Her fists fell like rain. Every punch landed solidly on the back of the Mimic Master's skull. How dare you be so fierce? How dare you pull that knife? How dare you try to intimidate me? Gwen ranted as she struck, seemingly venting all the pent-up pressure she had accumulated over this period. Per Mimic Master, the once-renowned king of mercenaries. Yet at this moment he was being ground into the dirt like a tattered ragdoll. He did not even have a chance to fight back. Enough. Seeing things had gone far enough, Johnny hurried forward and pulled Gwen away. If she kept this up, this would no longer be a spar. It would be desecration of the corpse. Ha! Ha! Gwen stopped, glancing somewhat embarrassedly at Johnny. Then she looked down at the unrecognizable form of the Master on the ground. Was I too violent? No, just right. Johnny smiled and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. When dealing with enemies, one must be as ruthless as an autumn wind sweeping through fallen leaves. You did excellent, Gwen. I am very satisfied. Hearing Johnny's praise, Gwen's heart swelled with joy. She removed her mask, revealing her flushed little face. So, am I qualified? Of course. Johnny nodded, his gaze tender. From today onward, you are the official Spider-Woman. And my own personal hero, Johnny Gertis. Exclusive heroine. Stop it, Gwen pouted playfully before throwing herself into Johnny's arms. The two embraced tightly upon those ruins, Moonlight poured over them as if draping a silver veil over this newlywed couple. Meanwhile, the mimic master, still twitching on the ground, had completely faded into mere background noise. He did not even dare to make a whimper. Terrified of disrupting these two's romantic moment. "Let us go." After lingering for a while, Johnny released Gwen. "We made quite a commotion here. The police are probably on their way. We should make our exit." "What about him?" Gwen pointed at the mimic master on the ground. "Do not worry. Someone will come clean up the mess." Johnny smirked mysteriously, pulling out his phone to send Coulson a location ping. "Hey, Agent Coulson. I have delivered another case for you. Location is the abandoned clock tower in Manhattan. Make sure to bring a stretcher. The guy might look a bit rough." After hanging up, Johnny wrapped his arm around Gwen's waist. "Let us roll." The two leapt from the clock tower, once more vanishing into the vast night, leaving behind only a thoroughly wrecked mimic master, shivering in the cold wind. SHIELD. Rapid Response Force Base. Coulson looked at the object on the stretcher before him. If not for careful observation, it would be impossible to tell it was once a humanoid form. He fell into deep silence. "Is this the mimic master?" He pointed at the pile of scrap metal that seemed to have just been rescued from beneath a hydraulic press, his tone full of uncertainty. "Yes, sir." An agent swallowed and reported. "Based on the scene investigation and comparison of residual DNA, it is indeed the mimic master, Antony Massatisi. Shattered bones throughout the body, multiple ruptured internal organs, severe concussion. If not for the life support system of his battle armor still functioning, he would have gone to meet God long ago." Coulson took a deep breath. In his mind he recalled Xiangni's seemingly sunny and harmless smile. "He really doesn't hold back," he muttered to himself. "However, this also shows that our young friend here not only has aces up his sleeve but quite a few of them. What kind of person is the mimic master? He is a tough guy who can go toe-to-toe with Captain America. Yet in Xiangni's hands he didn't even put up a decent fight and ended up like this. This combat power. I'm afraid only a monster like Hulk can suppress it. Have you found out about the girl who appeared with him?" Coulson suddenly asked. "Found it." The agent handed over a file. "Based on the spider silk samples left at the scene in comparison with surveillance footage. Although the other party was wearing a mask, the body shape and..." The agent paused, speaking hesitantly. "Highly matched the daughter of Chief Jiaoji Shidexi, Gwen Shidexi." "Gwen?" Coulson raised an eyebrow. "That good girl. Interesting. It seems our Mr. Xiangni is not only a cheater himself, but also carried his girlfriend along. Is this the legendary husband and wife team?" Coulson stroked his chin, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "This is getting more and more interesting. In that case, let's help them clean up the mess. Seal off the scene information and announce to the public." A gas explosion. "Yes, sir." Manhattan high-end apartment. Whoosh. Gwen removed her mask and her golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall. On her slightly flushed face from intense exercise there were fine beads of sweat. In her azure eyes there shone an unprecedented light. "That was awesome!" She excitedly shook her fist. "The feeling of controlling that power is simply amazing. Xiangni, did you see that? Wasn't that deadly scissor kick of mine totally cool?" Seeing Gwen's little look begging for praise, Xiangni smiled and walked over, brushing away the strand of hair stuck to her forehead. "Cool, totally cool. You're simply my Valkyrie." He took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Gwen's waist and pecked her on the lips. "However, that fight was so intense, are you a little?" Xiangni smirked wickedly, his large hand beginning to wander mischievously. "That? Which? Gwen's face instantly turned red, her eyes began to dodge. But her body honestly went limp, leaning into Xiangni's arms. "What do you think?" Xiangni bit her ear, his voice low and husky. "When you were riding on me just now, weren't you quite imposing? Why are you shy now?" I was doing that for the fight," Gwen retorted, embarrassed and annoyed. Yes, for the fight." Xiangni scooped her up and strode toward the bedroom. "Then next let's have a fight. For reproduction." "You're so annoying." A night of silence. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight streamed into the room, Xiangni had already gotten up, full of energy. Looking at Gwen still sleeping beside him, her peaceful sleeping face filled his heart with a sense of accomplishment. Although last night's battle was intense, it must be said that after the mutation Gwen's physique was indeed ridiculously strong. Not only was her recovery astonishing, but her cooperation in unlocking new positions was also perfect. This filled him with infinite anticipation for future multi-person battles. System. Xiaomi silently called out. Check current status. Host Xiaomi Gilda. Current combat power 2400, skills Sky Dance Art Advanced Turtle School Qigong Dodon Wave Solar Fist Myriad Nations Shocking Palm Afterimage Fist Advanced G-Sense Enhancement Master Tailor. Conquered targets Gwen Stacy Pregnant Mutated Phylixia Hadai 100 Molly Jian Wozen 100. Looking at the splendid panel, Xiaomi nodded with satisfaction. Although his combat power hadn't skyrocketed again with Gwen as a powerful ally. Plus his own set of Dragon Ball skills, he could basically walk sideways on this Marvel Earth. As long as he didn't court death by provoking that bald ancient one. Or going after the god King Odin. Basically no one could do anything to him. However, Xiaomi narrowed his eyes thinking of the mimic master from last night. That fat bastard Kingpin seems determined to mess with me. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. I originally wanted to keep you as an experienced baby for Gwen. But now it seems you, this experienced baby, are a bit disobedient. Xiaomi walked to the window looking at the fist tower standing in Hell's Kitchen. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Since you're not obedient, then I'll find someone more obedient to replace you. Just then, knock knock knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded. Xiaomi frowned. Who is it so early? He casually grabbed a towel and wrapped it around his waist, then walked over to open the door. Outside the door stood two figures in black tight night suits wearing red masks. And carrying samurai swords. Ninjas. The Hand? Xiaomi recognized this iconic outfit at a glance. Xiaomi Gilda. One of the ninjas said in stiff English. Boss Kingpin sends his regards. Also, he told us to bring you a message. If you know what's good for you, come with us quietly. Otherwise. The ninja shook his samurai sword, the threat implicit. Otherwise what? Xiaomi leaned against the doorframe looking at these two clueless fools with a mocking expression. Otherwise you'll chop me to pieces. Or make me into sashimi. Ha! The ninja sneered. It seems you refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. Before the words faded, the two ninjas simultaneously drew their swords and turned into two black shadows lunging at Xiaomi. However, before they could reach him, whoosh! A white figure suddenly descended from the sky. Who dares to touch my man? A crisp shout rang out. Then, bang! Bang! Two dull thuds. The two ninjas were sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the opposite wall, stuck so hard they couldn't be pried off. Gwen! Xiaomi looked in surprise at the girl in pajamas with slightly disheveled hair but eyes that were incredibly sharp. This little girl wakes up pretty fast. And this morning mood is quite fierce. Are you okay, Xiaomi? Gwen turned around looking at Xiaomi with a worried expression. Completely ignoring the two ninjas who had already passed out. I'm fine. Xiaomi shook his head with a smile, reaching out to pull her into his arms. However, how can I let a girl handle this kind of fighting and killing? Next time leave this rough work to me. No way. Gwen raised her head looking serious. I'm a superhero now. Protecting my boyfriend is my responsibility. Seeing Gwen's earnest expression, Xiaomi felt a warmth in his heart. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? However, since the Hand dared to come to his door, it meant that fat bastard Kingpin had completely lost his cool. It seems it's time to teach that fat bastard a lesson. A cold glint flashed in Xiaomi's eyes. Since he wants to see me so badly, I'll oblige him. Tonight we'll go to the Fist Tower and give that Emperor of Hell's Kitchen a big gift. Night fell. D Kitchen. Phi-Psych Building. Top floor office. Jean Bing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Failed. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a sense of impending storm. Yes, boss. Wesley lowered his head, not daring to even breathe. The two high-ranking ninjas sent by the Shoha, we couldn't even get past the boy's door and were knocked flying by that girl named Gwen. Gwen. Jean Bing narrowed his small mung-bean-sized eyes, a flicker of doubt flashing in them. The police chief's daughter. That obedient girl who only reads books. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Absolutely certain. Wesley wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and handed over a tablet. This is footage captured by nearby surveillance. Although blurry, it's certain that it was indeed that girl who acted. Moreover, Wesley paused, his tone carrying a hint of incredulous terror. Her strength and speed are even more bizarre than that Xiaomi's. It's like a humanoid spider. Crack. The wine glass in Jean Bing's hand was instantly crushed. Red wine flowed through his fingers like blood. Humanoid spider. Fine. Very good. Jean Bing laughed in extreme anger, the fat on his face trembling. I thought there was only one monster. Never expected it's actually a whole nest. It seems that kid named Xiaomi possesses some kind of technology that can mass-produce superhumans. Saying this, the fury in Jean Bing's eyes gradually gave way to a light called greed. If he could obtain that technology, then his criminal empire could expand across the entire world. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to bow to his whims. Issue my orders. Jean Bing spun around sharply, waving his hand. Activate highest alert. Deploy all the Shohahui ninja. And call in all those mercenaries. Furthermore, he walked to his desk and pressed the red button hidden in the drawer. Activate the fortress defense system. Tonight. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they never return. Meanwhile, on the rooftop opposite the Physique building, 3 figures stood against the wind. Xiangni, dressed in casual clothes with hands in his pockets, looked leisurely. And beside him, Gwen had already changed into the black, white, and pink spider suit that Xiangni had sewn for her. The hood was pulled up, revealing only her delicate chin. Although her expression was hidden from her clenched fists and slightly trembling body, the girl was both nervous and excited. As for the other one, Phylixia, she was still in her signature tight leather suit, outlining an S-curve that made one's blood boil. She wore a black eye mask, idly playing with a sharp cat claw knife. Her exposed red lips curved into a bloodthirsty arc. Tis tis tsk. Phylixia looked at the dense crowd of security guards and mercenaries below the opposite building and couldn't help but whistle. Looks like that fat bastard is really afraid of death. This setup is even more over the top than a presidential motorcade. Of course. Xiaomi smiled, his eyes full of disdain. After all, he's up against us. So, he turned to look at the 2 close beauties beside him. Ready. Ready. Gwen took a deep breath, her voice filled with determination. I've wanted to take down this big villain for a long time. My dad's hair has turned gray from worrying about catching him. Tonight I'll avenge my dad. That's right. Xiaomi nodded approvingly. This is my good wife. Not only warm the bed but also fight. Simply a must-have for home and travel. All right. Xiaomi cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp sounds. Since everyone is so eager, then we'll just barge in through the front door. Before the words faded, Xiaomi kicked off the ground. Boom. The concrete roof instantly shattered. He shot into the sky like a cannonball. Activated flight technique. He carved a perfect arc through the air, heading straight for the main entrance of the Physique building. Yahoo! Phylixia followed closely. Although she couldn't fly with her grappling gun and astonishing flexibility, her figure swinging between buildings was even more graceful than Spider-Man's. As for Gwen, no need to mention. Swish. A web shot out. She moved like a white ghost, darting through the night. Her speed was actually a notch faster than Phylixia's. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The security guards at the base of the Physique building hadn't reacted yet when they saw 3 dark figures descending from the sky. Bang. Xiangni landed heavily on the ground. The immense impact directly smashed a large crater into the marble floor. The airwave rolled, flinging several nearby guards away. Good evening, everyone. Xiangni walked slowly out of the dust, wearing his signature sunny smile. I've come to deliver some warmth to your boss. I wonder if he's home. Open fire. Open fire. The security captain shouted in terror. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dense gunfire erupted instantly. Countless bullets rained down like a storm. However, too slow. Xiaomi shook his head. He didn't even bother to dodge. He merely waved his hand. Whoosh! An invisible wave of force swept out. The bullets seemed to be caught by an invisible giant hand. All stopped in midair. Returning them to you. Xiaomi flicked his finger. Swish, swish, swish. All the bullets shot back at even faster speeds. Thud, thud, thud. A series of sounds of flesh being hit. The security guards fell to the ground, instantly wailing everywhere. What kind of monster is this? The remaining people were all stunned. Is this thing Magneto? Don't just stand there. Xiangni turned to look at the 2 girls behind him. The rest is up to you. I'll go upstairs to have a chat about life with that fat bastard. No problem. Phylixia licked her lips blurred and charged into the crowd. She was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. The cat-claw knife in her hand flashed up and down, leaving a trail of screams wherever she passed. Gwen was not to be outdone. Although she wasn't as ruthless as Phylixia, her elusive webs and powerful strength also made the guards miserable. Is this what it feels like to be a superhero? Gwen sent a burly man flying with a roundhouse kick. The exhilarating feeling in her heart was simply indescribable. Awesome. So awesome. Watching the two girls having so much fun, Johnny felt relieved. He looked up at the towering top of the skyscraper. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Jean Bing. Clean your neck and wait. Your death has come. Fist Tower top floor. Before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, Kingpin stood in front of a wall composed of dozens of surveillance screens. On his face thick with muscle, every muscle twitched violently. On the screens, it was a massacre. A one-sided, unquestionable slaughter. In the lobby below, two silhouettes like the size of death were reaping the lives of the mercenaries who usually killed without blinking. The white ghost Gwen using webs to hang burly men from the ceiling, each punch caving in their chests. The black phantom Felicia, her claws cutting through enemy defenses like a knife through butter, leaving whales in her wake. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Kingpin roared in fury. His private army, the pride of his life. The armed force he relied on to survive in New York's underworld. Before these two women they were as fragile as a sheet of paper. Wesley. Kingpin whirled around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the assistant cowering in the corner. Where is Johnny Gilda? Why can't I see him on the monitors? Where did he go? Wesley pushed up his glasses with trembling hands, his voice tearful. B-boss. The surveillance cameras can't capture his speed. The last image showed him flying. Flying straight up. What? Kingpin's heart lurched. Flying up. This is the 88th floor. Before he could react. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted behind him. The bulletproof floor-to-ceiling window designed to withstand anti-material sniper rifle fire shattered like a fragile biscuit, instantly bursting into a billion glittering fragments. Gale force winds howled in. A storm raged through the luxurious office. Kingpin instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. Through the cracks of his fingers, he saw a figure. A figure suspended in the night sky, backlit by the enormous full moon descending like a god or demon. Johnny Gilda. His hands in his pockets, treading on empty air. His deep eyes held a detached indifference, as if looking down upon an ant. Good evening, Mr. Kingpin. Johnny drifted into the office, his toes lightly touching the floor, making no sound at all. The wind-up here is a bit strong, isn't it? Blowing what little brain you have left into nonsense. You! Kingpin lowered his arm, glaring at the young man before him. Though this was their first meeting, he had long harbored a deep hatred for that face. Johnny Gilda. Kingpin ground his teeth, the words squeezed out from between them. You actually dared to come. Since you're here, don't think you'll leave. Kingpin smashed the red button on his desk. Activate Fortress Protocol. Kill him. Click-clack. The ceiling and walls of the office flipped open instantly. A dozen six-barreled Vulcan cannons and micro-missile launchers emerged. Black muzzles locked onto Johnny, standing in the center of the room. Red laser targeting dots densely covered his entire body. Die, monster. Kingpin let out a frenzied roar. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Flames spat. A metal storm instantly swept the entire room. Tens of thousands of bullets and micro-missiles formed an impenetrable net of death, drowning Johnny completely. That terrifying firepower. Let alone a human. Even a main battle tank would be torn to shreds in an instant. Smoke billowed, flames roared. The entire top floor shook violently. Huff. Huff. Kingpin panted, staring at the area shrouded in gunpowder smoke. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. No one could withstand this kind of firepower at this range. Not even mutants. But, the next second, his smile froze. The smoke cleared. In the center of the wreckage, Johnny remained with his hands in his pockets, not a single crease disturbed on his clothes. Around his body, a faint white aura like an eggshell enveloped him. And outside that aura, countless deformed bullets and shrapnel floated in midair, dense as still raindrops. How is this possible? Kingpin's pupils shrank to pinpricks, his blood frozen in his veins. Those are armor-piercing rounds. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. Even they couldn't penetrate that shield. Too noisy. Johnny frowned, using his pinky to clean his ear. Is this the welcome party you prepared for me? Too low class? Since you like playing with fire so much, let me give you a little gift too. Johnny's lips curled, extending his right hand. His index and middle fingers together, flicking forward lightly. Energy slash. Hum. A golden disc-shaped blade of light instantly formed at his fingertips. The high-speed spinning blade emitted a teeth-grinding buzz. Go. Johnny flicked his fingers. The energy slash shot out. It darted around the room in bizarre arcs like a conscious spirit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Metallic cutting sounds rang out in succession. Those cannons and missile launchers that had just been roaring. Before the energy slash, they were like butter meeting a hot knife. Instantly sliced in half. The cuts were smooth as mirrors, not even a spark from a short circuit could escape. Rumble. All the heavy weapons in that instant were completely destroyed. Reduced to scrap metal. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Silence. The whole office fell into a deathly stillness. Only Kingpin's heavy breathing echoed in the air. Monster. Wesley in the corner had wet himself, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the floor. Kingpin stared at the debris. He knew. The power of technology had completely failed against this man. Huff. Kingpin, after all, was a man of his generation. Even in this desperate situation, he still refused to give up. He tore off his suit jacket, revealing a body of rock-hard muscle. That was not fat. It was a suit of muscle armor of extreme purity. In this world, his physical condition had reached the peak of human limits. Even surpassed those limits. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can ignore everything. Kingpin roared like an enraged brown bear. With heavy footsteps, he charged at Johnny. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. He raised his fist, one capable of shattering even marble. With all the strength in his body, he smashed it viciously toward Johnny's head. This punch. It embodied the very essence of his conviction and pride. Yet faced with this powerful blow, Johnny merely sighed helplessly. Why do you villains always possess such an inexplicable confidence in yourselves? He didn't dodge. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He merely tilted his head slightly. Bang! Jean Bing's fist grazed past Johnny's ear, crashing heavily into the load-bearing pillar behind him. Crack! The reinforced concrete pillar, sturdy enough to support the weight of an entire building, was blasted into a massive crater by this very punch. Debris flew in all directions. This power was indeed terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, even Zixuxia, taking such a hit would likely spell disaster. But for Johnny, whose combat power soared to 2,400 points, this was no different from a baby flailing its fists. Too slow. Johnny's voice echoed in Jean Bing's ear. Before Jean Bing could retract his fist, Johnny spoke again. Since you like to talk with your fists, let me show you what a real fist looks like. Johnny slowly extended his right hand. The movement appeared languid, yet to Jean Bing it was impossibly fast, beyond his ability to track. Slap. Johnny's palm pressed lightly against Jean Bing's broad chest. 1-inch punch. Boom. A terrifying, irresistible force erupted in an instant. Jean Bing's massive 400-pound frame. Like a cannonball fired from a gun, he was sent flying backward. Bang. 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 He crashed through 3 walls in succession. All the way to the end of the corridor, where he was slammed viciously into the elevator doors. The heavy metal doors were bent inward under the impact. A massive human-shaped dent was formed. Pfft. Jean Bing spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt every rib in his chest had been pulverized into powder. His internal organs were burning. The excruciating pain left him without even the strength to scream. What kind of power is this? Jean Bing's eyes glazed over, his face a mask of despair. The strength he had prided himself on was utterly shattered before this young man. This was not a battle of the same dimension. Tap, tap, tap. Johnny stepped over the debris and broken glass, walking slowly toward him. He stood before Jean Bing, looking down at the once untouchable king of the underworld. His eyes were cold, devoid of any pity. How does it feel, Mr. Jean Bing? Do you still think you are the king of this place now? Jean Bing struggled to lift his head. Staring into Johnny's indifferent eyes, he finally understood one thing. In front of this man, all the power, wealth, and strength he possessed were nothing but illusions. Whenever the man wished, he could crush him like an ant. Cough, cough. Jean Bing coughed up a bloody froth, a bitter smile twisting his face. You win. Kill me. I won't beg for mercy. As the emperor of the criminal underworld, his last shred of dignity prevented him from pleading for his life. Kill you? Johnny shook his head, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. That would be too easy for you. Besides, if I kill you, the underground world of New York would be in chaos for a while. I don't have the time to bother with those trivial matters. Johnny reached out and patted Jean Bing's bloodied face as if soothing a disobedient old dog. Listen up, fatty. From today onward, your life is mine. Your money is mine. This building, all your businesses, even those dirty accounts in your Swiss bank. Everything is mine. You from now on are my dog. Behave and you'll get a bone. Disobey. A cold glint flashed in Johnny's eyes. A golden beam of light coalesced at his fingertip, aimed directly at Jean Bing's forehead. I'll show you what it means to wish for death but be unable to attain it. Feeling the searing heat at his brow, Jean Bing's body trembled uncontrollably. It was the primal fear of all living creatures. In the young man's eyes he saw a true hell. After a long moment, Jean Bing lowered his once proud head. The king of the underworld who had struck terror into all of New York. Now before this 20-year-old youth he was utterly subjugated. Yes, master. Jean Bing's voice was hoarse and servile. Ding. Detected host successfully subduing top Marvel villain, Jean Bing. Achievement unlocked, Shadow Master of the Underworld. Special reward obtained, Mind Control Beginner. Skill description: imprint a spiritual mark on weak-willed or already defeated targets, ensuring absolute loyalty. Betrayal will subject the traitor to the agony of 1,000 ants gnawing at the heart. Hearing the system's chime, Johnny laughed. He laughed heartily. This was the real way for a time traveler to start. Fighting and killing is so boring. Recruiting a bunch of underlings to work for me, make money and support my wives, that's the true path. Excellent. Johnny withdrew his finger, pulled a tissue from his pocket, and wiped his hands. Since you're one of us now, let's start with the task. I heard the Oscorp Group's stock price has been plummeting recently. You should have plenty of liquid capital, right? Go. Johnny pointed at the bustling nightscape outside the window. Buy up as many Oscorp shares as you can. I want to be the largest shareholder by the end of this weekend. Understood. Jean Bing shuddered. He hadn't expected Johnny's appetite to be so enormous. Not only was he swallowing his criminal empire, but he was also reaching for the commercial giant Oscorp. This kid. What exactly is he planning? Yet he dared not ask nor refuse. Yes, master. I'll see to it immediately. Johnny nodded with satisfaction. All right, don't just lie there. Go find a doctor and get yourself patched up. From now on, clear out the top 3 floors of this building for me. I'm going to use them to, well, keep my beauties hidden. With that, Johnny didn't spare Jean Bing another glance, turning and walking toward the still smoking office door. Their Gwen and Felixia had already dealt with the trouble downstairs and were riding the elevator up. 'Tis quite a workout tonight. Looks like I need to reward those 2 little treasures properly. Johnny straightened his clothes, a radiant smile returning to his face. As if the ruthless demon from moments ago was never him. Gwen Felixia, honey, I'm coming. At the top of Fisk Tower, the wind howled through the shattered glass that littered the empty office. A ding echoed as the elevator doors slid open. Gwen and Felicia stepped out one after the other. The sight before them made both women gasp in shock. The once luxurious office looked as if it had been ravaged by a missile. Terrifying cracks covered the walls and the expensive Persian carpet had been reduced to charred remains. The once almighty Kingpin, the underground emperor, was now being dragged like a heap of mud by Wesley toward the emergency medical room, his fate unknown. In the center of the ruins, Johnny stood with his hands in his pockets, bathed in moonlight. His casual outfit remained pristine, not a single strand of hair out of place. He turned around wearing that signature relaxed smile, his gaze warm as he looked at the 2 women. Ladies, you've worked hard. Johnny opened his arms to welcome his 2 confidants. Did you take care of the trouble downstairs? Of course. Felicia walked over to Johnny, casting a glance at the surrounding devastation with a flicker of awe and admiration. Just a bunch of rabble, no match for us. But here. She pointed at the mess. Where's that fat bastard? Taken care of by you. I left him alive. Johnny shrugged, utterly indifferent. After all, I still need him to make money for me in the future. Why kill the goose that lays the golden egg? Wesley just dragged him off for first aid. He'll probably be bedridden for at least half a year. Hearing this, Gwen's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. Kingpin. The crime lord who had plagued George, the police chief, for over a decade. Before this man, he hadn't even a chance to resist, utterly crushed. Johnny! You're incredible. Gwen walked to his side, her eyes brimming with admiration and a sense of security. The absolute safety brought by a strong man allowed her tense nerves from the battle to finally relax. Of course. Johnny smiled gently, draping an arm over both their shoulders. Since the trouble's dealt with. He glanced out at the glittering nightscape, his voice soft. We should head home. Everyone's tired tonight. Let's rest well. Gwen and Felicia exchanged a look, seeing the tenderness and unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. On this perilous night, how fortunate it was to have such a man to rely on. Yes, home. In a high-end apartment in Manhattan. The night was deep moonlight like water. After the fierce battle, the three spoke little. Some feelings need no passionate words. Companionship itself is the longest confession of love. That night the neon lights outside still flickered while inside warmth and tranquility reigned. All the smoke and slaughter were shut out. Their bond deepened quietly in this peaceful time. The next morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting patterns on the floor. Johnny woke up refreshed. The two women beside him were still asleep. The battle and exertion of the previous night had drained their energy. Johnny didn't disturb them. He rose quietly, went to the living room, and poured himself a glass of water. Just then the delightful mechanical chime arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that the emotional bond between the host and Gwen Stacy Felicia Hardy has further deepened. When three hearts are united, they can break even metal. Congratulations. Host has obtained the special achievement reward Spirit Bomb Beginner. Skill description: the secret technique of the North Kai. Gather the vitality of surrounding living beings to form a powerful energy sphere. Note, at the beginner level it can only gather vitality within a radius of 10 li and requires charging. Deals massive bonus damage to evil beings. Additional reward: greatly increased probability of family procreation. Felicia Hardy. Johnny's hand holding the glass tightened slightly. Spirit Bomb. That was Goku's ultimate move from Dragon Ball. Even at the beginner level it was a highly scalable skill. A perfect skill for clearing large groups of minions or dealing with tenacious villains. And Felicia's increased procreation probability. Johnny glanced back toward the bedroom, a benevolent fatherly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Looks like the progress bar of the core mission of the multi-child system was about to speed up. The rise of the Saiyan family was just around the corner. He took a sip of water to calm his excitement, then picked up the remote and turned on the TV. The screen was flooded with news, every channel blasting the same story. Breaking. Oscorp Group undergoes another major personnel shakeup. A mysterious consortium acquires a massive stake in Oscorp, controlling over 51. Sources say the consortium acted swiftly, sweeping the board overnight. With former chairman Norman Osborn's body still warm, has the Oscorp empire already changed hands? Johnny sneered at the experts on screen, their saliva flying as they analyzed. He picked up his phone. Sure enough, there was an unread message from an unknown number, but Johnny knew it was from Kingpin, that fat bastard. Master mission accomplished. 53 of Oscorp shares have been acquired. The relevant share transfer documents and company seal have been delivered to the mailbox downstairs of your apartment. Also, I have persuaded the board members. They fully support your takeover and are willing to cooperate with all reforms without a word of dissent. Young Master Harry Osborn is currently at Presbyterian Hospital. His condition stable. Johnny read the message with satisfaction. As expected of Kingpin. Efficient in his work. Even with every bone broken, lying in a hospital bed, he could still orchestrate things remotely, leaving no loose ends. As for how he persuaded the board, Johnny could imagine the coercion and bribery involved, but that was exactly why he needed Kingpin. Evil must be dealt with by evil. From today onward, Oscorp Group, the giant wielding Marvel's top-tier biotechnology, officially belonged to the Gilda family. Its laboratories, cross-species genetics technology, and the hidden black tech equipment would become resources to strengthen himself and arm his confidants. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock at the door. Johnny opened it to find no one outside, only a black premium briefcase lying on the carpet embossed with the Oscorp logo. Johnny picked up the briefcase, weighing it in his hand. It was heavy, the weight of power and wealth. Not bad. He turned, closed the door, tossed the briefcase onto the sofa, and glanced toward the bedroom. With Oscorp's resources, Gwen's suit could be upgraded and Felicia's gear could be renewed. Next. A glint flickered in Johnny's eyes. Was it time to prepare a gift for Mary Jane too? After all, he couldn't play favorites. Since he had already secured two, the third should be on the agenda. Mary Jane. Johnny gazed at the bustling Manhattan outside the window, a slight smile on his lips. Are you ready for your transformation? At night, Cheung-mi stood by the roadside and hailed a taxi. To Queens, he said, giving an address. It was the home of Ma Lijian Watson. Unlike his upscale apartment in Manhattan, the night in Queens felt more down-to-earth, or rather more noisy and chaotic. But this did not dampen Xiangni's good mood. After all, he was going to reap the fruits. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a slightly dilapidated apartment building. Xiangni paid the fare, straightened his collar, and walked upstairs. The lights in the hallway flickered and the walls were covered in graffiti. He could even hear the sounds of arguing and plates being smashed from a neighboring room. So this was MJ's original family environment. Xiangni shook his head. No wonder this woman was so determined to climb up to become famous, to seize every opportunity to change her fate. Growing up in such an environment, either you rot in the mud or you must learn to use all your capital to exchange for a ticket to high society. And MJ was clearly the latter. Knock, knock, knock. Xiangni stood before a somewhat weathered wooden door and gently knocked 3 times. He didn't have to wait long. Almost as soon as the knock fell, hurried footsteps came from inside. Click. The door opened. Ma Lijian appeared at the door in casual home clothes. She had clearly just taken a shower. Her hair was still wet and draped over her shoulders, exuding the cheap but pleasant scent of body wash. That somewhat loose t-shirt covered her impressive curves but revealed a pair of fair, slender legs. This lazy, homely feel added a different kind of allure compared to her elaborate dress at the banquet that night. Xiangni. Seeing the man at the door, Ma Lijian's previously tired eyes instantly lit up. Surprise, unexpectedness, and a hint of panic. She subconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothes as if feeling her outfit was too casual. You. How did you come? What? Not welcome. Xiangni propped one hand against the doorframe, his signature mischievous grin reappearing on his face. His gaze roamed unabashedly over Ma Lijian's body. He lingered on her long legs for 2 seconds. I remember someone saying that whenever I want I can come find her. Even. Some whispers you wanted to tell me alone. Ma Lijian's face flushed crimson. Of course she remembered what she had said. She just hadn't expected the surprise to come so quickly and suddenly. Of course you're welcome. Ma Lijian hastily stepped aside to let Xiangni in. Please come in. The place is a bit messy, don't mind it. Xiangni entered the apartment. It was very small, even cramped. The living room was piled with cheap cosmetics and clothes which were Ma Lijian's outfit for auditions. Though messy, it was filled with the earthy vitality of someone striving to make a living. What would you like to drink? I only have instant coffee and water. Ma Lijian stood awkwardly to the side, wringing her hands. In front of a top-to-rich second generation like Xiangni, even if it was stolen, her humble background made her feel a trace of inferiority. No need to bother. Xiangni turned around and stepped closer to Ma Lijian. I didn't come here for water. Looking at Xiangni's aggressive gaze, Ma Lijian's heart raced. She instinctively stepped back until her back hit the cold wall. Nowhere to retreat. Then, what are you here for? Ma Lijian looked up, her eyes hazy, breathing rapid. You're asking knowingly. That's also a kind of flirtation. To fulfill a promise. Xiangni extended one hand and placed it on the wall beside Ma Lijian's ear. A classic Cabotin pose. The strong scent of masculine pheromones instantly enveloped Ma Lijian. On Gwen's side, I've already taken care of it. Xiangni lowered his head, his nose almost touching hers. His voice was hoarse and low, carrying an irresistible charm. She agreed. What? Ma Lijian's eyes widened in disbelief. Gwen. She really agreed? Of course. Xiangni's lips curled up slightly and his fingers gently hooked a strand of Ma Lijian's red hair, twirling it around his fingertips. We not only had an in-depth exchange on the mysteries of biology, but also discussed the feasibility of expanding the family. She's a kind girl and a smart one. She knows that some pleasures cannot be borne alone. They need good sisters to share the burden. Although Xiangni's words were full of bluster. But at this moment, in this narrow, intimate space, Ma Lijian's mind was completely overwhelmed by surprise. Gwen agreed. What did this mean? It meant she could finally stand by this man's side openly. Even if she wasn't the only one, so what? As long as she could hold on to this man. As long as she could become his woman. Her fate would be completely rewritten. Xiangni! Ma Lijian's eyes reddened, the excitement of a dream coming true making her tremble. She reached out her hands and wrapped them around Xiangni's waist. Her whole body pressed against his. Thank you? You're welcome. Xiangni's large hand slid down her back, finally stopping at the astonishing curve. He gave a gentle squeeze. Ma Ma Lijian let out a soft moan, her body becoming as soft as water. But a verbal thank you is not enough. Xiangni nibbled her ear and grinned mischievously. I'm a practical man. I prefer to see actions. Ma Lijian looked up, her seductive fox-like eyes brimming with amorous desire. She stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips to Xiangni's. I understand. Tonight I am yours. You can do whatever you want. Boom. What more could one ask for? Xiangni felt that she inside him instantly boil over. He scooped Ma Lijian up and strode toward the shabby bedroom. This bed. Xiangni looked at the narrow single bed and frowned. It might be a bit hard to maneuver. It's okay. Ma Lijian wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes seductive as silk. We can squeeze together. Or try somewhere else. Hiss, you little vixen. Even more playful than Felicia. Xiangni said no more. He directly tossed Ma Lijian onto the bed. Then he covered her with his body. In this cramped, shabby rental room, a battle of fate rewriting and genetic enhancement officially began. It had begun. System activate auxiliary mode. Xiangni murmured in his mind. How could he do without the system's help at a time like this? Ding! Detected host is undertaking an important life event. Auxiliary mode activated. Endurance enhancement. Perception enhancement. Charm aura fully activated. Please enjoy this wonderful night to the fullest. That night in this old apartment building in Queens. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The neighbor lady would probably be cursing tomorrow. After an unknown amount of time, the wind ceased and the rain stopped. Ma Lijian, like a cat drained of energy, lay limp in Xiangni's arms. Her eyes were unfocused, still not recovered from the out-of-body sensation. Too strong. This man. In every aspect he was so strong it was despairing yet addictive. How was it? Xiangni lit a post-coital cigarette, leaning against the headboard with a contented expression. Now you believe in my abilities. You bad man. Ma Lijian weakly punched him. I'm falling apart. Falling apart is good. Xiangni laughed, picked up the briefcase he had brought from the floor. He opened it, and took out a syringe glowing with a faint green light. This was one of his spoils from raiding the Oscorp lab. A human enhancement serum, low-tier version optimized by the system. Although it couldn't compare to Captain America's super soldier serum or Spider-Man's mutation. It was enough to multiply an ordinary person's physical fitness several times, slow aging, enhance endurance. Most importantly, it would make her more durable in future battles. After all, as Xiangni's strength continued to rise, an ordinary person's physique really couldn't keep up with his rhythm. What is this? Ma Lijian looked at the glowing liquid with curiosity. This is a gift for you. Xiangni grabbed Ma Lijian's arm. You can think of it as a miracle drug for beauty and health, and also your ticket to join our big family. Ma Lijian didn't resist. She had absolute trust in Xiangni. Even if it were poison, as long as he gave it, she would drink it without hesitation. As long as it's from you, I like it. Xiangni didn't hesitate. He directly injected the serum into Ma Lijian's body. As the liquid was pushed in, Ma Lijian's body tensed up. A warm current instantly flowed through her, repairing the soreness from overexertion. Even her skin became more delicate and radiant. So amazing. Ma Lijian looked at her hands, feeling full of strength. Is this superpower? Sort of. Xiangni casually tossed the empty syringe into the trash. Then he turned over and pressed on top of her again. His eyes burning. Since you've recovered your strength, shouldn't we start the second round? This time, let's try that legendary Wanwu Jingtian Zhang. Ah. What's that? You'll know when you try it. The morning sunlight was a bit harsh. Xiangni woke up on Ma Lijian's narrow single bed. The red-haired beauty in his arms was still asleep, a satisfied smile on her lips, the tear stains at the corners of her eyes already dried. Those were the traces of last night's excessive excitement. TSK. Xiangni gently withdrew his arm, looking at Ma Lijian's skin, which had become even fairer and smoother after the enhancement serum. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, there is no land that can be worn out, only oxen that tire to death. But fortunately he was an ox with cheats, a scion ox. Even after a night of hard work he was still energetic, even able to take on 10 more. Rest well, my big star. Xiangni leaned down and planted a kiss on Ma Lijian's smooth forehead. Then he got up and dressed. Today was a big day. The board of Oscorp was waiting for the new emperor's coronation. Manhattan Oscorp Tower. This skyscraper, symbolizing the pinnacle of biotechnology, was now shrouded in a grim atmosphere. The door to the top-floor conference room was tightly shut. Dozens of powerful board members sat upright, their expressions grim. Although they were greedy and wanted to carve up the legacy left by Norman, the mysterious consortium that had suddenly emerged was too ruthless. Not only had they acquired over half the shares overnight, but even the tough guys who had been clamoring to resist had mysteriously disappeared last night. Creak, the heavy conference room door was pushed open. A figure as massive as a mountain of flesh entered first. Jean Bing. At this moment he was wrapped in thick bandages, the price of having his sternum broken by Xiaomi's palm the night before. But his white suit was still crisp and the fierce glint in his small eyes still sent chills down one's spine. Ladies and gentlemen. Jean Bing's voice was hoarse with a strong smell of blood. Let me introduce myself. I am Wilson Fisk. Also, the agent of Mr. Gilda. Upon hearing the name Jean Bing, the business elites present turned pale instantly. That explained everything. Why the acquisition had been so smooth, why the opponents had disappeared. So it was this underground emperor orchestrating everything. Mr. Gilda. The leading white-haired director stood up shakily. See, could it be that college student? Watch your language. Jean Bing cast a cold glance at him, and the director instantly felt as if stared at by a venomous snake, falling back into his chair. That's your new boss. As the words fell, light footsteps were heard. Xiaomi, hands in his pockets chewing gum, walked in leisurely as if strolling through his own backyard. He wore a simple black t-shirt, not even a suit. But the moment he stepped into the conference room, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. That was the aura of a strong man, the power forged from last night's battle. Xiaomi walked straight to the main seat, which was originally Norman Osborn's position. He pulled out the chair, sat down dominantly, and propped his legs directly on the expensive mahogany conference table. Morning, everyone. Xiaomi blew a bubble, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. I heard you want to reorganize the board. And kick Harry out. No one dared to speak. Everyone lowered their heads, staring at their toes as if flowers had grown there. So it's tacit agreement. Xiaomi nodded, a mocking smile on his face. But now the rules have changed. From today, Oscorp Group belongs to the Gilda family. Who is in favor? Who opposes? Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Oppose. Are you kidding? Looking at Jean Bing's eyes that seemed ready to devour, and then at Xiaomi's posture of, whoever opposes, I'll kill them. These life-cherishing capitalists nodded their heads like pounding garlic. Good. Xiaomi nodded with satisfaction and clapped his hands. Since no one has objections, let's adjourn. I have no patience for mindless chatter, nor do I wish to gaze upon your elderly faces. As long as you obediently comply, the year-end dividends will be more than satisfactory. But if anyone dares to scheme behind my back... Johnny's fingers twitched slightly. Whoosh. A golden bolt of energy shot forth instantly. It grazed the scalp of the white-haired director, blasting a massive hole through the solid wooden wall behind him. The acrid smell of scorched wood filled the air. This is the consequence. Get out. 3 minutes later, only Johnny and Kingpin remained in the conference room. Well done. Johnny glanced at Kingpin, who stood respectfully behind him. How's your injury? Much better, thanks to your concern, Master. Kingpin lowered his head, his eyes brimming with reverence. The battle last night had shattered every ounce of his pride. Now all he wanted was to be a loyal dog. Good. Johnny rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below. Take me to the laboratory. I want to see what treasures that old fox Norman left behind. The underground laboratory of Oscorp Industries. This was the core restricted zone of the entire corporation, the birthplace of countless black technologies. Johnny followed Kingpin unimpeded. Admittedly, Norman Osborn was both a genius and a madman. Here not only was there the half-finished super soldier serum, human enhancement serum, but also various single-man flight units and prototype pumpkin bombs. Even more. Johnny spotted several unhatched symbiote samples inside a sealed cryogenic chamber. Intriguing. Johnny's fingers traced lightly across the glass chamber. Though these symbiotes were currently dormant, far from the power of venom. If modified using the system, perhaps they could yield some decent bioarmor. Just as Johnny was exploring with interest, a fierce argument erupted from an independent laboratory ahead. I'm telling you, my research is flawless. It's the key to human evolution. The hope of the future. Why are you cutting my budget? It was a woman's voice. Angry, indignant, and tinged with hysteria. Johnny raised an eyebrow. That voice. Sounds familiar. He followed the sound. Through the glass door of the lab he saw a woman in a white lab coat, her long hair slightly disheveled but still exuding an intellectual beauty. She was shouting at several men who looked like executives clutching a thick data report, her eyes red-rimmed. Maya Hansen. The name flashed through Johnny's mind. The developer of the extremist virus. The brilliant yet tragic female scientist from Iron Man 3. Unexpected. She works at Oscorp. Well, in this Marvel universe, Oscorp is the leader in biotechnology. Where else would a top-tier biologist like her go? Dr. Hansen, please calm down. A bald executive waved his hand impatiently. Your extremist project is far too risky. Just yesterday another test subject exploded. That was an explosion. Not a firework. The company has no more money to burn, and Mr. Osborn is dead. This project must be terminated immediately. Terminated. Maya Hansen trembled with rage. I'm so close. Once the thermal energy accumulation issue is resolved, it's perfect. You short-sighted idiots. You have no idea what a magnificent invention this is. Security. Escort her out. The executive, having lost patience, gestured toward the door. 2 security guards rushed in, immediately grabbing Maya's arms. Let me go. You can't do this. Maya struggled fiercely, but her frail frame was no match for the guards. Just as she was about to be forcibly dragged away. Hold on. A lazy voice sounded from the doorway. Everyone froze. Johnny leaned against the doorframe, twirling a coin between his fingers, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he watched the farce. Kingpin stood behind him like an iron tower, exuding a suffocating pressure. B-boss. The executive nearly dropped to his knees at the sight of Kingpin. Maya Hansen also paused, her struggles ceasing. She stared at the strikingly handsome young man before her, confusion flickering in her eyes. Boss. So young. Let her go. Johnny said flatly. The guards immediately released her, stepping back as if burned. Maya Hansen straightened her disheveled lab coat, regarding Johnny warily. Who are you? I'm the new owner of this company. Johnny stepped inside, his gaze boldly sweeping over Maya Hansen. Admittedly, there was a certain allure to this mature intellectual female scientist. Especially the flush of anger on her face, and the figure hinted at beneath her lab coat. TSK. Is this what they call the allure of a uniform? Dr. Maya Hansen. Johnny walked up to her, picked up the data report on the table, and flipped through it casually. Extremist virus. Using the body's bioelectricity to reorganize DNA, granting superhuman regeneration and flame powers. Not a bad concept. Johnny closed the report, meeting Maya Hansen's expectant eyes. A playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. But your formula is missing a critical variable. That's why your test subjects keep popping like popcorn. Maya Hansen froze. Her pupils constricted as if she had witnessed something incredible. You understand it. This was the culmination of her decades of research. The formulas were incredibly complex. Even Tony Stark couldn't pinpoint the flaw after just a glance. Who is this young man? Just a bit of knowledge. Johnny shrugged, his demeanor so nonchalant it was almost arrogant. After all, I'm something of a biology genius. The truth was, the system's knowledge base was far too comprehensive. He leaned closer to Maya Hansen, his strong masculine presence enveloping her. Dr. Hansen. Do you want to complete your research? Do you want to make the extremist virus perfect? Do you want those who look down on you to kneel at your feet in remorse? Each question struck deep into Maya Hansen's soul. That was her lifelong pursuit, her obsession. I do. Maya Hansen's voice trembled, her eyes ablaze with the fire of ambition. Then good. Johnny smiled. He smiled like a creepy uncle luring a little girl with candy. I can give you unlimited funding. I can give you the most advanced laboratory. Even. Johnny extended a finger and gently tapped Maya Hansen's forehead. I can tell you the missing variable. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. I need you. Johnny's gaze grew deep and intense. To belong to me completely. Both your person and your talent. Ding. Detected classic Marvel premium female character, Maya Hansen. Target identity developer of the extremist virus, high IQ biologist. Target detected at low point in life, craving recognition and financial support. System suggestion: host, do not hesitate, secure her immediately. The extremist virus is a perfect technique for mass-producing super soldiers. Reward: preview, high temperature resistance, bioelectric manipulation, and a certain special passionate experience. Hearing the system's prompt, Johnny's smile widened. A special passionate experience. Doesn't that come with a built-in heating function? Phew, if used in certain unspeakable ways. The sensation. What do you say, Dr. Hansen? Johnny extended his hand palm up in an inviting gesture. Care to sign a contract of indenture? Maya Hansen looked at this charismatic man before her at the confidence in his eyes as if he could see through everything. Her heart wavered. Or rather, she had no reason to refuse. For her ideals to take revenge on those who scorned her. Even if it meant selling her soul to the devil, she would do it. Moreover, this devil was quite handsome. Deal. Maya Hansen took a deep breath and placed her slightly cold hand into Johnny's warm palm. In that moment, she knew she had boarded this pirate ship for good. But she didn't care. As long as she could complete the extremist virus, as long as she could prove that damn Tony Stark's disregard for her in Byrne years ago was a colossal mistake. Even if it meant selling her soul to the devil, she was willing. Good. Johnny felt the soft, boneless touch in his palm, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He exerted a slight force, pulling Maya Hansen closer. The distance between them instantly shrank to an extremely ambiguous level. Since you're my employee now, shouldn't we delve into the details of the work? Johnny's gaze lingered unabashedly on the open collar of her white lab coat. This kind of mature intellectual female scientist, once she broke through that rational shell, the passion that erupted would be absolutely more intense than a volcanic eruption. This is the lab. Maya Hansen's breathing was a bit rapid, her cheeks flushed, but she didn't push Johnny away. Instead, her eyes also revealed a hint of longing. That was an attachment to the strong and also a desire to explore the unknown. The lab. Johnny chuckled lightly, glancing around at the cold instruments and test tubes. Isn't that perfect? Scientific research demands bold hypotheses and careful verification. I think the height of the lab table here is just right. Ahem. Just then Kingpin, who had been standing at the door serving as a background prop, very tactfully lowered his head. Master, I'll go outside to deal with those blind security guards and clear out this floor. No one will come up to disturb you within half an hour. See? That's what professionalism means. That's the awareness of a top-tier tool. Johnny gave Kingpin an appreciative glance. Go ahead. As the heavy laboratory doors slowly closed, the electronic lock isolating the outside world automatically engaged. The entire space instantly became private and quiet. Only the hum of the instruments and the gradually intensifying breathing of the two remained. So, Dr. Hansen. Johnny released Maya's hand, then propped himself on the edge of the lab table, caging her in his arms. The intense sense of pressure made Maya's legs feel weak. Just now I said your formula is missing a variable. Johnny didn't rush to act. Instead, he picked up a marker pen beside him and casually wrote a complex biological gene sequence formula on the whiteboard behind him. This is the core algorithm of the perfect version of extremist virus granted by the system. The core of extremist virus lies in using the brain's repair center to rewrite DNA. However, the bioelectricity of the human body has its limits. Once energy overloads, it's like a bomb. Boom. Johnny made an explosion gesture, startling Maya into shrinking her neck. Therefore you need a stabilizer. A kind of coolant that can neutralize this violent thermal energy. As he spoke, Johnny added a special symbol at the end of the formula, like putting the finishing touch. Boom. Maya Hansen's originally somewhat dazed eyes, the moment she saw that symbol, became clear and fanatical. She was a genius. She instantly understood. Oh my God! Maya's trembling hand reached out, caressing the formula on the whiteboard as if stroking a rare treasure. This is it. The answer I've been desperately searching for 5 years, and it's right here. How do you know this? This involves the realm of quantum biology. Maya spun around abruptly, her gaze at Johnny changed. If before it was submission to power and money, then now it was worship born from complete intellectual domination. For a woman of such high intelligence, the sexiness of the mind is far more lethal than the body. I told you I'm a genius. Johnny threw away the marker pen and closed in again. Now I've completed the formula for you. In exchange, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Completely. Belong to me? Maya looked at this man before her, who seemed omnipotent like a god. She felt her cerebral cortex secreting a large amount of dopamine. That excitement even surpassed the joy of the experiment's success. Of course, boss. Maya unbuttoned her lab coat, revealing the tight-fitting professional attire underneath. She stood on tiptoe, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes glistening. You can do whatever experiment you want. I want to verify something. Johnny picked her up and placed her on the cold lab table. His large hand moved upward accordingly. Just how hot is the high temperature brought by extremist virus? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully conquered Marvel potential female, Maya Hansen. Target identity mother of extremist virus high intelligence scientist. Achievement unlocked knowledge is power physical. Congratulations host for obtaining the bound reward high temperature resistance advanced. Skill description now you won't feel hot even if you bathe in magma. Combined with the Saiyan bloodline you can basically ignore the burn damage from most energy attacks. Obtained additional reward bioelectric manipulation beginner. Skill description you can release bioelectric currents like an electric eel. Although currently it can only be used to charge phones or increase the stimulation of certain activities, the potential is limitless. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Johnny, who was conducting human biology research, curled a wicked smile. High temperature resistance. That's actually quite practical. If I ever run into that fire-wielding Ghost Rider or some fire giant like Surtur, I can just stand my ground without fear. As for bioelectric manipulation, Johnny focused his mind. A faint blue arc of electricity instantly flashed at his fingertip. Ah! Maya beneath him suddenly tensed up, letting out a high-pitched scream. The tingling sensation instantly spread throughout her body. What's wrong? Johnny asked with a mischievous grin, knowing full well. There's electricity. Maya's eyes were dazed, her whole body as if just pulled out of water. That's the spark of love. Johnny kissed her lips, pushing this experiment to its climax. An hour later, Johnny straightened his clothes and walked out of the lab refreshed. On the lab table behind him, Maya Hansen was wrapped in her lab coat, lying there with a face full of satisfaction and exhaustion. In her eyes, besides admiration, there was also a trace of deep attachment. This man. Not only did he solve the problem that had plagued her for 5 years, but he also completely conquered her in other aspects. Take good care of her, Johnny instructed Kingpin, who was guarding the door. Also seal off this floor. No one is allowed in without my orders. The extremist virus project is classified as the group's top secret. Yes, Master. Kingpin bowed respectfully without any superfluous words. Johnny nodded and strode toward the elevator. Osborn Group is already secured. Extremist virus is also in the bag. This wave has been a huge profit. Next. Johnny stood in the elevator watching the constantly changing numbers, his eyes deep. With extremist virus we can mass-produce super soldiers. But soldiers alone are not enough. We also need equipment. In his mind the thing he had seen earlier in the cryochamber surfaced. Symbiote. Although not at the level of venom if used to make bioarmor. Combined with the regenerative ability of extremist virus. TSK. That image is simply too beautiful. Ding. The elevator reached the top floor. As soon as Johnny stepped out, his phone rang. He picked it up, and saw it was a text from Gwen. Johnny, are you coming home for dinner tonight? Felicia said she bought a new set. Ahem, anyway you know. Seeing this text, Johnny's eyebrows immediately shot up. New Catwoman suit. Or something even more exciting. The fire that had just subsided in the lab instantly showed signs of rising again. Is this the side effect of the many children many blessings system? It's really so damn likable. Reply. Must go back. Wash up and wait for me. Johnny quickly replied, then whistled and strode out of Osborn Tower. As for work, that's Kingpin's business. The boss's task is to enjoy life and incidentally save the world, procreate. Meanwhile, in a private hospital's intensive care unit in New York, Harry Osborn, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, was staring intently at the news report on the TV screen. Osborn Group changes hands. Mysterious tycoon Johnny Gilda becomes new chairman. It is reported that the board of directors passed unanimously former chairman Norman Osborn confirmed dead. Johnny. Gilda. Harry's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. The hatred almost overflowed from his eyes. Although he didn't know exactly what happened. He wasn't stupid. Father just died, he was just crippled, and this guy takes over. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? It must be you. You killed my father. You took my company. Harry's fingers dug deep into the bedsheet. I won't let you go. Absolutely not. Just then a strange green smoke suddenly drifted in from the window, accompanied by a spine-chilling cackle. Want revenge? Little Osborn. I can give you power. Harry turned his head abruptly. There in the green smoke a blurry figure was slowly emerging. That face was none other than the ferocious green goblin mask of his dead father, Norman Osborn. Father. Aosaben Building top floor chairman's office. Xiangni sat on the spacious leather executive chair swirling a glass of golden whiskey in his hand. Through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows the entire bustle of New York lay spread before his eyes. This feeling of having the world beneath his feet. What a damn thrill. Master. Jean Bing's massive body stood like a wall before the desk, his voice respectful and low. As per your orders, the production line for Extremis Virus has begun modifications. Furthermore, those board members who opposed you have all signed the equity transfer agreements. Before they accidentally got into a car accident. Xiangni nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Dealing with these greedy capitalists required unconventional means. He set down his glass and turned his gaze toward the massive cryogenic pod in the corner of the office. There several clumps of black viscous substance were slowly writhing in a dormant state. Symbiotes. Though not venom itself, these were fine treasures brought back from outer space by the Aosaben group. How is the progress on Maya's end? Xiangni asked. Dr. Hansen is very devoted. On Jean Bing's face covered in thick flesh a rare strange expression appeared. Ever since you gave her that formula and, well, had an in-depth exchange, she has been working like crazy in the lab, saying she wants to create the perfect super soldiers for you. She even asked me when she could see you again, saying she still has some academic questions to consult. TSK. This woman, once she's tasted the marrow, she knows the flavor. A mischievous grin curled at the corner of Xiangni's mouth. It seems that shot of enhancement agent wasn't injected deep enough. She's already thinking about it again. However, the pressing priority now is not to go to the lab for some entertainment. It's another major project. Although Extremis Virus is good, it is for physical modification. To build a truly invincible army relying solely on that is not enough. Xiangni's fingers tapped lightly on the table. We need more advanced bioregeneration technology to complement the fusion of symbiotes. I heard that a top geneticist from South Korea is coming to visit Aosaben today. Jean Bing immediately nodded and handed over a document. Yes, Master. Dr. Zhao Hailuan Dr. Helen Cho, a world-renowned geneticist, and the developer of the Cradle of Regeneration technology. She was originally invited by Numen Aosaben for an exchange with the aim of seeking financial support from the Aosaben group. Zhao Hailuan. That beautiful doctor who was controlled by Ultron in Avengers Age of Ultron, and created the body of Vision. Xiangni's eyes lit up instantly. She is truly a gem. Not only is she beautiful, but her skills. Her scientific research skills are impeccable. If I can bring her under my command. Cradle of Regeneration Technology, Extremis Virus Symbiotes. This is damn like a god-making assembly line. Interesting. Xiangni adjusted his collar and stood up. Since she is a distinguished guest as the new chairman, I naturally want to meet her personally. Let's go to the meeting room. Aosaben Building VIP meeting room. Dr. Zhao Hailuan was sitting on a chair looking at her watch with some anxiety. She wore a well-tailored professional skirt suit, her black hair coiled at the back of her head, appearing capable and intellectual. Her typical Eastern face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, her skin fair and smooth. Even wearing glasses, she could not hide the spiritual essence in her eyes. Is this new chairman reliable, or not? Zhao Hailuan muttered to herself. She had originally come for the reputation of Numen Aosaben. After all, the financial strength of the Aosaben group in the field of biotechnology was undeniable. But who knew that as soon as she arrived in New York she heard that Aosaben had changed hands? Does that young man named Xiangni Gilda really understand science? Or is he just a barbarian who rose to power through violence? Just as she was lost in Thought Creek, the door of the meeting room was pushed open. A tall, handsome figure walked in with a powerful aura. In that instant Zhao Hailuan felt as if the light in the entire meeting room had brightened a few degrees. So handsome. Zhao Hailuan, who had spent years in the circles of science geeks, had never seen a handsome man of this caliber. Those perfect features, the upright stature, and that confidence dripping with dominance. He was 100 times more dazzling than those Asian Hollywood stars. Sorry to keep you waiting, Dr. Zhao. Xiangni smiled as he walked forward and extended his hand. I am Xiangni Gilda, the new master of the Aosaben group. Zhao Hailuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and stood up to shake hands. Hello, Mr. Gilda. His handshake was warm and firm. Zhao Hailuan felt her heartbeat inexplicably quickened by 2 beats. Ding. Detected Marvel Classic Quality Female, Zhao Hailuan. Target identity world-class top geneticist, mother of the Cradle of Regeneration. Body measurements B88W60H90 current affection 40 first impression stunning system suggestion host do not let her go. This woman possesses artificial body technology, the key to building the strongest harem. Ahem, the strongest army. Strategy reward preview cell regeneration technology nanomedical technology and the gentle embrace of an Eastern woman. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, the smile on Changmi's face became even brighter. Affection of 40. It seems this face is indeed a universal key. Even a cold, scholarly female doctor cannot resist the justice of good looks. Please sit, Dr. Zhao. Xiangmi gallantly pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Zhao Hailuan, his gaze unabashedly scanning her figure. Business suit, black stockings, high heels. TSK. This outfit was practically challenging his weak spot. I heard Dr. Zhao is researching a technology called Cradle of Regeneration. Xiangmi got straight to the point. Using nanomolecules to reshape human tissue, even creating organs and limbs out of thin air. Hearing the discussion of her professional field, Zhao Hailuan instantly regained her composure, the infatuation in her eyes dissipating, replaced by the confidence of a scientist. Yes, Mr. Gilda. This is a revolutionary technology that can completely change the future of medicine. However, there is a large funding gap and we have encountered some bottlenecks in the combination of nanomaterials. Bottlenecks? Xiangmi chuckled softly, leaning forward slightly, his deep eyes staring directly at Zhao Hailuan. Is it because ordinary artificial tissue cannot withstand high-intensity energy transmission, causing cell collapse, am I right? Boom. Zhao Hailuan's pupils constricted sharply. She stared at Xiangmi in shock. How do you know? This is the highest secret of my experiment. And this problem has troubled me for a long time. How did you figure it out? I told you I'm a genius. Xiangmi pointed to his head, beginning his moment of persuasion, showing off. The material you used is ordinary synthetic fiber, of course it cannot withstand it. But if... Xiangmi snapped his fingers. Behind him, Jean Bing immediately handed over a silver briefcase. Xiangmi opened the case. Inside was a tube of liquid emitting a faint golden glow. That is a modified based liquid extracted from the extremist virus. What if we add this? Using the energy reorganizing properties of the extremist virus as a binder for nanomolecules. Wouldn't your cradle of regeneration be able to create a true divine body? Zhao Hailuan stared fixedly at the tube of liquid. As an expert, she could see at a glance that this thing was extraordinary. Her breathing began to quicken, her mind racing. The pleasure of inspiration bursting forth made her whole body tremble. Genius! This is simply a genius idea. Zhao Hailuan looked up, her gaze at Xiangmi changing. If before she only thought he was handsome, now it was a feeling of meeting a kindred spirit, even worshipped, conquered by this wisdom. Mr. Gilda. No, Xiangmi. Zhao Hailuan was so excited she was almost incoherent, even unconsciously switching to a more intimate address. If you are willing to support me, I promise 3 months. No, I can deliver results within a month. Supporting you is certainly no problem. Xiangmi closed the case, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The Aosaben Group has plenty of money and plenty of resources. However, Dr. Zhao, you also know I am a businessman. For such a large investment I need to see returns. Xiangmi stood up, walked around the conference table, and came behind Zhao Hailuan. He gently placed his hands on her rounded, fragrant shoulders. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, I need some more personal guarantees. The warm breath sprayed onto Zhao Hailuan's sensitive earlobe. It made her whole body tremble, a tingling sensation spreading instantly. She was not stupid. She certainly understood the implication. In an environment where chaebols run rampant in South Korea, she had seen plenty of such things. But this time, facing this young, handsome, wealthy man who even surpassed her in scientific achievement, she found herself unable to feel a trace of disgust. Even a little expectation. Then, what kind of guarantee do you need? Zhao Hailuan's voice became soft and sweet, even carrying a hint of the unique coquettishness of Korean girls. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Xiangmi with eyes like water. Perhaps we could change places and discuss in detail. Hiss, Xiangmi exulted inwardly. Korean girls are so understanding. This awareness, this look. Simply born for such an arrangement. Of course. Xiangmi took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist, his large hand mischievously sliding downward. In my office there is a very comfortable lounge. The soundproofing there is excellent. We can study human anatomy while discussing the mysteries of regeneration. What do you say, Hailuan? Zhao Hailuan's face flushed deeply, but she did not refuse, instead obediently leaning into Qiangni's arms. Whatever you say. Appa. The word Appa made Qiangni's bones melt. Who the hell can withstand this? Ding. Detected target. Zhao Hailuan's affection skyrocketing. Current affection 80 heart secretly given. Congratulations host, you have triggered a special event. Academic discussion in the office. Please host, be sure to seize the opportunity, and strive to win her over. Qiangni glanced at Jin Bing, who stood at the door like a statue. Guard the door. Even if that one-eyed director comes, make him wait for me. Yes, master. Jin Bing respectfully closed the door. Qiangni scooped up the beauty in his arms and strode toward the inner lounge. Today, he would thoroughly experience this gentle embrace from the east. Just how tender it is. Osborne Building top floor lounge. The soundproofing was indeed top-notch, just as Johnny had said. No matter how fervent academic discussions erupted inside, not a single sound could be heard outside. Only Kingpin, standing guard at the door, could occasionally catch a faint elusive sound. Korean. With his extraordinary hearing. Appa. Kingpin stood there expressionless like a black iron tower. But in his heart he was utterly awestruck by his new master. This wasn't a company acquisition at all, it was a shopping spree. Not only did he acquire the technology, but he also packed up the female scientist and took her away. After a long while the lounge door finally opened. A scent mingling expensive perfume with a peculiar distinctive floral aroma drifted out with the air currents. Johnny Gillard walked out looking refreshed and energized. He adjusted his cuffs while glancing back only to see Dr. Zhao Hailuan leaning against the wall, stumbling along behind him. Her usually immaculate bun had come undone, cascading over her shoulders, exuding a lazy charm. A faint blush still lingered on her delicate face. Her glasses were nowhere to be found, and her watery eyes were filled with submission. Easy, Hailuan. Johnny turned around and gently supported her. Do you need some time to digest the experimental data from earlier? And no. I'm fine. Zhao Hailuan's voice was hoarse from shouting too much. She looked up, and in her eyes, besides admiration, there was a fervent intensity. Boss. No, Johnny. I think I understand now. The thermal reconfiguration of the extremist virus combined with my nanocellular regeneration technology. If we add that special algorithm you provided as a bridge, we can truly create a miracle. See, that's the mindset of a top-tier scientist. Even after just 2 hours of intense physical activity, the first thing on her mind was still scientific research. A woman like this, a true treasure. Listening to the system's notification chime, Johnny felt his mind grow clearer. An intelligence boost of 10. That was a good thing. Even with a system who would complain about having a sharper mind. Excellent. Johnny patted Zhao Hailuan's lower back with satisfaction. Since you understand, go to work. I'll have Kingpin arrange the best lab for you right next to Maya Hansen's. I think you two will have a lot to talk about. The mother of extremists plus the mother of the regeneration cradle. That's the collision of fire and life. Who knew what earth-shattering things those two women would create together? And even, could there be a 3-person academic seminar in the future? TSK. Just thinking about it made Johnny feel like a genius. Yes, I'll go right now. At the mention of work, Zhao Hailuan seemed to be instantly revived. She straightened her skirt, regaining some of her strong-woman aura, but as she passed by Johnny she couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and plant a quick kiss on his cheek. Tonight, will you come to my hotel? I brought a few sets of traditional Korean clothing. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Hanbok play. Interesting. I'll check my schedule. Johnny didn't commit. After all, there was a pregnant queen at home and 2 little vixens waiting to be satisfied. After seeing off the reluctant Zhao Hailuan, Johnny's smile gradually faded. He turned to look at Kingpin, who had been standing guard at the door. Is that thing ready? Ready, master. Kingpin walked to the hidden door in the office, entered a password, and passed a retinal scan. With the sound of mechanical operation, a section of the wall slowly slid open, revealing the special laboratory protected by layers of security measures. In the center of the lab, inside a huge specially reinforced glass container, a black oil-like viscous substance was frantically slamming against the glass walls. It seemed to sense Johnny's arrival and became unusually agitated. A symbiote. And not an ordinary specimen. This was the most active sample that Norman Osborn had paid a fortune to extract from a meteorite that landed on Earth before his death. This is power. Johnny walked up to the glass container and pressed his palm against the cold glass. The black substance immediately gathered, trying to devour his hand through the glass. "Want to eat me?" Johnny sneered. His inner chi erupted instantly. Boom! An invisible pressure penetrated the glass and slammed into the symbiote. The originally arrogant black substance suddenly shrank into a corner, as if encountering its natural enemy, becoming a trembling black ball. In this Marvel world no one could defy him. Not even an alien creature. "Send it to Zhao Hailuan and Maya's joint lab." Johnny withdrew his hand and instructed calmly. "Tell them. I want a biosuit that perfectly integrates the extremist virus and regeneration technology. This thing is the raw material. If they can't make it..." Johnny glanced back at Kingpin. "Then tie them up together and send them to my bed to atone for their failure." Kingpin's mouth twitched. This punishment. Was it not a reward? "Yes, master." While Johnny was busy consolidating resources and building his biotech empire. At New York Presbyterian Hospital, the window of the ICU had been opened at some unknown time. Harry Osborn, who had been lying on the hospital bed with multiple fractures only kept alive by a ventilator, was now nowhere to be seen. Only an empty bed tangled 4 tubes on the floor and the pungent smell of chemical agents lingering in the air. That was the scent of the banned substance, the human enhancement formula Green Goblin Serum, which had been sealed away by Osborn Industries. The Osborn Mansion underground secret chamber. This was the most secret base of Norman Osborn, unknown even to Kingpin. Under dim lighting, a figure was writhing in agony on the ground. "AR!" Harry Osborn let out a beastly roar. Beneath his skin, veins bulged like countless snakes writhing. His broken bones were forcibly healing and restructuring under the effects of that terrifying green serum. The pain was 10 times more intense than having his bones snapped. But the hatred in his eyes kept him from passing out. "Johnny. Gillard. You took everything from me. You killed my father." Harry's trembling hand reached out and grabbed something on the table in front of him. It was a terrifying green helmet. The Green Goblin mask. Next to it lay a dark green high-tech suit of armor and the iconic glider. "Father. You were right." Harry's voice became twisted and manic. "Power. Only power is real." He grabbed the mask and slammed it onto his face. As the electronic eyes behind the mask lit up with a crimson glow, the once elegant and refined young Master Harry Osborn died completely. In his place emerged the second Green Goblin. "He!" A chilling, eerie laugh echoed through the chamber. "Johnny Gillard. Are you ready for revenge from hell? I will take everything from you. Your company, your money. And your women." Harry leaped onto the glider. The engine roared. He smashed through the chamber's ceiling, transformed into a green phantom, and shot into the New York night sky. Since he couldn't defeat you head-on, he would destroy everything you cherish. "Achoo!" Johnny, driving home, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, puzzled. Which beauty was thinking of me? Or was someone cursing me? He glanced at the exquisite gift box on the passenger seat. It was a gift he had bought for Gwen on a whim when passing by a jewelry store. After all, he had to deliver his tax tonight. How could he go empty-handed? Forget it, no point thinking. Johnny floored the accelerator. Whoever it was in this Marvel world, if they dared to mess with him. There was only one way out: death. The car sped along the bustling streets. But he didn't notice high above. A pair of red electronic eyes filled with venomous hatred were fixed on his taillights. The hunt had begun. The New York night sky was studded with stars. Johnny drove his black Maybach Accelero smoothly, traversing the Queensboro Bridge. Inside the cabin, soothing jazz flowed. The delicate gift box on the passenger seat glistened enticingly under the streetlights. TSK. Gwen would be quite proactive tonight upon seeing this right. He would have her wear that spider suit. Johnny's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his mind already plotting the night's campaign. Just then, whoosh! A shrill cutting sound suddenly came from above and behind. It was the roar of a high-tech engine running at full throttle. Johnny's brow arched slightly. The next second, hee, die Gilda. A deranged cackle accompanied the sound. 2 pumpkin bombs emitting an eerie green glow trailed long tails and slammed precisely onto the Maybach's roof. Boom! Boom! Flames shot into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion instantly swept across the entire bridge, causing nearby vehicles to lose control and crash into the guardrails. Yet amidst the billowing smoke, the black Maybach stood as if nailed to the ground, utterly motionless. Not even a speck of paint was scratched. A faint golden energy shield like an eggshell protected the entire car intact. That was The application of chi. Really? The door slowly opened. Johnny stepped out casually, brushing off non-existent dust from his suit. His face was icy cold. His eyes held the displeasure of having his leisure disrupted. Harry Osborn. Johnny looked up at the figure in the air riding a glider and clad in dark green armor. A contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Is this your revenge? Wearing a green suit and flying around like a fly. In midair. Harry Osborn, through his crimson electronic eyes, stared fixedly at the unharmed man below. The rage in his heart nearly consumed his reason. Why aren't you dead? These are microbombs capable of destroying a tank. Harry roared, his voice distorted by the voice modulator into a hoarse grating sound. Johnny Gilda. You demon. You stole my company. You killed my father. I'll tear you apart. Swish, swish, swish. The machine guns on the glider opened fire, dense bullets raining down like a hailstorm. Simultaneously, Harry hurled 4 or 5 pumpkin bombs. Indiscriminate attack. He had gone mad. Under the side effects of the human enhancement formula, only killing and destruction remained in his mind. Too noisy. Facing the overwhelming barrage, Johnny simply sighed helplessly. He slowly raised his right hand index and middle fingers together. I was planning to keep you as a whetstone for that unlucky guy Peter. But since you're so eager to join your dead father, I'll grant your wish. Before his words faded, Johnny's figure vanished instantly from the spot. After Image Fist. The next second he appeared above Harry's glider, as if teleporting. Just like teleportation. What? Harry's electronic eyes barely captured the afterimage before he could react. A long, powerful hand had already clamped around his neck like picking up a chick. Is this your vaunted strength? Johnny hovered in midair, looking down at the struggling green goblin in his grasp. His gaze was cold, as if staring at trash. Too weak. So weak that I don't even feel like lifting a finger. Let me go. Harry struggled desperately, the glider jetting flames in an attempt to break free. Crack. Johnny lightly tapped with his toe. The multi-million-dollar high-tech glider snapped in the middle like paper, breaking apart. It became 2 pieces of scrap metal plunging into the river below. Now are you quiet? Johnny's fingers tightened slightly. The green goblin armor on Harry groaned under the strain. That absolute power suppression finally replaced the madness in Harry's eyes with fear. He finally understood. In front of this man, his so-called revenge was a joke. No. Don't kill me. Harry begged desperately. I'm the heir of the Osborn family. I have money. I can give you money. Money. Johnny laughed a laugh of bitter irony. Your company is already mine. Your money is also mine. Now, besides a worthless life, what do you have? A faint golden glow emanated from Johnny's hand, the precursor to the Dong-Dong wave. If he wished, it would take only an instant to turn the second-generation green goblin into a headless corpse. Yet just then, stop. A clear, authoritative, and unquestioning female voice came from the other end of the bridge. Immediately, several powerful searchlights converged on Johnny. Over a dozen black SUVs raced in surrounding the scene. A group of fully armed agents quickly disembarked, raising energy guns aimed at Johnny in midair. At the forefront of the agents stood a woman in a tight dark blue combat suit. She had a short, sleek haircut, cold and exquisite features, and an aura as icy as a moving iceberg. Especially that uniform. It clung tightly to her curvaceous figure, an allure of abstinence that was even more lethal than Felicia's straightforward sensuality. Maria Hill, Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 9 Agent. Also Nick Fury's most trusted right hand. Mr. Johnny Gilda. Hill held a megaphone, her icy blue eyes fearlessly meeting Johnny's gaze from above. I am Deputy Director Maria Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D. Please release the suspect immediately and cooperate with our investigation. This is downtown New York, not your private slaughterhouse. Oh. Johnny's brow arched. Something more interesting appears. He casually dropped the already pea-scared Harry onto the ground like a bag of trash. Thud. Harry crashed, dazed, and passed out. Johnny descended slowly, ignoring the guns pointed at him. Instead, he walked straight up to Hill. Their distance was very close, close enough for Johnny to smell the faint cool mint scent on her. S.H.I.E.L.D. Johnny looked Hill up and down. He had to admit, this woman had something. The 88W62H92. The system's data feedback was precise. Especially those long legs wrapped in a combat suit, straight, slender, and full of power. TSK. If they were draped over the shoulders. So Fury finally sent out a pretty woman. Johnny's lips curled into a teasing smile. Compared to that middle-aged guy Coulson with his receding hairline, Deputy Director Hill is indeed much more pleasing to the eye. Hill's face darkened. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. executive, she was used to giving orders, used to being revered. No one had ever dared to flirt with her so blatantly. And that look, as if he were stripping her naked. It made her extremely uncomfortable, yet inexplicably her heart raced. Mr. Gilda, watch your language, Hill said coldly, her hand already on the holster at her waist. Harry Osborn used illegal weapons of mass destruction. We need to take him back for interrogation. As for you, Hill took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. You use superpowers in public, causing serious panic. The director wants you to come with us. There are some things we need to discuss. Discuss? Johnny scoffed, suddenly reaching out and bracing his hand on the car door beside Hill. He cornered the icy deputy director against the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. Miss Hill, Johnny leaned down close to her ear. Do you think these fire sticks of yours can invite me? Or perhaps you want to invite me in your own way? Johnny's gaze deliberately swept over her tight uniform collar. The surrounding agents tensed instantly, their guns all aimed at Johnny's head. They would fire at Hill's command. But Hill didn't move. She even held her breath. At this distance she could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Johnny. It was a crushing of life levels. Like a rabbit facing a dragon. Her intuition told her that if they fought, everyone here, including her, wouldn't last 3 seconds. What? What do you want? Hill gritted her teeth, her voice a bit hoarse. Simple. Johnny withdrew his hand, stepped back, and the suffocating pressure instantly dissipated. He pointed at the unconscious Harry on the ground. Take this trash away. I'm not interested in him, and I don't want to dirty my hands. Sorry, I'm not into guys and I don't collect junk. But... Johnny turned and walked toward his Maybach. Before getting in, he glanced back at Hill. A gleam of a hunter spotting prey shone in his eyes. Tell Fury, if he wants to talk next time, have you come alone. And... Johnny's gaze lingered on Hill's long legs for a second. Wear casual clothes. I don't like formal occasions. Especially in the bedroom. With that, Johnny slid into the car and floored it. The black Maybach roared like a beast, breaking through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blockade and speeding away, leaving behind a blushing, trembling Maria Hill and a group of dumbfounded agents. Sir, do we pursue? An agent asked cautiously. Pursue what? Hill roared, glaring fiercely at the agent. Clean up the scene. Take the prisoner back. She stared in the direction Johnny had vanished. For the first time a crack appeared on her icy face. That bastard dared to flirt with her. Yet for some reason the man's domineering figure lingered in her mind. And that phrase, have you come alone? Ding. Detected classic Marvel quality female, Maria Hill. Identity Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ice Queen. Current affection -10, furious 20, deeply impressed. System tip: this target has strong conquest desire. Host is advised to adopt an aggressive strategy. As long as you break her icy shell, inside is molten lava. Johnny driving heard the system prompt and couldn't help whistling. 20 points. Looks like this deputy director is also at Sundara. S.H.I.E.L.D. It's time to plant a flag inside. The car entered the underground garage of a high-end apartment. Johnny picked up the gift box from the passenger seat. His mood was excellent. The wildflowers are fragrant. The home flowers are the main course. Gwen, Felicia, MJ. Hubby's back. Tonight. Another sleepless night was destined. Morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the high-end apartment, glaringly bright on the large bed. The air was thick with a lingering, bone-melting, sensual atmosphere. The unique scent of an all-night revelry. Huh. Johnny opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Refreshed. More energetic than a fishmonger who's been killing fish for 10 years. He looked down. Good heavens. The scene was a masterpiece. Gwen clung to his left like an octopus, her delicate face still carrying a hint of post-satisfaction laziness. Felicia curled up in the crook of his right arm, her platinum blonde hair scattered casually over his chest, rising and falling softly with each breath. As for Mary Jane, she was the most outrageous, almost sliding off the bed, leaving only one long fair leg stubbornly draped over Johnny's stomach. Tisk tisk tsk? This is the empire I've built. Johnny sighed inwardly. This is the life a time traveler deserves. What Thanos, what Dormammu. At this moment they all had to make way for his happy life. Gently pulling Mary Jane back and giving Felicia's perky rear a pat as a morning greeting. Johnny didn't wake them. After all, last night, to celebrate the repelling of the strong enemy Harry, and the teasing of the S.H.I.E.L.D. deputy director, these three little vixens had given it their all. Even Gwen with her spider physique was too tired to move a finger. Rest well, my darlings. Next. Time to take over my business empire. Johnny got up, took a shower, and changed into a well-tailored black bespoke suit. Standing before the mirror looking at the devastatingly handsome man inside, Johnny raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. System opened the panel. Host Johnny, Gilda, current combat power 2500, continuously increasing, special status Sage mode, intelligence 5. Seeing the Sage mode, Johnny's mouth twitched. Damn system, are you having fun with this? 1 hour later. Osborne Tower. This skyscraper, which once symbolized the pinnacle of New York's biotech, had now changed hands completely. At the main entrance, 2 rows of burly men in black suits, sunglasses, and bulging waistlines stood in a line. The atmosphere was even more imposing than a presidential motorcade. A black Maybach slowly pulled up at the entrance. The door opened. A slender leg stepped out. Boss. The 2 rows of men bowed in unison, their voices thunderous. Passers-by were so frightened that they quickly detoured, thinking some mafia godfather had arrived. Johnny adjusted his cufflinks and walked into the lobby with an air of nonchalance. That fat bastard Kingpin, though still recovering from his injuries, insisted on standing in the center of the lobby with a cane to welcome him. Beneath his iconic white suit, thick bandages could be seen. But on that face full of fierce flesh, an obsequious lapdog-like smile now appeared. Master, you've arrived. Kingpin bent down with effort, his tone extremely respectful. Have those flies from the board of directors been dealt with? Johnny asked casually as he walked toward the private elevator. All taken care of. Kingpin followed close behind, step by step. According to your orders, the obedient ones were kept, the disobedient have gone to feed the fish at the bottom of the Hudson River. Furthermore, the financial, HR, and security departments of the group have all been replaced with our people. Now Osborne is your one-man show. Good. Johnny nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Since I'm a villain strike-through, since I'm a domineering CEO, I have to act like one. That kind of plot of bickering with the board is too low class. As long as my fists are big enough, the board of directors is nothing but a fart. Ding. The elevator arrived at the top floor. Johnny walked into the luxurious office that had once belonged to Norman Osborn but now belonged to him. He plopped down into the boss chair that symbolized supreme power. He propped his feet up on the desk. Comfortable. Oh, by the way, Master. Kingpin seemed to remember something, his expression turning slightly strange. The front desk just reported that there is a special guest who wishes to see you. Special guest? Johnny raised an eyebrow. Who? That one-eyed Nick Fury? Or that arrogant Tony? Neither. Kingpin shook his head, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. It's a woman. A woman who claims to represent the Hellfire Club. And my security guards couldn't stop her. Oh. Johnny became interested. Hellfire Club. Isn't that the stronghold of mutants? At this point in time, these rats hiding in the sewers actually dare to come knocking on my door. And a woman at that. A name instantly surfaced in Johnny's mind. Along with what that name represented. A figure that shone with blinding whiteness. Interesting. Johnny put down his legs, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Let her in. I want to see what tricks this Hellfire Club is trying to play with me. 5 minutes later. The office door was pushed open. A cold yet noble fragrance of perfume drifted in first. Then, a figure that could instantly make any man's blood rush walked in with elegant catwalk steps. It was a woman dressed in a pure white high-end professional skirt suit. But the design of this suit was truly daring. The deep V-neckline plunged almost to her stomach, revealing large expanses of fair, delicate skin and that bottomless cleavage. The tight skirt hugged her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, seeming as if it might split at any moment with her movements. Platinum blonde hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. On her exquisitely flawless face hung a proud, coldly seductive smile, like a queen of high status surveying her domain. Emma Frost. The White Queen. TSK. Johnny's gaze roamed over her body without restraint. It lingered for a full 3 seconds on those headlights that seemed ready to burst out. I must say, this woman's assets were indeed formidable. A size larger than Felicia. And that innate queenly aura seemed designed solely to ignite a man's desire to conquer. You are that Johnny, Gilda. The White Queen walked to the desk but did not sit down. Instead, she looked down at Johnny, her ice blue eyes shimmering with a glint of control. You're not bad looking. Pity your methods are a bit too crude. Crude. Johnny leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen in his hand, looking at her with a mocking expression. This. Auntie. Are you here to teach me how to do things? Hearing the word auntie, the White Queen's perfect face instantly stiffened. Her eyes twitched slightly. Bastard. How dare he call me auntie? Little one, you have a sharp tongue. The White Queen took a deep breath, causing her magnificent chest to tremble. Suppressing the fury in her heart, she said coldly, I am Emma Frost, representing the Hellfire Club. Regarding your acquisition of the Osborn Group, we need to talk. The Osborn Group's research in the field of biogenetics is very important to us mutants. The Hellfire Club is willing to invest and take a stake in. The White Queen leaned forward slightly, placing her hands on the desk. This posture made her cleavage even deeper, practically a face-smashing attack. A faint white light suddenly flickered in her eyes. Telepathy. She was trying to directly invade Johnny's mind. As a top-tier Omega-level telepath, though perhaps not yet fully matured, she was accustomed to controlling everything. In her script, with just a flick of her fingers, this young upstart would become her puppet, and obediently hand over the Osborn Group. Even get down on his knees and lick her high heels. Look into my eyes. The White Queen's voice became ethereal and seductive. You will agree to all my demands. You will become my dog. However, the next second. Snap. A crisp sound of fingers snapping echoed abruptly in the office. The White Queen felt her mind violently shaken. It was like crashing headfirst into an iron wall. A terrifying, indescribable psychic backlash slammed back through her mental connection. Oof. The White Queen let out a muffled groan, her face instantly turning deathly pale. 2 streams of blood flowed uncontrollably from her delicate nostrils. She stumbled backward several steps, almost falling on her bottom. The feeling was like a mortal trying to peek into the thoughts of a god, only to be casually slapped to the ground by that god. This. How is this possible? The White Queen clutched her splitting head, staring in terror at the man who still sat in the chair, his expression calm and unconcerned. Her telepathy had actually failed. Not only failed but backfired. This man. How could his mental world be so terrifying? It was like a bottomless black hole, or a blazing sun. Tisk tisk tsk? Johnny shook his head, looking at the somewhat disheveled White Queen with disdain. I say, Aunt Emma, when doing business, just do business. Why are you trying to peek at my privacy? That's not polite. Johnny stood up, walked around the desk step by step, and approached the White Queen. With each step, the aura emanating from him intensified. That oppressive feeling, as heavy as a mountain, made the White Queen feel like a lamb to the slaughter. You. Who exactly are you? The White Queen wanted to retreat, but found that her legs were as heavy as lead and could not move at all. That was fear from biological instinct. Who I am doesn't matter. Johnny walked up to her, reached out, and roughly grabbed her delicate chin, forcing her to lift her head and look into his eyes. What matters is, it seems you just wanted to turn me into your dog. Johnny's eyes were very cold. So cold that the White Queen felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. No. It's a misunderstanding. The White Queen trembled, trying to explain. She regretted it. She truly regretted it. She had underestimated this man's power, and also his brutality. This was no mere upstart. This was clearly an ancient, ferocious beast in human skin. A misunderstanding. Johnny let out a cold laugh. His fingers slid slowly from her chin along her swan-like neck, finally stopping at the edge of that suffocating abyss. Since it's a misunderstanding, then you must pay the price to clear it up. Just so happens, my group has just been established, and I'm lacking a capable secretary. I think you, Johnny leaned close to her ear, his voice low and wicked, are quite capable. Ding. Detected Marvel Classic Premium Female, Emma Frost, White Queen. Target identity: high-ranking member of Hellfire Club, powerful telepath, diamond form mutant. Current status mentally wounded, extreme fear, worldview collapsing. System suggestion: this woman is extremely ambitious and proud. Suggests host adopt absolute conquest strategy. Shatter her pride, make her understand who is the true master. Conquest reward preview: telepathy immunity max, diamond body, physical defense max N. The ultimate experience of Queen becoming maid. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Johnny's smile became even brighter. Diamond body. Didn't that mean? From now on, even in the most intense battles, he wouldn't have to worry about breaking her. Moreover, this kind of haughty queen once conquered. That sense of contrast. Johnny felt his own fire rising again. It seems the sofa in this office today will need to be replaced with a new one. The White Queen Emma Frost was now clutching her forehead in disgrace. In those originally proud cold blue eyes an emotion called fear appeared for the first time. Her telepathy had actually failed. Not only failed, but was rebounded by a psychic force as violent as a tsunami. In that instant she felt like an ant trying to spy on the dreams of a dragon, almost getting shaken into a fool by the overflowing dragon's might. You're not a mutant. Emma gritted her teeth, enduring the needle-like pain in her brain, staring fiercely at Johnny, who was approaching step by step. How could your mental world be so powerful? Even Professor X or even Magneto with his helmet could not give her this almost suffocating pressure. Who I am you don't need to know. Johnny walked up to her, looking down at this queen who had been so arrogant moments ago. A cruel arc curled at the corner of his mouth. You only need to know one thing. That is, you messed with the wrong person. Kingpin. Johnny called out without turning his head. At the door, Kingpin, who had been standing like an iron tower, immediately understood. Understood, master. I will guard the door, not even a fly will get in. Having said that, Kingpin tactfully withdrew from the office and thoughtfully locked the heavy mahogany door. The sound of the lock clicking could even be heard. That fat bastard, indeed sensible. With the door closed, the office became a completely sealed chamber. A feeling called despair began to spread in Emma's heart. What do you want? Emma, seeing Johnny's increasingly aggressive eyes, instinctively stepped back until her hips hit the hard edge of the desk. No retreat. What do I want? Johnny let out a soft laugh, reached out, and loosened his tie, a gesture full of wildness and danger. And Emma, weren't you the one who just said we needed to talk about investment? I think we can have a in-depth discussion. For example. Johnny's gaze swept over her deep cleavage. Your technical investment. Feeling that naked gaze, Emma instantly understood his intentions. Shame, humiliation, and a hint of fear of the unknown intertwined. She was the White Queen. The core of the Hellfire Club. How could she become this man's plaything? Dream on. Emma shouted angrily. Since psychic attacks were ineffective, she would use physical ones. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp sound of crystal condensation suddenly rang out. Emma's fair skin instantly transformed from ordinary flesh and blood into a glittering, translucent, indestructible diamond form in the blink of an eye. Not only that. The diamond-like luster refracted dazzling light in the sunlight, making her look like a priceless work of art. Diamond form. Physical defense max. In this form she didn't need to breathe, didn't need to eat, and could even withstand tank shells. Oh. Johnny raised an eyebrow, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Transforming already? I must say this body is indeed beautiful. Like a giant crystal figurine. However, Johnny reached out a hand and gently stroked Emma's cold, hard face. You don't think that turning into a rock means I can't do anything to you, do you? Get lost. In her diamond form, Emma's emotions were largely stripped away, making her extremely cold. She swung her diamond arm fiercely, with a whistling wind smashing it at Johnny's temple. The force of this punch was enough to penetrate steel plates. However, slap. A soft sound. Johnny casually raised his left hand and caught the powerful punch with ease. Completely motionless. Not even his sleeve fluttered. Wah. What? Emma's diamond face displayed a human-like expression of shock. Her punch, strong enough to shatter rocks, had actually been caught. And he looked as if he had caught a cotton ball with ease. Too weak. Johnny shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes. In both spirit and flesh. You are pitifully weak. Since you want to play rough, I'll play along. With that said, Johnny's hand gripping Emma's fist suddenly tightened. Crack. Crack. A series of teeth-grinding fractures echoed. On Emma's seemingly indestructible diamond fist, fine cracks began to appear. Like glass about to shatter. Ah! Though the diamond form had no sensation of pain, the terror of impending bodily collapse made Emma scream. Impossible. This is impossible. This is diamond. The hardest substance on earth. How can you crush it? The hardest. Johnny sneered, applying more force. Before absolute power, diamond is just a slightly harder piece of glass. Bang. A crisp sound. Emma's right hand was crushed into powder by Johnny. Crystalline diamond dust fell scattering on the expensive carpet. No. Emma tried to pull back in terror, but Johnny's other hand had already seized her neck. He lifted her entirely off the ground. Then, he slammed her hard onto the desk. Boom. The solid wood desk groaned, nearly breaking apart. Johnny leaned over, pinning Emma firmly to the surface. That wild masculine aura mingled with unyielding dominance instantly shattered Emma's last psychological defense. Change back. Johnny stared at the cold diamond body beneath him, his tone icy and absolute. I don't like holding a stone. Hardness is fine, but the texture is terrible. 3 seconds. If you don't want to turn into a pile of fragments. Change back. Johnny's hand tightened slightly, and the death threat of having her head crushed at any moment made Emma completely collapse. She was afraid. Truly afraid. This man was not human. He was a devil. A monster in human skin. Crushing diamond with bare hands, was this even human? I'll change. Emma tremblingly deactivated her ability. Whoosh. The light faded. The noble and cold white queen reappeared. But now her face was pale, her eyes unfocused. Where was the queenly demeanor? Her crushed right hand, though restored to flesh, still throbbed with excruciating pain, hanging limply at her side. That's better. Johnny nodded with satisfaction, his fingers lightly tracing her breathtaking curves. Now that's more like a woman. Remember. From today onward. Osborne Group is mine. The Hellfire Club will be mine too. And you? Johnny leaned down and fiercely kissed her red lips, which were about to speak. Dominant rough, leaving no room. You are also mine. Emma's eyes widened. She wanted to struggle, but under Johnny's terrifying strength she was like a chick seized by a hawk. Forced to endure the storm-like assault. It was conquest. Complete conquest. Ding. Detected target. Emma Frost's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Current status: fear submission, Stockholm Syndrome sprouting. Congratulations, host, on achieving the achievement Diamond Crusher. Reward issuance. 1. Diamond body advance. Your physical strength will surpass adamantium while retaining tactile sensation. Neither cannonballs nor can cause any damage to you. 2. Telepathy immunity max. Anyone attempting to probe your mind will suffer 100-fold mental backlash. 3. Special skill: Queen Taming manual passive. When facing haughty women, charm and intimidation are doubled. Listening to the system's notifications in his mind. Johnny's smile deepened. Diamond body. This was a fine prize. It meant not only invincible defense but also, in future high-intensity confrontations, he would be truly indestructible. Even if Gwen the Spider-Woman had boundless stamina, she'd have to beg for mercy. So, and Emma. Johnny released her swollen, reddened lips and looked at the dazed, disheveled beauty before him. With a casual wave. Rip. That expensive designer dress tore like paper in Johnny's hands. Instantly reduced to shreds. Dazzling white? Now. Let's have a proper talk. About your secretarial duties. Lesson 1. Johnny sat back in the wide executive chair and patted his thigh. His eyes mocking. Learn how to make the boss happy. Emma bit her lip, tears of humiliation in her eyes. But looking at Johnny's unyielding gaze and the hand that had just crushed her diamond form, she still stood up, trembling. With heavy steps. Slowly. She knelt down. In the office the lingering heavy atmosphere still hung in the air. Johnny sat in the chair, symbolizing the supreme power of the Osborne Empire, twirling a pen in his hand, his gaze mocking as it fell on the figure on the sofa. Emma Frost. The once arrogant White Queen was now struggling to button a spare white shirt. Alas. Her hands were still trembling. Not from cold but from the 2-hour-deep corporate culture exchange that had been too soul-shattering. Her diamond form was crushed. Her mental defenses were breached. Even her most proud dignity had been ground to powder on the desk by this man. What's wrong, Aunt Emma? Can't even button up. Johnny's lazy voice was like an electric shock, making Emma jolt. I can. Emma bit her lower lip, her voice hoarse. She looked up, her originally cold and proud blue eyes now filled with a lingering mist and a complex emotion of fear and submission intertwined. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy mahogany door was tapped. Master. Kingpin's voice came from outside, still respectful even with a hint of caution. There are guests. And these guests seem ill-mannered, barging in without an appointment. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Already here. Looks like some people can't sit still after Osborne Group changed hands. Let them in. Johnny tossed the pen onto the desk, leaned back, and adjusted to the most comfortable position. Perfect timing. I'd like to see who's so eager to deliver experience. Oh, I mean gifts. Hearing that outsiders were coming, Emma's expression changed, and she frantically tried to stand and tidy up. But her legs gave way and she nearly fell back. No need to hide. Johnny didn't even look at her, just said calmly. As my secretary, receiving guests is your job. Stand behind me. Emma gritted her teeth, enduring the discomfort, and stepped on her precariously high heels, moving inch by inch to stand behind Johnny. Even in this disarray, she still tried to straighten her back, clinging to the last shred of the White Queen's dignity. Boom. The office door was not pushed open, it was kicked open. The two expensive solid wood panels groaned and slammed against the wall. Then, a squad of fully armed mercenaries filed in. All in silver tactical gear, wielding high-tech energy rifles, their movements brisk and murderous. In their midst, a woman strode in on long legs. She had striking silver-white hair, wore a tight silver tactical suit with a long coat over it. Twin custom short guns hung at her waist, a tactical knife strapped to her outer thigh. Her cold, beautiful face was expressionless, only the chill of a Siberian wind. Silver Sablinova. Codename Silver Sable. The de facto ruler of Symkaria and one of the top bounty hunters in the Marvel world. Johnny Gill. Silver Sable stopped 5 meters from the desk, her gaze like a blade locked onto Johnny seated in the chair. As for the disheveled, flushed woman behind Johnny, she merely glanced and dismissed her as a rich man's plaything, paying no heed. I am commissioned by former members of the Osborne Group board to take your life. Silver Sable's voice was cold and direct. No pleasantries, no small talk. That was her style. Take the money, do the job, kill, leave. Also, you have illegally seized Osborne Group assets. Under Symkarian law, I have the right to arrest you. Or execute you on the spot. Hearing this, Johnny almost laughed. Symkarian law. Johnny looked at the silver-haired beauty, as if she were an idiot. Lady, are you mistaken? This is New York, next to Hell's Kitchen. You want to govern me with your backwater country's laws. Are you here to be funny? How dare you? Several mercenaries behind Silver Sable raged, raising their guns to fire. Silver Sable raised a hand to stop them. She looked at Johnny, a hint of contempt in her eyes. It seems you don't understand the situation. The perimeter is surrounded by my wild pack. Your fat bodyguard is also in my sniper's crosshairs. Right now you have no choice but to surrender. Johnny sighed helplessly. He turned to look at Emma behind him. See, there are always women who think they can control everything. How should I teach her manners? Emma shuddered. She knew this man's methods all too well. She looked at the confident Silver Sable and actually showed a trace of sympathy. Poor woman. You have no idea what monster you're facing. Since you don't want to be dignified, I'll help you. Johnny withdrew his gaze, tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. Tap. The soft sound was especially clear in the quiet office. The next second. Whoosh. Johnny's figure vanished into thin air. Silver Sable's pupils contracted to pinpoints. As a top-tier expert's instinct, she instantly sensed a lethal threat. Scatter. She shouted, simultaneously leaping backward. However, too late. Too slow. A mocking voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Then, a large, powerful hand emerged from the void without warning, gripping her slender neck. Ugh! Silver Sable felt an overwhelming force, and instantly she was lifted into the air. Johnny held her by the neck, raising her high. Like holding a lightweight doll. Fire! Fire! The panicked mercenaries pulled their triggers. Bang, 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 bang. Energy beams rained down like a storm. Yet, Johnny didn't even bother to dodge. He didn't even activate his signature energy aura. Clang, clang, clang. Those energy rounds capable of penetrating tanks bounced off Johnny's body with metallic sounds. Not even a scratch on his clothes. Diamond Body advanced. This was the terror of max physical defense. What? What kind of monster is this? The mercenaries were dumbfounded. Silver Sable choked, legs flailing in the air, hands desperately trying to pry Johnny's fingers away. But that hand was like a vice immovable. This is your trump card. Johnny looked at the struggling Silver Sable, disappointment in his eyes. Too weak. Truly too weak. Even weaker than that stone-playing ant behind me. Emma's mouth twitched. Stone-playing ant? Is she talking about me? Johnny casually flung her. Bang. Silver Sable slammed hard onto the floor. The marble floor cracked instantly, and Silver Sable spat blood, feeling every bone in her body might break. Before she could get up, Johnny had already stepped on her proud chest, looking down from above like a god. Now, Johnny leaned over slightly, looking at the cold, beautiful face twisted in pain. Can we talk properly now? About how you'll compensate for my door? Silver Sable clenched her teeth, staring fiercely at Johnny. Despite the pain, the stubbornness in her eyes hadn't faded. Kill me if you want. I won't. Submit. TSK, TSK, TSK. Johnny shook his head, a mischievous smile on his face. I like wildcats with a hard mouth like you. Conquering them is more satisfying. Ding. Detected classic Marvel premium female, Silver Sablinova Silver Sable. Target identity: commander of Simkarian mercenary group Cold, an elegant older sister. Current status: severely wounded, shocked, unyielding. Body measurements: B88, W60, H90, top tier tactical physique. System suggestion: this target has a tough personality, conventional methods are ineffective. Recommend host adopt debt repayment mode. Since she came from money, make her pay with her body. Conquest reward preview: mastery of firearms, divine national level resource mobilization rights, and a new set of tactical uniform seduction. Hearing the system prompts, half of Johnny's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by another kind of fire. Debt repayment. I'm familiar with that. Want to die? Johnny pressed down slightly, grinding the softness. It's not that easy. You broke my door, scared my secretary, and wasted my precious time. We need to settle this account properly. Johnny looked up and swept his gaze across the terrified mercenaries. Get lost. A low shout. Like a thunderclap. Those battle-hardened mercenaries, terrified by the shout, dropped their weapons and scrambled out of the office, abandoning their leader. The office fell silent again. Only Johnny and two women, one standing, one lying, remained. Emma. Johnny ordered without looking back. Go draft a contract. The content. Johnny looked at the still struggling Silver Sable, a wicked grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Right. Debt repayment with body. Term 10,000 years. Emma looked at the woman on the floor, who had the same hair color, the same pride, and now the same disheveled state. A strange sense of balance rose in her heart. See. I told you this man is a devil. You can't escape either. Yes, master. Emma replied respectfully and turned to prepare the contract. Johnny crouched down, reached out, and lifted Silver Sable's chin. Well, Miss Silver Sable. Now your men have run off. No one can save you. Given your performance just now, I think I need to teach you a lesson. About what true marksmanship really means. Silver Sable looked into Johnny's predatory eyes. For the first time she felt true fear. Not fear of death, but fear of an unknown, shameful fate about to befall her. You. What do you want? I told you. Johnny picked her up from the ground, slinging her over his shoulder like a sack of rice. His large hand gave a sharp slap to the pricky curve. Slap. Crisp, loud. An excellent texture. Take you to experience thoroughly the new rules of Osborne Group. Johnny carried Silver Sable and strode toward the restroom, which had just cooled down. Emma, bring the contract directly once it's drafted. I want her to sign. Right now. The restroom door closed again. As for what tragic or delightful events would happen inside, only God and that damned system knew. Kingpin stood at the end of the corridor, listening to the commotion, and silently put on noise-canceling headphones. Being a dog, the most important thing is not to hear what you shouldn't. But is the boss's physical fitness also a bit too much? This is too energetic, isn't it? Is this the world of the strong? Kingpin sighed, took a cigar from his pocket, but didn't dare to light it, just sniffed it. It seems the future of Osborne Group is destined to be blessed with many children. Bang! The lounge door was slammed shut by Johnny's heel, a dull thud that struck Silver Sable's heart like a hammer. Johnny casually tossed the silver-haired beauty onto the overly large leather sofa. A muffled groan escaped her lips. Soft as the sofa was, the earlier fall had already damaged her internal organs. Every slight movement sent a wave of pain through her bones, as if they were about to shatter. Yet she still struggled to sit up. Her iconic silver eyes were filled with fear, but more so with the stubbornness of a national leader and top-tier mercenary. Johnny Gilda. Silver Sable gritted her teeth, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth adding a tragic beauty to her coldly glamorous face. Kill me. The Wild Pack won't let you go, and neither will Simcaria. Sure. Johnny raised a finger and gently pressed it against her blood-stained lips. Save your strength, Miss Silver Sable. Johnny looked down at her with a mocking gaze, as if watching a wild kitten caught in a trap still trying to bare its claws. The Wild Pack. You mean those cowardly wastes outside who run faster than rabbits? Johnny chuckled, his fingers sliding down from her lips past her firm chin and slender neck, finally stopping at the zipper of her silver-white tactical suit. As for Simcaria, that tiny country struggling to pay taxes. If I recall correctly, your main economic source is you taking dirty jobs around the world, right? Silver Sable's body went rigid. That was her weak spot, the sole reason she had to turn herself into a cold-blooded killing machine over the years. For the country. How do you know? I'm the new boss of Oscorp. I have money, I have intelligence networks, I know everything. Johnny hooked his finger on the zipper. Ryup, a crisp sound. The specially made tactical suit was torn open, revealing a slit. A vast expanse of snow-white delicate skin gleamed under the light like ivory, dazzling the eyes. The muscles, honed by intense training, were taut, explosive yet retained feminine grace. So this is the legendary tactical figure. Tisk tisk tsk? Truly exquisite. More cold and restrained than Felicia's pure wildness. You! Silver Sable instinctively tried to shield herself, but Johnny grabbed her wrist and pinned it above her head. Don't move! Johnny leaned close to her face, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear. Let's make a deal. Simcaria's foreign debt. About $3 billion. To me, that's just a number. If you behave. Johnny's other hand roamed without restraint over the astonishing curves. I can not only pardon your offense today, but also help your country pay off its debt. I could even make Simcaria my private backyard. What do you think? Silver Sable's pupils trembled violently. $3 billion. That was the mountain pressing on her heart, the nightmare that suffocated her. This man speaks of it so casually. You. Are you serious? Her voice trembled. Her psychological defenses, shattered by the heavy weight of national interest, began to crack. Of course. Johnny curled his lips into a devilish smile. On the condition. You prove you're worth the price. Just then the lounge door creaked open a crack. Emma Frost stepped in. The once proud White Queen, now holding a freshly printed document, looked at the scene on the sofa with a complex expression. Once upon a time she too had been pinned to a table, forced to sign that humiliating employment contract. Now it was another proud woman's turn. Master, the contract is ready. Emma's voice was soft, submissive. Without turning around, Johnny simply beckoned. Bring it here. Emma, in her high heels, endured the discomfort in her body and walked to the sofa, handing over the document. Johnny took the contract and slapped it directly onto Silver Sable's heaving chest. Sign it. From now on, you and your Wild Pack belong to the Gilda name. Of course you can refuse. Johnny released his grip, stood up, and leisurely unbuckled his belt. The metallic clink echoed sharply in the silent room. If you refuse, I won't mind flying to Simcaria right now and wiping that country off the map. You know I have the power. A threat. A naked threat. But Silver Sable knew it wasn't just intimidation. A monster who could ignore high-energy laser guns and crush steel with one hand could destroy a small country with ease. She looked at the man before her like a god or demon. Then she looked at the contract on her chest. Finally her gaze fell on Johnny's, already preparing. Hiss, good heavens. That size. Is it also monster level? Silver Sable clenched her teeth, a flash of determination in her eyes. For the country. For the people. What is this sacrifice? Isn't it just paying with my body? As long as I get that $3 billion, as long as I save Simcaria. What does it matter if I sell my soul to the devil? I'll sign. Silver Sable's trembling hand reached for the contract and the pen Emma offered. She scrawled her name heavily at the bottom, Silver Sable. Each stroke felt like carving into her dignity. Good. Johnny nodded with satisfaction. He took the contract and tossed it to Emma. Put it away. Now you can leave. Emma cast a pitying glance at the silver-haired woman about to follow in her footsteps, a look of shared suffering. Yes, master. Emma withdrew, closing the door. The room now held only Johnny and Silver Sable. So my silver sable. Johnny leaned over looking at the cold beauty who had completely surrendered. The contract is in effect. Now it's time to fulfill your obligations. Let's start with a physical examination for the boss. Silver Sable closed her eyes, 2 streams of tears sliding down her cheeks. She parted her red lips slightly, welcoming the inevitable fate. Ding. Detected that target. Silver Sable's psychological defenses have completely collapsed. Achievement unlocked in the name of the nation selling body to save the country. Congratulations, host. Reward God-level gun proficiency. Skill description: no matter what gun you wield, you can work wonders with it. Whether shooting people or anyway, hit wherever you aim. 100 shots, 100 hits. Bonus reward: de facto control of Samkaria. Current affection -50, humiliation 10, resignation. System tip: this target is typical of those who hate become love. As long as the host displays sufficient power in subsequent interactions, and completely conquers her body, her heart will follow. Hearing the system chime in his mind, Johnny felt every cell in his body cheer. Exhilarating. Damn, it was exhilarating. Was this the taste of power? One word could make a proud queen bow her head. One action could change a nation's allegiance. And, looking at the silver-haired beauty beneath him, who though clumsy was trying her best to cooperate, that sense of conquest was even stronger than beating 10 hulks to a pulp. A muffled sob escaped Silver Sable. It was the beginning of a new world. This debt repayment lasted for 3 full hours. During that time, the commotion from the lounge was almost impossible to contain, even through the soundproof door. The Kingpin, standing guard outside, silently stuffed 2 more cotton balls into his ears. This boss. Not only is his strength inhuman, but his abilities in this area are also otherworldly. Is this many children, many blessings? From now on, Oscorp might as well be renamed the Harem Corporation. When Johnny stepped out of the lounge refreshed and invigorated, the sky had already begun to darken. Adjusting his slightly disheveled collar, he said to the Kingpin guarding the door, "Have someone buy some tonics and send them inside. Also inform the finance department to prepare $3 billion in liquid assets. I have use for it." The Kingpin bowed respectfully. "Yes, master." He didn't ask what the money was for. A good dog only needs to follow orders. Johnny walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the already lit New York nightscape. In high spirits. Oscorp was secured. The Hellfire Club was handled. Now even Samkaria, the mercenary kingdom, was in his pocket. This start was perfect. Just then the private line on the desk rang. It was an encrypted channel. Fewer than 5 people in the world knew this number. Johnny raised an eyebrow, walked over, and picked up the phone. "Hello?" On the other end came a low, authoritative voice tinged with barely concealed anxiety. "Johnny, Gilda. This is Nick Fury." So it was the black bald egg. Johnny's lips curled into a playful smile. It seemed the commotion at Oscorp had finally caught S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. "Yo, Director Fury. What's up?" Johnny sat on the edge of the desk, his tone as light as chatting with an old friend. "Calling so late, are you inviting me for a midnight snack? Or have you finally decided to send your beautiful deputy director over for a private chat?" There was a few seconds of silence on the line, clearly stunned by Johnny's unexpected crudeness. "Mr. Gilda, I'm not in the mood for jokes." Nick Fury's voice turned cold. "We need an explanation for what happened at Oscorp. Overnight, a boardroom purge, unidentified armed forces, and Silver Sable of Samkaria reportedly missing in your building. What exactly are you trying to do? Start a war in New York?" Hearing Fury's accusation, Johnny's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling indifference. "An explanation? Fury, are you mistaken? I never need to explain my actions to anyone. As for what I'm trying to do..." Johnny glanced toward the lounge and then at the White Queen, who was still on her knees cleaning up the mess. "I'm just taking back what belongs to me. And adding a little excitement to this boring world. As for the deputy director you mentioned..." Johnny paused, Maria Hill's icy face and tight blue uniform flashing through his mind. "Since you brought it up, let her come. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, Oscorp Tower. I'd like to chat with her about future sponsorship fees for S.H.I.E.L.D. With that, Johnny hung up without giving Fury a chance to refuse. The receiver clicked down. Johnny stood up and stretched. S.H.I.E.L.D. Humph. Since they're coming, they won't leave empty-handed. Maria Hill. Your iceberg is about to melt. A hunter's gleam flashed in Johnny's eyes. Many children, many blessings. The next target was already locked. The next day. At 9:50 a.m. the top floor of Oscorp Tower. Sunlight streamed through the massive windows, but it couldn't dispel the lingering scent, a mix of musk and fine perfume, thick and sensual. Johnny sat in the executive chair holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee. Emma Frost had made it herself. The once arrogant White Queen, now wearing a hastily repaired torn business suit, knelt under the desk wiping suspicious stains from the floor with a cloth. Her movements were slow, her knees still trembling slightly. Clearly she hadn't recovered from yesterday's strenuous work. Johnny took a sip of coffee, his gaze sweeping over the graceful curve bent over on the floor. He had to admit, once a woman was conquered she became a completely different person. Once a thorny rose, now she was a pool of spring water ready to be molded. Enough cleaning. We have a guest coming soon. Go hide in the lounge. He pointed to the closed lounge door. And check if that little wildcat is awake. If she is, tell her debt isn't paid yet. Emma's body stiffened noticeably. She looked up, her once proud and cold face now flushed with a complex emotion, a mix of shame and awe. Yes, master. Emma struggled to stand, supporting her waist, and wobbled into the lounge. The door opened and closed. Faintly the sound of Silver Sable's weak, tearful curses could be heard. Bastard. Pervert. Johnny's smile widened. Curse away. The fiercer the curses now, the louder the moans later. That was the hidden joy of the many children, many blessings system. Just then the lounge door creaked open a crack. Emma Frost stepped in. A knock sounded at the office door. Come in. Johnny adjusted his posture, striving to appear as a proper domineering CEO. The door opened. Kingpin's massive frame squeezed in first, then he stepped aside. Master, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent has arrived. As you ordered, only one person. As Kingpin's words fell, a tall, straight figure walked in. The deep blue S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical uniform clung to her devilish figure, seamless and without a wrinkle. Her black ear-length hair was neat, and her exquisite face was cold as ice. And those ice-blue eyes that seemed to freeze the air itself. Maria Hill, Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 9 Agent. Also the Ice Queen of countless Marvel fans' hearts. Hill walked to the desk and stopped. Her back was straight as a spear. Her gaze swept over Johnny, carrying undisguised disgust and wariness. I'm here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. to discuss the illegal armed conflict involving Oscorp and the diplomatic dispute with Symkaria. Hill's voice was cold, strictly business. She even omitted any form of address. Johnny didn't get angry, instead he studied her with interest. Is this the allure of a uniform? TSK, the tightness was even more striking than Felicia's leather suit. Especially those long legs wrapped in tactical pants. If they were draped over my shoulders. Ahem. Talk. Johnny chuckled lightly, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk. Agent Hill, I think you've mistaken something. This is Oscorp. My turf. Speaking to me in that interrogative tone. Johnny leaned forward slightly, and the terrifying pressure of a powerhouse surged toward Hill like an avalanche. Don't you think that's rather rude? Hill felt her breath catch. It was like being stared down by an ancient, ferocious beast. Every hair on her body stood on end. But she was the second in command of S.H.I.E.L.D. with formidable mental fortitude. This is an official investigation. Hill gritted her teeth, forcing herself not to retreat. You used heavy weapons in the city yesterday, causing severe panic. And that Silver Sable, she's a Symkarian official. You're illegally detaining her. Stop. Johnny interrupted her impatiently. Official. That's a rule made for the weak. For me. Johnny stood up, walked around the desk, and approached Hill step by step. With each step, Hill's heartbeat quickened. Rules are meant to be broken. Johnny stopped right in front of her. They were very close. So close that Johnny could smell the cool mint on her, and a faint fragrance born of tension. Besides, Johnny lowered his head, leaning close to her ear. Don't you know why that old fox Nick Fury sent you alone? Hill's pupils contracted sharply. Of course she knew. Before coming, Fury had hinted. This Johnny Gilda was extremely dangerous, but also a notorious womanizer. For the sake of S.H.I.E.L.D., D's interests to win over this formidable power. Some sacrifices were inevitable. What? What are you trying to do? Hill's hand instinctively reached for the holster at her waist. But the next second her wrist was clamped in a grip like iron pincers. Nothing much. Johnny smiled a smile that Hill found more terrifying than a demon's. Just checking the physical fitness of A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. After all, I'm a taxpayer. It's only reasonable to oversee your work, isn't it? Before the words died away, Johnny's hand suddenly yanked, pulling Hill into his embrace. Her rigid tactical uniform collided with his diamond-hard chest, producing a dull thud. Let me go. Hill cried out in shock and anger, raising her leg to kick at Johnny's vitals. It was A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's instinct. However, too slow. Johnny merely lifted his knee, effortlessly deflecting the strike. He then hooked her long leg, trapping it. This position was extremely intimate and extremely humiliating. Is this the level of a level 9 agent? Johnny shook his head, his eyes full of mockery. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D.'s training is lacking. Need me to give you some private lessons? Hill's face flushed crimson. She had never suffered such a disgrace. Being held like this by a man in such a pose. Bastard. I'll kill you. Kill me. Johnny's smile widened. You can't even draw your gun. How will you kill me? With your eyes. Johnny's hand slid down her back, stopping at her taut waist. Even through the uniform, the astounding elasticity was palpable. Fury sent you for Oscorp's biotech, didn't he? Johnny suddenly changed the subject. Extremist the cradle, and even something more advanced. S.H.I.E.L.D. wants these right. Hill paused, ceasing her struggle. This was the core of the mission. S.H.I.E.L.D. was facing Hydra infiltration, though they didn't know it yet, and urgently needed to boost its strength. Oscorp's technology was their dream. You're willing to cooperate? Hill's voice trembled. Of course. Johnny nodded, his eyes as sincere as a patriotic businessman. For world peace, for humanity's future, I'm certainly willing to contribute. However, Johnny's tone shifted. That oppressive aura returned. I said I'm a businessman. If you want the tech, you have to pay the price. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't offer me money or power. So, Johnny's finger hooked the zipper at the collar of Hill's uniform. I'll have to take something else in exchange. For instance, you. Hill shuddered. She stared into Johnny's black eyes, which seemed to devour everything. The raw, undisguised desire. Impossible. Hill refused through gritted teeth. I'm the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Not your bargaining chip. Is that so? Johnny chuckled. What a pity. It seems the cooperation between Oscorp and S.H.I.E.L.D. is off. And he leaned in, his lips just a centimeter from hers. Do you know what I did to that silver sable in the lounge a while ago? She was a tough nut. But now, she's learned to talk to me on her knees. Want to give it a try? A threat. Another blatant threat. But Hill knew this man meant what he said. And if the mission failed, Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. desperately needed a strong ally now. The Avengers Initiative was still struggling. Tony Stark was a maverick, the Hulk a ticking time bomb. Only this man, though dangerous, was currently the only one who could overpower everything. Hill's inner turmoil raged. Dignity or the mission? What's the matter? Still thinking. Johnny seemed to lose patience. His hand yanked down sharply. Zip, the sound of the zipper sliding. It was also the sound of Hill's psychological defenses crumbling. The deep blue uniform opened, revealing a white tight undershirt beneath and a cleavage deep enough to drive any man wild. Beautiful. Johnny admired. His hand covered it without hindrance. Since Fury sent you here, I won't hold back. Just taking a little interest, that's not too much, is it? Hill closed her eyes. 2 clear tears slid down from the corners. She didn't resist anymore. Or rather, she knew resistance was futile. Before this powerful man, she was like a lamb to the slaughter. You'll regret this. Hill's voice was as faint as a murmur. Regret. Johnny burst into laughter. The word regret has never been in my vocabulary. Only conquest. Ding. Target Maria Hill's psychological defenses weakening. Current status humiliation compromise self-consolation in progress. Achievement unlocked iceberg melted physical. Congratulations to the host for receiving stage reward S. H. I. E. L. D. S-Class Confidential Archives access. Skill description: you can access all of S. H. I. E. L. D. S dirt and secrets anytime anywhere, including the list of dormant Hydra agents. Bonus reward affection 10. Though it's in the negatives, it's slowly warming up. Hearing the system prompts, Johnny scooped Hill up in his arms. He tossed her directly onto the wide desk. Documents scattered across the floor. Now. Johnny leaned over her. Let's officially begin the negotiations. Deputy Director Hill. First item on the agenda. S. H. I. E. L. D. Agent endurance testing. Outside the office, Kingpin still stood like a statue. But he silently pulled out a third cotton ball and stuffed it into his ears. It seems the boss's temper today is still running high. Is this the world of the strong? Indeed. Terrifying beyond measure. The office door opened again. Maria Hill walked out. Her deep blue S. H. I. E. L. D. Tactical uniform, though neatly refastened, showed signs of strain. The collar zipper slightly deformed, the belt fastened tighter than usual, as if desperately hiding some physical weakness. Her face remained cold as ice, but her once piercing ice-blue eyes were now clouded with a mist not yet fully dissipated. Even with every step her brow creased slightly. It felt like she had just run a marathon, her legs still trembling uncontrollably. Deputy Director Hill, take care. Kingpin stood like an iron tower at the door, his trademark fake smile on his face as he thoughtfully pressed the elevator button for her. Hill froze. She shot Kingpin a glare, then looked back at the closed office door. She gritted her teeth. Tell him. Hill's voice was hoarse as if filled with gravel. S. H. I. E. L. D. Will fulfill the agreed conditions. But if he dares to leak a single word of today's negotiation details, I'll blow his brains out, even if I have to strip off this uniform. With that, she fled into the elevator. Only when the doors closed did Kingpin faintly hear a long, exhausted sigh from inside. TSK. Kingpin shook his head, pulled out a third cotton ball from his pocket, and silently stuffed it into his ears. The boss's combat prowess was even more brutal than his own days of slashing people in Hell's Kitchen. Inside the office, Johnny bare-chested lounged casually in the executive chair, holding a glass of red wine, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window at the ant-like traffic below. His mood was absolutely superb. System open the S. H. I. E. L. D. Classified archives. Johnny commanded silently in his mind. The vigorous negotiation just now had not only left him physically and mentally satisfied, but more importantly had earned him the long-coveted reward. Ding. S. H. I. E. L. D. S-Class Confidential Archives connected. Retrieving high-value targets for you. Countless encrypted files streamed across his retina like water. Hydra's dormant agent list, alien technology remnants, unregistered superhumans. Suddenly Johnny's gaze locked onto a file marked top secret. File codename Miracles. Location Sokovia Hydra Secret Research Base. Person in charge Baron Wolfgang von Strucker. Attached to the file was a blurry photo. In the photo, a girl in a red hoodie huddled in the corner of a dark cell, her eyes reflecting a wary, wild alertness like a wounded beast. Wanda Maximoff. The future Scarlet Witch. Also the heartache of countless Marvel fans. Found her. A smile of a hunter spotting prey curled at the corner of Johnny's mouth. My little witch. So that's where you've been hiding. He drained the glass of red wine and slammed it heavily on the desk. Kingpin. At your command, master. Get the car. No, never mind. Johnny stood up, his muscular body gleaming with a bronze sheen in the sunlight, radiating explosive power. I'll go myself. Some treasures I don't feel safe leaving in others' hands. I need to bring them home right away. Sokovia. A small border town in Eastern Europe, perpetually shrouded in war and cold. Deep within the city, a Hydra base converted from an ancient castle lay hidden beneath the white snow. Deep in the base underground laboratory, Baron Strucker stood before a one-way mirror gazing fanatically at the two test subjects inside. A silver-haired young man moved at high speed, leaving only after images. A red-haired girl sat cross-legged on the floor playing with a ball of crimson energy in her hands. That was the power bestowed by the scepter. It was also Hydra's hope of conquering the world. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Baron Strucker exclaimed, his greed undisguised. If I can control these twins, what is the Avengers? What is S? H. I. E. L. D. The world will belong to Hydra. However, as he was lost in his dream, boom. A deafening explosion shattered the base's tranquility. The entire underground laboratory shook violently, the lights overhead flickering dimly, and the alarm howled mournfully. What's happening? Strucker was furious. An intruder. Was it the Avengers? No. Sir. A monitor operator pointed at the screen in terror, his voice trembling. No. It's not the Avengers. It's a single person. On the screen, the originally indestructible base gate had become a massive gaping hole. Amidst the billowing dust, a man in a black trench coat of Asian descent walked in with a leisurely, unhurried stride. He carried no weapons. But with every step he took, the fully armed Hydra soldiers around him, as if struck by an invisible force, screamed and flew backward, crashing violently against the walls, their fate unknown. His aura was fully unleashed. A domineering presence overflowed. Those who stand in my way shall die. Xiaomi's voice, though soft, echoed clearly throughout the base, carrying a soul-shuddering pressure. He advanced like a steamroller. Whether it was high-tech energy rifles or enhanced Hydra agents before him, they were as fragile as paper. He hadn't even activated his signature aura. With just his raw physical strength and speed, he could crush everything. Monster. A monster. Strucker, watching the murderous figure closing in on the screen, felt cold sweat instantly soak his back. Quick. Activate the defense system. Release all the experimental subjects. Stop him at all costs. But it was useless. In less than 3 minutes. Bang. The lab's heavy blast door was kicked flying. The massive steel door shot through the entire room like a cannonball, directly crushing several of Strucker's trusted subordinates into pulp. Xiangni walked in. He brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes, his gaze skipping over the trembling Strucker and landing on the cell holding the twins. That red figure. First meeting Baron Strucker. Xiangni's voice was lazy, tinged with mockery. Thank you for taking care of my family for so long. Now I've come to take them home. Who are you? Strucker drew his pistol, pointing it at Xiangni with trembling hands. I am the leader of Hydra. You can't, annoying. Xiangni frowned slightly and flicked his finger. Whoosh. A golden energy wave instantly pierced through Strucker's wrist. The pistol fell. Strucker let out a pig-like scream, clutching his severed hand and kneeling on the ground. Xiangni didn't even glance at him, walking straight toward the special cell. He reached out and grabbed a thick aloe bar as thick as an arm. With a slight exertion of force. Creak, the grating sound of twisting metal echoed. The indestructible cage was pried open like a piece of noodle, bending a massive gap. Seeing this, the silver-haired youth Quicksilver inside flashed his figure, attempting to use his speed to attack Xiangni. But the next second. Thud. He was sent flying by a single slap from Xiangni, embedded directly into the wall, unable to be pulled out. Brother-in-law, calm down. Xiangni glanced at him, then turned his gaze to the red-haired girl in the corner. Wanda Maximoff. She lifted her head, her wild eyes flickering with a crimson glow. Between her hands, chaotic magic energy surged madly. She was both furious and terrified. Don't come closer. Wanda screamed, hurling a red energy sphere at Xiangni. However, Xiangni merely waved his hand lightly. The chaotic magic, enough to blow up a tank, dissipated like smoke blown away by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Is this your power? Xiangni walked up to her, crouched down, and met her eyes. His calm, confident, and all-encompassing aura left Wanda stunned. Not yet, mature little witch. Xiangni reached out, ignoring the energy swirling around her, and gently lifted her chin. The sensation from his fingertips was delicate and icy. Do you want revenge? Xiangni looked into her eyes, his voice filled with temptation. Do you want to destroy Stark? Do you want to stop being treated like a lab rat? Wanda's pupils contracted slightly. These were the deepest desires in her heart. Follow me. Xiangni flashed a brilliant smile, but in Wanda's eyes it was more seductive than a devil's. Be my woman. I'll give you power. I'll give you freedom. Even Xiangni leaned close to her face, inhaling her unique youthful fragrance. I can help you trample this world. Underfoot. Ding. Detected Marvel's top potential stock, Wanda Maximoff Scarlet Witch. Target status: fear, confusion, thirst for power. Body measurements: B84, W58, H86. Enormous potential, especially. Ahem. Chaos magic modified physique system suggestion: this target is extremely love-starved and admires strength. The host's display of absolute power and savior posture is the best weapon to breach her mental defenses. Reward preview: chaos magic affinity physique reality manipulation ability low tier and a magical little wife who obeys every word you say. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiangni's smile grew even wider. This wasn't a rescue. This was clearly the beginning of a raising game. Wanda looked at the man before her. His palm was broad and warm, his gaze domineering yet tender. In this frozen hell, he was like a sudden blazing sun. Scorching, blinding, yet irresistibly drawing her closer. Can you really give me the power for revenge? Wanda's voice trembled. Of course. Xiangni pulled her into his arms, letting her feel his solid chest. As long as you obey. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Including. Xiangni smirked mischievously, whispering into her ear. A warm home. And a group of loving sisters. The snow in Sokovia was still falling. But the Hydra base had become a pile of ruins. Xiangni, with the dazed Wanda in his arms and the bewildered Quicksilver dragged by the collar behind him, swaggered out of the gate. Time to go home. Xiangni glanced at the little witch in his arms, already planning the welcome ceremony tonight. Should he let Gwen, Felicia, and he'll have a four-person mahjong game. For the peace of the universe, these kidneys were going to have to work overtime. Above Manhattan, New York. A pitch-black Quinjet sliced through the clouds, but instead of landing at the Avengers Tower or the S.H.I.E.L.D. helipad, it arrogantly hovered above the top of Osborne Tower. The hatch slowly opened. Xiangni stepped out, holding Wanda in her red attire. The wind was strong at that height, blowing Wanda's already messy auburn hair into wild disarray. She instinctively nestled closer to Xiangni, her wild yet timid eyes curiously and warily surveying the concrete jungle below. Is this the taste of freedom? Don't be afraid. Xiangni gently patted her thin shoulder, the warmth of his palms spreading through her thin red sweater. From today, this is your home. And also your. Xiangni's lips curled into a sly grin, leaning close to her ear and whispering hunting ground. Wanda's face flushed crimson. Though she hadn't fully grasped the deep meaning of his words, the sense of being invaded and enveloped inexplicably calmed her heart, which had been in constant fear for years. Hey! I said. Behind them a very untimely voice rang out. Pietro Maximoff, the future Quicksilver, was dragging two huge suitcases loot Xiangni had borrowed from the Hydra base, with a displeased expression panting behind them. Can you stop flirting here? My sister just got out of prison. She needs rest, not listening to your thud. Before he could finish, Xiangni, without turning around, backhanded an air bullet. It precisely struck Pietro's forehead. Ouch. The speedster mutant didn't even have a chance to react, falling flat on his back. Brother-in-law, mind your attitude, Xiangni said leisurely, his tone devoid of anger, only a natural dominance. In this house only I get to speak. As for you. Xiangni pointed at the burly, bald-headed fat man waiting respectfully at the penthouse entrance. Kingpin, take him to the security department. This kid has quick legs. From now on, deliveries, midnight snacks, dog walking, all that stuff goes to him. Yes, master. Kingpin grinned, a smile that Pietro found more terrifying than Baron Strucker of Hydra. Come on, silver-haired boy. Kingpin grabbed Pietro by the scruff like a chicken. No. I'm not going. I need to protect Wanda. Pietro struggled desperately, but against absolute power his speed was useless. He looked pleadingly at Wanda. However, his precious sister was now burying her head in that man's chest, not even glancing at him. Pietro's heart shattered. She hadn't even married out yet, and her elbow was already turned to outer space. With the interference dealt with, Xiangni was in a great mood. He wrapped his arm around Wanda and stepped into the private elevator leading to the top-floor penthouse. Ding! The elevator doors opened. A wave of warm, cozy air rushed in. In the spacious, luxurious living room, three stunningly beautiful women of distinct styles were sitting on the sofa, apparently having some family meeting. Gwen Stacy, in loose loungewear, held a cup of warm milk, her belly slightly swollen, radiating a maternal glow. Felicia Hardy, looking as lazy as a little wildcat, was sunk into the sofa playing with an exquisite dagger. Maria Hill S.H.I.E. L.D. SIC deputy director was wearing one of Cheongni's oversized white shirts, frowning at a document on her tablet. Her long legs exposed were dazzling. Hearing the elevator, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes turned in unison. When they saw the ragged red-haired girl with a face that could topple kingdoms in Cheongni's arms. The air fell silent for a moment. Ahem. Cheongni coughed dryly, putting on his signature roguish smile. Well, I went out and picked up a stray little witch. She looked pitiful, so I brought her back. To keep. Felicia raised an eyebrow, her cat-like eyes full of mischief. I think it's to keep in bed, right? TSK tisk this figure, this aura. Boss, your taste is as picky as ever. Hills snorted coldly, closing her tablet. A Hydra experiment subject. Code name Scarlet Witch. Cheongni, do you know what you're doing? She's a dangerous element. S. H. I. E. L. D. Is wanted. Stop. Cheongni interrupted Hill's professional outburst. He walked straight to the sofa, sat down, and pulled Wanda onto his lap. In my house there are no dangerous elements. Only my women. Hill, don't forget your current status. Cheongni's fingers lightly traced Hill's firm thigh. At S. H. I. E. L. D. You're the deputy director. But here. You're just my trophy. Hill's face flushed crimson, and she bit her lip, turning away, not daring to refute. Because she knew the consequence of refuting was often being carried into the bedroom for disciplinary action. At that moment, Gwen, who had been silent, put down her milk glass. She stood up and walked over to Wanda. Looking at the wary, tense girl, Gwen sighed, her eyes filled with gentle compassion. Don't be afraid. Gwen reached out and gently smoothed Wanda's messy hair. Now that you're here, no one can hurt you. Are you hungry? Let me get you something to eat. This damn first wife aura. This is the grace of a leading lady. Cheongni was so moved he almost knelt to Gwen on the spot. Wanda was stunned. She looked at the blonde girl before her. The warmth made her carefully built psychological defenses collapse instantly. Thank you? Wanda's voice was barely a whisper. All right, from now on we're all family, no need to be so polite. Cheongni waved his hand directly, declaring the family hierarchy. He looked around at the beauties. Gwen's intellect, Felicia's wildness, Hill's cold elegance, Wanda's mystery. This is the empire I've built. To celebrate the new member's arrival, Cheongni unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his muscular chest. His eyes sparkled with a light called debauchery. I think we need to have an in-depth team-building activity. How about it? Who's in favor? Who's opposed? The women exchanged glances. Felicia licked her lips and pounced first. I'm in favor. I was just wondering if this little witch's magic could add some new twists to our game. Hilda, reluctant, didn't move her body from her spot. As for Wanda, in Cheongni's arms she had already melted into a puddle of spring water. The night was still young, and the lights on the top floor of Osborne Tower were destined to shine all night. Ding. Detected host successfully recruited potential stock, Wanda Maximoff. Current status, fledgling clinging affection skyrocketing. Achievement, unlock the witch's redemption. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward Chaos Magic Affinity Physique Basic. Skill description, you will have extremely high resistance to magic and your bodily fluids will have a fatal attraction and enhancement effect on magical beings. Bonus reward, affection 20, all harem. System tip, family harmony is the foundation of reproduction. Host, keep up the good work and soon let the Scarlet Witch also bear the offspring of a scion. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Cheongni, who was busy, curled his lips into a smug smile. Bodily fluid enhancement. This skill. Is it proper? But, damn, it's so practical. Wanda. Cheongni whispered into the little witch's ear. Are you ready? I'm about to start teaching you the true magic. At the top of Osborne Tower, the first rays of dawn, though brilliant, seemed almost superfluous for this luxurious office. Because the air here was perpetually thick with an intoxicating scent of pheromones. Johnny sat in the executive chair holding a report on the progress of the symbiote suit development. The scientific sister duo Zhao Hailuan and Maya Hansen proved astonishingly efficient. In just one night, the prototype data for the first-generation biosymbiotic suit had already been generated. Not bad. Johnny closed the folder, a hint of pleasure in his mood. Beneath his desk, our Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff was meekly crouching. Her eyes, once wild and wary, now appeared somewhat dazed and focused. Crimson magical energy flickered at her fingertips as if performing some delicate operation. The application of magic is indeed far more refined than physical means. Johnny reached down and pressed Wanda's little head, feeling the tremor that resonated in the depths of her soul. This little witch. She learns fast. Yesterday she was just a novice recklessly throwing energy orbs, and today she's already mastered the proper use of chaos magic. Master. Just then Kingpin's voice, jarring the mood, came through the intercom. HR sent over a new resume. It says Miss Emma has been overworked lately, and her body is a bit overwhelmed, so she needs another personal assistant to share the pressure. Hearing this, Johnny's lips curled slightly. Emma overwhelmed. She was thoroughly wrecked. She's probably still lying in the lounge questioning her life choices. Let them in. Johnny patted Wanda's head, signaling the end of today's morning lesson. Wanda licked the corner of her mouth with some reluctance, and stood up. Her delicate face bore a mesmerizing flush. Go play with your sister Gwen and the others. Johnny straightened her slightly disheveled collar. I have business to discuss. Wanda nodded, obediently dissolved into a flash of red light, and vanished beyond the door. Not long after, the office door was knocked. Come in. The door opened. Kingpin stepped aside, revealing a vision that could instantly stir any man's blood. It was a woman with a cascade of wine-red wavy hair. She wore a meticulously tailored black professional suit, the white blouse underneath straining at the buttons as if ready to burst at any moment. Her long legs, encased in black stockings, were perfectly straight and slender. With each step, the click of her heels seemed to tap directly on the heart. The mature allure and seductive charm radiating from her very bones. She was a walking pheromone dispenser. Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow. Hello, Mr. Gilda. Natasha approached the desk, a professional yet irresistibly tempting smile on her face. She bowed slightly, revealing a breathtaking glimpse of snowy white at her neckline. I am Natalie Rushman, here to apply for the position of executive assistant. Her voice was slightly husky, carrying a unique magnetism. It was a professionally trained tone designed to ignite male desire. Johnny leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen in his hand, his gaze roving unapologetically over her figure. Finally it settled on her emerald green eyes. Ding. Detected classic Marvel quality female, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. Target identity S. H. I. E. L. D. Top agent, elite assassin, master of disguise. Current disguise, legal department assistant Natalie. Body measurements B89, W61, H91, golden ratio, max flexibility, system suggestion. This is a thorny black rose, a sugar-coated bullet from S. H. I. E. L. D. Since that old fox Fury is so generous, the host might as well swallow the sugar and fire the bullet back. Conquest reward preview, master level combat techniques, extended lifespan, super soldier serum variant, and comprehensive agent service experience. Hearing the system prompt, Johnny almost laughed out loud. Nick Fury. Have you run out of tricks? When Hill's hard approach failed, you send a soft one. Do you really think I'm some lecher who can't resist a pretty face? Well, though I am indeed. But I don't take just any rotten vegetable. Natalie Rushman. Johnny picked up the resume from the desk and glanced at it with feigned interest. Fluent in 4 languages, graduated from Harvard Law School and worked as a model. Impressive resume. Thank you, sir. Natasha confidently thrust out her chest. The scale was indeed considerable. I believe I am fully capable of handling this job. Whether it's processing documents or taking care of the boss's daily life. She emphasized these last words. Her gaze was entangling, full of insinuation. If it were Tony Stark, the playboy, he'd probably be signing the contract by now. But Johnny wasn't Tony. He was more direct, more domineering. Is that so? Johnny tossed the resume aside, stood up, walked around the desk, and approached Natasha step by step. That oppressive mountain-like aura descended again. Natasha's heart tightened. Is this the inhuman pressure Hill mentioned in her report? It truly lives up to its reputation. Yet she didn't retreat. Instead, she met Johnny's gaze, a provocative smile curling at her lips. Boss, are you going to interview me personally? Of course. Johnny stopped before her, extended a finger, and gently lifted her chin. The touch of his fingertip was delicate and warm. But I don't care for this kind of fake interview. Johnny's eyes turned sharp in an instant, like 2 knives piercing straight through Natasha's disguise. For instance, using a false name. Natasha's pupils contracted sharply. But as a top agent, her facial expression remained utterly still. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. You don't. Johnny gave a light laugh. Then he struck. His movement was as swift as lightning. Natasha instinctively tried to block, but her muscles had barely tensed when Johnny's iron-like hand clamped down on her wrist. Then an immense force swept over her. The world spun. Bang! Natasha was slammed onto the desk. The position was utterly humiliating. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Johnny leaned over her, his lips close to her ear, his voice low and mocking. S-H-I-E-L-D. S-Ace. What didn't he tell you? In front of me all disguises are as laughable as being naked. Her identity exposed in an instant. Natasha stopped pretending. She was no longer the timid little assistant, her eyes turned fierce. Since you know who I am, then you should also know my methods for dealing with men. Though pinned down, Natasha twisted her body like a serpent, trying to find an opening to counterattack. Her taut thigh brushed deliberately against Johnny's waist. Methods. Johnny laughed. He didn't dodge, instead he slid his leg between hers, completely sealing off all her escape routes. Your methods are nothing but beauty and poison. Too bad. Johnny's fingers traced down her spine, finally stopping at that astonishing curve. He gave a hard squeeze. MMH. Natasha let out a muffled groan, her body instantly going limp. Your beauty is a pleasure for me. As for the poison. A golden light flashed in Johnny's eyes. It's useless against me. Since that one-eyed fury sent you here, don't expect to leave intact. Hill's performance yesterday was decent, but I wasn't fully satisfied. Good thing you're here. Johnny tore open the obstructive blouse. Buttons scattered across the floor. Let me see. The legendary Black Widow. Just how poisonous you are. Natasha stared at Johnny's eyes blazing with fire. For the first time she felt the fear of a hunter becoming the prey. This man, he's not human. Wait. Natasha tried to stall with words. We can talk. About S-H-I-E-L-D. As cooperation. Cooperation. Johnny silenced her with a kiss on her crimson lips, swallowing all her nonsense. This is cooperation. The most profound kind. Outside the office, Kingpin silently pulled the fourth cotton ball from his pocket and stuffed it into his ears. Then he turned, standing like a guardian at the corridor entrance. The boss's stamina, truly enviable. Kingpin sighed. Looks like S-H-I-E-L-D has lost both the battle and the bride again. But isn't it time to upgrade the soundproofing in this Osborne tower? The commotion, even the security guards downstairs could probably hear it. Ding. Detected target. Natasha Romanoff's psychological defenses are collapsing. Current status: shocked, helpless, body betraying will. Congratulations, host, on achieving the achievement Agent Nemesis. Obtain stage reward Super Physique Endurance Enhancement Max. Skill description: your kidneys are now forged from iron. No matter how many enemies you face, you will stand unyielding. Hearing the prompt in his mind. In the midst of his busy work, Johnny's movements grew even more ferocious. Endurance Enhancement Max. Good stuff. Now even if a feminized Avengers team comes knocking, I can take them all on solo. Natasha. Johnny looked down at the woman with the dazed eyes. A conqueror's smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Welcome to Osborne. Your interview is passed. Top of Osborne Tower. Huh? Johnny leaned back in the executive chair, casually lighting a postcoital cigarette. In the swirling smoke, he looked down at Natasha, who was lying on his lap like a languid Persian cat. Where was the fierce S-H-I-E-L-D top agent now? Her wine-red wavy hair was scattered messily over Johnny's abdominal muscles. Her delicate seductive face was now etched with exhaustion and a kind of emptiness and satisfaction, as if her soul had been drained. The originally well-tailored black professional suit was now a pile of rags hanging loosely around her waist. That kind of fragmented beauty only made the blood run hotter. How is it, Miss Natalie? Johnny's fingers wound through her hair, his voice hoarse and teasing. Are you satisfied with this executive assistant position? Or, do you have any objections to the interview result? Natasha lifted her head slightly. Her emerald eyes flickered with complex emotions. There was the shame of being completely seen through and conquered as an agent, and also a hint of addictive cravings she was unwilling to admit. This man. He was nothing short of an untiring beast. Both in strength, and in that area he was ridiculously powerful. No objections, boss. Natasha's voice was gravelly, as if she had swallowed sand. She extended her tongue and gently licked her slightly swollen lips. Your interview process is indeed very thorough. I like it. Ding. Detected target. Natasha Romanoff's physical and mental defenses completely collapsed. Achievement unlocked. Widow Terminator. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the binding reward God-level disguise technique. Skill description: now you can perfectly control your micro-expressions, breath, and even heartbeat, even if you dress as a woman. Ahem, in short, no one in this world can see through your lies. Bonus reward: Master Level Combat Techniques, Red Room Secret Edition. Current affinity 85 from lust to love, gradually sinking. Hearing the system prompts, the smile on Johnny's lips deepened. God-level disguise. Master level combat. Though these skills were merely icing on the cake for him, now one could never have too many skills. Since you're satisfied, get to work obediently. Johnny patted Natasha's smooth back. Emma has indeed been too tired lately. From now on, filing documents, serving tea, and... Johnny leaned close to her ear, speaking with a wicked grin. The task of warming the bed is yours. Yes, master. Natasha responded meekly, picked up the torn pieces of clothing from the floor and walked into the inner lounge with a mixture of dishevelment and allure. Watching her swaying figure, Johnny felt an immense satisfaction. S-H-I-E-L-D. As long as they dared to send them, he dared to take them. Send as many as you like. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. A highly restrained knock sounded. Come in. Kingpin pushed the door open. He first swept a sharp glance over the empty office, then at the closed lounge door. Then he silently pulled the already prepared cotton ball from his pocket and unobtrusively tucked it back. It seemed the battle was over. Master. Kingpin approached the desk and bowed his large bald head respectfully. What is it? Johnny adjusted his slightly disheveled belt. It's about the follow-up issues with the group acquisition. Kingpin's expression turned grim, clearly facing a problem that even this underground king found troublesome. We forcibly took control of the board and completed the share transfer. But some flies have followed the scent and come buzzing. The New York County District Attorney's Office, along with a few law firms representing small shareholders, have jointly filed a lawsuit. They accuse our acquisition process of being illegal, involving violent coercion, and are seeking to freeze all assets of Osborne Group and launch an investigation. At this, a murderous glint flashed in Kingpin's eyes. Master, should I send someone to take care of those leading lawyers? He made a throat-slitting gesture. Simple, brutal, and effective. TSK. Johnny waved his hand, showing clear disapproval. Kingpin, you're a legitimate businessman now. How can you always resort to violence? We must win people over with virtue, understand? And besides... Johnny stroked his chin, a playful gleam in his eyes. Lawyers. That reminds me. A group as large as Osborne can't be without a top-notch legal team. Did they send someone? Yes. Kingpin nodded. Their lead attorney is already waiting in the conference room downstairs. She's very aggressive, saying that if she doesn't see you, she'll directly apply for a court injunction. And... Kingpin paused, his expression turning strange. This lawyer is a bit special. Special. Johnny's interest was piqued. A lawyer that even Kingpin finds special. Can she transform or something? Lead the way. Johnny stood up, straightened his suit. I'll go meet this fearless lawyer. Osborne Tower, 50th floor, the main conference room. Originally designed for press conferences, it was spacious and bright. At this moment, a single figure sat in the room. A woman. She wore a dark gray tailored business suit that accentuated her tall, slender figure. Her black curly hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses rested on her nose, giving her an intellectual, capable look, yet also exuding an air of stern inaccessibility. Jennifer Walters. One of the top criminal defense lawyers in New York. Of course, she also had a hidden identity. Bruce Banner's cousin. At this moment she was flipping through the documents in her hands, frowning deeply. This is outright robbery. Jennifer stared at the shocking equity transfer records on the paper, and slammed her pen on the table in anger. Overnight, all opposing directors had either disappeared or died in accidents. The remaining ones obediently signed over their shares. How could this be a business acquisition? This is clearly a gangland turf war. That man named Johnny Gillard. Jennifer gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Utter lawlessness. As a lawyer with a strong sense of justice, nothing disgusted her more than bullies who trampled on the law. No matter how high the legal fees offered, she was determined to send that bastard to prison. Just then the creak of the door sounded as the conference room door swung open. Johnny walked in with his hands in his pockets, striding leisurely on his long legs. Behind him followed Kingpin, who looked like a bodyguard. Oh. The moment Johnny entered, his gaze landed on Jennifer. He raised an eyebrow slightly. So this is the troublemaking lawyer. She's quite something. That intellectual yet slightly wild look, the sternness tinged with a suppressed sensuality. Especially those eyes hidden behind the black-rimmed glasses, stubborn and bright. TSK. Isn't this the legendary legal beauty? And Johnny keenly sensed a faint wild trace of green energy within her. Hulk bloodline. Interesting. The smile on Johnny's lips deepened. You're Johnny Gillard. Jennifer stood up, meeting his gaze fearlessly. Although the man was overwhelmingly handsome, causing her heart to skip a beat, her professional composure quickly calmed her down. I'm Jennifer Walters, lawyer representing the Alliance of Minority Shareholders. Mr. Gillard, regarding your acquisition of Osborne Industries, we have gathered substantial evidence of illegal activities, including but not limited to intimidation, extortion, and even— Jennifer stared into Johnny's eyes, enunciating each word. Murder. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation and cease these illegal actions, then we will meet in court. Faced with this barrage of accusations, Johnny not only remained unruffled but even applauded. Clap, clap, clap. Brilliant. Johnny walked over to Jennifer, pulled out a chair, sat down, and casually crossed his legs. Miss Walters, is it? Your eloquence is impressive. But— Johnny leaned forward, the powerful masculine aura instantly enveloping Jennifer. Aren't you missing something? Law. In this building I am the law. You. Jennifer was speechless with rage. She had seen arrogance but never this. Mr. Gillard. Show some respect. Jennifer stepped back, suppressing her fury. This is America, not your personal kingdom. Do you think money can buy anything? Sorry. Johnny spread his hands, looking utterly matter-of-fact. Money can indeed buy anything. And Johnny's gaze swept over Jennifer as if seeing through her clothes. I have more than just money. I have power. The kind of power that can make a righteous little lawyer like you shut up obediently. A chill ran down Jennifer's spine. That look was far too aggressive. Like a lion eyeing its prey. But her Hulk bloodline prevented her from retreating like an ordinary woman. Instead, it stirred a defiant spirit. Is that so? Jennifer sneered. Then let's see about that. I'll apply for an enforcement order. I'll expose your crimes to the media. I will. You'll become my chief legal counsel. Johnny interrupted her abruptly, his tone calm yet carrying an imperious authority. What? Jennifer was stunned. I said— Johnny stood up and stepped closer. Your abilities are impressive. I appreciate them. Instead of wasting your time fighting for those minor shareholders who buzz like flies, why not work for me? I'll pay you 10 times, no 100 times your current salary. Besides— Johnny reached out and gently lifted her ID badge. I can see there's a rather interesting power suppressed inside you. If you don't release it, it might harm your body. Boom. Jennifer's expression changed instantly. How did he know? The Hulk bloodline within her was her greatest secret. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. might not know. This man. Who are you? Jennifer's voice trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to step back only to find the wall behind her. Who I am doesn't matter. Johnny placed one hand on the wall, trapping her. What matters is, I can help you control that power. And even— Johnny leaned in close, leaving only a few centimeters between them. I can let you experience the joy of releasing your wild side. So, Miss Walters, care to sign a contract with me? A lifetime contract. Ding. Detected a classic high-quality Marvel female, Jennifer Walters, She-Hulk. Target identity: top lawyer, Hulk family member, potential gamma-ray mutant. Body measurements: B90W62H92 will be even more explosive after transformation. Current affection -20, disgust 10, shock curiosity system suggestion. This is a wild horse, hard to tame, but once tamed she will be your strongest legal shield and bed warrior. Suggestion: use a combination of power suppression and benefit temptation. Preview of reward: gamma energy control, legal mastery, though the host doesn't need to obey the law, and unlock the special form experience of the Hulk girl. Hearing the system's prompts, the green light in Johnny's eyes grew even brighter. Hulk girl. The muscular lines full of power after transformation. The wild extreme impact. Wasn't this exactly prepared to test his super physique? Get off! Jennifer, angered and embarrassed, raised her hand to push Johnny away. But the moment her hand touched his chest it felt like a red-hot iron. The solid muscle sent a strange flutter through her heart. "Don't be so fierce." Johnny took her hand and kissed it. "Since you're a lawyer, let's talk about legal aid. I could use some aid too. Especially." Johnny's gaze swept meaningfully over her red lips. "In certain physiological needs. That counts as legal aid, doesn't it? You pervert." Jennifer's face flushed with anger. But somehow under the overwhelming aura of this man she felt her legs go a little weak. Moreover, the green energy that had always been suppressed inside her seemed to stir restlessly, as if craving a cathartic release. "Pervert." Johnny pulled her waist, ignoring her struggles, and kissed her directly. "Try it. And you'll know." At Osborne Tower in the Grand Conference Room, the once solemn negotiation table had transformed into a battlefield shrouded in smoke. However, the weapons of this battle were not legal clauses but the most primal of hormones. Jennifer Walters' eyes flew wide open. The domineering invasion between her lips and teeth left her mind utterly blank. Then came an unprecedented surge of shame and fury. Who was she? She was a renowned criminal defense attorney in New York. The formidable woman who could silence prosecutors in the courtroom. This bastard dared to forcibly kiss her at the negotiation table. Let go. Jennifer desperately tried to push the man away. With the violent surge of emotions her blood began to boil. A berserk green energy erupted from the depths of her cells. Sizzle, her originally dark brown pupils instantly took on an eerie emerald hue. Beneath her tight professional skirt the lines of her muscles began to swell slightly, brimming with explosive power. That power was enough to overturn a truck. The Hulk bloodline had awakened. Oh! Johnny sensed the change in the woman in his arms. That immense force trying to push him away would have shattered an ordinary person's ribs. But for Johnny, who possessed 2,500 combat power, it was like a kitten scratch. Even. Quite pleasant. Is this gamma energy? Johnny didn't loosen his hold, instead he tightened his arm around her waist. The chi within him exploded instantly, forming an invisible shackle that forcibly suppressed Jennifer's impending transformation. Don't rush to transform, Attorney Walters. Johnny eased back slightly, looking into her flickering green eyes, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. If you turn into that 2-meter-tall Hulk, this sexy professional outfit will be ruined. Not that I'd mind seeing you burst out of it. But now. Johnny's fingers traced her tense thigh, his tone suggestive. I prefer this half-transformed state. It's both wild and retains reason. Absolutely perfect. Jennifer was horrified to realize that her formidable strength was utterly useless against this man. He was like a mountain, immovable no matter how she struggled. And, as Johnny's scorching hand roamed, the originally berserk gamma energy within her, longing to destroy everything, miraculously became docile. It transformed into a numbing heat that spread through her body, rushing straight to her lower abdomen. What have you done to me? Jennifer's voice trembled, her original anger replaced by an inexplicable craving. Nothing. Just helping you relieve some pent-up fire. Johnny lifted her up and placed her directly on the wide mahogany conference table. Crash. The documents, pens, and even the unfinished coffee cup were all swept to the floor. Now court is adjourned. Johnny leaned over, her hands braced on either side of her body, looking down at her. We enter the evidence-gathering phase. Attorney Walters, I need to check whether you are qualified for the position of Chief Legal Counsel of Osborne Group. This is sexual harassment. Jennifer gritted her teeth, making a final stand. I'll sue you. Sue me. Johnny chuckled lightly, his fingers hooking the first button of her blouse. Go ahead. But before that you have to fulfill your defense obligations. For instance. Pop. The button flew off. The dazzling whiteness, accentuated by the emerald gamma energy, appeared extraordinarily alluring. Prove to me that your physical constitution can withstand great pressure. At that moment Jennifer's sanity snapped completely. The thrill of being conquered by absolute power mixed with the physiological impulse from the gamma energy made her instinctively lift her legs and wrap them around Johnny's waist. Bastard. She cursed, then abruptly pulled down his tie and kissed him actively, since she couldn't resist. Then, enjoy. Outside the conference room, Kingpin stood guard like a stone statue. He silently glanced at the closed door, then expertly pulled out the 5th ball of cotton from his pocket and stuffed it into his ears. TSK. The boss wasn't hiring a lawyer at all. He was clearly hiring a sparring partner. And judging by the sounds, This female lawyer seemed to have even more stamina than that female agent. Kingpin shook his head, a hint of envy on his face. This was the world of the strong. Even finding a woman required one who could fight. Otherwise it could be fatal. Inside the conference room the battle raged with unprecedented intensity. With the boost of gamma energy, Jennifer's endurance and flexibility reached the peak of human capability. That wild counterattack filled Johnny with immense exhilaration. This was what he wanted. A battle of equals, though still dominated. Mr. Gilda, your defense method is too extreme, Jennifer said breathlessly, her nails digging deep into Johnny's back. But her green eyes were filled with indulgence. Extreme. Johnny grinned wickedly, his movements growing even more fervent. This is called courtroom passion. Now, tell me loudly. Are you voting against or in favor? In favor. I'm all in favor. Jennifer screamed, her body arching like an electric shock. The pent-up green energy within her finally found an outlet. And erupted completely. Ding. Detected target. Jennifer Walters' body and mind completely subjugated. Achievement unlocked, taming the wild horse. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the binding reward, Gamma Energy Control Basic. Skill description: you can now freely manipulate the energy within you and even enhance your strength through anger like the Hulk. Of course you are more adept at enhancing it through that sort of thing. Bonus reward obtained: absolute rationality passive. Skill description: no matter how violent the energy, it cannot overwhelm your reason. You are the true master. Current affection 90, admiration dependence. Listening to the prompts in his mind, Johnny let out a long breath. Gamma energy control. This was a good thing. Though he didn't need to transform into a green giant, this energy provided a tangible boost to his physique. Combined with the Saiyan bloodline, it was practically a perpetual motion machine. Johnny rolled off Jennifer and casually grabbed the torn suit jacket to cover her. By now Jennifer had returned to her normal form. Her green eyes had reverted to dark brown, but her gaze held a newfound tenderness and submission. She curled up like a kitten on the conference table, still bearing the marks of their frenzy. So, Attorney Walters. Johnny lit a cigarette, leaning against the table with a look of utter contentment. Now, can we talk about the employment contract? Jennifer tugged the jacket to cover herself. Her face flushed crimson. You're a rogue. Thanks for the compliment. Johnny blew out a smoke ring. The contract is right here. He pointed to his chest. The term is a lifetime. The benefits. Johnny's gaze swept over her. Room and board and satisfaction guaranteed. Pa. Jennifer spat, but the corner of her mouth couldn't help lifting. $5 million a year, not a cent less. Also. She looked up at Johnny with a complex expression. You have to help me control that power. Deal. Johnny snapped his fingers. I have plenty of money. As for the power. He leaned in and kissed her forehead. We can do this kind of training every day. Guarantee you'll master it perfectly. Jennifer rolled her eyes at him. But her body instinctively snuggled closer to him. At that moment she knew she had thoroughly boarded this pirate ship. And it seemed she didn't want to get off. Click. Johnny slowly fastened the metal buckle of his belt, producing a crisp sound. He looked down at Jennifer Walters, who was slumped in the executive chair like a puddle of mud. The once formidable legal beauty was now gasping for air without any dignity. Her expensive dark gray business suit had been torn to shreds. Especially the black stockings ripped open with a slit hanging around her ankle, exuding a desolate beauty after torment. How was it? Lawyer Walters. Johnny reached out to tidy her sweat-drenched hair, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you satisfied with the boss's onboarding training? Or rather, have you vented enough of the gamma energy inside you? Jennifer lifted her eyelids with effort, her once wild eyes now only filled with submission and confusion. You're a monster. She cursed weakly, her voice soft and whiny like a coquette. My waist feels like it's broken. Don't worry, it won't break. Johnny patted her perky. Well, her conscience. The Hulk family's recovery ability is on a cosmic level. Rest for half an hour, and you'll be lively enough to fight my lawsuits again. Now. Johnny picked up his sunglasses from the table and put them on. I'm going to collect another debt. Stay here obediently and wait for me to come back. Tonight. We'll change positions and continue exploring the law. Hearing the words change positions, Jennifer trembled, instinctively crossing her legs. But deep in her eyes there was a flicker of barely noticeable anticipation. This damned addictive taste. Flushing Industrial Park, Queens. The headquarters of Hammer Industries was located here. Compared to the technological feel of Stark Industries and the biological sense of Oscorp Group, the building of Hammer Industries looked somewhat tacky gold. Everywhere were flashy decorations and impractical defensive structures. Just like its owner Justin Hammer, outwardly strong but inwardly weak and extremely ostentatious. Squeal. A black luxury motorcade stopped arrogantly at the main entrance of Hammer Industries. A dozen burly black-suited bodyguards quickly got out and cleared the surrounding loiterers. The door of the middle-stretch limousine opened. Kingpin stepped out first, respectfully pulling open the rear door. Johnny Gilda stepped out. He put his hands in his pockets, looked up at the huge Hammer sign, and a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. What a tasteless place. But it's barely passable as an assembly line for cannon fodder robots. Let's go. Time to meet Mr. Hammer, who always wants to be Tony Stark but ends up as a clown. Hammer Industries' main showroom. Justin Hammer stood on a high platform, energetically directing a group of workers moving equipment. He wore an expensive but ill-fitting suit and gold-rimmed glasses. A signature nauseating fake smile was plastered on his face. Hurry up. All of you, move it. The Stark Expo is about to start. We're going to give that arrogant Tony Stark a huge surprise that day. Hammer waved his arms, spit flying. We'll make him realize that Iron Man's technology is obsolete. The future belongs to Hammer Industries. And in the shadows behind him, a burly man covered in tattoos with a toothpick in his mouth sat in front of a computer, clattering on the keyboard. Ivan Vanko Whiplash. The Russian genius, also Tony Stark's sworn enemy. This crappy software. Ivan muttered in Russian, his eyes sinister. Without my arc reactor, these pieces of iron are just scrap metal. What did you say? Hammer turned around, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. I spent a fortune to get you out of Monaco prison not to hear your complaints. I want iron soldiers. Soldiers that can fly, fight, and make the Defense Department willingly pay up. Just as the two were arguing, a clear, efficient, yet slightly anxious female voice came from the door. That might be a bit difficult, Mr. Hammer. Then the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed. A woman in a white business skirt suit with strawberry blonde hair, gentle yet assertive, walked in quickly. She held a file in her hand, her face somewhat pale, clearly quite angry. Pepper Potts. The current CEO of Stark Industries and the woman behind that bastard Tony Stark. Miss Potts. Hammer was stunned for a moment, then his face filled with that oily smile. What brings you here? Did Tony finally come to his senses and want to sell Stark Industries to me? Don't dream, Hammer. Pepper cut him off, coldly slapping the file on the table. I'm here to deliver a lawyer's letter. You illegally copied Stark Industries' patented technology, and without authorization. Stop. Hammer shrugged with a rogue expression. Patents? What patents? Everyone knows the Iron Man suit is a treasure for all humanity. I'm just paying homage. You. Pepper was so angry her chest heaved violently. The already tight business suit was now stretched nearly to its limit. The mature feminine charm was fully displayed in that moment. Tisk tsk. What a beautiful picture. Too bad it's ruined by a fly. Just then a magnetic voice sounded abruptly at the entrance of the hall. Everyone instinctively turned around. The doors were pushed fully open. Johnny Gilda, surrounded by a group of black-suited bodyguards, walked in like the moon surrounded by stars. He didn't look at Hammer nor at the Russian burly man typing on the keyboard. His deep ocean-like eyes were fixed straight on Pepper Potts, standing in the center of the hall. In his eyes was an undisguised appreciation and the greed of a hunter. Who are you? Hammer, feeling ignored, flew into a rage. Security. How did you let any random cat or dog in here? Slap. Before he could finish, Kingpin stepped forward and backhanded him. He sent Hammer's gold-rimmed glasses flying. The man spun like a top 3 times in place, and then plopped onto the ground. Shut up, you waste. Kingpin said coldly, his aura of a mafia king terrifying Hammer into instant silence. Johnny acted as if he hadn't heard the commotion. He walked with elegant steps straight up to Pepper. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Potts. Johnny extended his hand gentlemanly, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. I am Johnny Gilda, the new chairman of Oscorp Group. Of course. He leaned slightly, bringing his face close to Pepper, lowering his voice. I am also Tony Stark's creditor. Pepper was stunned. She looked at the man before her, who was excessively young yet breathtakingly handsome. Her heart betrayingly raced a couple of beats. Gilda. The mysterious tycoon who's been causing a stir in New York, swallowing Oscorp overnight. Creditor. Pepper subconsciously shook Johnny's hand. When did Tony owe you money? He doesn't owe me money. Johnny held Pepper's impeccably maintained hand, his thumb intentionally or unintentionally stroking the back of her hand. Smooth, warm. Excellent feel. But he owes me something else. Johnny's gaze passed over Pepper's shoulder and landed on the huge reactor model behind her. For instance, the future of this world. And Johnny withdrew his gaze, landing it back on Pepper's slightly weary yet still charming face. A lady like you, excellent, beautiful yet abandoned by that playboy. Ding. Detected classic Marvel quality female, Virginia Pepper Potts. Target identity CEO of Stark Industries, Tony Stark's capable partner, currently in a Cold War anxiety period. Body measurements B86 W60 H88, mature and intellectual, top-tier office lady. Current status: tired, anxious, accumulating disappointment in Tony. System suggestion: this is the perfect time to steal her away. Use Tony's decadence and the upcoming crisis to show your strength and reliability. NTR is the most thrilling. Reward preview: miniaturized arc reactor technology. Stark Industries shares and a green meadow on Iron Man's head. Hearing the system prompts, Johnny's mischievous side erupted. NTR Tony Stark. That was one of the ultimate achievements for a time traveler. Just imagine that arrogant man flying in the sky in his Iron Man suit, while his girlfriend is in her office. TSK. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Mr. Gilda, please restrain yourself. Pepper pulled her hand back as if electrocuted, cheeks flushed. Though her words were a refusal, there was little disgust in her eyes. It was more of a fluster from being noticed by a strong man. After all, Tony was now indulging in parties and drinking, actually dying from palladium poisoning, with no mind for the company, let alone caring for her. And this man before her, young, powerful, domineering. The overwhelming pheromones were a deadly temptation for her, who was in an emotional vacuum and under high work pressure. I am very restrained. Johnny smiled, not pressing further. After all, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Especially for a top-quality woman with such high loyalty. You need to slowly break through her shell. I just think a talent like Miss Potts is wasted in Stark's mess. Johnny turned around and looked at Justin Hammer, who was still groaning on the ground. Hammer. Yes. Yes. Hammer scrambled to his feet, holding his swollen face, fawning. Mr. Gilda, what are your orders? Name your price. Johnny looked around the hall full of nouveau riche atmosphere. I want your company. Including all the equipment, personnel, and that Russian typing on the keyboard. What? Hammer's eyes bulged. No. That's impossible. This is my life's work. And the Stark Expo, Kingpin. Johnny couldn't be bothered to argue. Help, Mr. Hammer recalled the rules of New York. Yes. Kingpin grinned menacingly, cracking his knuckles. No. Wait. I'll sell. I'll sell. Hammer instantly caved. In the face of death, face is worthless. Very good. Johnny nodded approvingly. He turned to look at Ivan Vanko in the corner. The burly man had stopped typing and was chewing on a toothpick, looking at Johnny like prey. You are strong, Ivan said in broken English. But I fight only for revenge. Revenge. Johnny walked up to him, looking at the crude arc reactor. Want to kill Tony Stark? I can give you the chance. Even. Johnny leaned in, lowering his voice. I can provide you with better materials, better technology. Let you build the real Whiplash. As long as you obey. Ivan was silent for a moment. Then he grinned, revealing yellow teeth. Deal. Having dealt with Hammer and Ivan, Johnny returned to Pepper. By now Pepper was stunned by the series of events. In just a few words, Hammer Industries had changed hands. This man. How much power did he have? Miss Potts. Johnny straightened his sleeves and extended the invitation again. Now Hammer Industries is also mine. Plus Oscorp. I already have the capital to rival, even surpass Stark Industries. So, interested in switching jobs? Come to me. I'll give you the CEO position of the entire business empire. And Johnny's gaze became unusually deep, with a charm that made one sink. I will cherish you more than Tony Stark ever did. Pepper's heart pounded violently. Her rationality told her she should refuse. But looking at this charismatic man, she couldn't bring herself to say no. I need to think about it. Finally, she could only give a vague answer in panic. It's fine. Johnny smiled. He smiled like a hunter who had already won. I have plenty of time. Oh, by the way. Johnny suddenly remembered something. I heard the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo is the day after tomorrow. I'll be there to show my support. I hope by then I'll see Miss Potts wearing that backless gown I like most. With that, Johnny turned and left. He left Pepper standing there, her face red like a ripe apple. How did he know I was planning to wear a backless gown? Exiting the Hammer Industries gates, Johnny got back into the car. Boss, where to? Kingpin asked. Home. Johnny leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Today was a good harvest. Not only did I take over Hammer Industries, but I also planted a seed in Pepper's heart. Next, just wait for the seed to sprout, and then flower and bear fruit. But before that, Johnny suddenly opened his eyes, looking out the window at a shadowy spot. There seemed to be a faint presence spying on the place. Heh. Looks like there's a little mouse that hasn't been cleaned up yet. Johnny curled his lips slightly. Ghost. How interesting. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Just so happens my lab is missing an invisible observer. The black extended Maybach glided smoothly along the expressway of Queens. Outside the window, the neon lights of the city receded in a blur, trailing into brilliant ribbons of light. Johnny leaned back in the plush leather seat, swirling a glass of iced whiskey that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. He was in an excellent mood. The acquisition of Hammer Industries had gone even more smoothly than anticipated. Though the fool named Justin had been a bit grating, thankfully Kingpin's slap was forceful enough to teach him the virtue of silence. As for Ivan Vanko, as long as he was given enough hope for revenge, even if it meant building a Gundam, that burly Russian would throw himself into the work with fiery enthusiasm. Of course, what Johnny savored most was the legal debate in that conference room with the lawfare Lady Jennifer. A body reinforced by gamma energy was indeed durable. The sensation of tightness intertwined with strength. TSK. Master, shall we return to the tower? From the driver's seat, Kingpin, serving as the chauffeur, glanced at the rearview mirror and asked respectfully. Not yet. Johnny took a sip of his drink, his gaze not directed ahead but instead fixed with keen interest on a patch of seemingly empty shadow outside the window. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, the grin of a hunter who had spotted prey caught in the snare. Since a guest has followed us all this way, it would be rude of me as the new chairman not to greet them. I guess. Kingpin was startled, and a glint of menace flickered in his small bean-like eyes. As the underworld emperor, his perception far exceeded that of ordinary men, yet he had detected no trace of a stalker whatsoever. This meant the opponent was either a master of stealth or possessed some extraordinary ability. Stop the car, Johnny ordered calmly. Screech. The Maybach came to a smooth halt beneath a secluded overpass. Johnny stepped out, adjusted his immaculate suit, and beckoned toward the empty air. Come out. You've been following me all this time, aren't you tired? The air was dead silent. Only the occasional distant horn sounded. It was as if Johnny were talking to himself. He's still shy. Johnny shook his head, his smile gradually turning cold. I'll count to 3. If you don't show yourself, I'll have to drag you out of that damned quantum dimension by force. 3. 2. The moment Johnny reached 2, the previously empty air before him suddenly twisted like rippling water. Then a blurred figure slowly materialized. It was a figure clad in a gray-white tight tactical suit, a red goggle mask covering the face. The entire body constantly flickered and ghosted like a television screen with a poor signal. Ghost. Ava Star. You can see me. From beneath the mask came a woman's voice, distorted by a modulator tinged with pain and surprise. Her body was in an extremely unstable quantum superposition state, allowing her to phase through any object but also subjecting her to the agonizing pain of cellular tearing at every moment. See you. Johnny scoffed, pointing at his eyes. To these eyes the stench of your quantum fluctuations is even more pungent than a can of surströmming. Of course that was pure bluff. The main reason was that the glaring red dot on the system map was impossible to miss. Who sent you? Johnny stepped toward the flickering figure. S. H. I. E. L. D. Or some clueless competitor. None of your business. Ghost's voice was icy, her body flickered again as if preparing to attack. I'm just here to take something. Take something. Take my life. Johnny didn't stop but instead drew closer. Don't come any closer. Ghost barked, her form suddenly vanishing from sight. The next second she appeared directly behind Johnny. Her fist, vibrating at high frequency, passed through his suit without resistance, aiming straight for his heart. This was the terror of Ghost. Her attacks could bypass all physical defenses and strike directly at the internal organs. Die. However, just as her hand was about to touch Johnny's skin, a blue light suddenly blazed from his wrist. The space stone. The quantum energy which had been in a phasing state instantly froze like water turning to ice upon contact with the space stone's radiance. What? Ghost discovered in horror that her hand had solidified. And it was trapped in midair by an invisible force unable to move forward or retreat. Slap. Johnny slowly turned around, reached out, and casually grasped the wrist that should have pierced his heart. The touch was icy, still trembling slightly. Trying to give me a cardiac massage. Johnny looked at the terrified eyes behind the mask, a wicked grin curling on his lips. Interesting technique, but I don't need it. How did you do that? Ghost struggled desperately to phase away, but she was horrified to find that her prized quantum penetration ability had completely failed in this man's presence. It felt as if the space around her had been locked solid. Is that so hard? Johnny shook the gem on his wrist, which emitted a faint blue glow. You see, when it comes to space, I'm a professional. However, Johnny didn't crush her wrist, instead he pulled her closer. He drew the flickering woman directly into his embrace. Beneath the tight tactical suit, despite the tension from pain, one could still feel the startling elasticity. You seem to be in a lot of pain, don't you? Johnny's large hand wrapped around her waist without hesitation. The solid touch made Ghost freeze. This was the first time in years she had been so genuinely touched. Previously she had been like a ghost, unable to touch anyone or be touched by anyone. Loneliness, pain, despair. But now, this man's embrace was damnably warm. Let me go. Ghost's voice trembled, whether from fear or the long-lost sensation of contact. Your cells are tearing and reforming. You experience death and rebirth every moment. Johnny didn't release her. Instead, he leaned close to her mask, his voice low and seductive. This pain must be hard to bear, isn't it, Ava Star? At the sound of her real name, Ghost's body jolted violently, and all struggling ceased. You know me. I told you I know everything. Johnny reached out with his other hand and gently hooked the edge of her mask. Click. The mask was removed, revealing a pale, sweaty face that was still breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes were bloodshot and weary like a wounded animal. What a beauty! Johnny admired, his fingers lightly tracing her cold cheek. Such a pretty face. If it were to disappear due to quantum collapse, it would be a loss to the whole world. Do you want to be cured? Cured? Those two words struck like lightning, breaching the most fragile defenses in Ava's heart. She had dreamt of it. To cure this affliction, she had been forced to be an assassin for S.H.I.E.L.D. Do dirty work for Hydra and even steal and rob. You can cure me. Ava's voice trembled, a spark of hope kindling in her eyes. Of course. Johnny nodded, his gaze brimming with confidence. Osborn Group now has the regeneration cradle technology, and the extremist virus. Plus this little toy I have. Johnny gestured to the space stone. Stabilizing your quantum state is a mere matter of minutes. However, Johnny's tone shifted, the familiar visage of a capitalist emerging. The treatment fee is quite expensive. Can you afford it? Ava bit her lip, her eyes dimming. She was a fugitive, an assassin, with nothing but a worthless life. I can work for you, Ava whispered. I can kill for you, steal for you, do any dirty job. Kill? Johnny shook his head disdainfully. I have Kingpin the Hand and even a nation as my enforcer. I don't need you to kill. Then, what do you want? Ava looked at him despairingly. Johnny smiled. He tightened his arm around her waist, pulling her more intimately against him. My lab still needs an observer who can walk through walls. And besides, Johnny lowered his head and breathed into her ear. I've heard that the ability to phase and solidify can bring about some very intriguing experiences in certain special occasions. For instance, when you turn solid, you tightly wrap around. When you turn intangible, I'd like to try that feeling. Boom. Ava's face instantly flushed crimson. She might lack social experience, but she wasn't naive. This man wanted to treat her as some kind of toy. You. Shameless. Thanks for the compliment. Johnny was unperturbed, pressing further. The choice is yours. Continue enduring the soul-tearing pain until you dissipate into a quantum foam. Or be my woman, enjoy a healthy body and my affection. I'll count to 3. 3. There was no need to reach 2. The agonizing pain that tormented her every second left her no courage to refuse. Moreover, in this man's embrace, the stability enveloped by the space stone's energy was a comfort she had never experienced in her life. It was like a long drifting vessel finally finding its harbor. I agree. Ava closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had resigned herself. As long as the pain stopped, she would do anything, even be a strange pillow. Ding. Detected special Marvel potential female, Ava Star Ghost. Target identity quantum mutant assassin in extreme agony. Current status submissive yearning for redemption. Achievement unlocked, captured a wild ghost girl. Congratulations, host. You have received a binding reward, quantum penetration active skill. Skill description: you can now walk through walls too. More importantly, through quantum entanglement you can ignore all physical barriers. To go anywhere you desire, like someone's bedroom. Additional reward obtained: special physique enhancement, quantum state adaptation. System tip: the target's body structure is special. It is recommended that the host use the space stone to stabilize her state during special treatment, otherwise there might be an awkward situation where she gets stuck. Hearing the system notification, Johnny almost burst out laughing. Stuck? That would be even more interesting. Good girl. Johnny planted a kiss on her pale lips with satisfaction. Come on, let me take you to your new home. Tonight we'll start the first phase of treatment. I'll use my energy to help you stabilize properly. Johnny scooped Ava up in his arms, ignoring the Maybach. He kicked off the ground and soared into the sky, leaving only Kingpin standing by the car watching his boss's departing direction. He pulled a wad of cotton from his pocket and sighed. It seemed the soundproofing of the tower would be put to the test again tonight. Osborne Tower, late night. When Johnny carried Ava into the familiar lounge, Natasha and Emma were lounging on the sofa in loose robes, sipping red wine. Seeing Johnny bring back another woman, a pale-haired girl in a tight suit, their expressions were quite telling. I knew it. Natasha rolled her eyes, swirling her glass. The boss never returns empty-handed. What's this one? A ghost? Emma pushed up her non-existent glasses, which had been broken, and eyed Ava with interest. She looks unwell. Can she handle the roughhousing? Don't worry. Johnny laid Ava on the bed, unbuttoning his shirt with a mischievous grin. I'm practicing medicine. And you two don't just sit around. This is a new subject. Practical applications of quantum mechanics in group activities. Come help me hold her down. I'm about to administer the vaccine. Under the dim, suggestive lighting, a profound discussion on science and ethics once again commenced. 2 days later. The Stark Expo opening ceremony. Countless spotlights illuminated the entire night sky. Johnny, clad in a custom dark blue suit, escorted the radiant Gwen as they appeared at the entrance of the venue. Behind him followed a bevy of beauties: Natasha, Emma, Felicia, and even Ava, whose complexion had already become rosier, no longer flickering. This lineup was more dazzling than any Hollywood red carpet. Johnny bringing so many women. Tony, that old peacock will be green with envy. Gwen whispered in his ear, though her eyes were filled with sweetness. He can envy all he wants. Johnny smiled, his gaze piercing through the crowd to lock onto a figure directing the scene in the distance: Pepper Potts. She was wearing the backless evening gown Johnny had personally selected, elegant, intelligent, yet with a hint of barely concealed anxiety. When she saw Johnny approaching, her eyes lit up, and she instinctively wanted to come over but hesitated. See? Johnny winked at Gwen. Tonight's feast is just beginning. At that moment, the roar of an engine echoed from the sky. All the lights focused on the center stage. Iron Man Tony Stark was about to make his entrance. But Johnny knew. The star of tonight was definitely not the man in the tin can. It was him. And the Russian brute who was about to burst from backstage, cracking electrified whips. The show had begun. Johnny took a sip of champagne, a glint of golden light flashing in his eyes. On the main stage of the Stark Expo, the lights blazed like daylight. With the blare of AC/DC rock, the figure clad in the flamboyant red and gold armor descended from the sky. Boom! Iron Man landed, dropping to one knee in that iconic superhero pose. Behind him, a troupe of bikini-clad Ironettes writhed wildly to the music, drawing screams and cheers from the audience. This was Tony Stark. In the VIP box, Gilda held a champagne glass, a sly smirk curling his lips. He glanced sideways at the bevy of beauties seated around him. Looks flashy, doesn't it? Like a circus clown. Emma Frost adjusted her newly fitted glasses, her voice dripping with disdain. As the former White Queen and now Chief Secretary of Osborne Industries, she had always scoffed at such ostentatious performances. And those dancers' outfits. Felicia pursed her lips, a flicker of disgust in her cat-like eyes. Such terrible taste. She leaned close to Qiangni's ear, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper only they could hear. Compared to the one you prepared for me, it's garbage. Qiangni chuckled, reaching out to pat Felicia's smooth thigh. Of course it is. How could that tin can compare to my aesthetic? His gaze swept past the floor-to-ceiling windows, not lingering long on Tony, who was now dramatically shedding his armor on stage. Instead, his eyes cut through the crowd toward the backstage area. There Peipabozi stood anxiously barking orders into a walkie-talkie. She wore that black backless evening gown. He had to admit, the choice was impeccable. Vast expanses of smooth fair skin were bared, and the deep groove of her spine tantalizingly appeared and disappeared with her every movement. Elegant, intelligent, yet carrying a forbidden allure. Quite a sight. Qiangni took a sip of his wine, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. Too bad she's still watching that troublemaker. But soon, her eyes will be only for me. On stage, Tony Stark had stepped out of his armor, clad in an expensive tailored suit, basking in the roar of the crowd. I didn't say world peace is because of me, even though it's true. He spread his arms, his narcissistic demeanor practically begging for a punch. Just then another clown appeared. Jaya-sitting Hanmo, the current CEO of Hanmo Industries, in reality a mere lackey under Qiangni, clowned his way onto the stage with absurd dance moves. Ladies and gentlemen. Hanmo grabbed the mic, his face plastered with a fake smile. But inside he was panicking, knowing full well what was about to happen. This was the script his new boss Gilda had arranged. Stark may be strong, but he's only one man. While Hanmo Industries is dedicated to mass-producing iron soldiers for America. With his gesture, the curtain at the back of the stage slowly drew back. Dozens of iron drones, each with different paint schemes, stood in perfect formation: Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps. What a magnificent piece of junk! Tony frowned, annoyed at the drones that clearly bore the hallmarks of Stark technology. Hanmo, did you dig these out of a scrapyard? Junk! Hanmo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, cursing inwardly. You'll see if it's junk soon enough. And we have a special guest. Hanmo quickly changed the subject. Our war machine, Colonel James Rhodes. Rhodes rose from the lift platform in a modified Mark II armor, now the war machine bristling with heavy weapons added by Hanmo Industries. Looks intimidating, Gwen commented, peeling a grape and feeding it into Qiangni's mouth. But compared to my suit, it's too clunky. Naturally. Qiangni chewed the grape, his eyes narrowing. Time's almost up. The show should begin. The moment he spoke, the iron soldiers, previously motionless, all turned their heads in unison. Red electronic eyes flared to life with a menacing hum. What's going on? Tony froze, but before he could react, the iron soldiers raised their weapons simultaneously. Every muzzle aimed directly at Tony Stark, standing center stage. Even Rhodes' war machine uncontrollably lifted its Gatling gun. Tony! Run! The system's been hacked! Rhodes' panicked voice boomed through the speakers. Rat-a-tat-tat. The next second, tongues of fire erupted. A storm of bullets and micro-missiles rained down on Tony. Tony yelped, abandoning all pretense, summoning his armor to cover his body and rocketing skyward. Boom! 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 The stage was instantly reduced to rubble. Hanmo had already scrambled backstage, muttering, Boss, protect me, boss, protect me! The scene erupted into chaos. Screams, explosions, and the shattering of glass intertwined. The iron soldiers, once props for entertainment, had become killing machines, chasing Tony through the air. Stray bullets flew, shrapnel scattered. Backstage, Peipabozi was knocked to the ground by the blast wave. She stared in terror at the hellish scene before her. Tony! Tony! She screamed into the walkie-talkie, but only static answered. Tony was too busy fleeing from a dozen Air Force drones to notice her. Damn! Peipa struggled to get up, but a sharp pain in her ankle sent her tumbling back down. Just then, thud. 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 Heavy footsteps. An army-type iron soldier had turned around. Its glowing red eyes locked onto the helpless Peipa. It raised its right arm, revealing a dark grenade launcher. No. Peipa closed her eyes in despair. The shadow of death enveloped her. In that moment, the face that flashed through her mind wasn't the playboy billionaire's. It was a young, mischievous, confident, and commanding face. If only he were here. Whoosh. The sound of the grenade launching. She could feel the searing heat wave approaching. But the expected explosion and pain never came. Instead, a warm, solid, and reassuring embrace enveloped her. Boom. The grenade exploded less than 2 meters away, but the shockwave and shrapnel were blocked by an invisible wall. Not a single strand of Pei Po's hair was harmed. She opened her trembling eyes. The first thing she saw was a face so handsome it took her breath away. Xiangni Gilda. He held her with one arm around her bare back, the other casually in his pocket. A faint golden aura shimmered around him. The shrapnel that could shatter concrete bounced off the aura like it hit a solid wall. I told you! Xiangni looked down at the startled woman in his arms, a gentle yet domineering smile curling his lips. I would cherish you more than Tony Stark ever could. See? I didn't break my promise. Peipa stared at him, her heart seeming to stop, then pounding against her chest with an unprecedented intensity. Against the backdrop of blazing fire and explosions, this man appeared like a war god from myth, descending from the sky to shield her from all calamity. This overwhelming impact shattered the last barrier of reason and loyalty within her. Xiangni! Her voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. It's okay. Xiangni's large hand gently stroked her trembling back, his fingertips tracing the deep groove. The silky touch sent a thrill through him. This dress suits you perfectly. Especially when you're in my arms. Pei Po's face flushed crimson. Even in this life-or-death moment, his brazen words made her weak. Roar. The iron soldier that had failed seemed enraged. It raised its weapon again, preparing for a second volley. Such an oblivious piece of scrap. Xiangni frowned, irritation flickering in his eyes. He didn't release Peipa, still holding her in a bridal carry. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger. Begone! A golden light flashed at his fingertip. Piercing beam. Whoosh! A razor-thin golden beam shot through the air. Without any resistance, it pierced the toughest chest armor of the iron soldier. Boom! The reactor inside the soldier detonated, turning it into a brilliant fireball. Instant kill. Peipa stared in disbelief. She knew Xiangni was strong, but seeing him while holding her casually blow up a war machine with a single finger. The visual impact was 100 times more stunning than Iron Man. What? What is that? Just a little trick. Xiangni smiled, not explaining further. He glanced around. More iron soldiers were converging. Clearly Ivan Benko, seeing Xiangni's intervention from backstage, was directing these tin cans to entertain his boss. Looks like tonight's show isn't over yet. Xiangni tightened his hold on Peipa. Hold on tight. I'll take you somewhere safe. And let you see what true power looks like. Before the words faded, Xiangni stomped down. Boom. The ground shattered. He shot upward like a rocket, crashing through the expo hall's dome, soaring to a height of 100 meters. The night wind howled. Peipa clung to Xiangni's neck, watching the battlefield below shrink into a miniature, both terrified and exhilarated. Look over there. Xiangni pointed to a spot in the sky. Tony was flailing like a headless fly, besieged by dozens of drones, looking utterly pathetic. He even has to rely on roads to save him. Is this the superhero you always trusted? Xiangni's voice cut clearly through the wind into Pei Po's ears. Can't even protect himself. How could he protect you? Peipa watched the red figure struggling in the air, a profound disappointment welling up inside her. Yes. It was always like this. Always her cleaning up the mess, always her left in fear. And now, the one truly protecting her was the man she once considered a barbarian. Xiangni. Peipa buried her face in his chest, listening to the powerful heartbeat. Don't say any more. All right, I won't talk about him. Xiangni's lips curled. Since her resolve was already crumbling, he would fan the flames. Then let me show you how I clean up this trash. Xiangni hovered in midair. He slowly raised his right hand. The yellow mind stone on his wrist flared. If we're playing, let's play big. Spirit Disc, Multiple Shadow Clone Edition. In an instant, dozens of golden discs materialized around him. They spun at high speed, their edges radiating a terrifying cutting force. Empowered by the Mind Stone, these discs even gained auto-tracking. Go! Xiangni swept his hand. Dozens of golden beams streaked down like a meteor shower, slicing through the night sky. Swish! 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 At that moment, the sky above the Stark Expo seemed to rain a golden light. The iron soldiers that had been chasing Tony had no time to react. They were instantly cleaved in two by the terrifying discs. The cuts were so smooth that even explosions were prevented. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of drones that filled the air all turned into scrap metal, falling like dumplings from the sky. Boom! A chain of fireballs erupted on the ground. But these fireballs were the grandest fireworks Xiangni could offer Peipa. Oh my God! Tony, having just escaped the encirclement, hovered midair and lifted his faceplate. His mouth hung open at the astonishing sight. Is this magic? Meanwhile, Xiaomi, still holding Pepe, descended slowly onto the highest tower. Against the backdrop of blazing fires and falling debris, he stood like an emperor looking down upon his domain. Like the fireworks. Xiaomi gazed at the utterly stunned Pepe. I prepared them for you. Pepe looked at him, her eyes dazed as if her soul had been drawn into his deep gaze. I like them, she murmured. Ding. Detected that target. Pepe Bozzi's affection for the host has broken through the critical threshold. Current status shocked, admiring, thoroughly shaken. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat. NTR Iron Man to his face. Reward obtained, complete arc reactor technology optimized version. Additional reward, affection 30, deeply rooted love. System prompt, now or never, kiss her. Xiaomi grinned. He never let the system down. Since you like it, then give me a little reward. He lowered his head. Against the blazing firelight, under the shocked, bewildered, and heartbroken gaze of Tony Stark not far away, he pressed his lips firmly onto Pepe's. This time Pepe didn't pull away. Her hands tightly wrapped around Xiaomi's neck. On this chaotic night, in the very home ground of Iron Man, Gilda was the one and only protagonist. Pepe Bozzi's mind went completely blank. Around her, flames raged across the sky and scrap metal rained down, while the screams and cheers of those who had survived the disaster echoed in her ears. And yet all of it seemed impossibly distant from her now. Her entire world had shrunk to the domineering man before her, and the irresistible force of his breath between their lips. That overwhelming, scorching surge of masculine energy, like the midday sun, shattered her composure as CEO of Stark Industries in an instant. Before this moment she had believed she would love the eternally childlike Tanisadaka for the rest of her life. But just moments ago, when the shadow of death had descended upon her, and she had cried out Tanisada's name in despair without receiving any response. It was this man who had descended like a deity, and shielded her from everything. That instant, the scales in her heart had tilted irreversibly. Miss Pepe. After a long while they parted. Xiaomi Gilda gazed at Pepe in his arms, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes hazy, and a satisfied wicked smile curled his lips. It seems you are quite satisfied with my reward. In that case, shouldn't our contract now take effect? Pepe panted heavily, her hands pressing weakly against Xiaomi's chest, yet making no effort to push him away. Xiaomi. You. She wanted to say something but found herself unable to form even a complete sentence. Just then. Thud. A heavy metallic impact echoed nearby. The sound of a powered armor hitting the ground. Tanisadaka raised his visor, and the face that usually wore a carefree, irreverent smile was now etched with stiffness and disbelief. He looked at the two of them locked in each other's embrace. He saw Pepe in a state of shyness he had never witnessed before, not once in all the time they had known each other. All he could feel was that the triangular reactor newly installed in his chest seemed to have transformed into an emerald, glowing and eerie green. Ahem. Tanisada cleared his throat twice, attempting to shatter the unbearable atmosphere. While I really don't wish to interrupt your celebration. But gentlemen, this is the Stark Expo. There are tens of thousands of spectators below watching. And besides. Tanisada's gaze shifted toward Xiaomi, his tone thick with bitterness and resentment. Gilda, don't you think you've gone too far? Stealing my spotlight is one thing, but now you're even after my CEO. This constitutes hostile acquisition. Facing Tanisada's accusation, Xiaomi showed not the slightest hint of unease. He continued to hold Pepe around the waist, even deliberately tightening his grip to stake his claim. Hostile acquisition. Xiaomi raised an eyebrow, his eyes playful. Tanisada, you are a businessman. You should understand. Fine assets always flow toward the more capable buyer. Besides. Xiaomi bent his head and whispered softly into Pepe's ear. It was Pepe who chose the side offering greater security, wasn't it? Pepe trembled. She dared not meet Tanisada's gaze and buried her head even lower. That silence was for Tanisada nothing short of a devastating blow. You. Tanisada opened his mouth only to find himself utterly at a loss for words. In what had just transpired, if Gilda had not acted, Pepe might already have. He had saved Pepe. And he, Tanisada, had been up in the sky at that very moment, flailing about like a headless fly. That sense of powerlessness made the ever-proud Tanisada feel an overwhelming defeat. Enough, Tanisada. Xiaomi knew when to stop, for one does not shear a sheep clean in a single pass. Rather than standing here nursing jealousy, you should go clean up your mess. Those pieces of scrap may be still, but if left unaddressed, your stocks will likely hit another limit down tomorrow. As for Pepe. Xiaomi swept Pepe up into his arms and turned toward the edge of the building. She's been frightened and needs proper rest. I'll take her back now. Back? Back where? Tenisita's eyes widened. Back where? Back to my home, of course. Xiangni turned his head and flashed Tenisita a brilliant smile. My bed is bigger and far more comfortable. Farewell, Tin Man. The words had scarcely left his lips. With a single push of his foot, Xiangni shot upward like a rocket, carrying Peipa into the vast night and vanishing from sight. Leaving only Tenisita standing alone amid the ruins atop the tower, his composure thoroughly undone. Jiawei. Tenisita's voice sounded strangely forlorn. Sir. Run a diagnostic and tell me whether we can apply an anti-green coating to this armor set. Manhattan, the penthouse of Oscorp Tower. When Xiangni carried Peipa into the living room, the atmosphere inside was quite something. Gwen, Felixia, Mari, Jian, Aimu, Natasha. And the recently joined Wanda. A roomful of captivating women sat clustered around the sofa watching television. What played on the screen was precisely the scene from the Stark Expo moments earlier. Namely, Xiangni dispatching War Machine with a single finger and that earth-shattering kiss. Ah, our hero has returned. Felixia was the first to notice the commotion at the doorway. A glass of red wine in hand, those cat-like eyes swept over Peipa from head to toe, followed by a deeply significant sigh. My. The boss's efficiency is truly admirable. He goes out for a trip and not only gets things done but also brings back a sheep along the way. And not just any sheep, the lead of Stark Industries no less. Hearing this, Peipa's face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck. Though she was a formidable woman in the business world and had seen her share of grand occasions, this particular situation, being carried bodily into a wolf's den to face a whole crew of sisters, was entirely new to her. Especially since these women were all breathtakingly beautiful, and the way they looked at her. Why did it feel as though they were regarding her as the newest little lamb? Put me down. Peipa squirmed weakly in Xiangni's arms, her voice barely above a whisper. Xiangni complied gracefully, setting her down gently, though his hand rested naturally upon her waist. Now let me introduce you all. Xiangni scanned the room full of his companions wearing that infuriating yet impossible to resist rogue's grin. This is Ms. Peipa. Starting today she becomes the new chief executive officer of our Oscorp group. Of course. Xiangni leaned close to Peipa and in front of everyone pressed a kiss to her cheek. She is also a new member of this family. Do try to get along. Especially you two. Xiangni's gaze landed on Aimu and Natasha. You two show Peipa around and help her familiarize herself with the facilities. In particular, do give her a thorough briefing on the special purpose of that resting room. Aimu and Natasha exchanged a glance, each reading the same knowing amusement in the other's eyes. As seasoned veterans, they understood precisely what such familiarization entailed. It was to be a complete baptism of body and spirit. As you command, Master. Aimu rose to her feet and glided gracefully toward Peipa, wearing her signature expression of proud yet submissive elegance. Miss Bozi, it is an honor to finally meet you in person. We have been rivals on the business front, but from now on. Aimu took Peipa's hand, her fingertips tracing a delicate path across her palm. We are sisters now. Come, I shall show you to the bath and help you change. That gown of yours is stunning, but it is hardly convenient for the activities ahead. Before Peipa could say anything, she was enveloped by the enthusiastic women. Gwen harbored a small pang of jealousy, but seeing Peipa's bewildered expression, her naturally kind heart prevailed. Sister Peipa, don't be afraid. Xiaomi may be quite the philanderer, but he treats us all very well. Gwen leaned in and whispered comfortingly. And you'll get used to these things eventually. Having said that, Gwen's own face turned crimson. Watching Peipa being ushered toward the bathroom amid a sea of welcoming women, Xiangni sank contentedly onto the sofa. Ding. Target Peipa Bozi successfully moved into host's mansion. Achievement unlocked, the Iron Man's agony. Congratulations, host. Reward granted, complete arc reactor technology optimized to the nanometer level. Congratulations, host. Bonus reward granted, 30 stealth share control of Stark Industries via Shell Corporation network. System reminder: the present moment presents a prime opportunity. It is recommended that the host press the advantage and permanently transform the CEO of Stark Industries into your personal attendant. Listening to the system's prompt, Xiaomi lit a cigarette and drew a deep breath. The arc reactor technology, combined with Oscorp's biotech. The perfect union of machine and biology. A sharp gleam flashed across Xiaomi's eyes. It seems the time has come to upgrade the equipment for my Valkyries. But before all that, Xiaomi listened to the laughter and splashing water drifting from the bathroom, a crooked smile playing on his lips. He rose from his seat and unfastened the buttons of his shirt. First, the newcomer must receive a lesson on how to be a qualified family member. Xiangni strode purposefully toward the bathroom. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. Inside the bathroom, steam filled the air. Within the enormous massage tub, several pale luminous figures emerged faintly through the mist. Pei Pabozi huddled in the corner, arms crossed over her chest, her face flushed the color of a boiled shrimp. Gazing at these women who displayed their flawless figures without the slightest reserve, she felt her entire worldview crumbling before her eyes. This is far too indecent. Don't be shy, Peipa. Felixia glided over, wrapping herself around Peipa like a mermaid. Look, everyone has one. And besides. Felixia pointed toward the door. The big bad wolf is coming, dear. No sooner had she spoken. The bathroom door swung open. Xiangni stepped in bare-chested like a sculpture from ancient Greece. His powerful explosive musculature seemed all the more intoxicating through the swirling mist. Everyone here. Xiangni closed the door behind him with a flick of his wrist and bolted it shut. His gaze sliced through the steam and locked directly onto Peipa in the corner. Peipa, let me give you a back scrub. This is VIP service, exclusive treatment reserved only for newcomers. Peipa watched Xiangni approaching step by step, her heart thundering in her chest. She knew she could not escape. Or rather, deep within her heart she did not truly wish to. Then, please go ahead. Peipa closed her eyes and spoke in a quiet voice. Xiangni smiled. He stepped into the tub, sending water splashing in all directions. And so within this cramped space a feast of power and desire officially commenced. Meanwhile, far away in Queens, Tanisidaka sat at a workbench half destroyed by explosions, a bottle of whiskey in hand, raising a toast to the empty laboratory. 2. This damn life. He downed a heavy gulp of the strong liquor, his peripheral vision catching the photograph on the nearby screen. Xiangni and Peipa locked in that earth-shattering embrace. Crash. The glass shattered in his grip. Xiangni jeered. Tanisida gritted his teeth, flames of vengeance burning in his eyes. Just you wait. This isn't over. But what he did not know was, this was merely the beginning. In a world whose rules had been rewritten by Xiangni, the tragedy of the Iron Man had only just begun to unfold. And the legend of Xiangni Ji was rising step by step toward its zenith. The morning sunlight streaming through the colossal floor-to-ceiling windows atop the Osborne building spilled wantonly across the disheveled bed. The air still carried a lingering blush-inducing intimacy. It was the afterglow of a night of abandon. Johnny Gilda leaned against the headboard, a post-coital cigarette between his fingers, the swirling smoke obscuring his hauntingly handsome, almost demonic face. His gaze fell upon the woman still asleep in his arms. Pepper Potts, the once formidable business titan, the anchor of Stark Industries. Now she lay limp, a Persian cat stripped of its spine, languid and submissive, curled in the crook of his arm. Her usually sleek auburn hair was now a tangled mess scattered across Johnny's chest. Her fair skin was dotted with scattered red marks, the trophies of last night's orientation. TSK. Johnny blew a smoke ring, his fingers tracing lightly down her smooth back. No wonder they called her Pepper. That fiery edge truly had more lingering taste than ordinary candy. The battle last night had been fierce. Even with the clarity of postcoital thought, Johnny had to admit that the CEO's endurance in certain aspects rivaled that of the genetically enhanced Gwen. Perhaps this was the stress tolerance forged from long years dealing with the willful child that was Tony Stark. The woman in his arms let out a soft murmur. Pepper's long lashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw were Johnny's deep, fathomless eyes tinged with a hint of playful mockery. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. The explosion at the Stark Expo, Johnny's descent like a god, that deep kiss in front of the world. And last night on this very bed, how she had fallen step by step into a madness that left her utterly lost. Awake. Johnny leaned down and pecked her forehead. His voice was husky, carrying the particular magnetism of the morning. Good morning, my CEO. Pepper's face flushed crimson. She instinctively tried to pull the sheet over her naked body, but found herself too weak to even lift a finger. Johnny. Her voice was hoarse, her throat feeling as if it had been seared by fire. I betrayed Tony. Pepper's eyes dimmed. Though her body had surrendered completely, a flicker of guilt lingered on the moral plane. After all, she had taken care of Tony for so many years. Betray. Johnny scoffed, stubbing out his cigarette. He reached out and forcefully lifted Pepper's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Pepper, get one thing straight. Tony Stark messed everything up first. He was too obsessed with his toys, too lost in his arrogance, couldn't even protect you. If it weren't for me, you'd be a cold corpse by now. A wise bird chooses its tree. You just made the right choice any adult would make. Johnny's words were like a scalpel precisely dissecting the defenses of Pepper's heart. Yes, Tony. He was always like that, never growing up, always needing her to clean up his messes. But this man before her. Powerful, domineering, mysterious. In his arms, the unprecedented sense of security was something Tony could never give. I understand. Pepper closed her eyes, the tear tracks still fresh, but when she opened them again there was a newfound resolve. It was the submission to the strong. And an acceptance of a new life. Good. Johnny smiled with satisfaction. System extract rewards. He commanded silently. The achievement for cucking Iron Man last night had given him quite a haul. Ding. Nanoscale arc reactor technology extracted. Stark Industries 30 hidden share control authority activated. A torrent of information flooded into Johnny's mind. It was the ultimate knowledge of nanotechnology applications and the perfect fusion of biotechnology and mechanical engineering. Compared to the clumsy mechanical armor Tony was still using, the technology Johnny commanded was at least 20 years ahead. Since you're awake, get up. Johnny threw off the sheet, revealing a physique as perfect as a Greek sculpture. There's a good show to watch today. A show? Pepper struggled to sit up, looking at him with confusion. Of course. Johnny walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant Stark Tower standing in the heart of Manhattan. A cruel smile curved at the corner of his mouth. That Tony guy is probably furious and looking for a fight right now. Perfect. It's time for me to go take possession of my new assets. Stark Industries headquarters tower. The top-floor lab was in shambles. Tony Stark, still wearing the severely damaged Mark VI armor from the Expo, was furiously pounding on a holographic keyboard. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair a tangled mess, emanating a volatile on the edge of a breakdown aura. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Jarvis. Haven't you tracked down that bastard yet? Tony roared, slamming his fist on the table. The scene from last night was like a red-hot thorn deeply embedded in his heart. Pepper had been taken. In front of the entire world, taken by that bastard, Johnny Gilda. This was a disgrace. A humiliation unprecedented in the Stark family. Sir, tracking failed. Jarvis's voice was still calm, but it delivered news that drove Tony even more insane. The target appears to possess some kind of jamming technology. Our satellites cannot lock onto his precise location. And what? Tony bellowed. Just moments ago, the company's board of directors sent an urgent notice. A mysterious fund had completed a hostile takeover of Stark Industries stock at the opening bell. Currently, the other party has acquired over 30 of the shares, becoming the second largest shareholder after you. What? Tony froze. 30 of the shares. Overnight. How is that possible? The sheer scale of Stark Industries' capital. It was impossible for any ordinary conglomerate to mobilize such a terrifying amount of funds in one night. Who? Tony's voice trembled. The specific source cannot be traced. The funds were dispersed through thousands of shell companies. Jarvis paused, then continued. However, all the funds ultimately converged on a newly established holding group. It's called the JG Group. JG. Johnny Gilda. Johnny Gilda. It's him. It has to be him. Tony shot to his feet, his faceplate snapping shut with a click, his eyes glowing with furious white light. That thief. Steals my woman, now tries to steal my company. Dream on. Jarvis, activate all backup armors. Lock onto the Osborne building. I'm going to blow that bastard's lair to smithereens. However, just as Tony was about to launch, a crackle of static interrupted. The holographic screens in the lab flickered. Then Jarvis's voice became distorted and intermittent. Sir. System. Under. Unknown intrusion. Firewall. Failing. Losing. Control. What? Tony was stunned. Jarvis was the most advanced AI in the world. How could it be hacked so easily? Before he could react, every screen in the lab went black. A few seconds later, a massive clear image appeared on the main screen. It was a young, handsome face, but with a smile that made you want to punch it. Johnny Gilda. He was sitting in the plush chair that had once belonged to Norman Osborn, a glass of red wine in hand, toasting the screen. Good morning, Tony. Sleep well last night? Those dark circles look pretty heavy, huh? You. Tony raised his palm, repulsa aiming at the screen, though he knew it was pointless. Get out of my system. Don't be so grumpy. Johnny on the screen shrugged, looking utterly relaxed. I'm just here to inform you. Since I'm now a major shareholder of Stark Industries, I think it's necessary for me to carry out a comprehensive upgrade of the company's security system. After all, your Jarvis doesn't seem too bright. Bullshit. Tony was shaking with rage. Also, Johnny ignored Tony's fury, turning to reveal the figure behind him sorting through documents. Pepper Potts. She was wearing a brand new boulder-cut business suit with the diamond necklace Johnny had given her last night still around her neck. She looked radiant, even more captivating than before. Pepper. The moment he saw her, Tony's heart clenched. Pepper. Are you okay? Did that bastard? Pepper lifted her head, meeting Tony's gaze through the screen. Her eyes were complex, but more than anything they held a certain finality. I'm fine, Tony. Pepper's voice was calm, so calm it felt alien to Tony. Johnny is very good to me. And she walked over to Johnny, naturally placing her hand on his shoulder. I've made up my mind. I'm resigning as CEO of Stark Industries. From today I am the COO of the JG Group. And Pepper glanced at Johnny, a blush rising on her cheeks. Johnny's personal assistant. The word struck Tony like a sledgehammer. Personal assistant. The formidable woman who once bossed him around and managed the entire Stark Industries, now willingly becoming someone's personal assistant. And that kind of obviously improper assistant. No. This isn't real. Tony staggered back a few steps, the armor scraping against the floor. Pepper, you're being coerced, aren't you? Did he brainwash you? No, Tony. Pepper shook her head. This is my own choice. I used to always wait for you to grow up to turn around. But I'm tired. Johnny gave me the security I wanted and the future I wanted. So good luck, Tony. With that, Pepper turned and walked away from the camera. The screen showed only Johnny's smug, insufferable face again. Hear that, Tony? Johnny swirled his glass, his eyes contemptuous. Some things, if they're not yours, you can't keep. Whether it's a woman or a company. I'll kill you. Tony completely snapped. The thrusters on his back flared with scorching fire, and he prepared to blast through the roof. Hold on. Johnny suddenly snapped his fingers. The next second the Mark 6, which had been about to launch, suddenly powered down, all its lights extinguishing. The thrusters cut out with a hiss. With a heavy clang, Tony crashed to the floor like a tin toy whose batteries had been ripped out. What's happening? Jarvis. Move. Tony struggled inside the armor, but the suit, usually an extension of his will, now felt like a heavy prison locking him in place. Save your breath. On the screen, Johnny's smile turned icy. Your armor's code is too old. I just took the liberty of optimizing it. Now the control is in my hands. What? Tony was horrified. Remote control. Right under Jarvis's nose. How is that possible? His technical level has reached such a height. Impossible. That's my source code. Nothing is impossible. Johnny stood up, straightening his suit. Tony, times have changed. Do you still think you're the one and only Iron Man? In my eyes, you're nothing but a child playing house in a tin can. Stay in there and reflect. When you've come to your senses and are willing to hand over the remaining shares, I might consider letting you out for some air. With that, the screen flickered once and went black. The lab fell back into dead silence. Only the roar of impotent rage from Tony, trapped inside his own armor, echoed. Johnny, Gilda. At the Osborne building, after cutting the communication, Johnny stretched contentedly. Satisfying. Extremely satisfying. Watching that arrogant Iron Man trapped like a turtle in its own shell, the pleasure was better than 10 rounds of the best massage. Boss, the way you looked just now. So wicked. Behind him, Pepper approached with a plate of fruit, her expression complex but laced with a new kind of adoration. Men are bad, women love them. Johnny pulled Pepper close, accepting the grape she offered to his mouth. Besides, naughty children need special treatment. All right. Johnny clapped his hands. Leave Stark Industries for now, Kingpin will handle the rest. Now, we need to prepare for our next guest. Guest? Pepper asked, puzzled. Who? Johnny walked to the window, watching the dark clouds gathering in the sky, accompanied by the faint rumble of thunder. A wry, meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A hammer-wielding alien prince. And the treasures of Asgard. Asgard. I wonder if the legendary Queen Frigga is as charming as the tales say. Johnny licked his lips. The journey of the prolific progeny system had only just begun. The Earth's beginner zone was almost cleared. It was time to set his sights on the Sea of Stars. New Mexico, 50 miles west of Old Bridge Town. This is a barren Gobi desert scorched by the blazing sun, the air filled with the dry scent of dust. However, at this moment this deserted wasteland was surrounded by a crowd. A temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. had risen from the ground, and countless agents in hazmat suits were bustling around the huge meteorite crater at the center. Or rather, they were busy with the hammer at the bottom of the crater, a seemingly ordinary hammer that no method could budge an inch. "Sir, still no luck." An agent wiped his sweat and reported to Kaio-ken standing on the high ground. "We tried cranes, winches, even digging out the soil underneath, but this thing is as if welded to its spatial coordinates, unmoving." Kaio-ken sighed, looking at the damned hammer at the bottom of the pit, feeling his hairline recede another few millimeters. Ever since that Gilda burst onto the scene, the style of this world has become increasingly fantastical. First alien invasions, then all sorts of supervillains being farmed like mobs, and now this thing falls from the sky. Continue the alert, don't let anyone approach. Kaio-ken rubbed his temples. Especially. Before he could finish, the sky suddenly echoed with a familiar and heart-stopping sound of something tearing through the air. Boom! A black figure like a meteor streaked across the sky, carrying an unparalleled domineering aura, and crashed directly into the center of the base. The ground shook violently, dust billowing. The surrounding agents instantly raised their weapons, aiming nervously at the center of the dust. "Stop! Put down your guns!" Kaio-ken's face changed, and he quickly shouted. "Are you kidding? Pointing guns at this gentleman? Are you worried that S.H.I.E.L.D. can't pay out its pensions?" The dust cleared. Gilda, wearing a casual black shirt, hands in pockets, hovered half a foot above the ground. His deep eyes did not look at the agents who were on high alert, but instead stared with interest at the hammer in the pit. "Mjolnir and Ire. The hammer of Thor. Yo, Agent Kaio-ken." Xiangni slowly landed, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Why are you building unauthorized structures in this godforsaken place, Mr. Gilda?" Kaio-ken greeted him with a bitter smile, his posture humble. "How did you come? What? Is there any place on Earth I can't go?" Xiangni raised an eyebrow, his natural arrogance making Kaio-ken feel suffocated. "No, of course not." Kaio-ken quickly waved his hands. "This place has been taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D. because of unknown radiation and... Alright, stop talking to me in officialese." Xiangni waved his hand and walked straight toward the crater. Wherever he passed, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents parted like the Red Sea, automatically making way. No one dared to stop him. No one wanted to. Who didn't know that this man could even blow up an alien mothership with a single finger? Not to mention the director and deputy director both. Ahem. "Is this the hammer?" Xiangni stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at the metal lump engraved with runes. A glint of golden light flashed in his eyes. Through the surface, he could clearly feel the vast ancient energy contained within the hammer. It was Odin's enchantment. It was also the weight of a dead star's core. "Interesting." Xiangni stroked his chin. "If you're interested, you can try to lift it," Kaio-ken said cautiously beside him. "We've tried many methods and failed. In fact, he had his own little schemes. If even Xiangni, the strongest being on Earth, couldn't lift it, then this hammer probably couldn't be moved by anyone." "Lift it!" Xiangni laughed lightly, his eyes contemptuous. "A discarded broken hammer worthy of my effort. However..." Xiangni turned around, his gaze fixed on the direction of the base entrance. There a battered off-road vehicle was recklessly driving in. "It seems the owner of this hammer can't wait to retrieve his toy." Screech. The off-road vehicle slammed to a halt outside the cordon. The door opened. First came down a pair of long legs and work boots. Then a woman with curly brown hair, delicate and three-dimensional features, and an intellectual aura stepped down. Jian Fust, the beautiful scientist famous in the astrophysics field. Behind her followed an intern with black-rimmed glasses, a voluptuous chest, and a somewhat adorably dazed look. Dai Shiluisi. And a burly man with dazzling blonde hair, built like a bear, wearing an ill-fitting t-shirt, his face full of anger. Thor. Now he was not the majestic Thor, but just a mortal stripped of his divine power and exiled to Earth. "This is it." Thor looked at the huge crater, joy and longing almost overflowing in his eyes. He pushed aside the blocking Daishi and strode quickly toward the base. "Hey, big guy. You can't go there." Jian Fuss shouted anxiously, trying to grab him, but was shoved away by Tuo. "Get out of the way, mortal!" Tuo roared like a runaway bull, charging straight at the S.H.I.E.L.D. cordon. "Stop! Come any closer and we'll shoot!" the agents warned loudly. But Tuo turned a deaf ear. Even without his divine power, the Asgardian physique still made him far superior to ordinary humans. Bam! Bam! Several agents trying to stop him were knocked down with a few punches. That primitive savage fighting style was full of violent aesthetics. "Who is this guy? Is he crazy?" Daishi pushed up her glasses, watching the burly man wreaking havoc among the agents, her mouth slightly open. "But nice body, Daishi." Jian glared at her, but her gaze involuntarily drifted to another person. That was Xiongni, standing at the edge of the pit, hands in pockets, wearing a look of amusement. Against the backdrop of chaos around him, that man was like a detached deity. His black shirt fluttered in the wind, outlining perfect muscle lines. That face! Jian swore that she had studied stars for half her life, but had never seen anything more dazzling than this man. That was the ultimate attraction in a biological sense. "Who is that?" Jian asked subconsciously, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. "I don't know. But his aura, one look and you know he's a big shot." Daishi was also stunned, even forgetting to pay attention to the brawling giant. "Well, boss, is that your target?" A brawling brute and two, well, seemingly gullible female scientists. In Xiongni's mind, the system's voice rang out at the right moment. "Shut up," Xiongni replied in his mind. His gaze swept over Jian and Daishi. Xiongni's lips curled slightly. "Buy one get one free. I want all of them." At this moment, Tuo had already broken through the defensive line and arrived at the edge of the crater. He looked at the familiar hammer, tears glistening in his eyes. "Meow and Ire. Old friend, I've come to take you back." Tuo took a deep breath, a confident smile spreading across his face. He firmly believed that as long as he held the hammer, his divine power would return. He was still the arrogant Thor. Ignoring Xiongni standing nearby, he strode down the muddy slope and arrived before the hammer. He reached out his hands and firmly grasped the handle. "In the name of this hammer!" Tuo roared, and with all his might he pulled upward. However, 1 second. 2 seconds. The hammer was as if rooted to the ground. Utterly still. Huh! Tuo was stunned. He exerted force again in disbelief, the muscles in his arms bulging, veins popping, his face turning purple. "Aya!" He let out a beastly roar, using all his strength. But the result was still the same. The hammer did not move even a millimeter. "No. No." Tuo released his hand, staggered back 2 steps, and fell into the muddy water. At that moment, his pride, his dignity, his faith, in that instant completely collapsed. Why? Why? Tuo looked at his own hands, his eyes hollow and desperate. "Father, have you really abandoned me?" In the sky, the originally clear weather suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, thunder rolling, as if grieving for this fallen deity. "How pathetic!" A cold voice came from above. Tuo jerked his head up. He saw that man in black standing at the edge of the pit, looking at him with eyes like one would look at garbage. "This is the so-called Thor," Xiongni sneered. "If I were Odin, I would throw you down too, because the current you is not even as good as a slightly stronger ant." "Who are you?" Tuo was enraged. Even without his divine power, he could not tolerate a mortal humiliating him like this. "I am the son of Odin. I am Thor, the god of thunder." Tuo rose from the mud, roaring as he charged at Xiongni. "Take your filthy eyes off me!" He swung his fist, intending to teach this arrogant mortal a lesson. "Watch out!" Jian, seeing this from afar, couldn't help but cry out. However, facing Tuo's furious punch, Xiongni didn't even bother to dodge. He simply extended a finger. Thud. A dull sound. Tuo's fist, as big as a sandbag, was firmly stopped by Xiongni's index finger. Not an inch further. "What?" Tuo's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Although he had lost his divine power, his physical fitness was still at Asgardian level. A punch like this could dent a steel plate. This mortal. How could he block it with a single finger? Too weak. Xiongni shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. "God. In my eyes you are not even as good as a mosquito." As his words fell, Xiongni lightly flicked his fingertip. Boom. An invisible burst of energy erupted. Tuo was like a man hit by a speeding train, instantly sent flying backward. Crash. He slammed heavily into a container dozens of meters away, denting the metal box. Pfft! Tor spat a mouthful of blood, slid to the ground, and could not get up again. Pin-drop silence. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. One-shot kill. A complete and utter one-shot kill. That burly man who had been rampaging moments ago was actually sent flying by a single finger. Gulp. She swallowed, her hand shaking as she pushed up her glasses. Jian. I think should we go ask for a phone number? Jian did not speak. She just stared intently at the man standing by the pit. The light in her eyes burned hotter than the thunder in the sky. Xiangni paid no attention to the half-dead Toer. He turned and jumped down into the pit. He arrived before the hammer of Thor. Meower and ire. Xiangni reached out and gently stroked the cold patterns on the hammer. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It is said that only those of noble character are worthy to lift you. But I for one have never believed in that. And besides... Xiangni's hand gripped the handle. The qi in his body and the energy of the Mind Stones surged instantly. In this world there is nothing I want to pick up that I cannot lift. No. Xiangni exerted force suddenly. In that instant the magnetic field of the entire earth seemed to distort. Thunder roared in the sky. The originally immovable Meow and Ire, under the forced interference of Xiangni's terrifying monstrous strength and the energy of the Infinity Stones, actually emitted a strained whirring sound. Then, slowly, it left the ground. Buzz! The earth groaned. The air trembled. With the meteor crater as the epicenter, the magnetic field within a radius of 10 li completely went haywire at this moment. Johnny's palm firmly grasped the handle of Mjolnir. On it flowed Odin's enchantment, a restriction set by the All-Father, that only those worthy could move. But in Johnny Gillard's dictionary there was never the word worthy. Only I want, and I can. Get up. Now. The golden light in Johnny's eyes surged. It was the Mind Stone frantically calculating, deciphering the frequencies of the rune script. At the same time the vast ocean of chi within his body poured wildly into the hammer through his arm. If you don't recognize me, then I'll beat you until you do. If you are a lock, then I'll smash this lock. Click click click, a grating sound of metal friction rang out. Under the gazes of countless horrified eyes. That stubborn obstacle, that even S. H. I. E. L. D. couldn't budge with a heavy crane. It moved. Slowly, with difficulty. But it truly left the ground. 1 inch. 2 inches. 1 foot. Boom. With a thunderous roar, as if breaking free from some shackle, Johnny held the sky with one hand and raised the lightning-flashing warhammer high. Crack. In the sky the thunderclouds that had been dense seemed to be summoned. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting the hammer in Johnny's hand precisely. Lightning radiated everywhere. Johnny bathed in the lightning, his black hair wildly dancing, his shirt flapping. Like a demon god descending to the world. This is the power of the Thunder God. Johnny felt the violent yet obedient energy from the hammer. A contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It's nothing special. No. In the distance Thor collapsed in the mud, let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes were wide open and even the corners of his eyes cracked with blood. That sight was more painful than death. That was his hammer. That was his glory. That was the only keepsake left by his father. How could it be lifted by a mortal? A mortal full of evil aura. This is impossible. That was father's enchantment. Except for me. No one could lift it. Thor's worldview completely collapsed at this moment. He was like a 300-pound child who had lost his favorite toy, desperately pounding the ground, mud splashing all over his face. This is a god. Johnny casually twirled the hammer, the heavy Mjolnir as light as a feather, in his hand. He looked down at Thor in the distance. Can't even keep your own weapon. What face do you have to call yourself a god? If I were you, I'd have already found a piece of tofu to hit myself to death. Killing the heart. Thor opened his mouth but couldn't make any sound, only gasping. Ding. Detected host forcibly conquering divine artifact. Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. Achievement unlocked. NTR Thor in person weapon version. Since the host did not pass the qualification but conquered the artifact through violence and mental rewriting, special reward triggered. Congratulations, host obtained Asgardian Divine Body Intermediate. Congratulations, host obtained Thunder Law Affinity 50. Congratulations, host obtained extra reward Odin's Gaze. Don't worry, he's sleeping, just had a nightmare. Hearing the notification in his mind, Johnny was in a great mood. Asgardian Divine Body. This is a good thing. That kind of bull-like endurance and recovery combined with his original Saiyan bloodline. TSK. The custom king-size bed at home might need to be replaced often. Retract. With the thought, the Mjolnir in his hand instantly turned into a streak of light and drilled into the bracer on his wrist. Since he got it, it's his trophy. As for returning it to Thor, dream on. Unless he gets bored one day. Johnny slowly floated out of the crater and landed on the ground. At this moment the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around him looked at him with more than just awe. It was the look of seeing God. Coulson wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with a face that said, "I knew it." He walked over and respectfully handed a handkerchief. "Mr. Gillard, you have worked hard." "Not bad." Johnny wiped his hands and casually threw away the handkerchief. His gaze passed over Coulson and landed on the two women still in a daze. Jane Foster, Daisy Lewis. Two top-notch women. Especially Jane Foster, with her aura of intellect and beauty combined, she was a natural hanger for uniform temptation. As for Daisy, Johnny's gaze lingered for a second on her black-rimmed glasses and full bosom. This kind of adorably naive type should be fun to tease. "Hey, two beauties." Johnny strode over with his long legs still carrying the lingering might of thunder, and walked up to them. The powerful male pheromone aura instantly enveloped the two. "Is that my hammer?" Jane Foster stared blankly at Johnny, her mind not yet recovered from the shock. The man who was like a god in the lightning just now was now standing in front of her. Close at hand. That face more exquisite than a movie star, those eyes deeper than the starry sky. Gulp. Jane swallowed subconsciously. As a rigorous astrophysicist, she shouldn't have been so discomposed. But this is biological instinct. It used to belong to that big guy. Johnny pointed at Thor, who was still questioning his life in the mud, and then gave a sinister smile. "But now it's mine. Just like." Johnny stepped forward, completely ignoring social distance. He reached out and gently lifted Jane Foster's chin. His fingertips were warm with a tingling sensation of electric current. "Just like some things under this starry sky. Since I've seen it. It's mine." Jane trembled all over. That tingling sensation shot from her chin to the top of her head, making her legs go weak and nearly lose her balance. "You. What do you want?" "What do I want?" Johnny chuckled lightly, his gaze roving wantonly over her body. From her delicate collarbone to the plaid shirt that was not quite fitting but still couldn't hide her curves. "I heard you're an astrophysicist." "Perfect. I'm very interested in celestial motion, especially the mutual attraction and collision of binary systems. I wonder if Miss Jane would do me the honor of discussing the combination of human engineering and astrophysics." "SSS." Daisy beside her gasped. This pickup line. Too hardcore. Too domineering. Too heart-fluttering. I. Jane's mind was a mess. Reason told her this man was dangerous, extremely dangerous. But emotion was screaming frantically, "Say yes. Say yes quickly." This kind of powerful, mysterious, aggressive man for a female scientist like her who buries herself in boring data all day. It was simply a deadly poison. "I want to go too." Just as Jane was hesitating, Daisy beside her suddenly raised her hand. She pushed up her glasses, looking love-struck. "I'm an intern too. I also know physics. And I can help record data. Record certain special vibration frequencies." Johnny turned his head and looked at this slightly chubby, actually plump intern. He smiled. "Good. I like studious students. In that case." Johnny naturally put his arms around both their waists, one on each side. That domineering posture brooked no refusal. "Then let's go together. On my spaceship, the bed. Oh, I mean the lab is very big. Enough for the three of us to do research together." "Wait." Thor in the distance saw this and finally came back to his senses from his breakdown. "That's Jane. That's the first woman who showed him kindness and even bought him a drink, even though they had only known each other for less than half a day. But in the Thunder God's heart she was already his quasi-princess. Let them go." Thor staggered to his feet and charged like a wounded beast. "You robber! Thief! You stole my hammer and now you want to steal my woman! Your woman!" Johnny stopped and looked back at the muddy, wretched prince. His eyes were full of mockery. "Thor! Haven't you figured out the situation? Right now you're just a mortal with no power. You can't even protect yourself, yet you want to protect a woman." Johnny snorted. Golden light flashed in his eyes. Kneel. An invisible spiritual pressure crashed down on Thor like a mountain. That was the power of the Mind Stone. Thud. Thor felt as if his knees had been hit by a heavy hammer, and he uncontrollably fell to his knees. He even made 2 pits in the ground. Aya! Thor roared in humiliation, trying to stand up, but his body felt like it was filled with lead, completely immobile. Remember this. Johnny, holding the 2 beauties, looked down at him. In this world the weak have no mating rights. No right to speak either. Want to take back what's yours? Then go back to Asgard and ask your father who's pretending to sleep. Who is truly worthy? With that, Johnny ignored Thor's impotent rage. Coulson. Here. Coulson, who had been invisible, hurried over. I'll leave this to you. Johnny pointed at the messy scene. That big guy, if you don't want him to die, better find him a vet. As for these 2 ladies. Johnny tightened his arms around the 2 warm, soft bodies. They've been requisitioned by Oscorp as my personal science advisors. If there's any problem, let Nick Fury come to me directly. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Coulson nodded like a garlic pestle. Are you kidding? Who would dare say no at this moment? Didn't you see even Mjolnir was taken away? Good. Johnny nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Boom. Johnny stomped the ground and shot into the sky with Jane and Daisy. Air dance technique activated. Amid the screams of the 2 women, he turned into a black streak of light and disappeared into the vast Gobi Desert. Only Coulson was left standing in the wind, disheveled. He looked at the empty crater. Then he looked at Thor, who was kneeling on the ground crying like a 300-pound child. He sighed. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Director. Something big happened in New Mexico. That Johnny Gillard. He stole Mjolnir. And he also took 2 female scientists. Yes, that Jane Foster. I understand. I'll handle it. Coulson hung up the phone and looked at the horizon. Only one thought in his mind: being an agent these days is too hard. 10,000 meters above the ground. Johnny didn't rush back to New York. He formed a transparent shield with chi to block the strong wind. Inside the shield it was warm as spring. Jane and Daisy tightly hugged Johnny's waist, afraid of falling. The thrill of high-altitude flying made their hearts race uncontrollably. Where are we going? Jane asked tremblingly. Although she had studied astronomy all her life, this experience of flying by flesh was her first. And this man's embrace. So warm. So firm. So safe. To a quiet place. Johnny looked down at the 2 beauties with flushed faces in his arms. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The night view of New Mexico is quite nice. Find the highest peak. I think we can first have a field study on gravitational waves. For example, the vibrations generated when 2 objects are in violent motion. What do you think? Jane and Daisy exchanged a glance. Their faces were red as if about to bleed. But neither said no. Even Daisy's hand had already quietly slipped into Johnny's shirt, groping that solid abdominal muscle. I think this topic has great research value. Daisy pushed up her glasses and said in a serious tone. I agree too. Jane bit her lip and also reached out her hand. Then, let's begin. Under the moonlight, 3 figures intertwined in the air, flying toward the highest peak in the distance. Tonight, destined to be another sleepless night. As for the thunder gods still crying in the mud, who cares? The strong possess everything. That is the truth. The night sky over New Mexico blazed with a river of stars. Yet the tranquil darkness was suffused with an ominous, murderous aura. Outside the town of Old Bridge, Johnny Gilda sat atop a massive boulder, idly toying with the newly acquired Mjolnir which he had just lifted. Mjolnir lay docile in his hand like a tamed kitten, occasionally emitting fawning arcs of lightning as if currying favor with its new master. At his feet Jane Foster and Darcy Lewis leaned against his legs, their cheeks still flushed with lingering heat, their eyes dreamily fixed on the stars above. Or rather on the man who outshone the stars themselves. Johnny. Jane traced circles on his firm thigh with her finger. That was utterly insane. At 10,000 meters up, I felt like my soul was about to fly out of my body. Can't handle it already. Johnny chuckled softly, reaching out to pinch her cute nose. This is nothing. There will be plenty more high-altitude operations like this. As long as you... Before Johnny could finish, a blinding rainbow-colored pillar of light suddenly erupted in the distant sky. The light pillar pierced heaven and earth, tearing the night sky apart. The immense energy fluctuation made the very ground tremble. What is that? Darcy shrieked, instinctively burrowing into Johnny's arms. That's the Bifrost. Jane Foster, as an astrophysicist, instantly recognized the unique energy signature. Could it be, those gods have come? Gods? Johnny's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. He rose to his feet, his gaze piercing the darkness to precisely lock onto the landing point of the Bifrost. Their 4 figures in bizarre attire emerged from the light pillar. Sif and the Warriors 3. So these are the so-called Asgardian reinforcements. Johnny shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. Looks like nothing more than a slightly stronger bunch of circus performers. However, just as the light of the Bifrost was about to fade, another figure far larger and more imposing slowly materialized. It was a colossal suit of armor made of an unknown metal. It exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Its face had no features, only 2 slits burning with fire. The destroyer armor. Odin's ultimate weapon. Humph. Johnny's eyes lit up. Now this is the main course of the night. Loki, that sneaky bastard, really spared no expense. Inside Old Bridge, Thor sat like a vagrant before a dingy bar, clutching a cheap beer, his eyes vacant. The once mighty thunder god had now become a complete wreck. He had lost his power, his hammer, and even his dignity as a man. That look from Johnny, those words, "The weak have no right to mate," were like a red-hot knife stabbing deep into his heart. "Am I a failure?" Thor murmured, clutching his hair in agony. Just then a familiar voice called out Thor. Sif and the Warriors 3 rushed over, their faces full of anxiety and joy. "We finally found you. Thank the gods you're safe." Thor stared blankly at his former comrades, a flicker of light in his eyes that quickly dimmed. "What are you doing here?" "Come to laugh at me?" "No, Thor," Fandral exclaimed. "We've come to take you home. Loki has usurped the throne. Odin has fallen into the Odin sleep. Asgard needs you. Home." Thor gave a bitter laugh, pointing at his dirt-stained t-shirt. "Look at me now. Can I even go back? Besides, Mjolnir was taken by a mortal. I am no longer the god of thunder." The group was stunned. The hammer was taken. By a mortal. How is that possible? Boom. Before they could digest the shocking news, heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the street. Each step made the ground tremble. The colossal metal monster, the destroyer, approached with stiff yet oppressive strides. The fiery slits on its face locked onto Thor. "That's the destroyer." Sif's face paled as she drew her sword. "Loki sent it to kill you. Protect Thor." The Warriors 3 roared, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. But against the destroyer their strength was pitifully insignificant. Bang! 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 With a casual wave, the destroyer sent the 3 Asgardian warriors flying like flies, crashing heavily into the wall, spitting blood. No! Thor's eyes blazed with fury. Though he had lost his power, his warrior instinct remained. He charged recklessly, trying to block the monster with his mortal body. "Loki! It's me you want to kill. Leave them alone." Thor spread his arms, shielding his wounded comrades. The destroyer halted. The flames on its face surged violently, a sign of energy buildup. The next second a scorching beam of destruction was about to erupt, reducing the useless wreck to ashes. "Goodbye, Jane." Thor closed his eyes, ready to embrace death. But 1 second, 2 seconds passed, and the expected heat never came. Instead he heard a crisp metallic clang. Clang. Thor opened his eyes in confusion. A black-clad figure had appeared before him. With one hand, just one hand, he casually blocked the destroyer's face, forcing the devastating beam, enough to melt a tank, back into its belly. "So this is Asgard's highest technology." The man turned, revealing a profile that made Thor seethe with hatred, yet grudgingly admit was ridiculously handsome. Johnny Gilda. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Looks like a giant oven to me." "You!" Thor was speechless with shock. This mortal can actually stop the destroyer with his bare hands. Roar. The destroyer seemed enraged, its energy course spinning wildly, every metal plate glowing red. It tried to break free from Johnny's grip. "Quiet." Johnny frowned slightly. A blue light suddenly flashed from the bracer on his wrist. The space stone. Hum. In an instant the surrounding space was frozen solid. The destroyer's colossal body was frozen like an insect trapped in amber, unable to move a single inch. "Since you're here." Johnny turned around, facing the enormous metal monster, as if gazing at a collector's item about to be placed into storage. "Forget about leaving." "Perfect. My mansion's entrance is still missing 2 stone lions as guards. I think your build is quite suitable. As his words fell, Johnny suddenly threw a punch. No fancy techniques were used. It was pure extreme power. Plus a touch of the power of Thor's blessing. Boom! With a deafening roar, the indestructible URU metal shell of the destroyer crumpled under Johnny's fist like paper. A massive hole was punched straight through its chest. Not only that, the wild thunderous energy surged through the wound, instantly destroying all its internal energy circuits. Crackle. Sizzle. The flames in the destroyer's eyes flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. That ultimate weapon that had struck fear into the 9 realms was thus beaten into scrap. With a single punch, dead silence fell over the entire scene. Whether it was Sith the Warriors 3 Thor or the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents watching from afar, their jaws dropped to the ground in utter shock. Is this even human? Gulp. Thor swallowed hard. He stared at the man standing atop the destroyer's wreckage, a profound sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. Such power. Even in his prime he might not be able to achieve this, could he? Done. Johnny dusted off his hands, his mood buoyant. System recycled this pile of scrap metal. Ding. High-value item detected. Destroyer armor remains core intact. Recycling successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired URU metal refining technique. Congratulations, host, you have acquired destroyer beam emission blueprint. Congratulations, host, you have received a bonus reward, Allfather Odin's. Ahem, morning temper, seems he's awake and quite angry. Odin is awake. Johnny raised an eyebrow. So what if he's awake? Can that old man cross the stars just to fight me? Even if he came with the 2 infinity stones in his hand and a full set of Dragon Ball techniques, Johnny might not actually fear him now. Alright. Johnny turned and looked at the still dazed Thor and his companions. The show's over, time to leave. As for you all. Johnny's gaze lingered for a second on Sif's valiant face. TSK. This Valkyrie of Asgard really does have a certain charm. That untamed wild temperament is a bit like Felicia's, but with a warrior's fortitude. Want to take him away? Johnny pointed at Thor. Fine. But... Johnny walked up to Sif, reached out, and lifted a strand of her black hair. As a toll. Shouldn't you leave something behind? Sif tensed up, instinctively gripping her sword hilt. But looking at the still smoking wreck of the destroyer beside her, she knew full well resistance would only lead to death. What do you want? Sif asked through gritted teeth. Simple. Johnny leaned close to her ear, his voice low and magnetic. Leave a way to contact me when I have time to visit Asgard. I hope you can be my tour guide. A full-time escort, of course. Sif was stunned. Then 2 blushes rose on her cheeks. This mortal dares to flirt with a female warrior of the divine realm. But why doesn't she feel repulsed? And even a flicker of secret delight at being acknowledged by a strong man? Is this the Asgardian worship of the strong? I understand. Sif lowered her head, not daring to meet Johnny's eyes. If you really dare to come. Good. Johnny smiled in satisfaction. He had one more reason to go to Asgard. Besides the legendary Queen Frigga. This Valkyrie seems pretty good too. Get lost. Johnny waved his hand as if shooing flies. Take your useless prince and scram back to your divine realm. Tell Loki. This territory called Earth now belongs to the Gilda family. Tell him to keep his claws sheathed. Otherwise. A cold glint flashed in Johnny's eyes. Next time it won't be his claws that get cut off, but his head. The Bifrost descended once more. Carrying Thor and his companions battered and humiliated, they fled Earth in disgrace. Watching the column of light vanish into the sky, Johnny stretched lazily. Finally some peace. He turned to look at the 2 women behind him who had already turned into starry-eyed fans. Jane and Daisy. So. Johnny spread his arms, wearing that trademark roguish smile. How was the fireworks display just now? Beautiful, wasn't it? Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Daisy was the first to rush over, clinging to Johnny like a koala. Boss. You were totally awesome. I want that too. The punch that blew through the robot. Teach me, please. Jane, though more reserved, showed no less admiration in her eyes. She stepped forward and took Johnny's arm voluntarily. Johnny. Who are you exactly? Are you a god? God. Johnny wrapped his arms around the two beauties and strode toward his Maybach. No. I'm something even higher than a god. I'm your man. Ah. The two women let out shy squeals, but neither contradicted him. In this world where might makes right, being conquered by such a man might be a kind of happiness after all. Let's go. Johnny opened the car door. Tonight's academic research isn't over yet. I was interrupted just now. Now, we need to make up for it double. The Maybach's engine roared to life. Carrying a cargo of spring charm, it disappeared into the dark night. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Odin. As for the future Thanos. Who cares? Let's enjoy ourselves first. Many children and many blessings, that's the real deal. The morning of Zinmoxage State, the air still carried a trace of last night's lingering wildness. Atop the peak that Xiangni had chosen, a black Maybach stood silently at the edge of the cliff with dewdrops that had formed last night still clinging to the windows. Or rather the moisture left behind after some intense activity. Huh. Xiangni pushed open the car door and stretched widely. The morning light spilled over his bare upper body, outlining muscles as perfect as a Greek statue. Every muscle held explosive power while exuding a lethal allure. Awake! He turned his head, looking at the two women still asleep in the back seat. Jian Fuzite and Daishi Liisi. At this moment they were like two kittens ravaged by a storm, lazily curled up together. Disheveled hair covered half of their faces but couldn't hide the full satisfaction and exhaustion. Daishi rubbed her sleepy eyes and pushed up the non-existent glasses on her nose. They had long been lost somewhere last night. Boss. Good morning. Her voice was terribly hoarse, as if her throat were filled with gravel. Morning. Xiangni chuckled, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her curvaceous figure, though covered by a blanket still faintly visible. You did well last night. Especially that high-frequency vibration record. I'm very satisfied. Daishi's face instantly flushed crimson. She instinctively buried her head in the blanket like an ostrich, not daring to look at Xiangni. Too embarrassing. Although she was an intern, although she was eager to learn. But that kind of high-intensity field research had nearly killed her. At this moment beside her, Jian also woke up. This usually rigorous female scientist now leaned obediently into Xiangni's arms like a little woman. Are we going back? Jian's voice was very soft, carrying a hint of reluctance. Although last night was exhausting, it was the craziest and most unforgettable night of her life. By this man's side she seemed to have found the truth of the universe. That was conquest and being conquered. Of course. Xiangni reached out to lift her chin and pecked her rosy lips. The scenery here is nice, but the conditions are primitive after all. My big bed is much more comfortable than this car. Besides, a glint of mischief flashed in Xiangni's eyes. There's a group of sisters waiting for you at home. I think you'll have a lot in common. Jian and Daishi exchanged a glance. Although they had long been mentally prepared, after all, how could a powerhouse like Xiangni have only one woman? When they heard the quantifier, a group, they couldn't help but tremble inwardly. A group? This man. Just how capable is he? Half an hour later, the black Maybach like a black lightning bolt drove away from the desert and sped toward the nearest airport. As for that old battered SUV that originally belonged to Jian, who cares? Just leave it there. Anyway, from now on they wouldn't need that kind of junk anymore. The temporary base of Shendenju. Kirsten, with two big dark circles under his eyes, stared at the luxury car disappearing on the surveillance screen and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Gone. Finally gone. If this lord hadn't left, he felt his heart would have stopped. Last night's earth-shattering battle, even from several kilometers away, made his heart pound with fear. Punching the Huimyeja to pieces, forcibly lifting the Lei Shinjichui, and casually taking away two female scientists. What kind of human deed was that? Sir? A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent cautiously approached. What about Tor the Thor? He is now. The agent pointed to a corner of the surveillance screen. There the once arrogant Thor, now like an abandoned stray dog squatted by the meteorite crater, staring blankly at the empty pit. After being taken away by Shifu and the others yesterday, this guy somehow went crazy and sneaked back in the middle of the night. He kept muttering nonsense like, "Meow near Father King, I am unworthy." Looks like he's gone mad. Leave him alone. Kirsten sighed, his eyes complex. Now he's just a mortal. An immortal utterly crushed by defeat. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, let him stay. After all. Kirsten glanced at the huge crater blasted out by Changni's fist. We can't handle it either. Let's pack up this mess. Let Director Fury deal with the headache. Nyo-US City Asaben Dasha. When Changni stepped out of the private elevator with Jian and Daishi, it was already afternoon. The luxurious penthouse on the top floor was still the same scene of flowers and spring colors. Gwen was lying on the sofa reading a book about pregnancy care. Felixia was polishing her cat claw knives. Molly Jian was practicing yoga. Ima was handling documents. Seeing Changni return with two new faces behind him, the reaction of the women was remarkably uniform. No surprise. No jealousy. Only a knowing look of, as expected, yo boss is back. Felixia whistled, her cat-like eyes scanning over Jian and Daishi. Scientists this time. And two of them. Boss's taste is really getting more and more diverse. Not only diverse but also picky. Ima adjusted her glasses. Yes, she had gotten a new pair, her tone indifferent, but a hint of amusement in her eyes. Astrophysicist Jian Fuzite. Quite famous in academia. Never thought. Ima shook her head. In the end she also fell for your trousers. It's called charm. Changni shrugged, looking utterly matter-of-fact. He walked to the sofa, sat down heavily, and casually pulled Gwen into his arms. Come, let me introduce you. These two are Jian and Daishi. From now on they are also members of our big family. They are responsible for... Changni thought for a moment. Responsible for studying some profound physics problems. For example, how to use quantum mechanics to enhance the harmony of family life. Pfft. Natasha, who was drinking water, nearly spat it out. This man. He's always talking about his profession. Jian and Daishi stood there a bit awkward. Although they had long been mentally prepared, the quality of this harem was too high, wasn't it? Each one was top tier goddess level. Even the maid who was wiping the table, actually Ying Diao, had a figure that made one envious. This pressure was even greater than facing the Huimyezhe. Don't be nervous. Gwen slipped out of Changni's arms, walked over with a smile. As the main wife, she had long learned how to accept new sisters. Besides, having two more people to share the firepower was a good thing for her. After all, Changni now was like a human pile driver, she couldn't handle it alone. Welcome. Gwen took Jian's hand, smiling sweetly. I'm Gwen. If you have any questions about that kind of thing, you can ask me. Or... Gwen glanced at Felixia and Ima beside her. You can ask them too. They are very experienced, you know. Jian's face instantly turned red. But seeing Gwen's sincere smile, the little anxiety in her heart finally eased. Thank you. After settling the two newcomers, Johnny did not rush to rest. He made his way to the underground laboratory, his other sanctuary. But instead of beauties, it housed various black technologies and monsters. The Kingpin still stood guard at the entrance like an iron tower. Seeing Johnny approach, he immediately bowed respectfully. Dr. Zhao Hailuan and Dr. Maya are already waiting for you inside. And... The Kingpin paused, his expression peculiar. That thing. It's been a bit restless lately. Oh. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Restless. Seems like it's hungry. Or perhaps... Johnny pushed open the door and strode inside. It misses me too much. In the center of the laboratory, inside the massive custom glass container, the black symbiote was frantically slamming against the glass walls, emitting a piercing screech. It seemed to sense Johnny's arrival. It grew even more frenzied. Beside the container, Zhao Hailuan and Maya Hansen, clad in white lab coats, nervously recorded data. Seeing Johnny enter, their eyes lit up as if they had spotted a savior. Boss. Maya hurried over her chest, heaving slightly beneath the lab coat barely concealed. You're finally here. This thing, its activity suddenly tripled. Our inhibitors are about to fail. Tripled. Johnny walked up to the container, gazing at the black substance rolling like crude oil inside. Instead of worry, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Excellent. The stronger the better. Only the fiercest beast is worthy of being my steed. Or perhaps... Johnny pressed his hand against the glass. In an instant his internal energy erupted. Boom! An invisible pressure slammed through the thick bulletproof glass, striking the symbiote with brutal force. Squeal! The symbiote let out a piercing shriek. Its violent movements froze instantly, as if it were a chicken seized by the neck. Trembling, it shrank into a corner, morphing into a docile black sphere. See? Johnny turned to the two dumbfounded doctors, spreading his hands. Isn't it well behaved now? Sometimes with unruly little pets you don't need to reason. You just… Johnny clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking audibly. Give it a punch. Zhao Hailuan and Maya exchanged glances, seeing deep reverence and admiration in each other's eyes. This man… Whether in bed or in the lab, he's always so domineering. So captivating. All right. Johnny withdrew his hand, his expression turning serious. How's the development of the battle suit coming along? I can't wait to try it on. Reporting to you, boss. Zhao Hailuan took a deep breath, steadying herself. She walked to the control console and pulled up a complex three-dimensional model. This is a biosuit we've custom-tailored for you, combining extremist virus regenerative cradle technology and symbiote characteristics, code-named Black Emperor. It not only possesses the symbiote's mimicry enhancement and self-healing abilities, but through extremist modification it has eliminated the symbiote's influence on the host's mind and its weaknesses to fire and sound waves. Most importantly, Zhao Hailuan pressed a button. The model on the screen began to transform, from a pitch-black sleek full-body armor into an ordinary suit, then a casual shirt, even a pair of swim trunks. It can change into any form at will. In daily use it feels like a second layer of skin. Once in combat mode, it becomes your toughest armor and sharpest weapon. Perfect. Johnny watched the demonstration, a glint flashing in his eyes. Isn't this the Marvel version of the Venom suit? And an enhanced version with all side effects removed. Have you made it? The prototype is ready. Maya pointed to a metal case nearby. It's inside. However, Maya hesitated. It hasn't undergone human trials yet. The fusion process is extremely painful and carries certain risks. Risks? Johnny laughed. He strode to the case and directly opened the lid. Inside, a genetically modified black fluid writhed quietly. It lacked the malevolent aura of the original symbiote, instead exuding a pure sense of power. For others it might be dangerous. But for me… Johnny reached out and grabbed the black substance directly. This is nourishment. Buzz. The black substance seemed to sense the vast vitality and energy within Johnny's body. It instantly grew excited, crawling wildly up Johnny's arm. In the blink of an eye it covered his entire body. Ugh! Johnny groaned. He could feel countless tiny tendrils piercing his pores, connecting to his nerves, muscles, and blood vessels. It felt like thousands of ants crawling inside him. But he didn't resist. Instead, he opened his mind and body, allowing the fusion. Because he was confident. This minor erosion couldn't shake his will. Submit to me, Johnny roared inwardly. The light of the Mind Stone flared again. The absolute will of a powerhouse instantly crushed the symbiote's feeble instinctive resistance. It completely seized control. Whoosh! Within seconds the black fluid ceased its agitation. It rapidly contracted, hardened, and shaped itself. Finally it became a jet-black battle suit with a dark red luster flowing across its surface, perfectly contouring to Johnny's muscles, exuding explosive power. On the chest a dark red S-shaped emblem flickered faintly. This is… Black Emperor. Johnny clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. Though the boost wasn't huge compared to his current combat power of 2,500 points, the suit's defense adaptability, and the ability to change form at will, were irreplaceable. Not bad. With the thought, the battle suit flowed away like water, turning into an ordinary black t-shirt. Flawless. From now on I won't have to run around naked after every fight. Johnny patted his chest with satisfaction. He turned to the two stunned female doctors. A roguish smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The experiment was a success. As a reward, he walked between them, draping an arm over each of their shoulders. Tonight you don't have to work overtime. Come to my room. We'll conduct some more interesting experiments about the sensory test of this new suit. Zhao Hailuan and Maya exchanged glances. Their faces flushed, but neither refused. In fact, Maya's hand had already stealthily touched the suit that had just turned into a t-shirt. Boss, can this suit really turn into anything? Of course. Johnny leaned close to her ear, smirking. Including turning into nothing at all. Easaben Building Underground Laboratory. The air was thick with a lingering sensual atmosphere unique to a just concluded scientific experiment. Xiaomi was bare-chested, his muscular physique still glistening with fine beads of sweat under the light, radiating an enticing sheen. He looked down at the two female doctors cradled in his arms. Zhao Hailuan and Maya Hansen were like two limp rags leaning weakly against him, their faces wearing a dazed expression as if their souls had left their bodies. Ah! Maya let out a long breath, her fingers tracing weak circles on Xiaomi's chest. Boss! This suit of yours. Is it really meant for combat? Of course. Xiaomi smirked, pinching her cheek. Wasn't the battle just now quite intense? I could see you two were about to be overwhelmed. That's a different matter. Zhao Hailuan blushed and spat, though her legs were still trembling. Yet her scientist's instinct compelled her to probe the mysteries of this suit. That tactile sensation just now. It was too real. And the ability to change at will. Zhao Hailuan recalled the shameful scenes from moments ago. Under Xiaomi's control, the symbiote suit named Black Emperor transformed sometimes into rough leather, sometimes into smooth silk. It could even simulate certain special textures. The experience was 100 times more thrilling than the real thing. This was the power of technology. Xiaomi shrugged, his expression one of utter nonchalance. If you can imagine it, it can be done. All right. He patted both women's bottoms, signaling them to get up. The experimental data is almost collected. It's time for me to go home and deliver the goods. He glanced at the clock on the wall. There's still a pack of hungry little wildcats waiting at home. Zhao Hailuan and Maya exchanged a glance. Though reluctant, they knew this man's energy was boundless, while they had indeed reached their limit. Go on, go on. Maya waved her hand as if shooing flies. Let us rest for a while. We still have to upgrade your suit tomorrow. Upgrade? Xiaomi raised an eyebrow. I think the current vibration function could use some improvement. Get lost, the two women shouted in unison. Returning to the top-floor luxury penthouse. The moment Xiaomi stepped inside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Good heavens! Is this a home? This is clearly a kingdom of women. In the spacious living room, a dozen stunning beauties were sitting together, chattering animatedly. Gwen, Felixia, Molly, Jian, Ima, Natasha, Zenifa, India, Wanda, Pepa. Plus the newly brought back Jian and Daishi. This lineup was more dazzling than the Oscars' red carpet. Yo, everyone's here. Xiaomi whistled and swaggered in. What are you chatting about so happily? We're talking about your new suit. Felixia was the first to jump up, pouncing into Xiaomi's arms like a cat. I heard you got a toy that can change shape at will. Let me see it. I want to see too. Daishi also crowded in, pushing up her glasses with a love-struck expression. Can it really turn into any clothes? Like a maid outfit? Xiaomi looked at the predatory women in the room, a wicked grin curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems there's no escaping tonight. But who wants to escape? Since you're all so curious. Xiaomi took a step back and focused his mind. Then let me show you. The black t-shirt on Xiaomi instantly liquefied, flowing like a living thing. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a crisp black tuxedo. Elegant, gentlemanly, austere. Wow! The women let out a gasp. Not done yet. Xiaomi snapped his fingers. The tuxedo changed again. This time it became a wild gladiator's leather armor. It covered only the essential parts, revealing large swaths of solid muscle. Filled with primitive wildness. Gulp. Someone swallowed audibly. This is too. Gwen covered her face, peeking through her fingers. Too unfair. That's nothing. Xiaomi walked up to Gwen, knelt on one knee and took her hand. The suit changed again. This time it turned into a pure white groom's tuxedo. Gwen. Xiaomi looked at her, his eyes so tender they could drip with water. Do you like it? Gwen was stunned. Her eyes instantly reddened. Though they had been together for a long time, even having a child. But which woman didn't dream of wearing a wedding dress and marrying the man she loved? I like it. Gwen's voice choked. Don't cry. Xiaomi stood up and gently kissed away the tears at the corner of her eyes. This is just the beginning. When our child is born, I will give you the grandest wedding in the entire universe. Let everyone know that you are my queen. Gwen nodded heavily, throwing herself into Xiaomi's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. The surrounding women watched this scene, a hint of envy in their eyes. But it was only envy. Because they knew. In this man's heart each of them held an irreplaceable place. All right. Felixia, unable to bear the sentimental atmosphere, deliberately spoke loudly. Don't just be moved. Boss, what else can this suit change into? Can it change into something more exciting? More exciting. Xiaomi turned around, looking at Felixia's provocative cat eyes. He smiled. Of course. For example, The tuxedo on his body vanished instantly. It turned into several black tentacles. Ah! Phylixia screamed in surprise. Before she could react, the tentacles wrapped around her waist and pulled her directly in front of Xiaomi. Now, let's play a game. Xiaomi's gaze swept over every woman present. Whoever wins will be the one to serve me tonight. Of course. Xiaomi paused, his smile deepening. If you all lose, then we'll share the big bed. Pa! Pervert! Though the women cursed, their eyes lit up. A battle for family status was officially launched in this luxury penthouse. The night grew deep. The lights atop the Asoben building remained bright. But the glass walls with excellent soundproofing blocked the blush-inducing sounds coming from within. Meanwhile, in the basement of the building, Jean Bing sat in the surveillance room looking at the data on the screen with a wry smile. Boss's stamina is truly enviable. He silently pulled out a fifth wad of cotton from his pocket and stuffed it into his ears. It seems the soundproofing system of this building needs another upgrade. Just then a strange red light flashed in the corner of the surveillance screen. Jean Bing's eyes sharpened and he immediately enlarged that image. That was the desert of Xian Moxage State. Within the crater blasted out by Xiangni's fist, a red energy fluctuation was slowly gathering. It was like a demonic eye awakening. What is this? Jean Bing frowned. He had a premonition. This thing was probably trouble. Forget it. Jean Bing shook his head and turned off the screen. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. The boss is busy making babies. This little matter. Don't disturb his pleasure. After all, in this world there's nothing the boss can't solve with one punch. If there is, then two punches. In the depths of that huge crater in Xian Moxage State, a red fluid-like substance was writhing madly. That was the reality stone, the ether. It seemed to sense some kind of summoning. A dark summoning from the distant stars. Finally, a low hoarse voice as if from the depths of hell echoed in the void. Found it. The aura of an infinity stone. And an interesting soul. In the darkness a pair of purple eyes slowly opened. That was Mieba, the mad titan. His gaze pierced through countless light years, crossing endless galaxies. Finally it fixed on the man enjoying the company of many women in a top-floor apartment in Niuyue. Xiangmi Gilda. Enjoy your last moments well. Because darkness is coming. Old Bridgetown, New Mexico. The once tranquil desert was now shrouded in an eerie crimson mist. The massive crater blasted by Johnny had become a gateway to hell, spewing dark red energy particles endlessly. S. H. I. E. L. D. Agents had retreated 5 kilometers away, their faces pale, eyes filled with terror, as they watched the expanding red mist. Sir, the radiation readings are off the charts. A technician's voice trembled as he stared at the wildly alarming instrument. This energy. It's altering reality. Coulson stood beside the temporary command vehicle, gripping the walkie-talkie tightly, cold sweat drenching his forehead. He had witnessed with his own eyes a lizard that strayed into the red mist instantly turn to stone, then into a puddle of water, and finally vanish into thin air. This bizarre phenomenon defied all their understanding. Damn it! Coulson gritted his teeth. What in the hell is this thing? Just then a familiar and headache-inducing sound of air splitting echoed from the sky. Boom! A black figure like a divine warrior descending from heaven shattered the crimson mist and hovered directly above the crater. Xiangni Gilda. He still wore his signature black shirt, hands in pockets, with a nonchalant expression. In his arms he held the astrophysicist he had just retrieved from the lab, Jian Fuzite. So this is the surprise you wanted to show me? Curled up in Xiangni's arms, Jian looked down at the churning red energy below, not afraid but rather excited. It was a scientist's instinctive reaction to the unknown. Of course. Xiangni chuckled softly, leaning down to whisper in her ear. This is a treasure that existed before the Big Bang. The reality stone, the ether. Reality stone. Jian was taken aback. You mean, this thing can change reality? Exactly. Xiangni nodded, his gaze fixed on the red fluid writhing like a living creature at the bottom of the crater. With it you can turn water into wine, stone into gold. Or, a mischievous grin curled at the corner of Xiangni's mouth. Make some things bigger or smaller, harder or softer, all with a single thought. Jian's face flushed instantly. This man. Could he ever stop being suggestive? Roar. At that moment the ether at the bottom of the crater sensed the repulsive energy emanating from Qiangni, the power of the Mind Stone and Space Stone. It erupted violently, forming a massive red tentacle that lashed toward Qiangni in the air. "Watch out!" Jian cried out. "A mere trick!" Qiangni didn't even blink. He simply reached out a hand and clenched his fist in the air toward the red tentacle. "Freeze!" Buzz. The power of the Space Stone activated. The ferocious red tentacle instantly froze mid-air as if paused. "Since you're awake, stop playing tricks!" Qiangni snorted coldly. The vast ocean-like chi within his body surged out through his arm. "Come! To me!" Boom! An overwhelming suction force erupted. The ether which had been stubbornly resisting at the bottom was swept up like a leaf in a tornado, helplessly flying toward Qiangni's palm. It struggled wildly, shifting into various forms, spikes, blades, even a grotesque demonic face. But in the face of absolute power, all flashy tricks were futile. Slap! Qiangni grabbed the red fluid. It was cold to the touch with a strange slippery texture. It attempted to burrow into Qiangni's skin, corrode his body, and control his will, just as it had done to Malekith. Unfortunately, it picked the wrong target. "Try to parasitize me," Qiangni sneered. A golden glint flashed in his eyes. The power of the Mind Stone instantly activated, forming a golden spiritual shackle that stabbed deeply into the ether's core consciousness. Squeal. The ether let out a scream only perceptible on the spiritual plane. It was fear. Submission. "Behave." Qiangni closed his fingers. The violent lightning power and the blood chi of the Scions erupted simultaneously, forcefully suppressing this unruly ancient artifact. Seconds later, the once turbulent red fluid ceased its struggle. It docilely coiled around Qiangni's finger like a red ring, emitting an eerie and captivating glow. "That's it?" Jian stared in disbelief. "An artifact that could destroy the universe. Just tamed like that. What else?" Qiangni toyed with the ruby ring on his finger, looking effortlessly relaxed. "In this world, I'm the one who plays with others. Nothing dares to play with me." "Of course." Qiangni leaned close to Jian, grinning slyly. "If you want to play, I might consider it." Jian's face grew even redder. She shot him a glare, but a strange sense of security rose within her. Beside this man, it felt as if, even if the sky fell, he could hold it up with one hand. "All right." Qiangni put away the reality stone, his gaze drifting to the distant horizon. There several black ships like sharp swords were breaking through the clouds, speeding toward them. "Dark elves. Malekith's vanguard. Just got a new toy and someone's already rushing to deliver." Qiangni twisted his neck, producing a series of cracks. "How thoughtful. Are those aliens?" Jian clutched Qiangni's arm nervously as she looked at the menacing ships. "Yeah, a bunch of ugly charcoal-like creatures." Qiangni sneered dismissively. "I was going to keep them for you to study as specimens. But they're too ugly. Bad for the cityscape. Better just vaporize them." As he finished speaking, Qiangni raised his hand. The newly acquired reality stone shone for the first time. "Since you love darkness so much, I'll send you to true darkness. Reality. Rewrite." Buzz. A crimson ripple spread outward from Qiangni, distorting reality, and rewriting the rules wherever it passed. The dark elf ships, which had been charging aggressively to teach Earthlings a lesson upon contact with the red ripple, were like snow meeting the scorching sun. They began to melt. Not exploding, not burning, but transforming from solid metal into puddles of colorful bubbles. Pop. 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 A magnificent bubble rain fell from the sky. The once grotesque ships turned into countless multicolored bubbles, shimmering dreamily in the sunlight. Even the dark elf soldiers inside became adorable little yellow ducks. Quack. Quack. The dark elves, now ducks, floated in the air, utterly bewildered, making comical sounds. Completely lost. This. Jian was dumbfounded. What the hell is this move? Turning an alien fleet into bubbles and rubber ducks. The tone was too absurd. How about it? Qiangni turned to look at Jian's stunned expression, raising an eyebrow proudly. Like this magic trick. So, this is the power of the reality stone. Jian swallowed hard, feeling her worldview shattered. Exactly. Qiangni snapped his fingers. The bubbles and ducks in the sky instantly burst, dissolving into countless specks of light. Erased completely. Not a trace left. As long as I want, this world is my playground. And you. Qiangni tightened his arm around Jian's waist, his gaze growing profound. Are my most precious playmates. Let's go. It's too noisy here. We'll return and continue our unfinished research. New York Osborne Tower. It was already evening when Johnny brought Jane back to the penthouse. The women had long grown accustomed to their boss's mysterious comings and goings and his fine tradition of always bringing something back every time he went out. But this time what he brought back was not a woman but a red gem. Is this the reality stone? Felicia leaned in, her eyes fixed curiously on the glimmer of red light on Johnny's finger. It didn't seem all that special, did it? Not special. Johnny chuckled. Then watched closely. With a thought, the reality stone emitted a faint shimmer. The tight black leather suit on Felicia instantly transformed into a maid costume with minimal fabric, lace trimmings, white thigh-high stockings, a cat-eared headband. Everything she could imagine. Ah! Felicia yelped instinctively, covering her chest. But then, looking at herself in the mirror, her expression turned strange. It seems quite nice. How about it? Johnny grinned mischievously at the women. Anyone else want to try? This is fully automatic dress-up. Whether it's a nurse, a flight attendant, or... Johnny's gaze swept over each woman. Certain outfits that exist only in imagination. They can all be realized instantly. The women's eyes lit up. A bit embarrassing, but this feature is too convenient. From now on we can wear whatever we want. No need to shop for clothes anymore. I want it. I want it. Daisy was the first to raise her hand, brimming with excitement. I want to transform into Wonder Woman's outfit. I want to be a magical girl. I want. Watching these women suddenly turn into enthusiasts of a dress-up game, Johnny shook his head helplessly. But the smile in his eyes was impossible to hide. That's right. This is life. Fighting and killing. How could that compare to playing dress-up with his wives? Just then Master Jinbing's voice came through the intercom. That Malekith. He doesn't seem to be dead. Our satellite detected a mothership approaching from outside the atmosphere. And that guy seems really angry. Not dead. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Looks like that cursed warrior has some skill. He managed to help his master escape. However, Johnny glanced at the women having a blast in the living room. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since he's not dead, I'll just kill him again. This time. I won't turn him into a rubber duck. I'll make him understand the consequences of disturbing my good time. Johnny stood up and adjusted his collar. Ladies, pause the dress-up game for a moment. Your husband is going to slay a monster. Be back soon. Remember. Johnny winked at the women. Pick out the sexiest outfit. When I come back, I'll inspect it personally. Go on, go on. The women waved their hands, completely unconcerned about this Malekith. In their eyes there was nothing in this world their husband couldn't handle. If there was, it just meant he hadn't had enough fun yet. Johnny's smile turned and walked toward the balcony. The next second a streak of black light shot into the sky, carrying boundless killing intent. Straight into the heavens. Malekith. Dark elves. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Perfect timing. I also want to try the full power output with 3 infinity stones. Over New York, the once brilliant starry sky was now overshadowed by a colossal black warship that blotted out the sun. The Dark Elf Mothership. Malekith stood on the bridge, gazing greedily through the porthole at the illuminated Osborne Tower below. He could sense it. The ether was there. That was the sacred relic of the Dark Elves, the key to plunging the universe back into darkness. Pathetic earthlings. Malekith's voice was hoarse and sinister. Hand over the ether and I will grant you a swift death. Otherwise. Boom. Before he could finish, a golden energy wave like the dawn tearing through darkness erupted from the top of Osborne Tower. No wind up, no words. It was pure extreme energy release. What? Malekith's eyes widened, but before he could react, that terrifying energy wave pierced the ship's shields, the armor, the bridge, and finally pierced his proud body. This. Impossible. Malekith stared at the massive hole in his chest, disbelief flooding his eyes. He was the leader of the Dark Elves. The king who once nearly destroyed the 9 realms. How could he die without even seeing his enemy? Nothing is impossible. A cold voice echoed directly in his mind. Next life, remember not to knock when others are busy. It's very annoying. Rumble. The colossal warship disintegrated in midair, turning into countless burning fragments that lit up New York's night sky like a splendid firework. At the top of Osborne Tower, Johnny withdrew his hand, not even a crease in his clothes. He turned around and looked at the women behind him, all dressed in various sexy nightgowns, gazing at him with adoration. Done. Johnny shrugged, looking relaxed. Where was I? Oh, right, the rules for tonight's group activity. However, just then an aura far more terrifying and oppressive than before descended. It felt as if the weight of the entire universe had come crashing down. Space began to warp. A purple portal slowly opened in the sky above the city. Stepping out was a giant with golden armor, purple skin, and a vertical chin line. Thanos. Sanyosi. On his left hand was a golden infinity gauntlet already set with 2 stones power soul. Behind him lay an endless swarm of Chitauri Outriders and the Black Order. This was Thanos' entire army. It was also the greatest respect he could show to this earthling who possessed 3 infinity stones. Johnny Gilda. Thanos' voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable will. I've heard of you. Hand over the stones. I will spare half the life on this planet. For the balance of the universe. This is a gift. Hearing this, Johnny laughed. He laughed so hard he doubled over, tears almost streaming down. He slowly rose into the air, facing the endless alien army alone. His posture was utterly arrogant. Balance. Gift. Johnny stopped laughing, his eyes suddenly sharp as a blade. Thanos. Do you think you're a god? In this universe there is only one god. And that is me. As he spoke, Johnny's aura exploded. A golden flame shot into the sky, turning the entire night into day. It was the aura of a Super Saiyan. And at full power. What? Thanos' face changed. He could feel that this power was even purer, more violent than the Infinity Stones. Kneel. Johnny roared. His figure vanished. In the next instant he appeared right in front of Thanos. No fancy moves. Just a simple punch. Bang. The punch landed squarely on Thanos' face. The man known as the mightiest titan in the universe was sent flying like a cannonball. Not only that. The shockwave from that single punch shattered countless ships behind him. So, this is his true strength. On the ground, Tony Stark, clad in his armor, stared at the mythological scene in the sky, utterly dumbfounded. His pride and joy, technology, seemed like a child's toy before this man. Too strong. Captain America's hand gripping his shield trembled. Inside Osborn Tower, the women watched the live broadcast on the screen, their faces flushed with excitement, even aroused. This was their man. The strongest man in the entire universe. Roar. Thanos burst out of the rubble, his face covered in blood, the calm in his eyes replaced by madness. He raised the Infinity Gauntlet, and the 2 stones blazed with light. Die. An energy wave swept out. But Johnny didn't dodge. He extended his left hand, and the bracer on his wrist instantly glowed with 3 colors: red, yellow, blue. Reality, mind, space. The power of the 3 stones merged into an indescribable rainbow beam. Boom. The 2 forces collided in midair. No earth-shattering explosion. Only silent annihilation. Thanos' energy wave melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Then the rainbow beam, undiminished, pierced straight through Thanos' chest. Along with the portal behind him, and the endless alien army. One strike. Annihilated. Cough. Thanos knelt in the void, staring at the hole in his chest, his eyes filled with unwillingness and relief. I lost. Destiny. Ha! Johnny slowly descended before him and casually removed the Infinity Gauntlet. Destiny. I am Destiny. Johnny clenched his fist. The Infinity Gauntlet crumbled to dust in his hand, and the remaining 2 stones flew into his bracer of their own accord. Thus 5 stones plus the Time Stone with the Ancient One, but always retrievable. The universe's mightiest power was now in his grasp. After that day, Earth changed. Or rather, the entire universe changed. The name Johnny Gilda became the sole taboo and legend across the cosmos. Whether it was the Kree Empire, the Nova Corps, or the ancient gods before his name, they all bowed their proud heads. For he was the true king of the universe. And on Earth, Osborn Tower had expanded into a divine kingdom floating in the clouds. This was Johnny's harem, and the most coveted holy land in the universe. Wah wah, a loud baby's cry broke the morning calm. In the bedroom, Gwen, drenched in sweat but with a face full of happiness, held the baby in her arms. It was her and Johnny's first child. A super baby with Saiyan blood and spider powers. You've worked hard. Johnny walked in, gently kissing Gwen's forehead. Looking at the little one with golden hair already opening its eyes wide and looking around at birth, Johnny felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Ding. Detected the birth of the host's first child. Talent Super Saiyan bloodline, S rank, Spider Sense A rank. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward Ultra Instinct Perfect version. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward God of Destruction Power. The multi-child multi-blessing system has been upgraded to the Cosmic God Clan system. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Johnny smiled. This was only the beginning. Boss, I want a baby too. Felicia sidled up, gazing at the child with maternal longing. I want one too. Wanda was not to be outdone, red magical energy dancing at her fingertips. I also. Looking at this room full of goddesses all eager as wolves. Johnny felt no pressure. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Now he had infinite energy, infinite lifespan, and infinite power. All right. Johnny waved his hand. One by one. Everyone gets a turn. Since you're all so enthusiastic, let's have another celebration party that lasts 7 days and 7 nights. Ah! The women cried out, but none ran away. Instead, they all pounced on him, burying the king of the universe in a sea of tenderness. Outside the window, the sunlight was perfect. This was an era belonging to Johnny Gilda. An era of many children sweeping across the universe. A mythic age. The end.